destroyed peaks of buildings and skyscrapers, the remains of a huge carcass of a monster that invaded this world in an attempt to have time to feast on the souls of its inhabitants before armies from the Elder Worlds, led by the Immortals, can arrive here after him. But he clearly underestimated the strength of the defenders that the Immortal managed to prepare and rally, who arrived in this world long before the coming of the Devourer, and his hordes of monsters that are now rampaging everywhere. Having lost their master, the creature clearly did not expect that it would not only be able to fight back, but also to win. However, at what cost? The girl, whose once shining white hair, gathered in a high ponytail, was now covered with dust and dirt, wandered through the ruins of the city, fighting off monsters attacking her, similar to overgrown wolves that had lost not only their fur, but also lost their eyes and ears. Her silver blade, woven from mana, cut them without meeting resistance. She was clearly in a hurry to get rid of the enemies that were bothering her, so the words of spells fell from her lips, which called a dozen small magic circles over her, In a second began to create silver rays. Finding a target, they burned through the enemies. When there were no more creatures left, and the girl dispelled her spells, she began to look around, her blood-red eyes darting through the debris in search of something that only she knew. He fell here somewhere. Why can't I find him? The girl whispered in panic. A minute later, a barely visible wave of mana dispersed from her. Apparently she used a high-level search spell, and it seems to have brought success, as she immediately rushed towards a small two-story building. Quickly climbing to its roof, the girl finally saw what she had been trying to find for so long. The body, but rather the remains of her lover, who was able to do what she thought was impossible, and destroy the World Eater. But now most of his body was missing, leaving only his head and part of his chest, in which his heart was still beating. He protected those parts of his body to the last that would allow him to recover, but his regeneration magic was clearly not working. She ran up to him to find a way to help, heal, or let him last longer. As soon as she was near, the surviving eye opened and tried to focus on her. He tried to say something, but because of the injuries in his throat, it did not work. Don't tell me. Help will arrive soon. They will save you. They will certainly help. She rattled, activating a beacon on her belt, sending a signal to her Mego glider. The girl herself, falling on her knees in front of her lover, used the magic that he personally taught her, so that she could help the souls that were damaged by the magic of the Devourers. A silver cocoon covered the remains of his body, and the girl's mana began to penetrate into his body and soul. At that moment, her consciousness suddenly appeared in a place unknown to her. There she saw a black mist swirling in the center between transparent fragments hovering in the air, visible only from the fact that they were covered with hundreds of cracks, which apparently had once been a sphere. Suddenly, white lightning flashed through the fog. For a few seconds they scattered a small area, and a white fragment, similar to a crystal, appeared inside. I was able to delay the destruction for a short time. This may be enough. A man's voice, unknown to her, was heard behind her, but she could not turn around or was not allowed to. It's Kirian's soul, he told me about it. But who are you? She asked a question. My name won't give you anything. Besides, I'll erase your memories of this moment. But you will still have the idea that you have to ask for rewards for yourself in order to be with him. This is my gratitude that you took care of us, the voice said, and seemed to touch her soul. A rumble in the sky brought the girl out of her trance. She looked up and saw a huge ship that looked more like a flying city. Its hull looked like an island that, at the request of its owners, soared into the sky, carrying dozens of buildings protected by a huge monolithic wall that, together with huge monolithic wall towers, served to protect the inhabitants. And now this ship was descending into their world from outer space. Should I ask for a reward? She said suddenly, but could not understand where she got such thoughts. Suddenly, someone appeared next to her. She wanted to turn around, but before she could do anything, they intervened in her cocoon and filled Kirian's body with a colossal amount of mana, which tried to begin restoring his body. It seems that he walked along the edge again. The battle with the Devourer had cost him too much. The vessel that could be useful for other battles is destroyed, and the Temple of the Soul is split. Sometimes it seems to me that he is looking for death and wants to leave me alone. A warm female voice sounded, which seemed to give peace and tranquility by its very sound. The girl was finally able to see the speaker. In front of her stood a tall, black-haired stranger, whose smooth strands of hair reached to the ground, but their tips seemed to hover above her. She was dressed in loose white robes decorated with the image of a black dragon that looked like a snake, long sleeves completely hiding her arms. Bright blue eyes with a vertical pupil stared at the girl, but what attracted the most attention was a pair of small azure-colored horns that grew from her forehead. Niran, the girl unconsciously said, recognizing the one who stood in front of her. You seem to know who I am. Kirian doesn't usually talk about me to those with whom he lives his lives in worlds like this, so what's special about you? Niran's tone of voice changed, becoming overbearing and demanding. Pax Enemy is the secret of the Guardians, about which I have been able to learn little. Neither its location nor the ways to get there, except by the grace of the Guardians, are known to me. All that I was lucky enough to learn about it is that the souls who were there are in a state that is called nirvana in many worlds, a place where souls are in a state free from desires, attachments, and suffering, where immortals, deprived of the opportunity to return to the circle of birth and death, are able to heal their souls from erosion. From the writings of researcher and scientist Calvin K. Brown, dedicated to the study of the secrets of the Guardians, in the middle of the outer space, woven from myriad stars, a young girl was floating. Her appearance was truly awe-inspiring. Embodying the ideal of feminine beauty, it was as if she was created to attract glances. An elegant figure with forms worthy of envy, which was only emphasized more strongly by a fitted light white dress. The attractive face is formed in perfect harmony. Expressive aquamarine eyes, sincerity and kindness lurk under their gaze, which once again highlights the qualities of her bright soul. Neat eyebrows, upturned nose, and small, slightly parted lips. Her hair, like a dazzling flame, pleases the eye with its silkiness, and cascades of lush shiny strands emphasize the luxury of the girl's appearance. She was in a kind of trance. Her eyes were open. An absent look clearly indicated that the girl was not following what was around her, but suddenly she turned sharply and spoke. I am glad to meet you, Lord Danaros. Thank you for responding to my invitation so soon. A small cloud of white flame formed in front of the girl, inside of which two bright yellow dots formed, which apparently indicated the eyes. How could I keep you waiting, Guardian Tiazil? I suppose you wanted to talk to me about our plans in the Hidus world. The spirit spoke in a voice crackling like a flame. That's right. Kirian's soul did not have time to recover in Pax Enemy, so he had to personally heal it. But to stabilize it, he will need a calmer environment and a source of positive emotions. Therefore, I launched one of the backup options, in which he will have fewer resources for rapid development. But there will be a practical zero probability that the person chosen to become his mother will be able to cause a split of the soul or its fate erosion. I'm sure Kirian will find a way to develop his vessel as quickly as possible and without our help. But in this case, his meeting with Mardos will take place much later, which means that Kirian can cancel the contract and will not help him. That's right, a spirit that has sacrificed so much to be in this world and has lost almost all of its powers is unlikely to be able to achieve what it wants on its own. That's why I decided to tell you about it in advance so that you can warn him and give him time to prepare. In turn, I will also try to arrange a meeting between Kirian and my avatar in the world of Hidus and ask him to help Mardazos. You are too kind as always, TSL. You already have a heavy burden on your shoulders to protect souls and worlds. But you find time to take care of the problems of spirits. Then I won't waste any more of our time and will consider options for contacting Mardos. See you again, Lady Guardian. After these words, the cloud of flame dissipated, and the presence of the Lord of Spirits disappeared. Teosil went back into a trance in order to keep track of the cases that required her attention. The blissful darkness that was filled with pleasant silence is abruptly replaced by a bright, blinding light, as well as many loud sounds and voices speaking a language unknown to me. How many times have I been through this? Although I won't remember some of these lives because of the Keeper's seals. Extra knowledge, emotions and attachments would only accelerate the destruction of my mind and soul. I was thinking about the wrong thing and completely forgot about the reason for my awakening. But the partial culprits of this were clearly strained by the fact that the newborn does not move and does not make sounds. If I had not been breathing, they would probably have panicked and tried to revive me. Yeah, the local healer finally decided to check on me, and something like a scanning spell started moving through my body. Well, look, study, and then calm the others down. You won't see my source anyway. Although, I think it's worth noting your normality and dissatisfaction with scanning. Allah. Having given out something in infant, I began to fidget and blink my eyes. The healer, who had finished examining my calf, said something to the man standing in front of us, and judging by the smile that appeared, he calmed down. After that, the man nodded in the direction of a young girl who was lying exhausted on the bed, and I was carried to her in the healer's tightly holding hands. And there they were carefully handed over to their mother. She examined me carefully and smiled warmly. Her gray eyes were full of love and adoration. The look of my mother admiring her main treasure. The eyes that remain in my memory without asking. And already now, after so many lives I have lived, I know that if I spend enough time with her, I will again become attached to the one that gave me life, to the one that will surround me with her love and care. But after all, everyone should have their weaknesses, and mine, apparently, is sentimentality. Unfortunately, I cannot alienate parents for whom the child becomes the center of their lives. Sometimes, of course, I am lucky, and parents treat children indifferently, then I can be ungrateful. But this time the case is clearly not the same. And now, without really recognizing and becoming attached to this girl, I no longer want to see her eyes extinguished and lifeless. It seems that bad thoughts somehow reflected on my face, or maybe the tears that rolled down my cheeks caused mom concern. Well, yes, a baby crying without screams and gestures is a somewhat frightening picture. Perhaps it's enough to bother others and attract unnecessary attention. It's time to rest. My eyes closed, and I fell into darkness, wanting to give my body and my consciousness a little rest. Holy shit, everything hurts down there. This child almost tore all my organs to shreds, almost tore everything he could, and this despite the healing abilities that I used during childbirth to keep my body in good shape, still turned my womb so much. But never mind, now that everything is finished, the slow process of body recovery will begin. How is my child? Throughout my pregnancy, I was tormented by the question, will I be able to love this child? After all, the rumor about the maternal instinct in humans is nothing more than a fairy tale. We are not animals to live by instinct. Everything is more complicated here. The interweaving of emotions, thoughts, judgments, and fears at the exit can give very contradictory feelings to your own child. It seems that now I will have the first opportunity to assess my attitude towards the baby, but again I'm too tired after giving birth. I hope I won't be biased. The healer came over and held out a bag with a baby. Anxiety and curiosity are my main emotions right now. I carefully picked up the baby in my arms and looked into that face for the first time. Small, red, wrinkled. And you're funny, and I think I was worried for nothing. I fell in love right away as soon as I saw those bottomless gray eyes, too serious really for such an age. Tears gathered in the corners of your eyes, quietly ran down your little pink cheeks. I whispered to my son, "Don't cry, baby, or I'll cry myself." It seems that he fell asleep, and really is too serious and conscious a kid. And how did my body just manage to create this little miracle? So beautiful. So beautiful it feels like I'm bursting with overflowing emotions. Yes, I definitely shouldn't have worried. I love this child. And now it's time to sleep after this 10, which lasted for more than 1 hour. I definitely need a rest. Waking up from sleep turned out much better than the first one at birth. Soul and body seemed to have completely merged and become one, and the guardian fragment patched up the soul, which was clearly pulled out of the nirvana of the guardians ahead of time and placed in my new vessel. It is unlikely that they would do this without good reasons, which means that it is worth getting down to business and starting to prepare themselves for the fulfillment of their plans. Leaving a small part of my mind to monitor the fulfillment of the needs of the body, I immersed myself in my temple of the soul, the innermost place of every soul that escaped from the circle of life and death, broke the seal of oblivion, and doomed itself to a long existence full of losses, suffering, and however, This is rather my personal experience, and I left Nirvana too early, since I reduce everything to the disadvantages of such an existence. A little desire and my temple turned into a transparent sphere, in the center of which I found myself. The source of magic took the form of a small black cloud, over which white lightning constantly flashed. They were emitted by a fragment of the Guardian hiding inside my source. A little mana, and a thought command, so that the sphere stops being transparent and turns into pure white, is the best way to find out how bad everything is with the soul. The inspection from the outside was encouraging. There were no cracks or damage. Once inside, and examining the infinitely wide space around, I found nothing. It seems that the Guardians have focused on the outer shell of the soul, and you can handle emotions and memories yourself. I hope they had really serious reasons for that, or maybe they hoped for a fragment at all. It would be good to live at least the first 5 years in peace, so that the soul would recover and not affect my mind and emotions. Okay, it's time to start preparing and then merging the source with the body. For a couple of years, they obviously don't expect anything special from me in the real world. So there is enough time for the first steps. A few years later. So, the main channels to the source are laid. The body is gradually saturated with my magic, and strengthened another dozen years of consolidating all this with training. And I will be able to show part of my arsenal of destroying opponents without destroying my body. It's time to return control of the body to the main consciousness, especially since it seems I'm already late. Opening my eyes after merging with the part of my mind that was a baby for me in the first years, I looked around. After making sure that there was only my mother sleeping in bed in the room, in fact, my little body was doing the same in its crib before I took control, I decided maybe it was worth studying the information that the part of consciousness played the role of a baby had collected. I doubt anyone will decide to wake us up. So, what's interesting here? The language of the locals is almost fully studied, thanks to the knowledge of similar languages from other worlds and fairy tales that my mother loved to read to me, believing that I did not understand them, but reacted only to her intonations and in attempts to repeat scenes from them myself. Grammar is getting worse due to the lack of access to books and other writing. The people I contacted are aware that I understand their simple phrases and even respond to something meaningful with a couple of words of gratitude that my mother taught me. This means that the world is full of magic, but there were no special technical achievements around, and the castle in which we live is more similar to those that in some worlds are considered medieval. In any case, this is what you can learn from being in the Baron's castle and walking around the territory closest to it, to which I was taken to get some air. Maybe we live in some kind of wilderness, where the latest achievements take too long to reach. Okay, I'll find out the rest in time. Otherwise, a very interesting story related to my birth has surfaced in my memory. Judging by the snatches of conversations and phrases of the servants who gossip without hiding in front of a child who does not understand anything in adult conversations, I am the child of the only son of a local baron. But at the same time, this heir did not have a marriage with his mother, and in general, they met and fell in love while he was part of the delegation to the neighboring empire. And I constantly heard in the conversations of the servants that her appearance and imperial accent proved that she had come to them from there. But judging by the conversations that my mother and the baron had in my presence, I have nothing to do with his family, and his son died because of someone else's whims, and because of the lack of other children, and it seems impossible to make new ones. I am his only chance, at least in this way, not to let his family disappear. But why my mother? According to their conversations with the Baron, she was familiar with the deceased, but not so close. Okay, there's too little information, and there's no need to get into these mysteries yet. Huh? I completely forgot the names of others and my own to pick out from memory. Apparently I considered them less important. So what kind of name was given to me this time? Kai? That's it? Well, and the Baron's last name is Arter. Kai Ardern. It doesn't seem so bad. It has been better, but more often, of course, worse. I decided on myself, and then Lillian, who became my mother in this world, is the owner of raven-winged hair with skin as white as snow. A pretty face and a fragile figure make me want to cover her with my wing, to hide and protect her from the world around us. Gray eyes are framed by long and fluffy eyelashes. When my mother looks at me, they are filled with love and adoration, and the mole under her plump pink lips, on which a smile almost always plays, adds to her charm. She doesn't look more than 20, but in the years that I have lived next to her, her appearance has hardly changed. Most likely, the reason for this is her healing gift, which she clearly slows down aging greatly, and only she knows how old she really is from the inhabitants of the castle. Lillian does not like to collect her hair in hairstyles, so she almost always walks with her hair down to her waist. Lillian Ardern, no one told me her maiden name. Or maybe no one knows her at all, except the Baron and her mother, which adds questions to what is happening at all. But I'm a kid who's going to tell me all this. However, I will leave all this for now to those who started it. They are adults, so let them suffer. Well, the Baron himself, Robert Ardern, is the owner of the castle, judging by his gray hair and deep wrinkles. He is no longer a few years old, although it becomes obvious from his firm gait and strong physique that he does not forget to keep himself in shape. But why he won't get himself a new direct heir, instead of obviously not his grandson, is unclear. Okay, I think I don't need the names of the others yet. It will be strange if the child remembers and recognizes someone other than relatives and nannies. We don't need extra attention, otherwise they will call us a genius. When I was done with my memories, I sat up in my crib and stared at the bed where Lillian was snoring softly. From the moment I was born, she devoted almost all her time to me, did not refuse to help when she was tired or went somewhere for a short time, but as soon as she returned, she tried to make up for the missed time. It seems that it will be very difficult not to let her become someone very important to me in this world. So, to protect those who are dear to me. What was it that one blonde fan of waving a katana said? That's right, I need more power. At these thoughts, I clenched the pen into a fist. Next, I let a small part of the mana through the created channels into the palm of the second pen, and a barely noticeable black fog began to appear on it in the dark, which after a few moments formed into a black thin needle a couple of centimeters long, a punishing wave of the hand of a small child, and she jerked towards the stone wall, but dissipated at the request of her creator and without reaching the goal. Well, everything is fine with the channels. Nothing interferes with the control of magic outside the body. We will deal with the rest as the body grows and is ready. For a better understanding of what is written in this folio, it is worth identifying terms related to magic. Mana, or energy, as they like to call it in the East, is an integral part of our world and everything in it. It is present not only in people, animals and plants, but also in crystals, metal ores, and even stones. Both terms are most often used to refer to it, but due to the fact that in the East most people use it to strengthen the body or weapons, the term energy is most often used when describing them, while mana is used in most cases when referring to everything that consists only of it. Terms, spells, and techniques are used on the same principle. A technique is usually called magic associated with the human body, and a spell is a construct of mana that does not physically contact its creator. Using the example of the spells described later in this folio, the veil will more often be called a technique because of its contact with the skin, while the sphere of protection will be called a spell because there is no direct contact between it and the magician. But as I mentioned, most of the inhabitants of our world use them at the same time, without distinguishing differences. Artivastan, years later. Well, life in this castle turned out to be quite calm. I had a lot of time to focus on developing my body, creating channels, impregnating muscles with mana to strengthen them, physical exercises, and training for the overall development of the body. And in the last couple of years, the creation of my secret lair in the basement, and the preparation of teleportation circles there from the barbarously pulled out and stolen by me road slabs is of course a strange choice, but they are able to withstand the load while practically not collapsing. Without their help in this world, I can't teleport yet. More precisely, I can, if I suddenly want to die in agony from overload, which will cause the use of a huge amount of mana in a body that is still so weak. I have to drag them through the local forests at night so that I can quickly explore the surrounding lands. It's strange that no one has caught me doing this yet, although I think just no one wants to disturb the sleep of the young heir of the Ardern family. Even in the castle I have to use tags to move around it quickly and unnoticeably, It already begins to seem to me that this world does not want to allow me to use teleportation magic and restricts me as much as it can. Okay, maybe in time, when I get stronger, I can come up with something to get rid of these shackles. Now it remains only to prepare the endpoint of your teleport in advance. In the meantime, I will enjoy peaceful days filled with my mother's love and care. She doesn't seem to notice my oddities or doesn't want to, or maybe mothers love their kids the way they are. I'm even a little ashamed. She sees in me only a child who is madly attached to his mother, and inside, the old mind that enjoys the heightened emotions of the child's body, and like an addict, is looking for a new dose of affection and care. Well, even though in the first years I left only a part of my consciousness and did not look for memories of how she breastfed me, I probably would not have been able to look into her eyes at all out of shame. I wish she would never know the truth, but the more time passes, the more different I will be from the ordinary inhabitants of this world. I hope she can understand and forgive me. I am too weak to give up the last joys of my existence and block out my emotions, thus making just a doll out of my body. Lost in my thoughts, I was strolling through the courtyard of the fortress when I noticed a horseman entering through the main gate. I haven't seen him before. I wonder why I came. Judging by the horse and equipment, he clearly serves a noble family, but there were no coats of arms on him. Apparently they were specially hidden so as not to be recognized. He was talking about something with the captain of our guard. They probably know each other, and that's why they let him into the fortress so easily. Handing over the reins of his horse to one of the guards, he accompanied the captain to the castle. There was something I didn't like about him or the way they were friendly with Nert, who was so important to be called the captain of the guard, and breathed unevenly to my mother. This Nert seemed too unreliable to me. How did Robert give him the title in the first place? Okay, I'll try to check this guest's things. Maybe I'll find answers among them. After following the guard to the stable and waiting for him to leave, I used a scanning spell to see if there was anyone inside. I was lucky, only the horses, without really hiding. I went inside. If anyone notices, I'll just say that I came to pet the horses. Having found the right horse, who was passionate about eating hay and did not pay attention to me, I slowly approached the bags that were attached to his saddle. Apparently the rider was not going to linger and did not ask to unsaddle the horse. Unfortunately, the bags contained only the little things necessary for the trip. It's a pity, but just in case I left my mark at the bottom of one of the bags, which I imbued with mana, I think it will last for a day. It's enough to track which way he jumps. After leaving the stables, I decided to ask about our guest from the guards who kept their watch near the gate. To my inquiries, they only said that it was a messenger with a personal letter to the Baron, and let him in on the captain's orders. Well, it remains to wait until he leaves, and we can ask about who came to the Baron and Mother. Standing at the entrance to the castle, I looked at the back of the messenger leaving the fortress gate. It seems that there was something important in the letter and concerning my mother. Otherwise, it is unlikely that the Baron would have summoned her to his office immediately after the messenger left there. And when she returned from there, she tried to hide from me that she was in despair and asked to be left alone. My grandfather, who was standing next to me now, only told me not to meddle in the affairs of adults. Well, apparently it's time to start putting things in order, and I'll start right today. You're all... I think it's time to start including practice with other youngsters in your sword training. Otherwise, you won't gain much experience in studying and practicing punches on a dummy. What do you say, Grandpa? Will the first training be today? Yes. Laurit's mentor is just engaged with a group of students a little older than you on the training ground near the barracks. Considering that he had told me everything I needed, the Baron went to the castle. The good news is, you can start to realize yourself as a talented swordsman and pretend that it's all thanks to Laurit's instructions. It's not because I've been spending almost every night in the castle basement for the last couple of years training my fighting style. It's a pity not to consolidate it in duels with the inhabitants of the castle, because the basics that they teach me officially are more like who will wear out who first with sword dances. Maybe it's right for beginners, but I haven't needed it for a very long time. But what I really need is a battle to the death, so that the enemy gives out everything he can, trying to survive. And it seems that I have already noticed my first opponent. With these thoughts, I reached for the mark that I had left on the messenger and smiled when I received the response. Okay, it's time to go to Loret. I wonder who he will put against me. Will he try to show how weak and inexperienced I am? Or will he decide that the first successes will be the best motivator? I did not rush to the mentor on purpose. Our relationship with him was clearly far from friendly, due to the fact that he tried to teach me bundles and series of blows, calling them the style of Ardern warriors. But I used and practiced only the basics, collecting from them a series of blows that are unlikely to be really applied in the battle. I didn't want to burden myself with a style that I would never use, but I invented unrealistic bundles of punches and used them to annoy him. He probably understood this and attributed it to my age, but he couldn't ignore the Baron's order to train the air and tried to somehow fulfill it. And so I'm standing on the edge of the playground, watching kids a few years older than me practice punches and blocks with each other in pairs. The mentor walked back and forth on the court, flashing his bald head, watching their training, not forgetting to point out their mistakes in a rude way. Noticing me, a crooked grin appeared on his face covered with a thick gray beard. Clearly he was up to something. The bastard. Obviously you were in no hurry, Mr. Eyre. The Baron was surprised not to find you here. He expressed his displeasure to me as soon as I approached him, and this also attracted the attention of everyone who was nearby. Grandfather did not specify that I should come to you immediately, Mentor, I said, looking down guiltily. So I decided to take a walk. The weather is just wonderful today. They could have come up with something more weighty to justify their unwillingness to come here. Since you're finally here, let's start sparring. He turned to the girl who was not far from us. Raya, show our future master what the style of his family is capable of. I'm ready, Mentor. A girl of about 15 stood in front of me, about the same height as me. But because I tried to develop my body faster, she looked older than her years. Red hair was tied in a bun at the back of her head, and her green eyes were burning with a desire to please Mentor Loret. While I was looking at her, she had already taken up a stance to launch an attack. So he decided to put one of the best against me. Apparently he thinks that the guys will not spare strength, since there is a reason to beat me, and she will make it softer, but more technical, so that I will definitely get into this style of theirs. Taking the practice sword from the rack, I returned to the mentor and Raya, standing against her. A relaxed stance, a sword in my right hand, with the blade down. I am open and ready to receive painful blows with my whole body and a bad head. The mentor, seeing this, only shook his head, and Raya grinned, anticipating an easy victory. I'm ready, I said, having already sent a small pulse from my source to set the mana in my muscles in motion. Fight, the mentor shouted, waving his hand for some reason along the way. Raya made a lunge towards me, intending to strike downwards, aiming at my left shoulder. Is she sorry for my bad head, or is she afraid of the consequences? It doesn't matter. As soon as the girl got to the right distance, my right hand with a sword tore across her blow to parry it. I wonder if the swords won't hold, or her grip. As soon as our swords collided, her weapon flew to the side, and she screamed, looking at her hands in disbelief. It's a pity. We have a duel. The mentor seems to have realized what I did, and is already figuring out how to act. Okay, let's not let him stop me. I quickly put the blade of the sword to her neck, marking the blow. I won. People don't live without a head, I said loudly enough to draw attention to myself and bring Raya out of her stupor. Catching a look of surprise on me, I smiled and put away the sword and went to the mentor. You see, Mentor, the training is bearing fruit, and I have shown myself well. Training? This is clearly not the speed and strength of a boy your age. Have you learned how to use mana for a long time? Only the way of the body, or, unfortunately, only the bodies and only a couple of days. But who knows what lies ahead? Maybe the path of the spirit will become subject to me, and with it, I will be able to consider myself fully mastered the mystery called magic, I said dreamily, teasing my mentor. The dreams of a boy who touched mana and imagined that he could do anything. You could have told us everything and not put on this show, Loret muttered in displeasure. It seems that you do not even control the strengthening of muscles with mana, which means that there is no use in sparring. You will only cripple everyone. But it's your job to teach me that, Mentor. It's up to the Baron to decide. It's up to the Baron to decide. Maybe he will teach you magic and secret techniques of the genus himself. I don't think you should take the time to tell him everything right now. Deciding that the conversation with me was over, Laurette went to Raya. I watched him go, returned the sword to the rack and headed for the castle. The mentor and the Baron clearly did not allow that I would be able to use mana at such a young age. Usually magic awakens only after 14. They also divided it into two paths for some reason. The path of the body is for those who cannot use magic outside the body. The path of the spirit is for those who do not strengthen their body with magic, but at the same time are able to use magic around themselves, and the true path is for full-fledged magicians who can both strengthen their body and put a shield sphere around themselves or launch a fireball. Apparently, this is a legacy of the past, when most people did not have the knowledge and opportunities to master magic completely, and chose for themselves what works best. Fortunately, now all this is mostly left only in textbooks and speeches of mentors, so that they do not forget about the basics from the past. Currently, people who are able to use mana are considered true or just magicians. Most likely, the spread of knowledge about magic, which used to be mainly in the hands of noble and ancient families, affected, no matter how they tried to preserve them, everything secret becomes clear. Well, those who, following the truth you can't win, lead, began to share knowledge with their servants, and then completely created academies and schools of magic. In children, magic usually awakens in the ability to use mana only inside the body, and after studying with a mentor or independent attempts, it is already possible to control it outside. Less often, children are immediately able to control mana outside the body and quickly learn how to strengthen their body with it. Such people are usually considered much more talented, because they need much less time to start fully mastering magic, and it is time, resources, knowledge, and mentors that influence how much you achieve in the world of magic, and whether you die at the same time. Although none of this applies to me much, I have knowledge. I have not wasted my time since birth. Mentors who can teach me something useful and new for me I am unlikely to find here, but I will be able to get resources that can accelerate my progress when I am no longer considered a child, and keep to myself. In the meantime, I hope the Baron will provide something useful for the development of the heir. Immersed in all these thoughts, I reached the door leading to the Baron's office. There was no doubt that he was there. He spent most of his time inside, absorbed in the affairs of the family and the nearest lands under his control. After knocking on the door and waiting for permission from the other side, I entered the office. The head of the Ardern family sat at a massive table made of dark wood, which stood by the window. A pair of simple but comfortable armchairs standing by the fireplace indicated that the Baron prefers to spend time there. He probably had a small collection of spirits stored in one of the cupboards that lined one of the walls. I thought you should be with a mentor, not distracting me from my business. The Baron began a conversation with me without taking his eyes off the papers on the table. The mentor said that I should learn mana control first. He is afraid that I will injure his students. Now the Baron looked up from his papers and studied me with an attentive gaze. You could have said that you woke up mana in the morning when we were talking about practice. Robert's voice betrayed his displeasure. I thought it wouldn't hurt. Maybe so. Tomorrow, Lillian and I will check the mana in your body and decide who is better to teach you the basics. Do not bother her today. You can go do your favorite thing. My grandfather returned to his papers and stopped paying attention to me. The Veil, Mantle, is a protection spell that is taught to almost everyone who has been able to awaken magic and gain control over it. Its essence is to create a thin layer of mana on the skin that can protect against blows from weapons or attacking spells. The advantage of this spell is its simplicity and low cost of creation and maintenance. That is why it is chosen by those who have just started their journey as one of the first to practice and master it. The disadvantages of the veil are not the ability to block strong blows and spells, vulnerable places in the head area, due to the fact that the layer of protection on the eyes, ears, and nose is thinner so as not to block the senses. The only exception is that healers, their veil, due to the specifics of their mana, and the fact that they constantly apply it to their body, sometimes reaches the strength of armor, and even provides decent protection in vulnerable places. Armor is a favorite spell of magicians and warriors who prefer to fight at medium and short range. It often repeats the elements of the armor worn by the magician, forming a layer of protection on top of them. It can be created by individual elements so as not to waste mana on protecting the entire body, or to quickly restore destroyed defenses in the place where you expect to be hit. For example, when destroying a complete armor created by a monolithic construct and destroyed by an enemy attack, you, seeing the enemy attacking you in the chest area, can quickly restore only the element of the cuirass. Of course, you can always use separate elements of armor that are independent of each other, but only very strong and experienced magicians can afford the cost of mana and concentration of their attention on maintaining each individual construct. Therefore, most use a monolithic spell, which is easier to maintain. It is worth creating separate elements when you need to defend yourself faster in a certain part of the body, or if the magician is confident in his combat skills and protects only vital organs. Sphere is a spell already preferred by mages fighting at long distances to protect against remote attacks with magic and weapons or mass-type spells. It is a sphere, the diameter of which depends on the preferences of the magician. Its density and transparency depend on the embedded mana and the complexity of the construct. For an experienced magician who is able to use scanning or a sense of space to direct his attacking spells, the spheres are most often solid, consisting of dense mana for maximum protection. As in the case of armor, experienced magicians often use a hemisphere, defending themselves only from the direction of attack. Barrier is the last of the most common protection spells and is the same sphere, but covering large areas, used to protect combat units or armies. It is almost always transparent, so as not to block the view of those who are inside, and is most often supported by more than one magician, which allows you to achieve good strength with a large diameter and a non-dense transparent structure. Most often it consists of complex constructs that distribute the damage received over as much of the barrier surface as possible, thereby increasing its strength. The basics of magic and spells. Tivos after leaving the office and closing the door behind me, I went to my room. It's really time to do my favorite thing, which everyone considered to be shirking from activities that I was not interested in. They thought I was hiding somewhere to avoid being seen by the mentor. It's good that they don't even admit the thought that I might be outside the castle or stuck in a locked basement. The messenger, judging by the tag, is in a hurry and can pass my teleport circle quite quickly. Then I will no longer be able to intercept or catch up with him. Entering the room, I closed the door behind me, took the training sword leaning against the wall. It is not sharpened, of course, but at least it is iron, and can be useful. You never know. Suddenly, the messenger will turn out to be a skilled swordsman, with a level of magic proficiency above knowing magic. 2. Using the mana from my source, I moved to the mark that was in the basement of the castle, which was turned into my lair for the duration of my stay here. If this body wasn't so young and weak, I would just move to the mark in the messenger's belongings, but I'm afraid I'll spend too much effort on it, because this world suppresses the magic of space. Therefore, it is better to use a circle. With it, teleportation will be less expensive. Standing in the teleportation circle on the floor, I focused on connecting it to the circle in the forest that was by the road along which the messenger's mark was moving away from the castle. Having received a response from the construct I needed, I imbued the circle under my feet with my magic, and a moment later I was already standing in the forest, and a small wave of pain was passing through my body. Even with the artifacts prepared in advance with the portal circle, teleportation over such a distance is too much of a burden. I sat down under a tree near the teleportation site and put my sword next to it, leaning my back against the trunk. Closing my eyes, I allowed myself to relax. I still have a little time left to rest my body. I think it's time, I whispered softly, gathering my thoughts and getting up from the ground. Not forgetting to take my sword with me, I headed towards the road. It is a pity that she is far from the exit from the forest. One step of the footsteps of the shadows cannot reach the enemy, which means that an unexpected attack is unlikely to succeed. And it's better to save more available mana for the fight. If he had appeared in 5 years, he would have killed him with a single spell of the dark sword, but fate decided that it was worth diluting my quiet days. When I got to the road, I picked up a branch that was lying under my feet and sat down by the side of the road. Putting the sword in front of him, he began to draw a rune of concealment with a branch near him. It hides magical constructs from prying eyes. Of course, it is better, but I think it will not allow me to see the sword. Especially since I have not allowed me to see the sword. especially since I have not yet seen anyone who would use magical vision or other ways of detecting hidden magic. Can't they? Is it expensive? I'll have to ask my mom about it. A crazy idea came to mind, to arrange a small theater of the absurd. So I began to draw the rune of illusion, imagining in my head a sand castle, a copy of the Baron's castle. Either it will help to confuse the courier, or he will be very careful and will look for other threats around. In any case, he will attract attention and give an opportunity for an unexpected attack. So the target arrived in time, noticed me, and brought the horse to a walk. But he could have slipped through, not paying attention to the child by the road. Apparently, he decided that there was no place around to set up an ambush. I pretended that I was building a sand castle. All that was missing was the sound of the sea and rolling waves. The courier dismounted, probably decided that it was safer for him. He walked towards me, holding the sword scabbard with his left hand, and also put on a veil. Curious, but he did not forget about caution and protection. "Are you lost, kid? And what is this stuff in front of you?" He stopped a couple of steps away from the sand castle and spoke to me, obviously not recognizing me as the Baron's grandson. "I love the sand. It rustles." Turning to face him and putting on a stupid smile, I exclaimed. The confusion on the opponent's face and the raised eyebrows caused laughter, which I could not contain. Without giving him time to realize what was happening in front of him, I grabbed my sword and used the footsteps of the shadows to get closer to attack. A sword strike from the bottom up so that he would react to it, while behind his back he had already formed a pair of dark needles to attack into his eyes. He had enough experience to block the attack of the blade with a sword that was not fully drawn. He realized that he did not have time, but he clearly did not expect the needles that rushed to his eye. The first tore a part of the veil, and the second pierced into the unprotected eye, penetrated into the brain, burning everything in its path. Screaming in pain, the courier collapsed to the ground, convulsing in death throes. Too easy. For some reason I decided that such a job would be entrusted to a stronger person. It is not necessary to linger here. Crouching down next to the corpse, I began to search it in search of the Baron's reply. Letter. It was found in a messenger bag, along with a purse full of silver coins and a couple of potion bottles. I opened the envelope, sealed with sealing wax with the Baron's coat of arms, and read the contents of the letter. "Burn them in the flames of the abyss. Damn schemers." I swore in the language of one of the peoples of the Elder Worlds. The damn old fart and the father of a decade with the title of Count and the surname Ulver decided to dispose of my mother's fate as they please. Since I have already become old enough, there is no need to leave her with me, and the Count decided to take her for himself as a weak-willed mistress. They think that since she ran away from her family and now lives in a foreign country, no one else can help her. Well, I am an ignorant boy whom the Baron will raise as his heir and a loyal ally of the Ulver family. We'll have to accelerate our development and get a couple of faithful spirits better. And I already have a vessel for the first of them, I said, examining the corpse of the Count's courier. Did you hit me in the eye for nothing, so as not to spoil my skin? Grabbing the corpse by the leg, I dragged it to the horse, which was patiently waiting for its rider. A well-mannered horse. She wasn't even scared. I hope she's not too attached to the owner, otherwise she'll show loyalty and gallop away from me. Fortunately, when I approached, the horse did not even move, calmly waiting for them to saddle up to gallop on. Having saturated his body with mana, he threw the corpse onto the horse as a load and took the reins. "Help me take this carcass deeper into the forest, and then maybe you'll be lucky, and you'll find something delicious. In the meantime, I'll put your master in order. And if you refuse, I will kill you. And if I kill you, you will die," I said softly to the horse, patting his neck reassuringly, and led him away. When I reached the teleportation circle, I left my blunt sword near it, which I had been carrying with me all this time, and led the horse a little further, where I tied it to a small tree. After removing the corpse, he dragged it a couple of meters and left it lying like a star on the ground. I think one of the younger shadow spirits will be enough to pose as a human being without attracting too much attention to themselves, and they willingly agree to a contract with a dark source. Having formed the summoning pentagram with my mana, I began to pour more magic into it to increase the stability of the construct and waited for the response to the summoning. Within a minute, I felt a response, and the presence of the spirit nearby. Something's fast. Did you fly by? Decided to take a look at a tasty morsel? I began the conversation, watching the formation of a silhouette above the pentagram, which took the form of a man consisting of impenetrable darkness. Are you unhappy? I've saved you a lot of time and effort, the spirit said in a raspy voice in the Ryanra language, which is the main language in most of the older worlds. Besides, I am much better than what you wanted to call for, and I will not ask for a change in the conditions and a reward under the contract. What a generosity! I don't remember having a birthday today. Did one of my faithful send it? No, Kyrian. I am here by the will of my lords to help you, and, frankly, I thought that one person would prefer to go against their will and come to your call herself. She's not foolhardy enough to do that. I won't have the strength in the next 20 or even 30 years to open a passage for her, and they won't let her do it from the other side. My last words sounded a little dreary. As much as I would like to meet Nyaren, it's impossible right now. I think you should finish the draft and finally sign a contract with me. We can discuss the rest later. Yeah, faithful service for 10 years, in return for providing you with a vessel and a replacement in case of destruction of the one provided, and of course, feeding you with my mana from the source to accelerate development, or, in your case, restore to former heights. The possibility of extending the service with the consent of both parties is certainly also included. I said the terms of the contract, saturating the pentagram with additional mana. I, Mardos, accept the seal of the treaty as a guarantee of my loyalty. I, Kyrian, accept the seal of the agreement as the guarantor of my obligations. After the conclusion of the contract, a thread was formed between me and the spirit, connecting our seals. Mardos wasted no time in taking the remaining mana from the summoning pentagram and began to inhabit the messenger's body, which stirred a minute later, and then a deep breath was heard. It's not the most pleasant thing. Reviving the dead is good. At least you didn't hurt him too much, Mardos said, slowly getting to his feet. The absence of an eye will be easy to hide. Maybe I can even joke about the fork. Do you speak the local language well? Have you been to this world before? Yeah. I stayed on the island of the rising sun while I was waiting for you, explored everything, learned languages, and got debtors. At the last words, Mardos's lips stretched into a satisfied smile. So you know about our goals? I asked, folding my hands behind my back. The exact goals were not announced to me, and so help you with the problem that happened in the lands that are now called the dead. To punish the local spirits who fancied themselves gods and went against your predecessor. Well, to restore their own order. I also have another personal reason why I got involved in all this. But it's not worth wasting attention on it yet. Maybe she'll make up her mind while we do the rest, said the spirit, pacing from side to side and stretching his arms, apparently getting used to the body. So we'll start with the dead lands. I suppose we'll have to collect detailed information about what happened there from local chronicles and from history buffs. I muttered thoughtfully, rubbing my chin. Yeah, in 5 years at best. The powerful of this world will quickly send you back to Nirvana if you get into their business with current powers. You have spent too little time in this world. You have not yet grown up to great achievements. Can I have another spirit without the Master of Stupid Jokes option? I grumbled in displeasure. Come on, Kyrian, it's boring to do heroics with a lean face and without humiliating enemies. By the way, you can call me Mar. And you still haven't told me what your name is in this world. It would be strange if I called you by your true name. I should go back to the castle. Dinner is coming soon, and it will be suspicious if I don't show up for it. I'll use the teleportation circle to return, and you'll have to pick up the stone slab I put it on and get to the castle on your own. Fortunately for you, I saved the horse, so you'll get there quickly and comfortably. After giving instructions to the spirit, I headed for the circle. Such a comfort. There's a solid saddle right there. You teleport yourself, and I'll carry your crutches. Mar followed me with a grunt of displeasure. If I had the strength, I wouldn't spend a lot of time preparing slabs with circles and spreading them across the Baron's lands, and I certainly would have taken you with me. Be simple, and people will reach out to you. as soon as I grow up and stop being helpless, so immediately. See you at the castle, and I hope you don't attract attention. Stepping on the circle, I moved into the castle. Once in the basement, I immediately hurriedly moved to the marker in my room. Did you relax and make a mistake, or was you just tired? These were my first thoughts when I found myself in the room and felt the presence of my mother in it. I could have walked from the basement, but I decided that moving would save time. Mommy, have you been waiting for me? Are you feeling better already? He's gone, asshole. The spirit said to himself under his breath and took the plate with the circle and went to the horse. At last he began to act and summon the spirit. Now we need to gain his trust. Become an indispensable Uncle Mar for him, which solves his problems, and he will not be able to refuse to solve mine. Is the spirit a different form of the soul or something else? Keepers are unlikely to answer this question, and the spirits themselves consider themselves a separate form of life that is able to live and develop without physical embodiment. But it should be mentioned that younger spirits willingly occupy bodies without a soul, are also able to live in symbiosis with another soul, or if the soul is weaker, completely displace it from the body. They can inhabit inanimate objects if they are able to perform magic and be its receptacle. At the same time, higher spirits and spirit lords are able to create a physical embodiment for themselves with the help of mana, most often choosing a humanoid type. They justify this by providing additional protection and reducing the cost of their mana to maintain their form and existence. An excerpt from a lecture by Aros Sinot, the Academy of the Senior World of Aaron. Mommy, have you been waiting for me? Are you feeling better already? I rattled on, confused. Have you decided to be a caring son? Of course, I like to chat and watch you when you pretend to be a child. In these moments I feel like a real mother. But now we have problems and I think it's time for us to talk seriously. Like in those moments when you forget yourself. And I'm proud of how smart and precocious my son is. At the last words, Lillian smiled and stroked my head. How long have you known? I looked into her joyful eyes with sincere interest. She was smiling gleefully. It seems that my mother was happy that she managed to catch me and would finally be able to talk frankly. Oh, I didn't even plan to have children then. I lived like a bird in a golden cage and waited for the wedding with the one my father chose. And I even almost resigned myself to my fate, until one day a priestess from the Church of the Creator visited me and showed me the way to freedom, which I dreamed of so much. And what did she offer you? I was watching Lillian closely, trying to figure out what to expect from our conversation. Just to give birth to a son with a strong soul that can protect me from the whole world, and will not allow anyone to keep me in a cage, like a beautiful bird that has become a trophy. And you believed her? I didn't even think that you believed in the Creator. I thought for a second, remembering if I noticed anything about my mother related to faith. You haven't even prayed to him once. That priestess was only a messenger, but the one who sent her to me showed me what awaits those who dare to touch your loved ones. There was sadness and regret in Lillian's voice. What was it? I asked rather sharply, guessing that these might be memories that I didn't want to touch. Viria, a country in another world that betrayed you. How those whom you considered friends, out of fear and envy, hit those whom they promised to protect. And how they burned in the flames of your anger, screamed in agony, begged for mercy and mercy. Lillian paused, and as soon as she plucked up the courage she continued. It was a fragment of your memories, full of feelings of loss and pain. The guardian advised me not to tell you about this, but I decided that I would not lie. Therefore, since there was an opportunity to talk frankly, I decided to relieve my soul. And you agreed to become the mother of such a monster that he didn't spare the innocent? And I couldn't protect my family, which means I can. I stopped abruptly when I felt Lillian hugging me tightly. Such a scary and strong adult who has lived many times longer than me, and you ask such stupid questions. We are all capable of being monsters when we touch what is dear to us, and even the Creator himself is hardly invincible and capable of anything, Mom said to me soothingly. And you are also very greedy for my love and care. I could persuade you to do anything with hugs and maternal affection. This is all the influence of the child's body on my consciousness, I muttered. Well, yes, of course, that's it. Lillian laughed and pulled away, breaking the embrace. By the way, all this worked only with me. You treated the others coldly and distantly. Your emotions were sincere. I thought that you loved an ordinary child, and therefore enjoyed the time that I could spend with you until you noticed my abnormality. As for the others, for them I am an heir who has fallen on his head, who also does not look like his father and grandfather. Because of this, they tried not to get close to me, and I just responded in kind. It's hard to be like those who have nothing to do with your birth, Mom said with a grin. Robert lost his son due to the whims of Count Ulver, and upon learning the truth, demanded that you and I live with him, insisting that he would not be able to officially recognize me and his child anyway. And if the Count does not agree, then my family will find out where I am and who is responsible for my disappearance. How did he die? The Baron's son. I fell in battle with a detachment of my family that was sent to search. In that battle many of the Count's men died, and the Count and Taurus were severely injured. Taurus? One of the loyal warriors of the Ulver clan. He brought a letter this morning, and I have already left with an answer, which almost certainly indicates that the Baron does not mind me being taken away. With a sad sigh, Lillian sat down on the edge of my bed. That's why I was waiting for you here. I can't solve this problem on my own. The Count won't get an answer. Don't worry about it, Mom. I decided to please Lillian. Now at least it's clear why the messenger turned out to be weaker than I thought. Apparently, he was never able to fully recover from his wounds. Did you kill him? But how? Lillian asked, shocked. It's a stupid question, though. To catch up and kill the least powerful inhabitant of our world is probably a mere trifle for you. Yeah, but it hardly solved the problem. It's good if we have at least a week before the Count realizes that the messenger he sent has disappeared. Maybe more if he starts suspecting the Baron or his enemies, if he has any, of course. Rhoda Ardern and Ulver are allies, and Victor will not doubt the Baron's loyalty. Noticing my questioning look, Lillian frowned, then suddenly laughed. No, you and the Baron did not mention him to me, and to this day I was not interested in people outside the castle. I wasn't going to get out of here until I was about 14, and I focused on developing my body. To me he was just what the priestess pointed out, a candidate for your father's with the right gift of magic and the ability to escape from his kind. So I had to turn on all my charm, get his attention, and then convince him that I was exactly who he needed and was even ready to share a bed with him. There was sadness, or even regret, in Lillian's voice. Do you regret it? No? I made my choice when I accepted the role of your mother, and Victor was just a tool to achieve the goal. Besides, if I stayed and got married, I'd have to share a bed and live with a much worse man than Count Ulver. I'm afraid that I wouldn't even be able to love children from him. Such a strong hatred for someone. I even wondered what the reason was. I don't think this is the time for that, Kai. If you want, we'll come back to this later. Okay, since you don't want to talk about it, I'll deal with him as soon as I get stronger, I said, putting my hand on my mother's shoulder, trying to cheer her up with such a gesture, maybe even cheer her up. Thanks, Kai. Returning to our problem, the Ulver clan has its own enemies inside the kingdom who could stick their noses into their affairs. So Victor will most likely try to find out what happened to his man before acting further. But he will most likely warn the Baron by immediately sending another messenger, perhaps with a detachment in case of problems. Then we'd better figure out what to do before the Baron finds out that Taurus didn't get to the Count. I sat down next to Lillian and thought about the options for solving the current situation. Lillian sat silently next to me, thinking about her own. At that time I figured out the main points of the escape plan. It remained to discuss some details with my mother and talk with Mar when he was near the fortress. Just as I was about to speak to Lillian, there was a knock on my room door. Come in, I said loudly. The door opened, and one of the maids who lived in the castle came into the room. After bowing to my mother and me, she spoke. Dinner is ready. Mr. Robert preferred to have dinner in his office. Mrs. Lillian, will you and Mr. Kai have dinner in the dining room? Yes, my son and I will go down now. Bowing, the maid left the room, closing the door behind her. I think we should continue our conversation tomorrow. Robert said that your mana has awakened and asked me to help him with your basic training, at least while I'm here. We can use this to discuss our task without too much attention. Lillian got out of bed and headed for the door. He told me that he would decide it tomorrow. I followed her. After lunch, they came to him from the mine, Judging by his displeased face, there were problems there that require his attention. He will have to go there. So I'm definitely going to be your teacher. After opening the door, Mom waited for me, and together we went to the dining room. We mostly ate in silence at dinner, so we finished the meal pretty quickly. Before going to their rooms, Lillian kissed me on the forehead, saying goodnight. I smiled contentedly. It only now fully dawned on me that all this time Lillian knew who I was, but she still loved me like a son. She did not avoid, did not try to keep her distance. Although she could have run away after my birth, she accepted me like this, and gave me her love and care. I wonder if she was in no hurry to admit to me that she knows everything, so as not to destroy the relationship that we had. Were you afraid that I would become different? Okay, it's worth spending the night in your room and relaxing. It is unlikely that we will do anything tomorrow, but it is worth being cheerful and prepared. With these thoughts, I got to my room and kicked off my shoes and sprawled on the bed. A few months before the main events, a middle-aged man was sitting at a massive table carved from a single piece of white marble, illuminated by the light of a magic crystal that apparently served as a lamp. His black hair was pulled back in a small ponytail. His brown eyes were carefully studying a piece of paper that he was holding in his hand. Apparently finding the information he needed in it, he put it aside. Scratching his cheek with the overgrown stubble, the man unbuttoned the top button of his shirt, after which he sighed heavily. The table he was sitting at was littered with books and pile of papers, and he was just busy putting his papers in order when there was a knock on the door. "Come in, Knox," he said, in an imperious, controlled voice. The door opened, and a tall man entered, dressed in a black frock coat that was buttoned up. On the left sleeve, near the shoulder, one could see the coat of arms of the family he serves. The man looked very neat. His short blonde hair was styled and his face was clean-shaven. His bright green eyes quickly scanned the room, and after making sure that there was no one else in the office of the head of the family, he spoke. "I have come to report on a matter concerning your sister, Mr. Kellen." Bowing and approaching the table, Knox told the reason for his visit. Layla, who was considered dead for so many years, and suddenly he lives quietly in the kingdom. The man sitting at the table said, "Apparently, my father is haunted by the fact that she ran away from him and dared to live the life she chose herself. If that letter had fallen into my hands instead of his and hers, her life would not have changed. However, you still managed to convince him not to rush into decisions and to let our people know more details before acting. I'd rather not bother her at all. I never liked his desire to marry Layla to that bastard from the great Fiam family. But he put the power and influence of our family above all else, and a girl who inherited her mother's power, and not his own, can be completely given to a hostile family to establish future relationships." Kellen literally spat out the last words. So hateful were these memories to him. "You came to tell me about the results of the intelligence in the kingdom, didn't you?" "Yes, sir. We managed to make sure that your sister Layla lives in the castle of the Ardern family under the name Lillian. She has a son. He was named Kai. The boy's age is about 13 years old, hardly more than 14 years old. Is well developed. Physically looks older than his years. Her father is Count Victor Ulver, with whom she escaped from the Empire. Didn't he send a letter with information that she was alive and ready to tell us everything in exchange for gold and help?" Kellen asked, interrupting his subordinate's report. "That's right. He wants us to help his mercenaries kill the Baron and capture the castle. He doesn't care about the fate of his son and Layla. Poor sister, running away from one bastard, she fell into the hands of another. It's too dangerous for Layla to return here. Once Fiam finds out about her and what she's done, our relationship will deteriorate even more. I'll use this to convince my father to keep her in the kingdom for now. But I guess I'll have to leave Layla next to this Victor. So it's better if one of our people looks after her. I am sure there will be a worthy defender from the younger generation who is devoted only to you, sir. Will you leave the boy next to his mother? No, I don't think I can convince my father to keep both of them in the kingdom. So he'll have to move here. Here I will be able to look after him myself, and, if he has a good inheritance, raise a worthy representative of our family. The part with the murders and the capture of Layla's son will have to be left to those whom the father chooses. I don't think they'll hurt him, but their ways may turn him against Rod. They can. Therefore, you will have to become a kind uncle for him, who will stand on his side and protect him from the evil grandfather who took him away from his mother. I am sure you will make a wonderful uncle, sir. We'll wait and see. Did this Count Ulver by any chance tell you where the people who were sent to search disappeared? He only knew about one squad, which they encountered closer to the border with the kingdom. He didn't know about the other two. Besides, when asked how they got rid of the bodies, he was only surprised, and replied that they took only the bodies of their comrades with them. So, someone else got rid of 2 of our detachments, and the place of the battle with the 3rd was also cleaned up. And all this without attracting attention and leaving no traces. If the Count doesn't know anything, then it means that those who helped Leela did it, Kellen said, and lost in thought, began tapping his finger on the table. Knox waited in silence, so as not to interrupt the thoughts of the head of the family. Rod's servants were already trying to find out who helped Layla escape and cut off all traces. But there was only one clue, and no evidence to accuse such an influential opponent, so they had to announce that Layla Twile had been kidnapped, and after several years of unsuccessful searches, admit that she was dead. The priestess and the church. Only she unexpectedly met my sister, and only they would have the strength to pull this off and not be afraid of us, in case we find out everything. But the reason? Why would they want my sister? It wasn't the first time Kellen had asked this question, but he couldn't find the answer. Maybe now that we've found her, she'll give us the answer. Are you going to visit her, sir? Knox allowed himself a question, and without waiting for an answer, he began to sort through the options of the plan in his head, in case the head decides to visit his sister in the kingdom. Yes, but not immediately. It would be better to give her time to accept that the family decides her fate again. I'll try to convince her that I'm on her side, and I can help. Maybe she still remembers that when she trusted her brother, he let her down and couldn't protect her. Kellen's last words were quieter than usual. You have become the head of the family, sir. It's a pity that this is not enough, and the influence of the father in the family is still too great. But I hope he realizes that his hardline approach often only brings problems for Rod. Okay, it's getting late. Don't forget about the rest. And a loving wife waiting in the chambers, Kellen added already in his mind. You can be free, Knox. If there's anything important, let me know. I will try not to let you down, sir. Knox bowed and left the office. Ranks of mana wielders, 0, who felt the Magici, touched by Magici, the one who learned Magici, Master of Magitiv, Conqueror of Magitiv, ascended above Magic V. Conqueror of Magic V. Boredom is mortal. Damn magic lovers. A piece of paper with notes made by Kai in the lesson which he believes was lost. He ended up in Lillian's things, who was attracted by his attempts to sketch her on the back of a piece of paper. Mornings are never good. Good coffee helps. It remains to get it. Yawning widely, I pulled on my boots and went into the courtyard of the castle. I would rather grow up so that nothing prevents my mind from making decisions. Of course, it is unlikely that my attachment to Lillian is due to the fact that she is the mother of my body. No, not like that. She's my mom, and since she's trying to be a good mom, you shouldn't push her away. When I reached the barrel in the yard, I stared at my reflection. Tousled short black hair and a rumpled face as a consequence of meeting with a pillow. He began to wash his face with ice water to chase away the remnants of sleep. When I heard footsteps approaching me, I turned around. Young master, you should have washed in the castle. You know where the bathrooms are. It's not for nothing that our wise baron recently equipped them with artifact bathrooms and wash basin. Handing me a towel, the maid decided to remind me once again of the presence of a well-developed magical civilization in the castle. I don't want to ruin my grandfather. He said they take a lot of magic, especially if mother uses them. While drying myself with a towel, I thought that cold water and fresh air would put me in order much better in the morning. As you say, young master. The maid agreed with me too quickly. Apparently she decided to tell the baron about it. Thanks for the towel. I handed it back to the maid. I hope I didn't oversleep breakfast. No, young master. I was just going to call you for breakfast when I saw you coming into the courtyard. But you'd better change your clothes. Mr. Robert is in a bad mood and may scold you for looking like this. After examining my clothes, I had to agree with her. The shirt was rumpled due to the fact that I slept in it, and in some places there were traces of dirt from yesterday's adventures. Yes, that's right. I'm going to change my clothes. I walked briskly to my room, got there, changed into clean clothes, put my hair in order, and then went down to the dining room for breakfast. When I entered the hall, I went to the table and sat down next to my mother. Good morning, Grandpa. Receiving a nod in return, I turned to Lillian. Good morning, Mom. Good morning, Kai. My mother smiled at me tenderly. As soon as we were done with the greetings, the servants began to bring in the dishes and put them in front of us. Breakfast was held in complete silence. The Baron probably decided to talk business after breakfast. I need to leave for a while to solve the problems that have arisen at the mines. Therefore, Lillian will help you with the first steps in mana management. We should have taught you exercises earlier that help you awaken mana and start controlling it. But you did it without them, and much sooner than some children from more noble families dream of. If you get over your laziness and start spending enough time training, who knows what heights you will reach, Robert said in a mentoring tone. I'll try, Grandpa. I hope so. Captain Nert will remain in charge of the castle. If you need anything for training, then ask him, including if you need mana storage. Getting up from the table, the Baron headed for the exit. At the door he stopped and turned to us. If nothing detains me at the mines, we'll meet in a week. It will be just fine if you take your first steps in mastering magic by the time I arrive, Robert said with a smile, and then continued on his way. There's a magic practice room in the East Wing. I'll go change and wait for you there. Lillian patted my head and went to her room. Shaking my head and wiping the stupid smile that appeared from my mother's touch from my face, I went straight there. On the way, I have already begun to see the outlines of one of the options for an escape plan, with access to storage devices and a training room. You can arrange a decent magical explosion that will distract attention and possibly hide our escape. Usually the door was closed, but now it was worth pulling it open. It creaked open. Once there, I began to look around. A fairly spacious room with a pair of mannequins on the wall farthest from the entrance. There were no windows, and the light was provided by oil lamps on the walls and a large chandelier on the ceiling. Noticing a rack of weapons, I went up to her to explore what she could please. A pair of one-handed swords, a half-sword, maces, and a falchion. An unexpected find. All the Baron's soldiers, from bladed weapons, carried ordinary double-edged swords or half-swords. No sabers or other curved weapons, with one-sided sharpening, which actually upset me a lot, because my soul gravitated towards just such a weapon, but now I've found at least something similar. Taking it and making a couple of swings, I appreciated the balance and weight. Very well. I carefully studied the falchion blade. It had the simplest mana control patterns that stretched from the tip to the hilt. For the sake of interest, I imbued them with a small amount of my magic, and the blade was covered with a dark haze, and the patterns became completely black. Yielding to the impulse to test it, I made a horizontal swing releasing magic from the blade, which formed into a sickle and flew a few meters into the mannequin, leaving a small notch on it. Yeah, it's going to be hard to convince you to learn the basics of control when you use magic swords so easily. Lillian's voice was cheerful. She seemed pleased with the performance. How long have you been here? I must have been so carried away that I didn't notice you. In fact, I did not notice her, most likely because I had already become attached to her, and passive scanning of the space around her does not see her as a threat. Unfortunately, I just saw how your technique hit the mannequin. Approaching the mannequin, Lillian examined the impact mark and turned to me. Is it a little weak? Did you have a bad breakfast? It seemed to me that a loving mother should support her child and comfort him if something does not work out, and not mock his failures. Oh, I'm sorry if I offended you. Now I'll comfort you. Mom hurried to me, opening her arms for a hug. When she almost reached me, I moved a little to the side, using the footsteps of the shadows, catching the air instead of me and not immediately finding me with her eyes. Lillian frowned and looked at me with displeasure, but after a second she laughed loudly. From her infectious laughter, I laughed with her. It's much better this way. I should have told you a long time ago that I know everything, Mom said after laughing. I tried to be like a normal child. I guess it didn't work out very well. It was only now that I was able to calmly examine Lillian. The eternal dresses were replaced by a fitted dark gray jacket and trousers made of thick fabric, and instead of shoes, there were high leather boots. Her normally loose, luxurious black hair was now pulled back into a bun. I don't remember seeing you in this before. This is my riding costume and fencing lessons. I haven't worn it since I came here, and I think I got a little better after you were born. It got a little tight for me. Lillian pointed to the coat of arms of the family embroidered on the left side near the chest. You see, even the coat of arms of my family remained on it. And I did not dare to remove it, she said wistfully. Do you miss them? Even if I didn't agree with their decision, they are my family, and I love them. I just didn't have enough strength to defend my desires. In our world, everything is decided by force, personal or allied. That is why the nobility in all countries is making more and more concessions and giving up many privileges. For now, the gold and knowledge accumulated over generations allow them to remain above the people they once called the rabble. But how long will it last? Do you want to visit them as soon as I gain strength? I asked, but remembering my plans to escape to the Empire, I added, unless of course they find out about you sooner. I still want to go to your homeland after our escape. Black hair and pale skin are not uncommon among the nobility and rich families of the Empire, and gray eyes are not unique. If I were a daughter of the Ice Cult family, I would have to dye my hair. They always inherit white hair and bright blue eyes from the female line. Speaking of bright eyes, Mom came closer and looked closely into my eyes. Yours almost turned white, although they were gray at birth. I was very glad that you did not inherit their color from your father. I think I inherited from my father only the predisposition of the body to dark magic, which is important for rapid progress. As for the eyes, I directed some energy from the guardian shard into the eyes, which caused the iris to begin to glow white, and I was able to see the magic radiated by the contours of the spells superimposed on the room and mannequins, and if I decided to take a closer look at them, I would see all the lines of spells and where the source that they are located nourishes. Lillian's eyebrows went up, and her mouth opened slightly, and she took a step closer, not taking her eyes off me. It's beautiful. But why are they white? You're using dark magic. Having guessed that I had imbued my eyes with magic, she asked. And in general, the eyes do not glow when using magical vision. Oh, so you do have magical vision after all. How good is it? Can you see what kind of spells are cast here? So many questions. But he didn't answer mine. Defiantly pouting, Mom took a couple of steps away from me, and showed with her whole appearance that she was offended by her only son. You're acting like a naughty child. I tried to shame my mom, but she just chuckled. Okay, apparently, since the eyes do not glow with the magical vision you know, it is quite weak. And the reason for this is most likely the undeveloped channels of magic in the eyes. I could give you a lecture, but let's cut it down to the fact that the eyes are one of the best conductors of magic. For me, they are directly connected to the soul and the source, which allows you to use many complex and powerful spells, including magical vision, able to see everything their owner wants, including the contours of other people's spells, and even the contours of other people's spells, channels of magic of another person, if he does not use protection. But due to the use of a large amount of mana for all this, the eyes begin to glow, and gradually, the iris acquires the color of this magic, while mine are white, due to the fact that for magical vision, I use not my dark source, but another mana. It seems that it didn't really work out to shorten it. I shook my head ruefully. You see, you can be a good boy. Having achieved her goal, Lillian stopped pretending to be offended and began to look around the room. You're right, I see that there is mana on the walls and mannequins, but only vague outlines. But I've never had much talent in magic, so maybe they just didn't teach me better techniques. It's even strange that I was chosen as your mother. You have a similar appearance and genetics, which is important for the fusion of soul with body. And your healing magic allowed you to carry and give birth to a healthy child. Genetica? What's it? The word is not from this world. Do not pay attention. You can consider it a legacy of your family. You were the best person to be my mother. Coming closer to Lillian, I pulled my hand to her head and gently stroked the top of her head. And I'm really grateful that you, knowing who I am, were able to surround me with care and maternal love. It allows you to feel alive and loved, and not just a tool to fulfill other people's plans. My mother's eyes watered at my words and she hugged me tightly. He decided to embarrass his beautiful mother. But I have to admit, it's nice to hear that. Okay, you and I have completely deviated from the reason we came here. Lillian decided to change the subject and let me go. You mean you're finally going to start teaching me magic? At my words, Mom just smiled and shook her head. Or are you talking about our plans to become free from the Baron and the Count? Maybe there were some ideas overnight? Mom shrugged her shoulders. Yes, since Robert has left, now is the best time to escape from the castle. But if I can leave it unnoticed, then you probably won't be released. The Baron probably ordered to keep an eye on you and not let you go anywhere. I haven't had the freedom to move outside the castle before. If I went anywhere, it was accompanied by the Baron's men. And the way you caught up with the messenger won't work. No, he only works for me. I want to disguise our escape, and we can't kill any of the guards for that. Which means we'll have to figure out a way to get out of here without attracting attention. I stared at one point, trying to figure out a way to get my mother out of the castle. Bribery is not an option, because it is dangerous to leave a witness. If he speaks, the whole plan will collapse. Of course there are no signal spells on the walls and gates, but there are enough guards on them. You can try to climb down from the wall at night, but you still need to get to it and remain unnoticed by anyone. Although it seems that, as always, I complicate everything. Do you know who in the castle has magical vision besides you? I asked Lillian, who was preoccupied with her own thoughts. Nobody, she answered uncertainly. In the Empire, it is studied mainly by healers, artifactors, and alchemists. It's not like it's a combat spell. Yes, I automatically slapped my hand across my face. It seems that because I haven't really encountered the inhabitants of this world, I overestimate their abilities. It is difficult to understand the power of the inhabitants of the world when you sit in a castle and study it from books. And I and your mentors didn't talk about magic at all because of your young age. Normal kids don't need to worry about it before Mana awakens, so everything will be much easier. It is only necessary to prepare a little and talk with Mar to designate a meeting place. Mar, did you make a friend while you were walking outside the castle? He called Taurus into his body, so don't be scared when you meet. I decided to immediately enlighten Lillian about the nature of my ally. It sounds like the magic of the Empire of the Sun. They also like to summon and tame spirits, and then sail with such an army and a huge fleet to plunder the countries of the mainland. I just shrugged my shoulders because I didn't know much about this country, then went to the counter to put the falchion back in place. If I walk around the castle with him, I'll raise a lot of questions, and when I get ready to leave, I'll just take him away from here. Anyway, I'm going to set up an explosion here to fake my mother's death. You think he'll be a little closer to the gun rack? Something will happen to her, and not all the weapons will be found from her. You'll have to leave most of your things in the castle, because according to my plan, you and I will turn to dust in this room. And in order not to raise unnecessary questions about the loss of things, they will remain in our rooms. I decided to tell my mother about part of the plan. It's a pity, of course, to lose your favorite dresses, but what would you not sacrifice for freedom, right? Lillian smiled bitterly, clearly not thinking about dresses at these words. And my expensive jewelry is always on me, so there's no problem here. Good. Then we'll finish the training for today. We'll discuss the rest when I've got everything ready. I get it. Lillian came up to me and hugged me to her. Be careful, Kai. After watching my mother leave the room, I reactivated my vision to take a closer look at the constructs superimposed on the walls. Nothing particularly interesting, just simple magical barriers to protect the walls from spells that got into them. But what interested me was not them, but what fed them. The source was located near the entrance, hidden in a small niche in the wall. It was hidden from prying eyes by a stone, which most likely used to be instead of this niche. There was a storage device inside, and it was obviously expensive, judging by the amount of mana inside. With the crystals that I can take from my stocks in the basement and ask through Lillian for Nert's practice drives, there should be enough to create a spell of the Sphere of Destruction. After I finished exploring the training room, I went to my room, finding one of the maids on the way, and asking not to disturb me until the morning, because I was tired after learning magic and wanted to sleep. When I entered my room, I immediately moved to the mark in the basement to the teleportation circle. It took so much time to prepare it, and the circles associated with it near the roads to the castle, and now you have to leave them, and also destroy all your constructs in the castle. And also, as it turns out, I created magic concealment spells in vain. No one in the castle could initially see my constructs. At least I didn't carve the runes of the circle and the marks on the walls and floor of the castle. I only made notches for the crystals from which all my constructs feed. After using the teleportation circle and linking it to the circle on the slab that the spirit should have, I used transference. Today I'm going to tell you about ways to turn the mana that fills your bodies into spells. And since you are just beginning this thorny, full of self-knowledge path, In the first year you will be able to master only the simplest of them. They are really easy to master, but how much you can unlock their potential and capabilities depends only on you. So the first way is gestures. Having said this, the teacher opened his right palm in front of him, and a fireball formed on it, which he tossed a couple of times in his hand like a ball, after which he scattered. We learn to move our limbs in the first years of life, so we are one of the first to master this method of control. What kind of movement, and what exactly you will create depends entirely on you, but more often on a subconscious level. Swings are responsible for attacking spells, since they can simplify the task of creating the right direction for the flight of E. The same fireball, and adopting a stance that covers your vulnerabilities, simplifies the creation of magical armor or other protective spells, and as well as their individual parts. The next method is verbal. Reading spells allows you to summon the magic you need by saying its full formula, or at an advanced stage, activating words. Having said this, the teacher fell silent, and after waiting about 10 seconds pronounced a spell. Flame from the bowels of the earth, burn my enemy's fireball! As soon as he shouted the last words, a clot of flame reappeared on his palm, which disappeared after a few seconds. By the way, many people think that the more pretentious and longer their spell is, the stronger it is. I hope you will not be among them, because for such a spell, only a fireball should be enough for you, the mentor said calmly and showed the flame that appeared in the shape of a ball on his palm, and dispelled it again. These are the basics that you must master. Someone will be able to do it faster, someone will take a lot of time, but only by learning this you will be able to move on. One of the magic lessons for the younger generation at the Capital Academy of Magic of the Forge in our Empire. Having moved, I found myself back in the forest. The smells of the vegetation around me hit my nose. Allowing myself a moment of idleness, I stood with my eyes closed, enjoying the noise of the forest. Mardos probably noticed my appearance, but did not interfere, patiently waiting for me to turn my attention to him. He sat a little to the side and stirred the coals with a branch in the semblance of a bonfire. Thanks. I thanked the spirit, sitting down on a log opposite him. He was sitting on a similar one, and it is unlikely that they were so lucky to be here. Apparently Mar brought them here for convenience. Everyone should have a couple of minutes to succumb to their weaknesses and enjoy the beauty of the world. Although for some weaknesses, a couple of minutes may not be enough. How did you get there? It could have been better. I'm not used to riding horses, you know. But I hunted a little on the way, and at the same time I got used to the body. I fried the meat for myself. Now I won't starve while I'm waiting for you. It's a pity there were no spices in things, so at least grab me some salt next time. The spirit decided to let me in on his little adventures. Don't you want to use energy to keep your body alive, or have you missed your tastes? After examining Mar with magical vision, I noticed that he practically does not pour his mana into the courier's body. Apparently, he decided not to waste time and effort on developing and fitting this body. Have you seen everything yourself? It will do for a start, of course, but it is better to find a living magician with an affinity for dark magic and politely send his soul to the circle of rebirth. So I started by strengthening my spirit structure. Mardos threw a branch into the remains of the fire and folded his arms across his chest and stared at me. You didn't just come to check on me, did you? That's right. We have a few days to prepare for the escape from the castle and everything necessary for the journey to the forge in our empire. I'll deal with the escape, and you'll have to get a couple more horses and provisions. It would also be good to find good traveling cloaks. And where will I find all this for you? I found the way to the castle through our connection. For your requests you need at least a village, and preferably a town. Mar reached for the bag that lay next to his log, and jingled the coins in it, sighed loudly, and shook his head. This little thing is definitely not enough. That's right. But where do you think all this can be found in one place? I smiled, waiting for the spirit's response. In the fortress. But then it's your job, not mine. Or from robbers who have taken to robbing local peasants, and the wagons of merchants, who travel along this road to the mines, while successfully hiding from the detachments of the guards, who are trying to catch them. It seems to me that they did not hide from you. And how did you find them? A smile appeared on Mar's face, more like a predator's grin. I don't know where they got the artifact of concealment from, but with its help they hid the passage to the cave in which they set up their base. Actually, its magical background caught my attention when I was dragging one of my plates with a circle. An artifact of concealment that breathes magic? What kind of handicraft is an underachiever? The locals have poorly developed magical vision techniques, and most likely other ways to detect traces of magic too. I do not yet know the problems of this kingdom, or the whole world. There were a lot of people with eyesight on the islands, so this is a weakness of the locals. Okay, they hid the base, but why weren't they ambushed or tracked down? Mar asked, scratching his chin. Who knows, I've been little interested in the Baron's problems with robbers to this day. I only guessed that this was their base from the conversations of the guards. You see, their problems are in the lands next to this cave. Thinking about all this and telling Mar, I began to frown and think, trying to figure out what was bothering me. And how long have they been caught? A few months. I began to doubt that these were robbers, and whether you should go there at all. Remembering all the conversations between the guards and the reports to the Baron that I had with me, I began to go through the options of what it could be. It doesn't look like they're trying hard to catch them. How far are they hiding from the castle? There was interest in Mar's voice. Apparently he was already curious about who was posing as robbers. No, a day on horseback along the road leading south from the castle. It looks like a trap, and they tried to lure the Baron into it. They created the appearance of elusive robbers who do not give life to peasants and easily hide from punitive detachments. But he either did not want to or guessed about the trap, and only strengthened the protection of the villages. With a dissatisfied click, I got up from the log on which I was sitting. We'll have to find another way to quickly get the things we need. I think it's worth checking what's there now. If it's not robbers, then they could have left the cave as a cache for the future, or still use it as a shelter. It is unlikely that the one who organized it just gave up and abandoned his plans, said the spirit, getting up and picking up the bag. How do I find them? I didn't answer him right away, weighing the pros and cons of this idea. On the one hand, there is a risk that someone strong enough will be there to defeat Mar and complicate my plans. On the other hand, there are great chances to solve our problems with preparing for the long road. Drive along the southern road to the fork with a pointer to the village of Pleam. There you will send me a signal by printing the contract that you are in place, and closer tonight, I will move to you through the circle. Having finished, I went to the plate with the circle to saturate the crystal in it with mana. When will you be able to use spatial magic without circles and other crutches? In about 5 years, unless the local world decides to stop making it difficult for me to use spatial magic. If you add to the development not only my source, but something useful from alchemy and artifacts, then maybe a couple of years earlier. Didn't you like carrying my stove? Having finished with the crystal, I got up and looked at the spirit, who was looking with displeasure at the flat piece of stone under our feet that he would have to carry on his hump again. Yeah, it's kind of fun to open up points for you to move quickly. You'll owe me an artifact with a spatial pocket. And more, Mar demanded. As soon as I get the chance, I'll be the first to do it to you. That's just unlikely to happen in the next few years, I thought to myself, but decided not to upset Mar. Okay, go to your castle to rest while I suffer in the saddle. Slapping me on the back, the spirit grumbled. Without arguing with him, I returned to the castle using the circle. I didn't leave the basement right away. I fed the main circle of teleportation, so as not to waste my strength on it tomorrow. After that, remembering how my mother caught me moving, I decided first to probe the space through the mark in the room for the presence of someone nearby. Not the best way, of course. If the enemy is standing far enough away, I won't feel it. But, fortunately, my room is not so big that you can do it in it. After making sure my bedroom was safe, I moved to the marker, then looked around once more to make sure I was alone. Well, it was worth making a mistake once, and paranoia will force you to double-check everything in order to prevent such a mistake again. Going to the window, I folded my hands behind my back and stared at the clouds floating across the sky. Just relaxed, thinking about all sorts of trifles, letting my mind rest. My gaze became conscious when it was already dark. Of course, I could go back to sleep, but no one else will train my body and put it in the right order. Well, let's take the time to exercise with a mana body drink, and then check out the merge with shadow spell, which should hide Lillian and me from prying eyes when we are ready to leave this castle forever. After finishing my training, when it was already the middle of the night, I created a spell construct and imbued it with my mana. The space around me was slightly distorted, and a black fog was constantly swirling around my body. I should be invisible to other people's eyes while I'm in a dark enough place, so it's worth staying away from torches and other light sources. The spell of course will not dissipate, but the distortion of space will become noticeable. It is unlikely that it will be easy to notice it with peripheral vision, but this anomaly will not hide from a careful look. After leaving my room, I headed towards the practice room where we had been in the morning. It is worth immediately looking for the most suitable route to leave the castle. I walked slowly through the castle. There were no guards in the corridors at night, only outside at the entrance, but you never know who would want to walk at night. When I reached the right doors, I stopped, decided to pull the door handle for the sake of interest, and making sure that it was closed, headed for the exit to the courtyard, along the way noting darker corners in which I could hide in case someone was nearby. At the main entrance to the castle, a pair of guards kept watch. They talked quietly among themselves, discussing how to spend the holidays. The gates to the courtyard were closed, and the guards would not open them at night without an important reason. Even in the morning I would have thought that the Baron was too zealous with protection in peacetime, but now there is clearly unrest in his lands. It is possible that the problems with the mine are related to this. It will be good if the death of the messenger is also attributed to the tricks of unknown enemies. Returning to my problem with the locked exit. Of course, you can hope that the explosion will attract their attention, but you would not like to be in the castle at this moment. So it's better to come up with something more effective and reliable. Okay, it's worth exploring the way to the walls in the courtyard for now. Moving away from the guards at the gate, I moved to the mark in the courtyard. If I were now able to move not only myself to the marks, everything would be much easier. And so I have to deal with all sorts of nonsense. It was much safer to move around the courtyard due to the fact that, unlike the corridors of the castle, there were fewer light sources. Therefore, I calmly reached the gate to the castle. At that moment, a patrol of 3 guards was just passing by them, who were carefully looking around, including where I was standing, but the spell was doing its job, and they went on without noticing me. Alarm began to arise inside. The guards in the castle were clearly ready and performing their duties conscientiously. It seemed that the Baron had put the guards in the castle on full alert before leaving. We need to hurry up with the escape from the castle. The road to the walls had enough dark places to pass under the spell without attracting attention. The walls themselves were too well lit, and the guards were clearly more numerous than I had seen before, which once again confirms that the Baron fears an attack on the castle in his absence. Without attracting attention, it is unlikely that the wall will be studied. There is no need to disturb them ahead of time. It is better to go to extreme measures during the escape, if necessary. I went back to my room and dispelled the spell. I think it's better to spend the rest of the night resting while I have the opportunity. Anxiety after examining the lock would not let me fall asleep, so I just lay down on the bed and relaxed with my eyes closed. Loret, who was sitting in his tower after a long day, which he often called his office, looked at his depressed granddaughter, who was sitting in front of him with her head down and thinking about something. "Raya," he said, drawing her attention, "are you still worried that you lost to our young heir? Naturally, you taught me how to wield a sword and mana, and I couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. And he had only awakened mana and hadn't even learned how to control it properly." Raya complained about her weakness. "He is the heir of the Baron. The blood of the Ardern family flows in his veins," Loret said, trying to calm his granddaughter by the fact that she was opposed by a native of a noble family. "He is the son of Lady Lillian, but not the grandson of Ba. Don't you dare. If someone allows themselves to spread rumors about it, it does not mean that you should be like them," Loret said in a rude tone. After his words, Raya began to look even worse and seemed to shrink into a ball. At least she didn't cry. Loret didn't like seeing her like this, but there was nothing he could do. Yet he rarely had to comfort anyone. To give an order not to be sad, yes, it often happened, and he did not have to comfort or pity his wife and daughter. They had a strong character to match him. They did not allow themselves to waste time on such useless things, preferring to spend it on solving the problem, rather than worrying about it. The memory of his daughter made him frown. She died too soon. Maybe that's why she didn't have time to cultivate the same strong-willed character in paradise. But he did not immediately find out about the tragedy and was able to take her to himself. The churchman, of course, took care of her, and the good priestess tried to make sure that the girl did not withdraw into herself because of the tragedy. but there was no one to temper the character. But the granddaughter believes in the creator, and the priestess, in gratitude, asked to look after the heir of the Baron. She spoke as if she had a vision that a great fate awaits him, and he will become a faithful warrior of the creator, leading his armies. Loret didn't really believe it at the time, but he began to notice that the boy was only fooling around during his lessons, but he clearly didn't shirk from physical training, and some of the movements that Kai sometimes used frankly scared him. Should I tell her about the boy's choice? And then she will stop being unnecessarily sad. In the end, it's unlikely to make it worse. Okay. I can't look at you like this anymore. I will tell you an important secret about our heir, which was told to me by the priestess who looked after you until I took you away. Slash or sickle, the favorite technique of mana users who prefer to fight with weapons in their hands. It is a sickle or an arc, consisting of mana, often created by a wave of a weapon. It is used as a remote attack to defeat an enemy who is out of reach of the weapon. If a strong magician uses it, he can create sickles with each swing, thereby creating a large number of attacking spells of small strength, or vice versa, make one, but filled with a huge amount of mana, creating an impressive sickle, cutting up everything in its path, incision or dissection. Unlike the sickle, it is created immediately near the enemy, which makes it more difficult to defend against it. Externally, it looks like a cut line consisting of the caster's mana. Since the mana in the sword is also used to create this technique, which acts as a catalyst, the place of the cut can be predicted by the direction of the swings of the sword. However, if a strong and experienced opponent is fighting against you, he is able to use such techniques by pointing out the place with his eyes or controlling the mana around him, at the same time creating an area filled with many such cuts. A whip or chain, a technique that creates a whip from mana, the handle of which is in the magician's hand. It is used to attack the enemy at medium distances. Since the whip technique can be fueled by mana through the handle after creation, the spell can exist until it is dispelled, or the magician runs out of mana. One of the advantages of this spell is that the basis of the construct is in the handle, and the destruction of the whip will not dispel it, which is effectively used by quite skilled magicians who control the length of the whip through the supply of mana into the construct, or even completely break it off after the first attack, in order to create a new one to change the direction of impact of a new attack. Techniques for combat magicians B. Kion Erkin. After resting until morning, I headed to the bathrooms to take a hot bath and put myself in proper order. As soon as I left the room, I met the eyes of yesterday's maid. It looks like she's been looking out for me this week. I put a smile on my face and walked towards her. There was a flicker of fright on her face when she realized that I was coming to her, but she quickly pulled herself together. I wonder why she was so scared of me. Do I have a scary smile? Good morning, young master. The maid greeted me with a bow as I approached her. Morning. I'm going to use the bathroom, so could you prepare her and clean clothes with a towel? After my words, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Apparently she was glad that I listened to her words yesterday. Of course, young master. Shall I call you when everything is ready? Yes. I'll be in the living room. The maid bowed to me and left to fulfill my request. I went to the living room on the ground floor. The Baron did not have a full-fledged library, so the books were kept in the living room, and the most valuable copies were in his office. But now I was not interested in books, but in maps that were stored there, not too detailed and large, but they definitely showed the Baron's lands and the main roads with villages. It was worth studying them in detail once again in order to plot the best route. The last time I got my hands on them, there were no plans to escape from the castle, and I only briefly studied them. Entering the living room, I immediately went to the chest of drawers, found the cards I needed in the drawers, went to the table in the middle of the living room, and spread out the cards on it. I don't know how much time I spent studying them, but I was pulled out of my thoughts by a knock on the door, after which a maid I knew came into the room. The bathroom is ready, young master. All ready. Thank you. Thank you. Looking up at the girl, I thanked her. Putting the cards back in place, I headed for the exit. The maid remained in the room all this time, watching me. Will you need help taking a bath, young master? What is it? She asked when I caught up with her near the exit. No, I can handle it. After answering her, I left the living room and went to the bathroom. Getting to it pretty quickly, I went inside and took off my clothes and climbed into the tub filled with hot water. It's a buzz, but there aren't enough rubber ducks. Closing my eyes and relaxing, I plunged into thoughts about what to do with the guards, who would be impossible to get around during the escape. In principle, you can go down to the courtyard from the windows of the second floor, but I'm unlikely to be able to make the rope invisible. But we can quickly lower Lillian down it, and then I'll take the rope and get to the mark myself. It remains to figure out what to do with the fortress walls. After sitting in thought for a while and not coming up with anything, I took the soap that was lying next to the bathroom and began to lather myself. After finishing washing, I dried myself with a towel and put on clean clothes, after which I decided to walk to the training ground, where Laurette likes to chase the guards and the younger generation, which will then join the ranks of soldiers loyal to the Baron. When I came to the playground, there were only young people there. Apparently, they had just started, because they were just warming up. Laurette, noticing me, waved his hand beckoning to him. Going up to the mentor, I looked at the guys and met Rhea's gaze, expecting to see anger, or at least resentment in her eyes. But there was in them admiration. What? Frowning, I turned my gaze to my mentor, who clearly noticed my surprise and was grinning. What brought our brilliant heir to the company of mediocrity? Laurette asked me, openly mocking me. Or are you, sir, so good that you've already mastered mana control? No, I just wanted to talk to my mentor. Pretending that I did not notice his provocation, I replied. Oh, it's not often that you seek my advice yourself, Mr. Heir. What do you need guidance on? For example, why are there so many guards on the walls? Grandpa didn't tell me anything. But maybe you know what happened. I tried to pretend that it was just childish curiosity. But by the way the smile slipped from Laurette's face and his thoughtful look, it was clear that he took everything seriously. Keep warming up, Rhea, you're in charge. After giving out commands, the mentor turned to me. Come on, let's talk in my office, Heir. Having finished, he headed for the tower, which was located next to the barracks. Judging by the way Laurette's tone has changed, this is going to be an interesting conversation. I followed him, going over the possible options of our conversation in my head. When I reached the entrance to the tower, I followed the mentor inside, who in turn bolted the door behind me. You're not going to do anything bad to me, are you? I asked, pretending to be wary. If you offend you, you won't live long, right? He walked past me and sat down at his desk, he said. His eternally mocking tone disappeared, and he began to address me as you. What? I don't understand what you're talking about, mentor, I asked, trying to look like an innocent child. Let's skip the part where you keep trying to seem like an ordinary child and move on to a serious conversation. The mentor said in a confident tone, folding his arms across his chest. I shook my head and sighed heavily, and sat down on the chair in front of Laurette's desk. We looked at each other for a couple more minutes, each thinking about his own. But he was clearly not going to say anything more. He was waiting for my word. Okay. I'm starting to feel like everyone in the castle knows my secrets and just pretends that I'm an ordinary kid. I started the conversation, giving up. I doubt if you stand out for your maturity for such an age, but this is not such a special case, especially if you take into account how much time you used to spend studying sciences and studying textbooks that merchants brought at your mother's request. If you hadn't disappeared after the afternoon lessons, but continued to sit somewhere in the living room with a book in your hands, then they would have called you a nerd at all. And what gave me away? It was interesting to find out where I made a mistake, and who else could guess about the real me. You can have a clear mind, adopt the manner of communication of adults who surround you, but you cannot learn combat movements that no one has shown you and work them to the proper level without spending enough time on it, Laurette said in a confident tone. Maybe I'm so good that I can come up with a decent style of fencing. Yes, that's exactly what I would have thought if I had seen what you showed me instead of a bunch of basic punches. Apparently you were thinking about something at that moment, and the body gave out on reflexes what it used to practice. But is it possible to call fencing something that is aimed at quickly suppressing and killing the enemy? It's hard to come up with and master this, don't you think? Rather, it comes with experience and self-confidence. When he finished, Laurette smiled and waited for me to answer. I could try to come up with something, but I see in my eyes that there is something else. I said resignedly, deciding not to try to convince him. That's right. Rhea owns mana and strengthened her body during sparring. Her skills and control should have been enough to leave you no chance of winning if you were trained only in the basics. And you taught her all this to expose me? How much time and effort did it take? She is my granddaughter, whom I had to take to the castle because of the death of her parents. The mentor's voice became sad. I did not train my daughter so that she would not have to risk herself on the battlefield, and she could live a quiet life, but this did not save her. It's hard to lose relatives, especially your own children, I said sadly, pushing away the tragic memories. It's strange to hear that from a child. However, you are one big oddity, having put Raya against you with instructions to use mana in sparring. I hoped to force you to use techniques that you could not learn in the castle, but instead you showed that you use mana, and you put so much of it into your muscles that my granddaughter couldn't hold the sword. You really shook her confidence in her abilities back then. I even had to tell her that you were a monster in the guise of a child. Something doesn't seem to be true about the monster, or your granddaughter has very specific tastes. And now a teenager also knows my secret, and they are not very good at keeping them. She knows how to be silent. It's much worse with the expression of emotions. But she's still young. She'll learn, the mentor said with a sly smile and thought about something. Have you decided to marry her to me? I grinned. Well, no. I even let my daughter choose for herself, without my advice. I definitely won't get into my granddaughter's personal life, but I want you to look out for her and help her find her place in this world. Laura was looking at me intently as he said this, as if waiting for something. It sounds like you're going to die soon. That's right. I will die in this castle with a sword in my hand, remaining faithful to the vows that I once made. But she doesn't need to die so early. What does that mean, Laura? My voice turned cold, and my mind tried to calculate the options of what was happening. Robert did not listen to me, went to the mines, taking with him our best warriors. Instead of sitting in the castle and asking for help from Count Ulver, surely his pride would not allow him to even mention our problems in the letter he sent with the Count's man. This means that he will either die in a trap, or lose most of the soldiers and try to return to the castle. Loret was silent for a couple of minutes, gathering his thoughts. I did not rush him, thinking about what he had already told me. But those who decided to remove him and take the land for themselves will certainly not ignore the recognized heir who sits with his mother in the castle. This means that we should also wait for guests to your soul, and it is unlikely that people loyal to the Baron will be spared. Are you so sure that the castle will fall? I asked him a question, but my mind suddenly caught on the word faithful. What do you mean by loyal to the Baron? Are there traitors in the castle? Yes, but I do not know who and how many. One of the guys overheard the guards talking about waiting for a signal and informed me. Therefore, you'd better hurry up and leave the castle, and take Raya with you. Loret got up from the table and walked over to the chest, from which he took out a package and placed it on the table in front of me. And this is my help in your escape from the castle, as well as payment for you to look after her. I picked up the package and began to unwrap it. I had a sword in a scabbard in my hands, on which a belt was wound to carry them on my belt. A one-handed handle wrapped in leather, a small oval pommel, a guard in the form of a crosspiece and a blade. Judging by the scabbard, no more than 70 centimeters. After exposing it, I immediately put mana into it to evaluate the work of the artifact. The blade was quickly filled with my mana, and at the same time, the runes on the blade turned black. After carefully studying them, I smiled contentedly. The accumulation and retention runes will allow you to save mana in the blade without constant replenishment, and the reinforcement rune will simplify the concentration of mana on the tip of the sword. A good sword in an artifact is clearly experienced. I don't remember seeing you with him. I ordered it a long time ago as a gift for my child. He wanted the sword to become an inherited family heirloom. But, as I said earlier, I did not teach my daughter. But I was going to give my granddaughter a present when she turned 16. But fate decided otherwise. Her life is more important to me, and I hope that you will agree. Returning the sword to its scabbard, I wondered if I should agree. With Loret's help, I'm sure everything will be much easier, and Raya is unlikely to be a burden. Besides, it will be possible to grow a worthy ally out of her in the future. I agree, and I'll give her the sword as soon as I find a worthy replacement. And now we need to discuss how you can. I stopped when I heard the sound of the bell. What is it? Anxiety? Not yet. Loret stood up and adjusted his sword on his belt and headed for the exit. The guards warn you about approaching the castle, and I'm afraid there will be an alarm afterwards. The mentor suddenly stopped abruptly, thinking about something. I'll gather those I'm sure of and head for the gates. Surely the traitor's plan is to open them and break the mechanisms. I'll pick up my mother as soon as we pack, and I'll meet you at the gate. Try to warn your granddaughter. Be careful, Kai. And you, Laurette's mentor, see you at the gate. I opened the bolt and went outside. There was already a commotion in the courtyard. Fortunately, there were no sounds of battle inside the castle. Hopefully not, because the traitors were able to kill the guards at the mechanism without attracting attention. I ran to the castle door, clutching a sheathed sword in my left hand. The mana that I had imbued the sword with was still in the runes, so in case of an attack, I could immediately use it. I didn't really like the picture that appeared before my eyes. The guards were standing outside, and the doors were closed. They somehow got worried when they noticed me. I need to go to the castle. Why are the doors closed? I asked in an anxious tone, but I was getting angry myself and conjectures slipped through my mind that I didn't like. You don't need to go there yet, sir. One of the guards mumbled uncertainly, clearly trying to come up with something. And why is that? Whose order is this? I asked angrily. Captain Nerda, he'll play enough with your mom. The boy will take care of you. Suddenly, another guard spoke up. I didn't let him finish. As soon as I realized what he wanted to tell me, I drew my sword and released all the mana from the sickle-shaped blade into him. The second one, with eyes rounded in horror, reached for the sword. But after receiving the dark sword spell, he immediately collapsed next to it. You're going to answer for this, bitch. Writhing in pain on the ground, I was threatened by an asshole who didn't have the sense to keep his mouth shut. Walking closer, I looked at his chest wound. The sickle of dark magic easily passed through the chainmail and bit into the skin and insides, spending the rest of the mana to burn out as much of the area around as possible. Having created another dark sword, I pointed it at this cretin's stomach and he screamed, tearing his throat. Enjoy it. The main or common language is considered to be the language of the ancient kingdom of Kinares, which occupied, as they say in history books, most of the continent. It was King Ziranes who captured and subjugated many lands during his long life, and as it turned out after his death, he was the reason for their loyalty and obedience. But after the death of the king, a series of uprisings and wars began, which resulted in new kingdoms and empires. Of these, 4 speak the language of the ancient kingdom, although it has changed somewhat over the years. These are the Forgenar Empire, the Kingdom of Arun, and the Republic of Divar. The 4th was the Kingdom of Kinares itself, or rather the part that the heirs were able to preserve. But after a magical cataclysm occurred there, which covered almost all their territories, the 4th is now considered to be the city of Marantil, which remained intact and retained part of the territories that once belonged to the Kingdom of Kinares. Dragon Empire, Sun Empire, Madden City Alliance Ahria are countries in which, due to constant trade and other contacts with states that speak a common language, a large number of people who speak it also live, although they consider their languages to be the main ones for themselves. The inhabitants of the steppes and white wastelands speak only their own languages and almost always show aggression towards strangers. From a lesson on the study of the world order at the Forgenar Empire School. Fortunately, the castle doors were not closed. It was quiet inside. There were no servants or other guards in sight. It doesn't matter. First Mom, then the rest. Using the footsteps of the shadow to accelerate, I headed towards her. I should have left a mark in her room, but I didn't think that would happen. And I also lost time at the entrance. If I had foreseen that I would be detained at the entrance to the castle, I would not have saved my strength and moved to the mark in my room. Already near my mother's room, I heard a noise coming from there. He created a dark sword and sent it to the door, to the place where it had a bolt. There was no time to check whether it was locked or not. He tightened his grip on the sword, which he imbued with mana while running here. The dark sword crashed into the door, destroying most of it, and it opened by inertia. I flew into the room. The picture that appeared before my eyes further inflamed my rage and anger. Mom was lying on the bed. Her dress was torn and Nert, hovering over her, was trying to destroy Lillian's veil, using some kind of spell that he activated on his hands to break the last barrier that held him. He turned sharply at the noise and stared at me in shock. You should have thought with your head, you lousy creature, not with your dick, I growled with hatred. This nit managed to get to his feet and take a few steps towards me. Realizing that I was the main threat right now, he even managed to put on a veil. Emotionally, I activated the movement technique and found myself behind the trader's back. He began to create the structure of the armor in front of him. Not noticing that his opponent was already behind, the blade easily pierced him from behind, soaked to the limit with mana, did not allow him to finish the spell. After giving the energy in the blade a couple of seconds to penetrate into Nert's body, I pushed him away, ripping the sword out of his back at the same time. Taking a step towards him, I stumbled and was slightly led to the side, and my gaze swam, moving without a mark hit hard on the loaded body and channels. Shaking my head, I made an attempt to put myself in order. At that moment, the traitor was trying to stand up, leaning on his knee with one hand, holding onto the wound on his stomach with the other. Because of the height difference, I did not reach my chest and hit lower. It is not necessary to give him time to recover. The mana from the source rushed back into the sword, saturating it. Above my head I created 2 dark daggers so as not to catch another overload. Nert apparently felt something, looked up from his wounds, and stared at me. His face was distorted with pain, and fear was clearly visible in his eyes. Obviously, he only now realized who had wounded him. Have mercy, you will not survive without my help. He tried to buy himself time to prepare the armor spell. Or did this cretin really believe that I would listen to him? He managed to form pieces of armor on his arms and tried to cover himself with them from my blow when he saw that I was getting closer to him. I hit his hands horizontally with the sword, trying to cut off his hands, but his armor almost held up. So after losing the force of the blow and most of the energy in the sword, I only cut his hand, but the wound immediately turned black from my mare's mana, which fell from the blade into the cut. Nert opened, lowering his arm in pain. It was enough for one of the daggers to immediately plunge into his chest, from which the traitor fell on his back and began to gasp for air in pain. Do you like it? My enemies have always hated me precisely for the peculiarity of my source, which can give my mana and spells an amazing flavor. I enjoyed watching this bastard die in agony. But I don't think you understand what I'm saying right now, do you? Noticing that Nert had stopped twitching and mooing, I turned my gaze to my mother. She was sitting on the bed, covered with a blanket. Anxiety was visible on her face, but when she saw that I was looking at her, she forced a smile. I'm sorry, I was almost late, I said softly and scattered the second dagger. Oh, you couldn't have predicted that something like this would happen, and I knew you'd make it. And I held the veil with all my might. Fortunately, this scum wanted me to be conscious, so he didn't knock me out in order to get rid of the spell. There was still concern and tension in Mom's voice. We need to hurry up. We have problems besides the renegade captain. Maybe we'll escape today, I said and sheathed my sword. Sheath. I need to change my clothes and pack the things that I managed to prepare, Lillian said, quickly getting out of bed. But I turned away so as not to embarrass her. I'll wait for you outside the door. Although rather for what's left of her. No, she answered sharply, raising her voice, which made me freeze in place. Stay, please, it will be easier for me. Okay, Mom, I will be there so that no one can offend you. I tried to add warmth to my voice to calm her down. Thanks, Kai. Mom began to rustle her clothes, apparently changing clothes. I closed my eyes and concentrated on checking my body. Fortunately, the displacement did not hit me so hard. The channels are intact, and small injuries in the body can be asked to treat my mother. I've almost completely removed the energy from my body, leaving only a small amount in my muscles. While I have a moment of peace, it's worth giving myself a break. Who knows how many I'll have to kill today? I'm ready, Lillian said, drawing my attention. Opening my eyes, I turned to my mother. She was wearing yesterday's suit. Nodding to her, I looked around the room. My gaze caught on a leather doublet lying on the floor, and a two-handed sword propped against the bed. Was he without armor? I decided to check with my mother. Yes. She confirmed with a frown. I think he took it off in advance. Came here knowing that he would only get in the way. Okay, it's still not our size, but maybe it would suit Mar, I said, and immediately clicked my tongue, realizing that I had forgotten about the spirit. Focusing on printing the contract, I sent a signal through it that I needed help. It's a pity that mental communication requires a much larger channel and a stronger connection between us. But that should be enough for him to turn back to the castle. Don't you need a sword? Mom asked, putting her travel bag over her shoulder and picking up the sword. No, it's too big for me. Leave it here. There's no point in carrying it with you, I said as I approached the exit. Mom immediately let him go, and he fell at her feet with a crash. To my displeased look, she just shrugged and followed me. It was still deserted inside. I wonder where the servants went. We headed for the doors that led to the courtyard. It was worth hurrying and meeting Lorette. After leaving the castle, we saw a couple of guards and Rhea, who were examining the corpses of traitors. Noticing me and the fact that my hand was on the hilt of the sword, the granddaughter of the mentor hurried to me. They are not traitors, sir. The mentor sent me with them to meet you. And looking back at the corpses, she added in a whisper, and apparently so that they do not share the fate of those two. Is Lorette at the gate? I decided to clarify. Yes, sir. Come on, we'll walk you out. Having finished, Rhea went to the guards who did not approach us and exchanged a few phrases with them. We immediately headed for the castle walls. On the way we met a squad of guards who were in a hurry somewhere. After climbing first to the wall, and then to the top of the tower that was next to the gate, we finally met the mentor. He was alone, standing at the loophole and looking for something through it. The guards who accompanied us stayed outside the door, and in the tower we turned out to be a company that knew more about me than I would have liked. Well, except that Mom was an exception. You weren't in much of a hurry. Fortunately for you, the people loyal to us have held the gate mechanism. Lorette grumbled. Probably because Nert, instead of personally doing this, decided to poke his dick at my mother. Lorette chuckled at my words. Rhea, who was standing next to me, seemed confused, and then Lillian's hand fell on my shoulder. Can you not tell everyone about this? She was indignant. It didn't work out anyway? I muttered. Work out anyway. I didn't think he would come to this. Of course, he was furious after Lillian rejected his advances, and the Baron forbade him to bother her, but to betray his master and friends for this. The mentor spoke in a gloomy tone. Apparently he considered him a friend himself. Now he's dead and the gates are closed, which has disrupted our enemy's plan to break into the castle, right? I decided to change the subject and find out what we are going to do. That's right. And they don't have siege weapons, but they may have artifacts. After all, our gates and walls are protected from magic, but with rather weak and old constructs. We should have a decent supply of crystals and storage devices so we can maintain the barriers for a long time, but I'm afraid if they have something serious, they will just push through the protection with one blow, breaking the construct, and the recharge will be useless. After telling me about our defense, Lorette looked through the loophole again, apparently to find out what our enemies were doing. They are in no hurry to go anywhere and seem to be in camp. It looks like they have a plan in case the sabotage fails. For example, they are waiting for those who could have participated in the attack on the Baron. You said he took the best warriors. I shared my guess with my mentor. That's right. Most likely there are strong magicians there, and they're their backup plan in case they have to storm the castle. Do you have any idea how much time we have before they go on the assault? Reinforcements are unlikely to get here before late evening or night, and they are hardly going to storm, tired after the road and the battle with the Baron's detachment. So I think it's early in the morning, but they'll probably give us a sleepless night, the mentor told his predictions. Then we'd better leave the castle before the assault. Do you have any ideas how to do this unnoticed by enemies? There is a passage in the western wall, but he is most likely being watched, as well as the entire fortress. So as soon as someone leaves there, a chase will rush after him, giving a signal to the main forces. How strong do you think our opponents are? Since they decided that they could kill the Baron, take the castle without siege guns and a large army, then there are at least 5 at the level of those who have learned magic. 2. And this is considering that they initially believed that Nert would be on their side. If you killed him, and he was already considered to have known, and maybe you will kill the enemy? My mentor asked me hopefully. If I just kill them one at a time and they're asleep. But I think I have an idea how to thwart their attack and distract attention from our escape. If, of course, there are enough storage devices, and you will be ready to sacrifice them. Why not? The dead don't need them. So what's your plan? I will blow them up with an artifact bomb. The more storage devices we find, the more destruction and death there will be. which means that the chances of defending the castle and surviving are higher. Or maybe it will kill everyone at once. It is difficult to calculate the strength and radius, due to the fact that it will be powered by drives with different mana. After telling my plan, I thought about how I could deliver the bomb to the camp. Then you'd better not waste your time and prepare your bomb. You can take whatever you need from the arsenal. With that, Lorette tossed me a bunch of keys. I thought Nert was in charge of the arsenal, I asked, examining the keys. Yes, but the Baron always gives me his keys for safekeeping when he leaves the castle. So now you have access to all the rooms in the castle, including the Baron's office. Maybe you can find something useful for yourself or bombs there. You give me the keys, you're ready to help me escape, but you're going to stay and die here. Your loyalty and vows are strange. I am loyal to the Ardern family and the people who serve it with me. Most of them have grown up before my eyes, studied under my guidance, and are ready to give their lives defending this castle. I will not leave them. Robert's order before leaving was to hold the castle at all costs. It was not in his orders to prevent the child and his mother, whom he keeps here, from escaping from him in order to prevent his family from disappearing. My mentor gave me the answer. Thank you, Mentor Lorette, I said, smiling. It's not often you say thank you. Don't waste your time. You still have to get my granddaughter out of here alive. Having said that, the mentor stared into the loophole, showing with all his appearance that he did not want to waste time talking. I glanced at Rhea and Lillian, who had been silent all our conversation, and headed for the exit. Apparently, having decided to keep me company, and not the mentor, both followed me. We quickly returned to the castle and immediately went to the arsenal, picking up the key and opening the room. I looked around. A bunch of racks with weapons and armor, tables with storage devices, crystals and, it seems, artifacts laid out on them. Approaching one of them, which looked like a ball the size of an apple, I picked it up and activated my vision. Studied the construct and runes superimposed on it. Apparently, it was a protection artifact. I sent some mana to the rune, which was the activator, and a second later a translucent sphere of protection formed around me. Based on how mana was leaking from the preservation rune, it was clearly not designed for a long action, maybe a toy, for those who can use mana, but are not able to put the sphere on their own. Okay, that's not why I'm here. We need to prepare a surprise for the invaders, and the search for things for our trip can be shifted to Lillian. Mom, will you look for everything you need for a long trip? We definitely need travel raincoats and something to sleep in the open. It's hardly worth dragging a tent with you, and I doubt that there is one here, but maybe at least a couple of sleeping bags. After voicing my request and receiving an affirmative nod from Lillian, I turned my gaze to Rhea. And you will help with the bomb. Bring me all the drives and crystals that you find? You know what they look like, right? Yes. My grandfather taught me how to work with them after I learned how to control my mana. Great. Lillian and Rhea went to the arsenal to fulfill my requests, while I used my eyesight to study things in the warehouse that could become the basis. As a result, I did not find anything better than a growth shield made of wood, which conducts mana well. It seems that I have a craving for creating artifacts on flat, heavy objects. First, stone slabs as the basis for teleportation circles, now a shield on which I decided to fix all the drives, and create a sphere of destruction construct. Rhea had already managed to stack several storage devices and crystals near me, obviously not of the best quality. They were probably stored in one place, and she stumbled upon them almost immediately. Well, it's better to start with the fact that it's not a pity. From the inside of the shield he began using magic to create small depressions for crystals. In order for them not to fall out, I fixed them on top with metal brackets, which I made from nails found in the arsenal. Well, it's been a long time since I've made such crafts, as they like to say in some worlds. Out of shit and sticks. After a few hours, I finished the constructs and drew all the lines and runes that served to fuel the force of the explosion. During the creation of the bomb, he changed his mind and decided to take a chance, trying to create a very dangerous thing. For the base, I used better drives, which I imbued with mana from my source, and they will create the main explosion. And the rest of the drives will serve as an energy source for smaller explosions from different elements. They will have to cause a chain reaction, which should eventually lead to mana distortions. All that remains is to carry all this into the enemy camp, closer to the center, where important people usually are, and try to escape as far as possible. If the bomb works properly, the explosion will be truly impressive. Okay, what's next for us? Looking around, I noticed Lillian and Raya, who were talking quietly about something near the exit of the arsenal, apparently finished with their business and decided not to distract me. How are you doing? Approaching them, I turned to my mother. I found almost everything you asked for. A few useful artifacts and cloaks for the three of us, though they will be too big for you and Rhea. While you were busy, we went to the pantry, picked up food and water for the road. There were no tents or sleeping bags, so we took a couple more extra raincoats to arrange a place to sleep. In general, the bags are ready and packed. It remains to get out of the castle and preferably on horseback. Lillian told me, smiling. Yeah, and also openly ride them out of the main gate and slowly head in the direction we need, putting everyone in a stupor with our arrogance. I chuckled. It would be nice, but it won't work, right? Making a sad face, my mother played along with me, while Rhea was thoughtfully silent. Her thoughts were somewhere far away from here. Okay, maybe the enemy will be afraid of our sabotage and will leave, but I would not hope for that. We need to tell Laurette about the readiness and find out what is happening outside the castle, so it's time for us to go back. We'll stay. Let's look after your creation and chat about our own, about the girls. Noticing that I was frowning, Lillian added, Don't worry. Besides, Laurette has sent guards to guard the entrance to the arsenal. Good, I agreed. But instead of leaving, I stopped at the wall and began to put a displacement mark on it. Don't worry so much, Kai. I'm not in any danger here. Mom tried to calm me down. I thought so too and made a mistake. Having finished with the mark, I left the arsenal and went to the mentor. While I was walking to the Laurette, I was trying to figure out how to throw our surprise to the guests, and at the same time it is desirable to remain unnoticed. For sure they took care of their protection, at least at the level of signal spells around the perimeter of the camp and sentries. Having come up with nothing, I reached the tower where we had talked with the mentor before. After checking with the guards who were standing at the entrance that he was still there, I went up to him. When I entered, Laurette was still standing at the loophole, but he did not react to my appearance. Apparently he was deeply immersed in his thoughts. Did the enemy receive reinforcements? I went up to him and spoke to get his attention. Yes, faster than I expected, with the Baron's head and the demand to surrender the castle. I hope your bomb is strong enough, because it looks like our enemy has a hole possessed. He behaved too confidently at the castle walls when he tried to intimidate us. The news of the Baron's death did not seem to upset Laurette much. I suppose he initially did not believe that he would be able to survive. Maybe he's just one of those people who doesn't know what fear means. Then he wouldn't be wearing the full armor technique, and he had an impressive one. Better than mine. This means that he is either a very strong knower, or still mastered. And I am inclined to the second. The one who has mastered 3 is a rare phenomenon in the kingdom, which means that the one who decided to start all this is an influential person. It's not clear why he needs all this. I was thinking about what to do with this possessed 3. I'm not sure that I have the strength to kill him if I have to fight him openly. Lands and a mine with deposits of metals. It seems that someone's appetites have grown so much that he was not afraid of the consequences, or it is done at all with the approval of other genera. So what's up with your artifact? Ready. All that remains is to throw it into their camp. Good. How big is it? Maybe we can get it to them by attaching ballistae to a projectile on one of the towers. The mentor began to offer options. With a growth shield, the structure is not particularly strong for throwing it with guns. Judging by the way Laurette frowned at my words, I upset him. How are you going to bring such an inconspicuous bomb to their camp? I don't know. I'll probably have to carry her under a concealment spell. And we have to improvise at the camp. Speaking of guns, can they really make it to the camp? Doubting, I clarified with the mentor. It is unlikely that the enemies were idiots who camped so close. There is no normal projectile, but a lightweight one and a ballista reinforced with artifactors would have been taken out. But if you're talking about the size of a shield, it's unlikely to fly. Laurette put his hands behind his back and began to walk around the room, thinking about something. Why didn't they get up further, if there's a possibility that they can be reached? Because they don't know about her. They don't tell everyone about such things, just like they don't tell about their rank. The less the enemy knows about you, the more chances you have to swat him. Apparently, Nert did not tell them about her. For sure, he was sure that he would easily capture the gate and let them into the castle. Stopping next to me, the mentor explained. Did you come up with something? Yes, you can attract their attention with your ballista attack, while I carry the bomb closer to the center of their camp. But apparently we will have to create another one for the projectile. Yeah, I doubt they'll be scared by a lightweight arrow, even if it miraculously hits someone. So we'll have to look for a good storage device so that it alone is enough to power an explosion worthy of their attention. But there are no such things left in the arsenal. You can pick it up from the practice hall. I said my thoughts out loud. You didn't go into the Baron's office, did you? Lord suddenly asked me. No, why would I? Do you think he has a better drive there? Yeah. In the safe he warned about it. He said that he had removed the protection from the safe, which was powered by a good drive, so that if necessary we could use it to protect the lock. Apparently, yes. Maybe he decided that by giving battle outside the castle, he would weaken their forces enough, and they would not dare to besiege. Most likely, he even prepared artifacts to thin out their ranks as much as possible. But the Master 3 turned out to be there and fucked up his plans. Lauret told me his guesses of the Baron's plans. By the way, do your warriors need anything from the arsenal in the castle? I've already taken everything I needed. No, the mentor quickly replied, shaking his head. There is enough in the arsenal of the guards as it is. Castle supplies of equipment were in case of war or rapid replenishment of the ranks. Understood. I'm going to check out the Baron's office. Lauret just nodded back at me, and I headed back. I got to my destination quickly, opening the door with a key from a bunch, went inside, closing the door behind me. Glancing around the office, I realized that I did not know where the safe was. I should have checked with my mentor. Okay, I don't think the safe is hidden in the wall. There are no paintings here. After examining the cabinets, I came across several bottles with obviously expensive alcohol inside. Well, I was right about the collection. A small safe was found in a cabinet near the table. It seems that the Baron did not bother much with hiding it. Just in case, I examined it with my magic vision to make sure that the protection was not activated. I knelt down in front of him and picked up the key from the bunch, opened the door. There were a couple of shelves inside. There was a pile of papers on the top, apparently something important since he didn't keep them on the table, but on the bottom, there was a leather purse and a small storage device. The drive turned out to be about half full, and in terms of quality and capacity, it was clearly better than all the others in the castle. A high-quality crystal as the basis and a good execution of runes, and a reinforcement construct on the case. When he was about to take the purse, he heard the creak of the door opening, and instead of the purse he reached for the sword in the scabbard that he had constantly carried with him, since he received it from Lauret. He rose quietly to his feet, holding the scabbard with the sword in his left hand, and put his right hand on the hilt. Starting to pump the blade with mana, he himself stood in a stance ready to attack. The maid who had been assigned to me for the last few days came into the office. She met my gaze, and her lips broke into a satisfied smile, after which the girl closed the door behind her. I am not your enemy, young master. She spoke, apparently deciding that after her words I would relax. I doubt it, I replied, and the maid, catching the hostility in my voice, sighed heavily and shook her head. How many my threads will tighten around your neck before you notice them? She spoke a clearly memorized phrase in a language belonging to the inhabitants of a completely different world. One swing of the blade is enough to cut them all off, I replied in the same language. Sir? She bowed when she heard my answer. I'm glad I could find you. Not young anymore, right? I relaxed, taking my hand off the hilt. If you liked it better, then I will continue to call you young master, the girl chuckled. No, don't pay attention. Will you tell me who sent you? I asked, looking at her carefully. Yes, the head of our order was looking for you, so some agents were entrusted with a passphrase to contact you, and listed several features by which you could be recognized. Huh? The maid told me with triumph in her voice. Although it is hardly possible to call her that now. What's your name? I decided to find out. You can call me Mia, sir. She didn't take her eyes off me, as if she was afraid that if she did, I would disappear. And how did you know, Mia, that I was the one you were looking for? When I was sent here, the chances that you would be the right person for us were very high. Our intelligence was able to find out where Layla Twile ran away, and from whom she gave birth to a child. All I had to do was keep an eye on you to make sure of that. Apparently, noticing my crooked grin, the maid fell silent. But after a few seconds she continued. Your mother did not tell you that she changed her name, and that she was the daughter of one of the strongest families of the Forge in our empire. Did you understand all this from one smile? I was amazed. Yes. I doubt that the rest could interest you. You're right about that. And did you make sure that I was the one when you saw the spells I used to kill the guards? That's right. But I needed to talk to you alone, and had to wait for an opportunity to do so. And then I find myself alone in the Baron's office. There could not be a better opportunity. What instructions do you have after my discovery? Return to the order to confirm that you are the one I was looking for, and deliver a message that you will most likely want to convey to the head. But if you need my help, I'm ready to stay. No, I don't want to risk the opportunity to contact my friend. Starting to rummage through the table, I said. Having found a blank sheet of paper, I used the Baron's pen to write a short letter to my old friend Aaron. It is worth establishing an exchange of information and plans with him, since he is also in this world and knows about me. After finishing the message, I folded the sheet in half and went over to Maya, handed it to her. Here you go. I hope you won't have any problems with delivery. Don't worry. I was able enough to disappear here without any problems and deliver your letter without attracting attention. Taking the sheet out of my hands and hiding it in her room, Mia said. Good. The letter contains information on where to look for me. By the way, I must warn you when you disappear. Stay away from the besiegers' camp. Considering that the conversation was over, I returned to the safe, where I left the purse in the drive. Good luck to you, sir. I hope we will meet again. Saying goodbye, she left the office, closing the door behind her. Yeah, I never expected that Day had found me and was already looking out for me. Although, of course, I had no idea that he was in this world at all. Okay, when he needs my help or wants to chat, he'll find me in the Empire. But I need to get there in the meantime. Taking the wallet, I opened it and quickly counted the coins inside. Not bad. 30 gold pieces. Good capital to start with. Good capital to start with. I wonder what the Baron kept them here for. Taking the purse and the drive, I headed to the arsenal. I need to give the gold to my mother, and at the same time talk to her about the fact that it was worth warning me about what kind of family she was from. Otherwise, I'm making plans for us to live in the Empire, trying not to attract attention for the next couple of years, and we may have problems on our doorstep if someone gets to know her. The guards at the door to the arsenal noticed me immediately. After making sure from them that my mother had not gone out, I went inside. The voices of Lillian and Raya came from the side where I left my bomb, so I went straight there, trying not to make any noise when walking. They were sitting a little apart from the shield, on chairs brought here and discussing my craft. Is it strange that both of them were sitting with their backs to the exit, so confident of their safety? The idea immediately matured in my head to teach them a lesson, although I rather wanted to scare my mother to see the reaction to her real name. So I decided to change my voice by filling my throat with a small amount of mana. Well, hello Layla. We finally found you, I said in a hoarse voice, which had a threatening note in it. They both jumped up from their chairs and turned to me, clearly ready to fight. And if Raya's stance and naked sword looked somehow threatening, then Lillian, my dearest mother, was more like an angry cat who is ready to pounce on her enemy to scratch his face with her claws. There was a mixture of fear and despair in her mother's eyes. When they finally looked at me and realized that they were not in danger, Raya guiltily lowered her gaze and sheathed her sword. But Lillian looked relieved at first. But then, when she noticed my smirk, she panicked, and her gaze began to flit around looking for somewhere to escape. No, don't even think about it. Don't you think I should have told you this important part of your past, Mom? I asked as sternly as I could. Yes, there is nothing interesting in this, why remember it in vain? Lillian rattled on, spreading her arms out to the sides. She was obviously very nervous. Besides, you saw their coat of arms on my jacket and didn't ask anything. Apparently, he never found the time to learn the coats of arms of the noble families of the Empire. Mom quipped. That's right, I didn't consider this topic so important. I wasn't going to leave this castle in the coming years. We'll come back to this conversation later. I found us some money for the trip, I said, handing her the purse. It's pretty heavy, so we don't have any problems with money. It seems like everything is ready. All that remains is to get out of the castle. Or if you're lucky enough to leave it quietly. Get the horses ready and wait at the west exit. As soon as I've dealt with the camp, I'll head there. Okay. Be careful, Kai, Mom said and headed for the exit. I will pray to the exit. He took out the drive that he took from the safe in the Baron's office, created explosion and detonator constructs on it. The preparation for the sabotage is over. It remains only not to die while I blow up the camp. With these thoughts, he fastened the scabbard with the sword behind his back. I asked one of the guards at the door of the arsenal to carry a bomb shield and headed back to the mentor. Here's our distracting surprise. I handed him the drive and said, I will give you the signal to fire by activating the symbol. I activated one of the detonator symbols for a while so that Lorette would understand what I was talking about. It would be great if you got closer to the borders of the camp, so that the explosion would hit their guard magic. We will try, the shooters are quite experienced. Are you sure you can bring this to their camp? The mentor pointed at the bomb shield. It's almost as tall as you are. Don't worry. I've taken care of my comfort, you know. I activated the control runes on the shield, and he began to levitate next to me. Do you see? No problem. Then why did you ask one of the guards to bring him here from the arsenal? The mentor asked the question, but it seems that by saying it out loud, he guessed the answer himself. You don't want to attract too much attention, do you? You? So I showed too many oddities for a boy my age. Surely, as soon as it gets quieter here, they will start discussing all this, and rumors will spread beyond the fortress. I will not argue with this. Not many people are able to keep secrets and not talk too much. Is it left to wait for the night? Yes, and it would be nice to find an area on the wall with poor lighting so that I can go down without attracting too much attention. Having said that, I sat down on the floor, leaning my back against the wall, and carefully lowered the shield with magic near me. I will spend the rest of my time on rest. It is unlikely that my outing will pass without problems. You need to be ready for them. Well then, I'll talk to your granddaughter and your mother for now. I'll order the guards not to bother you. I'll be back as soon as it gets dark, Lorette said, heading for the exit. After the mentor left, I created a small construct on the door that warns me when the door opens. Closing my eyes, I relaxed to let my body rest before my night adventures. The teacher looked around the audience and made sure that everyone was looking at him carefully. He began his lesson. So, the first years of training are over, and you have mastered the basics. They have learned to control their mana and cast spells using gestures or words, and especially talented ones have even mastered an advanced method using only their mind. A method that is most often called silent. Imagination creates a spell construct. Thought causes its activation within the territory that your magic control can reach. No hints to the opponent by movements or the name of the spell. But he has a remake. It is very difficult to create and control a couple of spells at the same time, only in this way. Therefore, as soon as more than one control method is mastered, magicians begin to combine them and adjust them to themselves. Through training and practice, they bind specific spells in their subconscious to certain gestures, words, or movements, and the most skilled ones create complex constructs consisting of many spells, distributing the load on their creation throughout the body, and using only part of the mind. Do you have such a spell, teacher? Suddenly, a female voice was heard from the side of the students. Of course, otherwise, how could I teach you and help you get to this knowledge if I didn't have my own experience in reaching the heights of magic? Firestorm. The teacher spoke loudly, while clasping his hands in front of him, thereby forming a kind of circle. At the same moment, a couple dozen fireballs formed above him. A sphere of protection surrounded him for safety, and the floorboards of the auditorium began to crack under his feet. But suddenly, everything stopped abruptly, and the spells were dispelled. I will not continue. Otherwise, the repair of the auditorium will be deducted from my salary. As you can see, it only took me a few seconds to activate several spells at the same time. And at the same time I could, using only silent magic, create several more spells if necessary. One of the lessons at the Capital Academy of Magic of the Forgenar Empire. The alarm placed on the door pulled me out of my trance state. Opening my eyes, I looked at Lorette, who entered the room and began to slowly get up from the floor, stretching my body. Has the moment come? I asked. Yes. Rhea and Lillian are ready. It remains only for you and me to discuss the moment when it is best for them to leave the fortress. I'm not sure that all their observers will rush to the camp when the fuss starts there. Therefore, it would be better to wait for the moment when I get to the West Passage and be ready to meet them. Understood. I will be with them until they leave the fortress, in case there are still traitors among us. Having said that, Lorette walked over to the shield and carefully lifted it. Come on. I'll take you to a place where you can get down. The mentor headed for the exit. I could only follow him. Soon we found ourselves at the stairs that led to a part of the wall, which was located at a distance from the besieging camp. And apparently Lorette made sure that there were no unnecessary eyes here. I saw only 2 guards who were on patrol on the fortress wall, but there was no one at all below. There are a couple of my loyal students upstairs who know how to follow orders without unnecessary questions and not chat about them over a beer, the mentor told me with a grin. And their orders are as follows. If a couple of torches go out, go find a replacement for them. It suits me. After activating the levitation construct on the shield and using my mana to extinguish the torches above, I activated a concealment spell on myself and the shield and began to climb the stairs. I don't like goodbyes, mentor. I'll see you again, if it pleases fate. Lorette just nodded at my words. When I climbed the wall, the guards had already moved away to a sufficient distance and pretended to be looking for torches. I created a couple of magic platforms for myself to make it easier to climb over the wall, and continuing to create a kind of ladder for myself, I began to go down. I doubt that all these tricks were necessary, but it's better to be safe and reduce the chances of being discovered. I got to the camp pretty quickly, spending a little extra time to get to the side of the forest. After the diversion, it will be easier to retreat through the forest, and through it, it will be possible to get to the western exit from the fortress. While examining the rather simple outline of the signal spell, which served to protect against intruders, I noticed a patrol that was just passing along the border of the camp at that moment. Lookouts, signal spells and patrols. Their commander clearly admits that the defenders of the castle will try to arrange a diversion, or maybe even hopes for it. Maybe that's why he provoked them with the Baron's head. I decided to check our connection with Mar to find out where he is. I may have to run in his direction in order to sort out possible problems. Fortunately, he was quite close, probably even watching the camp from the south side. And feeling my attention, he tried to strengthen the connection in order to use it for communication. But, apparently, it did not work out. That's all he's achieved. This short message is an order. Apparently, this is still our limit. I sent in the command wait explosion. Well, it's time to start. After sending the signal to fire in the fortress, I began to approach the camp. The light sources were still quite far away, so as not to worry about being noticed. When I was almost at the contour of the protective construct, a ball of fire rose from the side of the fortress, which began to rapidly approach the camp. It seems that to draw attention to the attack, they decided to set fire to the bolt. Quickly reducing the distance, it collapsed on the outskirts of the camp. Hopefully, the explosion will reach the protection spells. With these thoughts in mind, I activated the detonator construct on the bomb that was attached to the ballista projectile. The roar of the explosion and the expanding sphere of bright blue color, absorbing everything in its path, raised a real panic in the camp. It's a pity the mana in the accumulator quickly ran out. The spell dissipated, leaving behind a scorched earth and a column of smoke. Chaos reigned in the camp and, apparently, experienced magicians began to erect barrier constructs to protect themselves from subsequent shots. Well, I think this is enough that my penetration was not immediately noticed and did not have time to stop me. It's a pity the signal spell didn't disappear. Either it was divided into sectors and magicians controlling them, and not one for the entire camp, or I was unlucky, and the bomb did not reach its contours on the other side of the camp. Stepping over the construct line, I dispelled the concealment spell. It won't be much use around the torches anyway. Then I poured as much mana as possible into the levitation spell on the shield to use it to launch the bomb as far as possible into the center of the camp. A couple of lookouts who were armed with spears noticed me and were already running towards me. Judging by their unfriendly faces, they won't ask who I am and they'll kill me right away. And now it's time to finish here. I waved my hand towards the camp and the shield, at the behest of magic, rushed into the center of the camp. Both guards were distracted by a projectile flying past them. But I took advantage of their mistake, created a pair of dark swords, and threw them at the opponents. The weak protection of the guards did not last even a second. 2 corpses fell to the ground. Obviously ordinary mercenaries, barely proficient in magic. But my spells clearly attracted someone stronger, as a wave of magic similar to a scan passed through me. Apparently I had no more time left, and I activated the detonation constructs on the shield bomb until no one destroyed it. Because of this, the bomb exploded before it reached the large tents, the tops of which were visible closer to the center of the camp. However, an explosion should reach them, even if it just detonated the storage devices. But before I could complete my thought, the night lit up with dozens of explosions of different colors and sizes. His lips broke into a satisfied smile at the sight of this fireworks display. Lucky, but I'd better get out of here as soon as possible. Who knows how many storage devices stored in the camp will explode due to this chaos of magic? I finished and turned around and rushed out of the camp. Tough guys don't look back at explosions, especially those guys who know how the chaos of magic can end. But the magic sickle flying at my back, which I dodged at the last moment, is a weighty argument in order to see with one eye who is so arrogant, wants to kill me, and not trying to survive by running away from explosions. After examining the scoundrel with magical vision, I realized that I had been spotted by the one who had mastered the thread, and apparently he decided to personally punish the scoundrel who undermined his army. In vain, of course, he did not move away, because I saw how the mana in the epicenter began to shrink behind his back, which means there is absolutely no time left. Then we will have... Ouch. For a few seconds I was blinded by a bright explosion, which was the culmination of my launched chaos bomb, and a moment later the shock wave crashed into my hemisphere, which I had created in front of me to protect myself. Fortunately, this was enough, and I did not have to feel the consequences of my own actions on my own skin. However, the sphere did not protect me from the deafening roar, and therefore all I heard now was ringing in my ears. My eyesight had already recovered, and I immediately began to look out for the possessed, the third, in the hope that he had been swatted by the explosion. After all, he was close enough to the camp, but he turned out to be quite tenacious and was already getting to his feet, holding one of his swords in his right hand. The second was in a scabbard on his belt. Oh, and of course the magic armor destroyed by the explosion he had already managed to restore. Amazingly, he was also thrown closer to me. Apparently, it took all my luck for the bomb to go off in full, destroying both the camp and its inhabitants. Except for one. His motherfucking leg, who was looking at me carefully right now. Apparently, realizing that in front of him was just a young man who most likely caused all this destruction, he could not make a decision what to do. I wasn't in a hurry to run away either. It would definitely provoke him. And it's far from the fact that I will be able to quickly break the distance without teleportation, and with it, I will be weakened and become easy prey if he manages to catch up with me. And while we're playing peekaboo, Mardos is rushing to me, and with him, there will be much more chances to defeat the Master 3. When I was sent to this wilderness to find and bring back the sun, the runaway daughter of the Twile family, I found this task too easy, and I was chosen as a performer only so that no circumstances would prevent me from completing the mission. My opponent suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. It was even easier to kill the Baron and his men than I thought. All that remained was to take the boy from the fortress, which was supposed to be captured by the second detachment of mercenaries, and go back. While he was talking, I was able to examine him carefully. Medium-length brown hair was tousled now. Apparently the explosion had tried. Blue eyes were watching me closely, while a face covered with stubble expressed only calmness. Judging by the black segments of the armor technique and the blade that was covered with dark mana, my opponent has the same type of magic as me. If you think that I do not know that you are stalling to give yourself time to recover, then this is not so. I'm only listening to you because I'm wondering how a strong Master Third ended up here. So as long as you keep telling me the details of your plan, I won't try to kill you. I decided to embellish it a little, while examining it with a magical gaze to try to find weaknesses. Go with your little eyes that are burning so brightly. Do you see? Another oddity in the piggy bank. To the hell that's going on here. Of course we expected sabotage, but to imagine that a single spy would do such a thing in such a short time. The enemy swordmaster spoke with a heavy sigh, and I would even believe that an old dog that serves the Baron can do this. But a brat like you? Yes, and with looks, and the dark magic of the Twile family, and now I have to grab you. But my intuition, which has repeatedly saved me from fighting with those who are capable of crushing me like a bug, screams of danger, and... He suddenly stopped and turned sharply, apparently sensing or hearing an approaching horseman who, was noticed, managed to circle the remains of the camp and raced towards us. Taking advantage of the fact that the enemy was distracted, I took off the scabbard from my back, and drawing my sword, threw them to the ground. Having imbued the sword with a small amount of mana, he waved it towards the master, who, feeling the attack, reflected it with his blade. Well, it looks like we both wanted to stall for time. It remains to find out who will leave here the winner. Drawing his second sword, he said, and judging by how quickly he closed the distance with me, he used acceleration magic. He did not hesitate to strike, but he aimed at the sword. Apparently, because he needed me alive, he decided to get rid of my weapon first. I was unlikely to be able to block his blow, so I used Shadow's Tread to dodge, but an experienced swordsman quickly noticed my maneuver and adjusted his attack to try to get me with one of his swords. Still, I had to block his attack. Even the blow that lost some of its power threw me back a couple of meters. At least my mana is not inferior to his, and the sword remained intact. Strong mana, weak body, the master suddenly said, apparently considering that he had the advantage and could afford to chat. Once you grow up, you will become a problem for the Devil family. He was prevented from finishing by a pair of dark swords that attacked him from behind, and he had to turn sharply to block them with blades, but at the same moment several daggers pierced into his armor. While distracting him with remote attacks, I filled the sword with mana to the full, preparing to use it as a conductor of magic. As expected, having repelled the attack, my enemy made a dash towards me, raising his crossed blades above him. Before he could break the distance, I swung my sword, creating a horizontal sickle. When he saw my attack and realized that he would not have time to block it, he tried to move to the left to evade the chain. I used the word activator, creating a spell of a magic chain that appeared under the left leg of the master, wrapped around it, not allowing him to finish the movement, and the sickle of magic crashed into his armor. But it seemed to hold. Before he could free himself, I broke the distance using my footsteps. You are inferior to me in strength, but not in skill and experience. The opponent spoke to me again. I don't know what kind of monster Layla spawned, but you won't be able to break out of the grip of the Twile family, even if you defeat me. The master, Thread, paused and turned his gaze to Mardos, who dismounted from his horse and came up to me and stood next to me. It seemed to me that your master was only happy to save the boy for us, but suddenly, instead of returning to the Count, you stay here and take his side. What do you mean by Taurus? Just imagine, my future body knows the name of this cripple. It looks like you've messed up a bunch of plans for someone, said the spirit, removing the blindfold from his eye, which he obviously made while driving south. A black fog began to swirl in his empty eye socket. I will tie him up with a fight, and you knock out the soul, and the more gently you do it, the sooner you will get a strong master at your disposal. The third. The opponent, who was watching all this, trying to figure out what was going on, decided what to do by reacting to the words about the fight. He stood up in a defensive stance and immediately took into a hard block the explosive attack of Mardos, who apparently did not spare either Taurus's body or mana, which went in huge quantities to move and attack spells. Well, since the spirit has decided to pose as a berserker and finally use his first vessel to the fullest, it is worth taking care that his new body does not escape. Joining my hands in the palms in front of me in order to close the channels in my body and fill them with mana from my source, I reached for the white mana from the Guardian Fragment to use it to cut off the soul. It remains only to guess the moment for the attack. And it was the attack of the Possessed 3, with which he decided to finish off the torn body of Mardos, impaling him on his blades. But Mar, with his remaining left hand, saturated with the remnants of mana, which took the form of a blue flame, laughing madly, grabbed the magician's shoulder and finally destroyed the armor. You shouldn't have forgotten about the kid. At the last words, Mardos spat at the Possessed third with blood which he was choking on from wounds. The opponent, sensing the danger from my side at the moment of activation of the spell, threw back his swords along with the body in which they were, and covered himself from the attack with his hands, trying to have time to restore the armor. Azrin Davin Moros. The words came out of my mouth. Spell activators. A 1.5-meter long black spear appeared above me, along which white lightning streamed. As soon as it formed, it immediately rushed towards the possessed Freer. Crashing into his partially created armor, the spear broke the protection and pierced into the skin, and letting lightning into the opponent's body immediately dissipated. My enemy fell to the ground, his body shaking and twisting as the lightning destroyed the connection of his soul with his body. Azrin Davin Moros. The soul-burning spear. Immediately after using the spell, I collapsed to the ground, fortunately on my back, but it was also quite painful. My body didn't obey and hurt from the damage I received due to using too strong a spell. The channels couldn't withstand the load, and my own mana began to burn me from the inside. I was smart enough not to use teleportation and complex spells in battle with the enemy. Otherwise, the consequences would have been much worse. Judging by how much mana the spirit pulled through the seal of the contract, he did not hesitate, and moved into a new body, and apparently had already begun to adjust its channels to suit himself, since he needed so much mana. I closed my eyes and did nothing. More precisely, I couldn't do anything. I hadn't mastered regeneration in this body yet. I didn't have healing potions, and even if I did, I couldn't move to drink them. All I had to do was wait for Mar to sort out his business and help me get to the castle. I hope my mother will be able to treat me there, and we will finally leave these lands. Footsteps sounded nearby. I opened my eyes, and saw the possessed, Free, standing over me. Only now this body belonged to the spirit, and he was smiling contentedly. Did you overeat the rolls? You're hanging out here while I'm busy. I almost burned myself, and all because you wanted a body without unnecessary holes. I'm glad you like the new vessel. Now it would be nice if you could take me closer to the castle so that... I was interrupted by something falling on my chest. Squinting, I saw that it was a potion. Drink a delicious one. It will help. Oh, you can't, can you? His smile widened. No pens. No candy. Have you decided to become a comedian? Come on, help me if you don't want to drag me. After my words, Mar, quietly giggling to himself, opened the potion, helped me drink it, then took out the second one and did the same with it. From the stocks that came from my first vessel, I thought I'd fix my hands with the second one. The spirit threw off the wristbands, broken by the spell, and showed his hands, blackened at the place where the spear hit. But your condition is clearly worse, so I'll deal with it later. Lillian will treat us on the way. She is a healer, but first we will take her out of the fortress. Besides, she has the things for the trip. I've already got a girlfriend, and also a healer, Mar said, nodding approvingly. This is my mother, so be nice to her, I said in a serious tone, to which the spirit only nodded understandingly. Maybe she knows something about the former owner of this body. After all, he came here on the orders of her family. Understood. Okay, recover. I'll go get the swords and bring the horse. Fortunately, he only moved a little away from us. A good animal, not shy and obedient. I would not like to leave it here. Mardos left me lying on the ground and went about his business. I just had to lie motionless and stare at the sky. To pass the time, I decided to think about the information that I could get from the chatter of our opponent. It turns out that Rodtwile found out that Layla is alive and gave birth to a son, but apparently quite recently. And if he recognized Taurus, and that he served Count Ulver, then, apparently, my father was the one who told my mother's family everything. By giving me to them, the Count gets rid of an unnecessary bastard, and he seems to have bargained for his mother. But why kill the Baron and his men? Although, perhaps he decided in this way to remove all witnesses in the kingdom, and take over the mine that belonged to the Ardern family. Apparently, we will have to go to the Castrum Creatoris, as the church officially called it, bordering on the Dead Lands. Fortunately, almost everywhere it is simply designated Castrum, the stronghold of the church, which protects the empire from evil spirits, which sometimes break out of the Dead Lands. Due to the fact that one of the emperors officially gave these lands into the possession of the church, it is now law and order there. That means I'll be under the wing of the allies who helped Lillian there. Well, that sounds like a plan for the near future. Although I was going to live somewhere in the border city of the empire first to gain strength, But it's better to be closer to strong allies in case problems come up stronger than the one who mastered. I don't know how much time I spent thinking, but judging by the sky starting to lighten, dawn is coming soon. Realizing that I could already move, I tried to get up, and I even succeeded. But to be honest, even the slightest movement was painful. Mar, who was practicing with blades not far from me, saw that I was getting up, sheathed his swords and led his horse by the reins in my direction. My attention was attracted by my sword in a scabbard attached to the saddle. I did not even notice how he picked it up near me. Apparently he was so lost in thought. I decided to take care of your weapon, although the scabbard was not immediately found. Following my gaze, the spirit said, "Thanks, because I promised to return it as soon as I found something better." "Well, if that's the case, then you'd better take one of the swords that we got from the enemy. I'm used to fighting with one weapon anyway. Besides, I think you'll like the one that's short. I wonder where he got it from." With that, Mar unhooked the scabbard with a short sword from his belt and handed it to me. I didn't really look at the weapons during the fight, just glanced at them with magical vision to make sure that they didn't emit anything other than my opponent's magic. Attention was immediately attracted by the long handle for a two-handed grip, with a flat top and wrapped with a black cord. The guard was clearly decorative, made in the form of an open mouth of an animal similar to a tiger. As soon as I drew the blade, the reason for such a long handle became clear to me. The chip means, having carefully studied the double-edged blade with a length of 40 centimeters, maybe a little more, and a width of 3 centimeters, I lingered my gaze on the slice that served instead of the tip. The blade was clearly cut in one blow, most likely by a powerful spell or sword, which surpassed this one both in terms of the quality of the metal and the mana that this sword was fed with. Apparently this is a fragment of a sword that is called John in some worlds, and it seems from what I have learned, there are people in this world in the East with a similar culture and apparently weapons. Yeah, and they have been ruled by the immortal Dragon Emperor for a very, very long time. It is quite a warlike country, and it seems that this sword fell into the hands of our master for third, after one of the wars. Maybe, but the artifact was made of it after it was broken, or very skillfully redone. Having said that, I directed a little magic into the patterns on the blade. Some of them that were applied closer to the edges were responsible for strengthening and concentrating mana on the blade, but activating the central one led to the formation of a blade consisting entirely of mana instead of the lost part. When fully activated, it returns, so to speak, the lost greatness. But he consumes too much mana for that. "I stopped filling the sword with magic," I said. After a couple of seconds, the magic blade dissipated. I know. I was very surprised when it got longer, cut open my belly, and even walked through my gentle spirit essence, which is not used to this. Mar complained in a dejected voice. "Well, for a swordsman with a limited supply of mana, this is a good trump card. If I were an ordinary person, and not a spirit that controls him, the wound would be very painful and fatal. Clearly he had never faced enemies like me before." I still remember his surprised look when, instead of falling and writhing in pain, I simply restored the veil so that the insides would not fall out and interfere with the fight. "It seems that your fight was much more interesting than I thought. It's a pity I was focused on the spell myself and missed it," I complained. "One day I'll tell you about this glorious battle for a mug of something stronger, and in a place more comfortable than this. I think it's time for us to go back to the fortress. I'm sure your mother is worried about you. It's strange that no one was sent from the castle to investigate. Loret, who commands the castle now, for some reason has no doubt that I can deal with the enemy camp and return to the castle. He told me that he saw me during his classes, showing movements that he did not teach me. It's not enough for such faith in my strength, and instead of questioning my plans, he helped me in their execution. But in all the time that I have been living in the castle, Loret has not tried to harm me or my mother, so I decided to accept his version. I told Mar the reason why no one had bothered us all the time, but I do not know why their observers did not return here. If I were them, I would also not return to a place that turned into ashes in a few minutes of explosions. I think they got scared and ran away. Maybe so, but you need to be more careful on the way. By the way, do you have something to hide your face with? Loret knows exactly what the enemy possessed 3 looked like, and others could see it. Yeah. The spirit took out a traveling cloak from the bag that was attached to the horse's saddle and threw it over himself, hiding his face with a hood. But I doubt it will help. It doesn't matter, as long as they can't see your face. Besides, you have a horse that belonged to Count Ulver's messenger. So, the fewer direct answers they have, the better. I may not show up at the castle at all, but meet you further down the road. It's safer to have you around. I'm an easy target right now. The potions didn't help me much, so if we meet someone, you'll have to fight, I said, and looked at the sword scabbard I was holding in my left hand. Is there a spare belt? Otherwise there's nowhere to put on a new sword. No. If you want, I can attach it to the saddle, then you can take it away. You don't need to. I don't want to be disarmed, so I'll carry it in my hands for now. Let's go to the castle. Having said that, I climbed on the horse. It would be better, of course, if an attractive maiden with seductive curves sat in front of me, and not a skinny young man. Mar grumbled, getting in behind me and steering his horse towards the road. You'll find yourself a maiden later, but in the meantime you'll have to endure my company to the castle. Drive past the main gate to the western part of the fortress. Whatever you say. We got to the right place pretty quickly, and they were already waiting for us there. I suppose the guards who noticed us from afar reported to Lorette, and he did not waste time, deciding to meet me outside the walls of the fortress. Mar and I dismounted from our horse, a little before reaching the company that was meeting us. The company consisted of my mother, Raya, Lorette, and a couple of guards who stood a little apart and watched the 3 horses that had obviously been prepared for us. I walked in front, but the spirit, leading the horse, followed, keeping a distance. I'm glad you weren't hurt, Kai. The mentor spoke as soon as I got close enough. I didn't think your bomb would be so scary. You were gone for too long, and we started to worry that you were hurt by the explosion. I had to tinker with the possessed Thurfer, who killed the Baron. He did not want to die from the explosion. Yes. And what came out of your mess in the end? Lorette asked, carefully examining Mar, who was standing behind me, and then, recognizing the horse I rode, he frowned and exhaled heavily. Although I don't need to, I don't want to know anything more. Even the name of one of the perpetrators of our problems? Or have you guessed it already? I would like to be mistaken, and continue to think that this is all the machinations of unfriendly clans for the sake of territories and mines, and not that the Count's family decided to get rid of us, with whom we have been linked for many years of friendship. It seems that Victor has never forgiven the fact that the Baron, because of the death of his son, threatened to force him to give him the girl and the child that she was carrying. I don't understand why. He probably knew that the father of the child was the Count. The family was left without an heir, and the Baron could no longer have children after being wounded. So there was only one way out: to accept someone into the family in place of the heir. You were the best fit, and the timing could have been passed off as a real heir. And considering who your real parents are, your chances of becoming a strong magician were very high. So Robert hoped that you would not let his family disappear, and maybe you would elevate it. Did he not think that a girl might be born? I asked. Your mother immediately said that it was a boy, and the Count's healer sent a little later confirmed it. If the Baron had adopted someone else and had not gone against the Ulver family, he would have remained alive, and Rod Ardern wouldn't disappear today. Robert did not go against the Count's family, then Victor's father was the head, and he did not need a scandal with the abduction of the daughter of the Twile family, also with an illegitimate child. If the Imperials had found out about this, they would have slaughtered all those involved. So Layla Twile disappeared, and Lillian Ardern appeared, pregnant with the Baron's son. Everyone was happy, except Victor, of course. But the Baron thought that his infatuation would pass, and he would not take revenge. But in the end he told the Twile family about everything, and, enlisting the support of their master Thrui, decided to get rid of the Baron, and put the unnecessary bastard away. But for some reason he wanted to take his mother for himself, and he was also able to convince her relatives to agree with this. I said, running through the possible options in my head, that he could offer Rod Twile. It's clear now where such a strong opponent came from, but why did he obey you, won't you tell me? Nevertheless, Lorette asked me the question that bothered him. Are you sure you didn't want to know anything? I asked, grinning. And that stopped you? No way. You started telling me about the Count's betrayal. Well, it will be useful for you to know about the Count. It is unlikely that he will find out what happened here and leave you alive? As for my companion, these are my secrets, I said, and then I approached the lorette and whispered, but I can give you a hint if you tell me exactly what and how you found out about me. I already told you everything in the tower. Lowering his voice, he replied, but when he saw me shake my head negatively, he barely whispered, the church. Well, yes, his granddaughter clearly believes in the Creator, which means that the church could somehow recruit Lorette himself. I wonder what they offered him and what they demanded in return? But I don't think he wants to tell you that. The body is the same, but the soul is not, I whispered to him with an evil grin. Lorette smiled back at me in a kind of forced way and sighed heavily again. I think we should end the exchange of information here. Otherwise, we have a long road ahead of us, and you are dealing with the consequences, I said loudly enough for the others to hear me. By the way, I found myself a new sword, so maybe while Raya is here, you can give her your gift? Unless, of course, you've changed your mind about letting your granddaughter go with me. I haven't changed my mind, Lorette told me, and when he saw that I was walking towards Mar, he frowned. Taking the sword attached to the saddle, which my mentor gave me not so long ago, I left my own for temporary storage to the spirit, and asked him for a couple of silver coins, which he gave me without asking anything. Here. Safe and sound. However, my opponent tried to break him, but he didn't have enough strength. Giving the mentor the sword, I went to the guards who were guarding the horses, and pretended not to listen to our conversations. When they saw me coming towards them, they started whispering among themselves, and looking at me warily. Am I that scary? I asked as I approached them. No, Mr. Kai. It's just that Lorette's mentor advised not to upset you. One of them answered me right away. Or we won't live for a couple of minutes, added the second, who was clearly bolder and, seeing my eyebrow rise in surprise, added, we saw what happened to the traitors you executed. Ah, so you're on my side. So there's nothing to be afraid of. What business did I come up to you on? I need a belt for a scabbard, and maybe one of you will sell me your own? I think Lorette, who is squinting at us, will not punish you for this. At these words I waved to the mentor. Of course, sir, said the one who was bolder and unfastened the fastening of the scabbard with his sword, handed me a belt. We don't need money. It's your family that provides us with everything we need. Thanks. Taking the belt and still handing him the coins, I said, drink to today's victory. After saying goodbye to the guards, I returned to Mar, tried to fasten the belt on myself, but it was clearly designed for a bigger build than mine. I had to make a hole in it for myself. But there were no such problems with the belt that was wrapped around the scabbard of the sword that my mentor gave me. Maybe he made them himself, adjusting them to the Raya. Having finally sorted out the belt and strapped my captured sword to it, I smiled contentedly. And now I'm armed again. Not very dangerous, but that's until Mother heals me. I decided not to interfere with Lorette's conversation with my granddaughter before parting, waved to Lillian, beckoning to Mardos and me. All this time she did not take her eyes off him, but did not dare to do anything. When she came up to us, she tried to stand closer to me, clearly afraid of the one whose body was occupied by the spirit. You don't have to be afraid, Mom. There is no one in this body that you were familiar with before. This is Mar. I mentioned him earlier. Though Taurus's body couldn't stand the battle, and we requisitioned a new one, it's better than that. I tried to calm her down at the same time introducing her to the spirit. I am glad to meet you, dear Mar. I'm Lillian, Ma. She stammered and looked at me nervously, but when she felt me take her hand, she obviously gathered her thoughts and continued. Kai's mom? At least in this world for sure? Nice to meet you, Ms. Lillian, the spirit said, bowing slightly. You don't have to be afraid of me. I'm completely on your side, and I will be ready to give my life for such a beautiful girl. Looks like you're going to have to find the eunuch's body, I muttered in displeasure. You're acting like a child, Kai. The spirit answered me cheerfully, and Lillian giggled after his words. Yes, it's definitely not Laron. I'm sorry I doubted it. It's just hard to believe that there is another person in the body of a person you know. If you sent him, does that mean my family knows everything? she asked in a joyless voice. Her mother looked very depressed. Yes, Count Ulver blabbed everything. But it's strange that your family agreed to give you to him. But I was supposed to be captured alive. A runaway girl who betrayed her family and gave birth to a child by some savage from the kingdom. I was needed for a profitable political marriage, and now it's more profitable for them that I continue to be considered missing. Mom shared her thoughts. They most likely wanted to make you a warrior loyal to the family. It is unlikely that they could somehow find out about your real personality and capabilities. Oh, well, yes. It's only in this fortress that too many people know about me. I've already started to assume that the whole world knows because of this. If that were the case, spirits who consider themselves the masters of this world would come here and get rid of you before you become a problem for them. That's why you should have been born on the island, away from your enemies, and under the protection of the spirit that agreed to the deal with Lord Danaros. Well, I'm like a safety net and a babysitter nearby. Mara shared the details of the original plan, and my mother frowned at these words. Since I was born here, it means that Teosil decided that Lillian was perfect as a mother, I said a little sharply, so that the spirit would close this topic. Oh, I have no doubt about that. To be honest, seeing how the family you were supposed to be born into treats their children, I had thoughts that you could destroy them. Mar continued his story anyway. Is it okay that you discuss this in front of me? Yes. And others can hear it? Mom spoke up. No, I don't see the point in hiding anything from you. As for the others, Mar activated a silence spell around us as soon as you approached. Speaking of spells, Lillian, you should take care of Kai's internal wounds. For some reason he himself is in no hurry to ask you for help. The spirit changed the subject after all. You can address me as you, Mar, Mom said, touching me. I'm only in favor. I don't like these formalities myself. I felt the state of my body being carefully studied with the help of scanning like spells, apparently, having found the wounds that the spirit was talking about. Lillian frowned. You inflicted these wounds on yourself, didn't you? What is it? She asked sternly. I do not suffer from masochism, but the situation required the use of greater forces than I can afford now, without the consequences that you saw. I understand. Probably. Mom shrugged uncertainly. Judging by the warmth that spread through my body, my mother started treatment. Mar was silent so as not to interfere, only watched the conversation between Lord and Raya, maybe even eavesdropped on them. I had to wait dutifully for the end of the treatment. It's too hard. I've almost completely used up my mana reserve, and I've only healed nothing. Wiping perspiration from her forehead, Lillian complained. In less developed worlds, people become crippled from such wounds, unable to use magic anymore. I'm not in danger of that, so there's no point in rushing to heal. Then let's continue, as I restore mana. Come on. It seems that the protracted farewell is over, and we can leave, I said. Lillian and I head for Loret, while Mar, leading his horse by the reins, followed us keeping a distance. I'm sorry it took so long. It's just that my granddaughter suddenly decided that since there are no more enemies left, I can drop everything and leave the fortress with you. The mentor decided to explain the reason for such a long farewell. Well, it is unlikely that those whose plans we have disrupted will leave you alone. And after extracting the information they need from you and your people, they will immediately kill them. So I'm on her side here. I told you, Grandpa, there's no need to stay here. Raya suddenly spoke loudly and hurriedly. Her voice sounded broken, as if the girl was about to burst into tears. I can't, Lorette replied adamantly. I will not leave the people who served the Ardern family to their fate. Besides, such a large armed group would attract too much attention. All I can promise you, Raya, is that after you leave, I will try to find a way to save my life and the lives of my people. Raya's lips trembled treacherously, but it seems she still managed to hold back tears. She just nodded at her grandfather's tirade and rushed to hug him. Come on, calm down, honey. Lorette casually kissed his granddaughter on the forehead. Lorette said in a commanding tone and called the guards who were guarding the horses. Who were guarding the horses? It's good that everyone will have their own horse. Otherwise riding together is still torture, I muttered. Raya and Lillian had obviously already picked up their horses, so I didn't have much choice. I got a gray-colored steed that obediently waited for me to saddle it. Well, thanks for everything. If you can survive and escape the wrath of the Count, look for me among those who have told you everything about me. See you later, Lorit. After saying goodbye to my mentor, I sent my horse at a leisurely pace along the road that led to the west. Mar, who had also managed to saddle his steed, silently followed me, and soon Lillian and Raya caught up with us. The latter rode with her head down and tried to hide her tears in this way. There are people who put principles and vows above their lives, and for such people, becoming an apostate is scarier than death, I said as I drew level with Raya. I understand, but I can't accept it, she replied softly. Your grandfather has a chance to survive if he can come to terms with himself and the people he doesn't want to leave. But I can definitely promise you something. I will take revenge on everyone who is responsible for the troubles that have happened in these couple of days. If you want to and become stronger, join me in a punishing campaign. I will do my best to make this day come as soon as possible, sir. The master stayed in the castle. Call me by my name, Raya. Yes, Kai? We didn't drive much before the first halt. The body, which was in poor condition after overloading with mana, required rest. Of the four of us, I was the only one who needed a break. In general, unable to stand the long trip, I asked for a halt, and now I was just lying on a traveling cloak, spread out on the grass, and also enjoying the warmth of the healing magic of my mother, who, sitting next to me, was trying to heal my wounds. At this time, Raya, moving a little further away from the campsite so as not to interfere, was repeating exercises with her new sword. Apparently, she wanted to get used to it as soon as possible. It's strange that Mar didn't try to make fun of my condition. Although, judging by how much of my mana he was taking through the contract seal, sitting next to us, he had more important things to do. The spirit has finally started using his and my mana to strengthen his body and his connection with it. If we don't have to fight, then I think in a couple of days he will reach the limits of the mastered third level. I wish I could recover faster too, but due to the fact that Lillian hasn't had practice and training in the last 10 years, her healing abilities haven't improved, and most likely even got worse. If there is no progress in my mother's skills while she is busy healing me, I will need to talk to her, and help at least with the development of channels and the possession of mana. As soon as I thought about it, she stopped. It looks like she spent her mana again. Thanks, Mom. I feel much better. Without your healing, I would have been recovering much longer. Besides, you're getting better every time. It's a pity that I don't have any books about healing magic. Maybe I could find a way to improve my skills. I could help you with training, more developed channels, and a larger amount of mana, although they will not improve your healing skills, but you will be able to use magic much longer. I decided to take the initiative right away since she brought it up herself. It would be nice to learn magic from such an experienced and skilled magician, Mom said teasingly. Obviously, she couldn't decide to ask me to teach her. Aha, he's an experienced and skilled swordsman, Lillian. And that's because he compensates for the lack of talent with constant training and a passion for swinging irons. Mara suddenly broke into our conversation, laughing, and also attracted Raya's attention. But he's a real monster in magic, so you can hardly find a better teacher. Mar finished his thought in a low voice. Did you have to say that? I muttered. Yes. The sooner you start teaching her, the faster she will become stronger. I will train Raya myself, but I tend to fight more in close combat. And as for our secrets, I doubt that raised by that old warrior, she will decide to betray us. Right? Looking into the eyes of Raya, who came up to us, he asked. Yes, I swear that I will never betray Mr. Kai, she said in a confident tone, dropping to one knee. Help me become a sword worthy of him. They set it up here. I wanted to say a performance, but I couldn't. And I asked you not to actually call me Mr. I didn't want to hurt Raya's feelings. I don't know what Lorat told her about me, but she looked at me with such a look full of admiration and devotion, as if she believed that God was in front of her. I don't think you know who I am, but you already make such vows. You're too young, you should gain experience. See how dark some people's souls can be. The girl's gaze changed. Something flashed in it that had not been there before. Even in the souls hidden by the impenetrable darkness, a bright light can burn, showing the way to those who are lost. You should know about it, Kirian, Raya suddenly said in a playful voice, getting up from her knee. Mara and I drew our swords, covering Lillian, who blinked in surprise, not understanding anything. You should explain yourself quickly, Raya, because I don't like surprises. Having imbued the sword with magic and created armor around himself, the spirit said. I, using magical vision, carefully examined Raya, trying to understand what could have changed in her, and her gaze caught on a complex construct that appeared in the area of her heart. It definitely wasn't there before. You see, I was serious when I took the oath, she said, tapping her fingers in the chest area, noticing how intently I was looking at her. So you can stop being afraid of me already. No one is afraid of you, Mar began, but suddenly stopped, apparently not knowing what to call her. Who the fuck are you anyway? And where does little Raya go? What do you mean, who? I'm Raya. Isn't that right, Kirian? The girl winked cheerfully. You study with your attentive gaze all the curves of a young girl's body, trying to look right into the soul. Languidly whispering, Raya slowly ran her hand over her body. And you can't find the reason why my personality has changed? She most likely had a guardian seal, but when faced with the activator, she opened up, releasing the memory and personality that the soul had before rebirth. I didn't find any changes in Raya's body, I said. Therefore, nothing has changed except the personality. Well, it seems that my mana was the activator. It's just unclear why now. Because as soon as we left the castle, someone started spending more time with me and constantly using mana for reconnaissance. Raya helped me in the arsenal for a long time. I questioned the reason she had given. But you were focused on making a bomb and you performed in it. There is no point in looking for a reason why now, and not then. The seal disappeared, and I found myself next to you. My wish was fulfilled, and I don't care how the keeper did it. I silently sheathed my sword and walked over to the changed Raya. Reaching out, he touched the construct on her chest, which appeared after she took the oath and changed her personality. She didn't bother me, just put her hand on top of mine and looked at me affectionately, smiling. After studying the construct carefully, I was convinced that this was a magical oath. If I accepted it, Raya would become a kind of puppet, unable to resist my will. Leaving the construct untouched, he continued to study her body, trying to find the remnants of the seal imposed by Tiasel, but finding nothing, he risked touching her soul. You are so impatient. You go into the most intimate things, she whispered coquettishly. It seemed that the situation amused the girl. Fortunately, as soon as I touched her soul, my guardian fragment reacted with resonance to the remnants of the seal. After making sure that she really had the seal that sealed her memories during her rebirth, I refused the oath in order to dispel her construct and wanted to remove my hand. But she wouldn't let me do it. I didn't mind being yours. Meeting my gaze, she said, Who are you? Even if I tell you the name that I had when we first met, you won't remember. And Tiasel asked you not to disturb the memory seals that keep you from going crazy. So I will be content to be able to meet my dear Kirian again. And if you'll let me, I'd like to stay by your side. Keepers very rarely help to preserve a person during rebirth. Even less often they allow you to choose the world, unless you do their will. This is the reward that I asked for my services. To get another life by your side. You are very frank. I tried to take my hand off her chest again, but she wouldn't let go. And you seduce an inexperienced young man in front of his mother. I can, because I'm not much older, Raya said, but she let go of my hand anyway. But you're right. It's better to wait until hormones start playing in your body. You won't suppress them, will you? I just grunted and turned around and took a couple of steps towards Lillian and Mar, who, apparently realizing that there would be no fight, sheathed his sword and dispelled his defenses. Did you find out who she is? He asked the question, as soon as I was next to them. Not really, but she definitely had Tiasel's seal on her, which means it's unlikely that she's an enemy. Is the old Raya dead? Lillian suddenly asked bitterly. Apparently this worried her the most. Rather, she dissolved into a more mature and strong personality, leaving her her memories and, perhaps, changing her. It's probably going to be the hardest for you to get used to after all. You spent more time with her than I did. I think I should find out for myself what's left of the old Rhea. Having said that, Lillian headed towards the girl who was watching us. So Mom decided not to postpone an important conversation for her. I don't understand. How? How is this possible? It's not right. What does it mean to dissolve into a strong personality? What kind of nonsense is this? No, it's all a bad joke. Now Raya will confirm that she is just joking to defuse the situation. We will all laugh, and everything will be as before. Raya, honey, it's you, isn't it? Aren't you just fooling around? Because you don't know how to react to parting with your grandfather? Are you just attracting attention? There was hope in his voice. His nose stung, and tears rolled to his eyes. The answer was known, but I stubbornly wanted to run away from it. The situation is more complicated. It is impossible to answer questions with a simple yes or no. Depends on what you mean, Lillian, when you ask if I'm a paradise. Yes, I am Raya. Is this the same Raya you met once in the fortress when she was still a child? No, not really. But I remember everything. Let's say I just passed the stage of becoming a teenager into a more adult version of myself. This is wrong. It's unnatural. My voice was strangled. It was painful to speak. My breathing became ragged. Tears of sorrow for this wonderful girl poured out of my eyes. However, I still hope to preserve your friendship. It's going to take you a while to accept what's happened. I'll wait as long as I have to. It's time for us, apparently. The halt is over. I can't answer her. I quickly wiped my face from tears, exhaled loudly, collecting my thoughts, and went with Rhea to collect our modest belongings. It seems to me that you were so good that you captured the heart of a poor girl, and she followed you through death and worlds, selling her soul to the evil demoness Teasel. Mara spoke up as soon as Lillian walked away from us. I would like to believe that this is the reason, but the more I try to figure out who she is, the more the pain from one of the seals becomes. I don't think the Keeper would have sealed my memories of my love affairs. Nieren would rather do that. I would knock all thoughts and memories of other women out of your bad head and put you on a chain next to yourself. Even when I was at the peak of my powers, my legs were shaking from just looking at her. And you're still messing around with others without being afraid of her anger? I'm just stronger. And my soul belongs only to her, I said with a smile and headed for the horses. The girls, noticing that I was heading for my horse, ended their conversation and helped Mar pack his things, after which we continued on our way. We were on the road for almost the rest of the day, stopping only once when we passed a small river, deciding to make a short stop to water the horses and rest ourselves. Our path took us along the road leading directly to the borders with the forge in our empire. The whole company unanimously decided to spend the night in the open air, so we did not stop by the village, which we passed not so long ago. It was already beginning to get dark when we found ourselves at the entrance to the forest through which our further path ran, so we set up camp at its outskirts a little further from the road. Mar volunteered to gather firewood for the campfire, but I set up signal spells and thought about putting an illusion on our camp. Lillian was sitting next to me and trying to repeat the mana control exercises I showed her, and our changed companion, who decided to leave the old name, seemed to be doing something similar. But unlike her mother, who did not fully understand the exercises and was just learning, she was fully aware of what she was doing. Raya had problems of a different kind. They consisted in a poorly developed mana in the body. Maybe I should try to help you, I spoke to her. Have you missed our closeness already? She said, after which she playfully bit her lip. But it seems that she remembered something, glanced at Lillian, but she was too absorbed in training, and did not listen to us. If you have enough experience to distribute all the mana that I pour into you, then we can try. In case you fail, we have a healer. I ignored her question. Do you think it's worth it? She hasn't finished with your treatment yet, and you already want to cripple me. It will speed up your progress, because it is obviously unusual for you to own such a weak body. Raya obviously thought about my offer, but did not dare to agree. Apparently she was not sure that she could handle it. Mar soon returned and built a fire, piling up brushwood, and we sat down by it. We had dinner from the supplies that Lillian collected in the fortress, They taste so-so, but they don't spoil for a long time. Maybe after the next healing from Mom, I'll be able to recover enough to go hunting. It seems like in the local forests you can find animals touched by magic. Their meat would be useful for developing the abilities of Mother and Raya. And I would enjoy the game fried on the fire. At these thoughts I made such a dreamy face that it did not go unnoticed. Mar distracted me from pleasant thoughts. You still haven't got me the spices. It won't be so good without them? How did you understand that? I asked, perplexed. You obviously dreamed of a fried juicy piece of meat, instead of this dried stuff. Showing a piece of dried meat in his hand, he said. Men as always dream of meat and more. Rhea grinned. Waragath. Although I must admit, I would also prefer someone fresher, and preferably it was soaked in mana. Well, I'm sorry that I didn't find better supplies. I didn't think somehow that I should bring a cook from the fortress with me. Lillian sneered, because I pushed the collection of supplies on her. More calmly she added, I thought it would be more practical. Don't worry, you made the right choice. We just have a picky company here. I'll try to find someone for lunch in the woods tomorrow. I think I've recovered enough to handle at least a hare. If you want to go hunting, then today I'm on patrol. Can you give me control of the signal spells around the camp? Mar volunteered to guard our sleep. Of course. After handing over control of the construct that connected the alarms around the camp, I headed to my sleeping place and wrapped myself in a traveling cloak. Good night. After saying good night to my companions, I fell into a deep sleep pretty quickly, probably due to fatigue over the past couple of days. Waking up in the early morning, I reluctantly got to my feet and yawned as I approached the campfire where Mar was sitting. Morning, were there any uninvited guests? I asked in a whisper, so as not to wake our companions. Everything is quiet. Throwing a branch into the fire, the spirit replied, You're not going to rest? I think they'll sleep for a couple more hours. There's no need. This body is quite hardy, so a few days without rest is not a problem for it. Whatever you say. I see you focused on his development. Can you develop him to the next stage? I asked the spirit. It is unlikely that we will be able to quickly find him a vessel of the level that conquered magic. Ivy, I think about a year and an endless stream of your mana for me, and the mana of this world for the vessel. And there will be a conqueror in your ranks. Avichan. The body has enough potential for this. Besides, he used dark magic, so it will not be difficult to adjust it to himself. His well-trained body, mana-soaked muscles, and developed reflexes made him an excellent warrior. But weak channels and a small amount of mana for his level did not give him a chance to advance further. Mar told me the specifics of his new vessel. He only used a sickle against me once when I was running away from the camp. Apparently he decided that I could escape if he didn't try to stop me. By the way, how are your wounds? If you're going to hunt, then Lillian must have healed the main damage. Yeah. So ask her to fix her hands. And since I have a little time before they wake up, I'll try to look for someone on the outskirts of the forest, I said, getting to my feet. Will you call me through the seal when they wake up? It seems like she's strengthened enough for short conversations. Enough to keep a secret? Don't go far. You can't use teleportation spells in your current state yet, can you? No. If I don't find anyone nearby through search spells, I'll immediately return to the camp. Good hunting. Nodding to Mar, I returned to my sleeping place, picked up my sword belt, tightened it on my belt and headed for the forest. It must have been a little over an hour while I was wandering around the forest to no avail, scanning it with my spells, and was about to return back when I spotted a small animal. Deciding that it would be better to return at least with small prey rather than empty-handed, I headed towards him. I activated concealment on myself to try to approach him unnoticed. My unsuspecting victim was a hare who was passionate about eating some kind of grass. There is no point in killing him with magic, so you will have to use a sword. Stopping at a distance that I could quickly cover with the tread of a shadow, I drew my sword. As soon as the hare felt the danger and stood up on its hind legs, I rushed to him. He even managed to make a couple of jumps before I pinned him to the ground with my left palm, and the sword in my right hand plunged into his neck. After fluttering for a short time, the carcass of the animal froze. Well, I'd better cut him up here. However, you will have to do it with a sword. It is unlikely to come out neatly. I said my thoughts. It's still nice to talk to an intelligent person. After draining the blood and skinning the hare, I headed back to the camp, not forgetting to check the forest around me with scanning spells just in case uninvited guests smelled blood, although it has already been more than a couple of hours. But nothing has changed in our parking lot. 2 sleeping girls are asleep, as if they are at an inn in a warm bed, and a spirit that is sitting by the campfire. When he saw the carcass in my hands, he smiled and began to throw larger branches into the fire. At the exit from the forest, I cut down a sapling, from which I made a kind of spit with a levitation construct. Having planted a hair on it, I hung it over the fire, not forgetting to control the height and constantly turning the carcass over for uniform roasting. It seems that the alluring smell of fried meat turned out to be a good enough reason for the 2 ladies to wake up. They finally got up and began to put themselves in order. In my opinion, both of you were in no hurry to leave sweet dreams and return to harsh reality, I said as the girls sat around the campfire waiting for breakfast. Yeah, but you managed to lure us out, and since that happened, it's not a bad idea to brighten up this reality with a piece of tender meat, Raya said, looking at the carcass, obviously choosing a piece for herself. I hope the hunt was uneventful? You haven't fully recovered yet, Lillian asked, unnecessarily worried about my condition. I haven't met anyone but this poor guy, so don't worry. I didn't make it worse for myself if you remember. I already said that I'm not a masochist. Okay, but before we set off we will need to take care of your treatment. That's all later. I think our breakfast is ready. Having said that, I used my sword to divide the hair into 4 parts and distribute their portions to my companions. It is worth admitting that it was short-sighted on our part to leave the fortress without taking a knife with us. Well, fresh fried meat turned out to be much better than dried meat. But if we had at least salt, it would have been much tastier. We'll have to buy it, and other spices if we find an inn. After finishing the meal, Lillian wanted to start my treatment right away, but I asked her to take care of Mar's hands first. She dealt with them quite quickly, so soon I found myself in the caring hands of my mother, who began healing. It seems that she was doing better today, so the exercises are bearing first fruits. We continued our journey as soon as Lillian got some rest. The road through the forest did not take long, and we found ourselves in the open again. Roofs of houses could be seen in the distance, so there was a village in that direction, but the road went the other way from it. We had enough supplies, so we did not enter it. After the treatment sessions from my mother, there were practically no wounds from overloading with magic, and the long ride in the saddle no longer tired me as on the first day. Therefore, until the night we made only small stops. As soon as it got dark we drove off the road to set up camp. This time there was no forest nearby, just a seemingly endless plain. When we had already settled down to rest, it began to rain. It seems that because of the darkness we did not notice the clouds, although even if we knew about the approaching bad weather, there is still nowhere to hide from it. I created a barrier construct in the shape of a hemisphere and covered our camp and horses with it to protect them from the rain. Made it completely black since I will keep it. I will hide our camp from prying eyes. The weather has decided that I am on patrol today, I said, and sat down on my kind of sunbed. It may rain all night. Maybe you shouldn't burden yourself, Lillian asked with concern in her voice. No stress, Mom. I created it only to protect it from the rain, so there won't be any problems trying to destroy it yet. All right. However, let me do the treatment again in the morning. Good. It's really not necessary, but if it makes you feel better, then I don't mind. While we were chatting with Lillian, the spirit lit a fire from the brushwood that he had left from the last camp. Raya, who had been immersed in her own thoughts and silent all the way, looked at me as if she was deciding on something or plotting. I hope she's not going to attack me when everyone's asleep. It seems that I smiled strangely at these thoughts, and Raya, who noticed this, giggled, which attracted the attention of the spirit and mother. Don't even think about it. I'm a light sleeper, and I'm guarding Kai's virginity. No carnal pleasures for him before me. Mar spoke up, apparently watching us. Raya, who glanced at Lillian, opened her mouth to answer the spirit, but when she noticed my displeased look, she only smiled and shook her head and sat down on her couch. And no kidding, you're not coping well with body hormones because you're not indifferent to Kai yourself. He and I understand this, but Lillian is already in a difficult situation. With such a son, a spirit that took over the body of a man she knew, but behaves very differently. Raya was the most normal of us, and now this island of normality has disappeared. Having decided to sort out a difficult situation, The spirit spoke. Probably because he looks older than all of us, he decided to take on the role of commander, solving the problems of the detachment, and also stood next to his mother. I can handle it, Mar. Lillian smiled tightly. Yes, and in Rhea's behavior, I am more concerned, not about her attraction to Kai, but about the death of someone with whom I was friends in the fortress. I'm still inexperienced like you, and I can't react to her death as calmly, even if her soul is the same. At the last words, she still couldn't help herself, and her voice trembled a little. You don't have to get used to it, Mom. After all, in order for the majority to live a normal life, to live many lives, going through each new life path as for the first time, enjoying them without knowing what lurks on the frontiers, there are such watchdogs beaten by fate like us. I'm sorry, Kai. It seems ready to cry. Lillian tried to apologize. I'll have to apologize, and it's time for you to get some sleep, I said softly, and using the mana from the shard, I created a dream spell construct that I used on Lillian. Mar noticed this, carefully picked her up in his arms and laid her on the couch, covering her with a traveling cloak. It's not very nice, you know, to do this, but if we continued the conversation, and who knows what it could lead to. The loss of Rhea hit her hard. Apparently they communicated well before the events of the last few days. I was too busy with my own business and didn't pay attention to who she was spending time with in the fortress, I said. There were thoughts in my head that I was a completely bad son. Selfishly preoccupied only with my own problems, and not giving enough time to my mother. However, I would not have been able to foresee the death of Rhea's personality, which was dear to her, but I had to comfort and talk. I'm sorry, it's because of me that she's hurting. Rhea whispered dejectedly, watching Lillian sleeping. It's not your fault. One could, of course, blame the keeper for opening the seals so late, but apparently, your rebirth was too spontaneous a decision, and the choice of body was limited. So in order to avoid unnecessary problems, she had to put a seal with such conditions. Perhaps even our meeting should have happened much later. Okay, it's time for me to go to bed. I hope the night will be quiet. Deciding to close the not the most pleasant topic of conversation, Mars said, and went to bed. The camp was plunged into silence, disturbed only by the sound of a crackling fire and the sound of rain. Deciding to occupy himself with exercises so that the night would fly by faster, he began to drive mana through his body in channels. Undoubtedly, this rapid healing after the overload helped to avoid the consequences, and my abilities did not get worse. I wonder how quickly I will be able to reach the level that the locals call Conquered by Fee. Suddenly my attention was attracted by Rhea, who rose from her seat. She is clearly heading towards me. The girl silently sat down next to me and put her head on my shoulder. I can't sleep. Can I sit like this? She whispered softly so as not to wake the others. They usually ask for permission before doing something. I muttered. You wouldn't have refused anyway. Thank you. Thank you. Thanking her, Rhea closed her eyes and fell asleep pretty quickly. I wonder what connects us after all. Apparently the memories of the world I was in before I went to Nirvana to recover are sealed. Or maybe it's because of him that I'm there. A sudden sharp headache confused my thoughts. The reason was clearly the disturbed seal, which sealed the memories associated with the world I had visited before. Well, since she reacts so acutely, I'll try to do without this knowledge. The rain stopped towards morning, so I decided to dispel the barrier. To make sure that no one was around, I launched a couple of scanning spells. Mar was the first to wake up, and noticing Rhea sleeping on my shoulder shook his head in displeasure. After that, moving away from the camp, he started warming up to warm up his body, and then moved on to sword exercises. It seems that he decided that it was time for this body to master its usual fighting styles. Rhea woke up the second and smiled and kissed me on the cheek. Thanks. I've always slept much better next to you, she said and went to her things. Lillian was the last to wake up, and after spending some time trying to remember what happened yesterday, and why she fell asleep so abruptly, she frowned at me. Was it possible to do without it? She asked angrily. She obviously didn't like what I did very much. No. It made me feel better, but The feeling of loss has not gone away. A simple dream won't help here. Lillian snorted. I considered myself strong enough. In the end I understood what kind of company I got into, but it turned out to be more difficult. Emotions are stronger than reason. She barely whispered, corny and hackneyed, but time heals. Wounds heal, and scars do not allow us to forget about those we lose. Lillian didn't answer. She must have been thinking about something. Soon Mar finished training and returned to us. After breakfast, which mostly consisted of tired dried meat, we packed up for the road. However, my mother did not forget that she wanted to take care of my treatment. After she finished, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. It seems that you were right. There is no need for further treatment. Her voice became much more cheerful than in the morning. The fact that she was able to heal my wounds lifted her spirits. Our journey has continued. I think it's time to look for a village or an inn to replenish supplies. We came across the village closer to the middle of the day, or, to be more precise, it was a pointer to it. Having decided to replenish our supplies here, we turned onto the road leading to it. The name of the village was Lower Edmara, and if my memory does not fail me, there was a river with the same name on the map. The people who started to settle near her obviously didn't bother with the names. We got to the village pretty quickly. We didn't split up and send Mar alone, so we drove into it all together. Dismounting, the spirit left his horse under my supervision and went to the old man, who was probably the local headman, since only he came out to meet us. I decided not to waste time and scanned the settlement with spells. There was a surprise waiting for me in the nearest houses. I found several people who had magic at or close to the level of the knowers de Chu. Peasants were rarely able to reach at least the initial level of mana. There was no time in their lives to learn magic, and mentors could hardly be found nearby. Maybe hunters? I thought, or rather hoped for it. But as soon as another knower entered the area of my spell, accompanied by a couple of people at the level of those who touched, my hopes were dashed. It seems that Mar is going to be killed now, and you will be captured and carried away to do bad things. I rubbed the bridge of my nose irritably. I wonder if they will immediately waste me too. Or will they try to break me and make me a slave? I said my thoughts out loud to warn the girls about the danger. Do you think the villagers are with them? Raya asked, intimidated. Or maybe it's their husbands. It's not so important. Everyone chooses their own destiny. If they do not get out of their homes, they will continue to live. The headman took the spirit into the house. Apparently they decided to kill him from an ambush. But the three who got into my scanning spell recently came to us. Decided that they would be enough. The weaker ones had clubs in their hands, but the one who knew was with a sword and was grinning at us. I was hoping that Mara would quickly sort out his problems, kill those who were in ambush, and come out to us, but he was in no hurry. Obviously, I'll have to act on my own. Prostrate yourself and repent of your dirty thoughts, then maybe I'll let you come back safe and sound. My voice sounded firm and confident, and I tried to burn through them with my eyes. Aha! Who are you trying to scare, kid? Do you think that if you are a noble, they will immediately be afraid of you? The chief burst out laughing. Azran Zor, I said the burning chains spell. The eyes of the opponents widened in horror. They clearly did not expect such mastery of magic from the kid in my face. It seems that those who touched I even wanted to strategically retreat, but they did not do so when I allowed it. And now it's too late. Ah, you fucking bastard. Their scream merged into a single agony. Wild pain engulfed the entire body and mind of these people. My victims screamed wildly as several chains engulfed in black flames pierced their bodies, and as soon as the fire began to burn their vile carcasses, the screams multiplied many times. You're executing them, not killing them, Rhea said in dismay, probably thinking that I had acted unnecessarily cruelly. I don't think you and I would have an easy fate if we were ordinary girls. And it is unknown how many lives have already been ruined by them. So this is a well-deserved punishment. Lillian took my side. Finally the screams subsided. Unable to withstand the torment, the robbers expired. Oh. And here Mar appeared. As soon as I dealt with my enemies, you, as I see it, were in no hurry at all. We need food, so I shook out the headman's supplies for us, Mar said, pointing to the bag that hung on his back. Well, thanks for that. Not so, of course. We planned to visit the village. But who knew that we would be lucky to run into robbers? I hope this won't happen in the next village. Although it is not so far to the border, and beyond it, already in the Empire, there should be good inns in which we will replenish our supplies and rest. The road to the night camp turned out to be calm. Lillian and Rhea were talking about something of their own all this time. I think Mom wanted to convince herself that her friend was still with her, even though she had changed. Mar, on the other hand, whistled a tune I didn't know, and sometimes started talking to me about future plans. It seems to me that something is bothering him, but he has not yet decided to start a conversation directly. We had to spend the night in the forest. We drove into it a long time ago, but it did not end in any way. Dismounting and moving into the forest away from the road, we set up camp. However, this time we had to take the protection of the camp more seriously. In such a large forest, there will certainly be predators who are not averse to eating travelers. I set the alarms away to find out about the invasion in advance. I carved some illusory constructs on the trees around the camp and soaked them with mana to last until morning. They will hide our camp from the eyes, but they will not help from the smell. While I was protecting, Mar and Raya gathered more firewood for the campfire, and Lillian was busy setting up the camp. When we sat down by the campfire, the spirit began to rummage in the bag that he had captured in the village and took out a bundle of cloth. Unwrapping it, Mar showed us his prey, apparently a chicken carcass, already plucked and without a head. "Did you see what trophy I captured?" The spirit was obviously pleased with himself and immediately planted it on a strong branch, prepared in advance, handed it to me. "Here, cook us dinner." "There was no salt, was there?" I asked, putting a levitation rune on branch. "No," he said grimly. "For some reason, I had the feeling that we were the robbers who robbed the village." Lillian said cheerlessly, watching the chicken roasting over the fire. "You've just been living a quiet life for too long. In the fortress, and on the outskirts of the kingdom, you forgot that in this world, the strong devours the weak. They were lucky that we were kind guys and didn't take everything," Mar answered her. As a result, we had dinner with fried chicken, with bread and cheese, which Mar also found at the village. The girls spent some more time with us talking about what we could do in the castrum. This time they placed their sleeping places closer to each other. Perhaps Lillian was able to accept a new paradise, or is taking steps to achieve this goal, and is now not trying to keep her distance. Today, Mar and I were left alone to guard the camp. The spirit was looking intently at the sleeping girls and apparently was immersed in his own thoughts. I think he himself will not soon decide to raise the reason why he was here, and went to a contract that is practically useless for a spirit of his level. So I decided to take a step in his direction. "Well, when will the great Mardos, who in the form of a huge black dragon burned and subjugated the Elder Worlds, ask me to help him find his beloved daughter Manhwa as soon as possible?" I asked, innocently tilting my head to the side, while carefully watching how his expression changed from the realization of what I had just said. "How long have you known? What is it?" he asked softly. "What is it exactly? About you? Oh, your daughter? Or why would an ancient spirit like you sacrifice most of your strength to squeeze into this world?" I took a stick and began to stir the coals and brushwood in the fire. "Did Tia Seal tell you?" "No." Manhwa constantly told me about her cool dad, as well as how he loves and spoils her, and that we would make a wonderful duo of destroyers of worlds. She promised to introduce you as soon as she could persuade you to get out of the den in which you are indulging in idleness. I told the spirit what I know about him, and only after learning my name after the call, and my words about personal motives, could you understand that my girl was here. Yeah. Rose must have called Manhwa to her, and since you're here, it means her spirit hasn't returned from this world. All that remains for us is to find them and help them. Thank heaven. So I've been racking my brain for nothing about how to convince you to help me," the spirit said with obvious relief. "We'll start looking for your daughter as soon as we get settled in Castrum. But if she's in the heart of the Deadlands, we'll have to wait for her release. I understand. Our enemies should not know who we are until we have enough power to destroy them." Well, looks like we have guests." Feeling how the sing-alongs were disturbed, I said, "Apparently, it's a squad or a pack, but I'm leaning towards the second option. If they get closer, we'll find out. But it's better to wake up the girls right now. Yeah, our white streak is over. Sometimes there are problems in the village. Now they don't let you sleep. Mar grumbled and began to wake up our companions. They did not immediately understand the reason for the rise, but when they heard the howl, they immediately jumped to their feet. Wolves, after all, I said, launching a scanning spell to find out how many of them have already approached us. 3 are already close. Mana is well felt in them, so be careful who knows how they learn to use it. Horses can be killed. Mar muttered in displeasure, drawing his sword and imbuing it with mana. That's right. So I'm going to have to stay on the defensive, and you're going to destroy them, I said, creating a barrier around the horses. Mom and Rhea to me, Mar to the horses. You'll start with those who decide to hunt. Understood, said the spirit, taking up a position. Lillian stood behind me, while Rhea decided not to stay away. Drawing her blade, the girl took a defensive stance and activated a veil, ready to cover our healer and my back. I stopped supporting the scanning spell so as not to waste my strength on it. If the enemy is very close, the passive mana control around me should be able to warn me about him. He drew his sword from its scabbard and imbued it with mana. I decided not to activate the construct on it yet, which creates a continuation of the blade from mana. There were growls and howls all around us. Apparently the pack was surrounding us and preparing to attack. Mom, do not forget about your own protection and put all your strength into it. Don't worry, I can't be hurt that easily, Lillian proudly declared, imbuing her veil with mana. Meanwhile, I created a pair of dark swords over myself and activated the veil. I did not create armor, so I spend a lot of mana to maintain a barrier protecting horses. They've already got enough of howling mutts. Attack before I kill you one by one, Mar shouted impatiently, while swinging his sword, creating a sickle of mana that swept through the trees. And judging by the plaintive whining from the side, the spirit was able to hit the wolf, after all. A loud howl was heard, which most likely became the signal for an attack, and at least 5 wolves rushed towards us. 2 attacked Mar. 3 attacked me and the girls. Oh no, 4. I didn't immediately notice one behind my back. I used dark swords to immediately kill those who attacked us from the sides, clearly aiming at Lillian. It seems that they decided to kill the weakest of us from the first attack, the same one that was approaching me from the front. I was going to cut it with a sword, but the enemy decided to surprise us. They almost simultaneously used a kind of jerk, shortening the distance with us. I did not hit with dark swords, but quickly created daggers plunged right into the mouths of wolves, piercing them through. The now lifeless bodies of the predators swooped down on Lillian by inertia, knocking her off her feet. Since I had previously been focused on killing the wolves that threatened my mother, I decided to catch the one in front of me with live bait, putting my hand with an enhanced veil under the bite. The creature, apparently, could also strengthen its teeth or jaw with mana, so it was able to bite through my defense. Yai, you're going to die on this. I grimaced in pain, plunging my sword into his face. There was no protection on the wolves. I think all their acquired mana abilities were aimed at quick attacks. Mar easily dealt with his enemies, who did not have the strength to penetrate his armor, cutting one with his sword at once. The second, who managed to bounce back after the attack, he killed with a sickle of mana. I turned around to see how Rhea was doing, but she was already taking her sword out of the wolf's mouth. Experience or luck? I asked, grinning. I drove my sword into the mouths of worse creatures, which is why some overgrown dog gave me, she answered confidently, turning up her nose. I held out my hand to Lillian to help her up. Somehow, everything went down too abruptly. Did the wolves decide that we were too strong and decided to escape? But as soon as I thought about it, I felt the sudden appearance of strong mana behind my back. I dodge, and the wolf attacks the mother who stood in front of me. Therefore, I tried to manage to create a part of the sphere of protection for myself, and I pushed my mother away from me to try to get her out of harm's way. Kai, the creature is behind. I heard Mar scream as a sharp-clawed paw struck me in the back, tearing the veil, and then my skin. The sphere barely stopped the attack, and the full force of the blow fell on me. I'm tired of it. To be weak, I thought as I rolled head over heels from the impact. In my place, a loud howl was heard, calling for the remnants of the pack to attack, As soon as I sprawled on the ground, rage seized my entire mind. I used a strong spell construct without even thinking about the consequences. I hope my companions will cope with the rest. Runs bleds! I launched the spell activator at the place where the huge wolf was standing. At the same moment, a rain of several dozen blades of various sizes rained down on him from above, pinning him to the ground. Smiling contentedly at having dealt with the creature that dared to treat me like this, I felt a wave of familiar pain through my body. Again, I used more mana at once than the channels and the body can hold without consequences. A minute later, my mother loomed over me, who immediately began healing, and Rhea stood next to her protecting her. "Are there many wolves left?" I decided to ask, pretending that it didn't hurt that much. "No." A couple jumped out after the howl of the leader, but as soon as you stuffed him with swords, they whined and tried to escape. Only Mar wouldn't let them. At that moment, the spirit just approached us. "That thing has moved behind you, Kai." There doesn't seem to be anything stopping her from using spatial magic. The spirit told the reason for the unexpected appearance of the pack leader behind my back. Rather, he is able to move to wolves from his pack, I said, getting up to sit down. Lillian frowned at first, but realizing that the claw wound was bothering me more, she moved behind me and put her hands on it, intensified the healing. It's strange that such a strong pack was not exterminated. This road is used only by small detachments like ours, and then rarely the rest travel along the trade route. Very likely no one survived after meeting them, Lillian said, and they could not touch the local villages. Most likely they hunted only in the forest, considering it their territory. I guess they had enough loot here. The spirit shared his thoughts. Anyway, we got rid of them. How much did this flea-bitten guy fuck up, Kai? Rhea asked, turning to Lillian. No, I've already healed the claw wounds. It's just that someone decided to self-torture again, Mom said in a dissatisfied tone while painfully pushing me in the side. But I got rid of the threat quickly and for sure. And it's not that bad, certainly not like last time. I tried to justify myself. Yeah, that's it, the mana is almost gone. So I'll fly you in the morning. Or maybe you should leave everything as it is. Maybe at least stop crippling yourself. Lillian grumbled. Well, Mom, come on. I had spare clothes in my bags for you. Cool. I thought I'd have to go to the Empire in a torn shirt. I got up and followed my mother. While I was changing, Mar and Rhea dragged the corpses of the wolves to the border of the camp. The spirit lingered by the corpse of the leader. It seems that he was interested in something. No one was going to go to bed now, so we sat around the campfire waiting for morning to set off as soon as it became light enough. Returning to us, Mar handed me a pair of large fangs, which he took out of the mouth of the leader. Look at the teeth he's grown. Sharp, durable, and soaked in mana for many years, Mar said, clearly hinting to me that something useful could be made of them. Well, as a blade for a knife, if we find a skilled blacksmith who will not spoil them while making the handle. Well, then I will work on their completion as an artifactor. But it's better to wait until the castrum. I think we'll find everything we need to make something decent out of them. I shared my thoughts about the trophy. A knife from a wolf's fang. Although this hulk can already be called a vard, Mara said contentedly, taking the fangs from me for safekeeping. No one bothered our camp anymore until morning. When it was already dawn, Lillian treated me a little again, and then we continued our journey. In the afternoon we were already near the border. Our road joined the main trade route that led to the capital of the kingdom. A little away from the road, the walls of the fortress could be seen, which belonged to some noble family that was responsible for border protection. But I still hadn't learned the clans and their coats of arms, so I didn't know who lived there. I should have done it. Still, while I was living in the fortress, I didn't really need it. But in the Empire, most likely, I will often have to face the nobility, and know better who is in front of you. While I was lost in my thoughts, we had already passed the border posts that were responsible for marking the borders of the two countries. Well, we have left the kingdom of Arun. There is a way ahead to the city of Castrum, bordering the Deadlands. I wonder how much the Forgenar Empire surpasses the kingdom in its development. The Forgenar Empire was formed shortly after the split of the Canaris Kingdom. The peoples that inhabited the western part of the continent, instead of continuing the wars among themselves, focused on protecting themselves from the threats that came from the center of the continent, and the lands that bordered them from the south. A major role In this unification was played by the Gevalt family, whose head, with the support of the Twile family, was able to unite the central part of the western lands. And also, the head of the Gevalt family managed to convince the Icecult family to give him the daughter of the head in marriage, the one who did not inherit the title of matriarch of the family. This made it possible to conclude a strong alliance between the northern and central lands of the western part of the continent. The Fiimem family, who called themselves the rulers of the lands that were further south, realizing that they could be surrounded and subsequently destroyed, proposed to create an empire. Under the rule of the Gwalt family, which will henceforth be called the Imperial family, and the three strongest families that were previously considered the rulers of their lands, received the title of Great Families and founded the council in order to limit the power of the emperor. From a lesson on the study of the world order in the school of the Forgenar Empire, here we are in the empire, I thought, looking at the local landscapes, which so far were not much different from the kingdom. The stone-lined road was clearly being monitored and repaired as it wore out. Obviously, this trade route is in demand. We were just passing loaded wagons that were heading towards the kingdom. The horsemen guarding them were closely monitoring the situation around them. However, they didn't really consider us. They probably decided that we could hardly be a threat to them. The Forgenar Empire seems to have quite an active trade with the Arun Kingdom. I spoke to Lillian, who was riding next to me. Rather with the Republic of Devar. The road runs through the whole kingdom. Most often trade caravans travel along it to the Republic, and most of them do not enter the cities of the kingdom located along this path. Lillian explained to me. I see. I wonder why they haven't captured the kingdom yet, dividing up its territories and resources. Because most of the resources from the kingdom go directly to the city of Mirantil magicians. They support the royal family, which has long been pumping out all the most valuable things from their lands, selling them for a song to the city of magicians. And so that there is no chance of a successful uprising, they do not allow their subjects to develop. Every year, the kingdom lags further behind its neighbors and looks like it is stuck in the distant past. No new knowledge of magic, no new inventions of artifactors and alchemists. Even the quality of fabrics and tailoring is lagging far behind. My mother told me the reasons why the kingdom looks so deplorable. I think the last reason bothered her the most. We will need to update our wardrobe in order to stand out less. Although, you have a suit from the Empire. I suddenly remembered the coat of arms of the Twile family on her outfit. The coat of arms on your jacket will attract a lot of attention if it is seen, right? Yes, you can't see him under the traveling cloak right now, but we'd better really buy clothes made in the Empire. There will probably be a couple of shops in the nearest town. We need to get to it first, and we planned a long stop at the inn. I remember. Don't worry, I'll just take off my jacket while we're there. I think you'll attract as much attention without a jacket as your coat of arms, I grumbled a little jealously. It's just a woman's shirt, and besides, I'm young and single, Lillian said with a smile. We're in trouble. I hope at least no one recognizes Mar by sight, I said resignedly. Laron preferred to stay in the shadows. In fact, he was most likely sent for you so that no one would know that my family was involved in this. But you recognized him right away, because I was introduced to him. In case something happened, he would have been sent to rescue me. Often Laron was one of the defenders who secretly followed me. It seems that your family was thoroughly engaged in protecting their children. Yeah, but the church still managed to arrange my escape. But even so, one of the squads managed to find us. The main thing is that they don't track us down before we get to Castrum. It is unlikely that they will find out about the failure so soon. So do not worry. I spent the rest of the way to the inn thinking about how I could accelerate the development of my body. Apparently, tattoos with constructs and runes will have to be applied to the skin in order for them to become a kind of magical channels. But to do this, you will have to find rare magical herbs for paints, and someone who can apply them correctly. It's a hassle. Maybe you can immediately replace your hand with an artifact or... Kai, we have arrived. Raya's voice sounded nearby. I think I've been thinking too much, I replied, looking at the inn in front of us. The first thing that attracted attention was the arch of the gate, on which there was a large sign with the name of this place. Black Boar. I hope they don't roast the boars to a charcoal crust. We entered the territory of the inn and headed for the stable. They left the horses there, took a couple of bags with them, in which they put money with personal belongings. After that, we left a few silver coins to the groom, who happily promised to take good care of our horses, and finally entered the main hall of the inn. Yeah, I was surprised at the scale. The large hall with several dozen tables was clearly designed for a lot of visitors to come here. Only a couple of logs were burning in the large fireplace that served to heat this hall. Apparently it would be kindled more strongly later in the evening. Only a small part of the tables were occupied. Most likely, the main influx of visitors will be as soon as it gets dark, and travelers will look for overnight accommodation. A rather tall middle-aged man was standing behind the bar. When we entered the hall, he gave us a bored look, after which he turned his gaze back to the girl sitting in front of him, with whom he was talking. Warmth, comfort, and delicious food. I said, tired of spending the night in the open air. I'll go find out about the rooms and amenities, while you take our table, Mar said, heading for the counter. Having chosen a table and sat down at it, we did not take off our traveling raincoats. This of course does not apply to good manners, but it is unlikely that customers will find fault with the whims as long as they are able to pay their bill. The waitress, who was not far from the bar, did not hurry to us, probably waiting for Mar to finish the conversation and sit down at our table. Meanwhile, we didn't waste any time either. We chatted about what goodies might be on their menu. I took a large room designed for 6, but it has its own bathroom, so I don't have to go to the communal bath, Mar said, sitting down at our table. Did you take a lot? I decided to ask, even though I didn't understand the prices. A couple of gold pieces a day. I think the amenities are worth a couple of sparkles, even if he overcharged. The spirit answered me. At that moment, the waitress came up to us and put several sheets of thick paper on which the assortment of dishes was presented. Our main menu of the dishes of the day. Today we have roast deer and berry pie. Do you want something right away? There were not many items on the menu, consisting mainly of products that could be stored for the future, and at the same time, they could be stored for a long time. I only studied it briefly, because I had already heard what interested me. A whole pie, please? And if there is milk, it will be perfect, I said. A couple of surprised looks from Rhea and Mar focused on me. Lillian, who knew about my craving for pastries and cold milk, just smiled. Is there any milk? Do you want to warm it up? The waitress decided to clarify. No way. To which the waitress nodded, writing down my part of the order in pencil. Lillian and Rhea ordered wild boar with vegetables and ale, while Mar ordered a roast and a piece of pie. He only winked at my questioning look. After recording our order, the waitress retired to the kitchen. Well, to be honest, after so many years in the kingdom, it's hard for me to imagine that the world is not so backward, I said after I had set up a silent spell near our table. There are a lot of new inventions and innovations coming from the Republic, and the Republic seems to be very willing to promote them in other countries as well. He shared with me what the spirit knew. Oh well, then I see. Someone has clearly decided to develop this world faster and make it more comfortable. I hope there's coffee here, and he's already come up with a coffee maker. I hadn't heard of it before I fled to the kingdom, Lillian said, which made me very sad. I haven't heard either. Maybe they just don't bring it to the island, Mar added, obviously determined to finish me off. Nuo, I shouted dramatically, then lowered my head to the table, because I had no strength left to live in this world without coffee. You're being childish again, Lillian chirped, smiling. You were different on the road. It's just that someone relaxed again and turned off combat mode. The spirit answered her. When I noticed that the waitress was coming towards us, I dispelled the silent spell. Fortunately, my pie and milk arrived. A piece of Mar was lying separately. Pouncing on the pie, I ate it piece by piece, washing it down with milk. Kaifi. Maybe they'll have a pie tomorrow, or you need to buy the whole stock from them. I began to sort out the options for how I could eat more pies. Yes, it's delicious. I think they won't refuse to sell us a couple of pies. Mars supported my idea. Soon the rest of the order arrived. After ordering a couple more pies, we paid for our meal. After everyone had eaten and they brought my charm to us, more precisely, our pies, we went to the room, which was on the second floor. When I entered our shelter for the next day and examined it, I involuntarily whistled. Instead of a room with 6 beds and a corner for a bathroom, we were greeted by a fairly spacious living room with a couple of sofas and a table. 2 doors on the left side of the living room led to bedrooms, one to a larger one with a double bed, the other to a more modest room with a pair of single beds, and the remaining 2 apparently had to sleep on sofas. On the right side there was a door to a room, the lion's share of which was occupied by a large stone bathtub, which even had a faucet for water supply. There was a place on the side for a storage device that fed the heating and cooling constructs. Judging by the drain hole at the bottom, they also have a sewer. The Baron obviously had a simpler life. Magic and a thirst for convenience can handle it no worse than technology. Yes, it was worth being born in the wilderness of this world, and I began to wonder at the development of the rest of it. To be honest, I expected something completely different. And here is a whole hotel room with separate bedrooms and a gorgeous bathroom. Are you sure you only gave away a couple of gold pieces? I shared my impressions with the others, returning to the living room. A couple of gold pieces is a lot of money, Kai. But I agree, the room is clearly worth the money. Am I right in understanding that our gallant men will give us the master's big bed? Lillian asked, smiling slyly. The one that's so soft and big, right? What can we do? All the amenities for our dear ladies, I answered her, sitting on the couch next to Mar. The girls were sitting opposite. Of course, we are also the first to go to the bathroom. Rhea has already confronted us with the fact. Mar, there is a threat looming over us in the form of a heel over our head, I said, feigning fear. Don't worry, I'll take care of their bathroom needs and she'll disappear. The spirit replied with a grin, to which he received 2 indignant glances. Yes, you don't have a chance to go with these girls. Apparently you're not their type. Well, since you're the first, then hurry up. Otherwise I also wouldn't mind relaxing in hot water after a long journey. I hurried the girls so as not to waste time. They nodded and took with them clean clothes and a couple of towels that were in the closet, which was located next to the entrance to the bathroom, went to wash. Which one of us sleeps on the couch and guards the entrance? I asked. Do you think someone will disturb us here? Hardly. But a couple of protective constructs on the door and a light sleep of the lookout on the couch will not be superfluous. But since this is my paranoia, I can be on the lookout. I'm on my own. Moreover, I have suspicions that you will have a guest at night. She's going to be with Lillian, and she won't let her go, and she's been acting calm lately. The mind can take control of desires, I said, glancing at the bathroom door. Lillian is fast asleep, and relaxed after a bath. She may not even notice how she is being abandoned. Okay, shall we make a bet? But I don't have any money, I suggested, wondering what I could bet. You have a pie. Hey, don't encroach on the sacred. How long have you had a sweet tooth? I was indignant at the proposed bid. I haven't been in a human body for a long time, and in this world before you appeared, I was generally in armor. Mar grumbled. Well, it seems that you had strict restrictions in order to be allowed into this world, and they disappeared at my call, because you have already become considered a local. Sort of. So, are you betting the pie that Raya will be obedient and won't look in on you? I think you're too sure of the opposite. However, 2 pies are better than 1. It's worth the risk, I said, holding out my hand. Don't fight her too much. Shaking the outstretched hand, he said. We spent the rest of the time waiting for the tub to be empty in silence, each thinking about his own. The girls were clearly in no hurry. I even managed to doze off, woke up to the sounds of the door opening and the girls' footsteps. After leaving the bathroom, they sat down opposite and relaxed on the couch, clearly satisfied after the water treatments. You weren't in a hurry at all, I grumbled. Yeah, there is such a thing. That's all I heard in response from them. Go next, Mar. He nodded and took the towel and went to the bathroom. He didn't have any clothes to change. Most likely they were destroyed during the explosion in the camp. I was thinking that it would be better for us to stop in one of the cities on the way to Castrum. Of course you can go there directly, but the way with such comfortable stops will be much more pleasant and easier. Okay, we'll solve this issue when we hit the road, but for now it's better to relax and unwind, and it would be nice to do it in hot water. Mar returned pretty soon as I thought, and put on his dirty clothes after the trip. There's probably a laundress here. Can we give her our traveling clothes to wash? I suggested, getting up from the couch. And what will I wear? Mar asked. but the thought of clean clothes clearly interested him. "Tie a towel around your hips," I replied, taking my clothes and towel. "If you decide, bring my dirty clothes too." Entering the water treatment room, I undressed and climbed into a huge tub for me, which began to fill with hot water. Judging by how soon the heating constructs were activated, the temperature continued to be maintained by the bathroom itself. "Oh, I'll have to make one for myself when I get a house. Now you can have a good rest," I said, closing my eyes. I don't know how long I've been in hot water. It's because I've lost track of time. Since my dirty clothes were not there, it means that Mar still decided to give our clothes to the laundry and did not forget about mine. After soaping up and washing off the remnants of the foam with clean water, I put on clean clothes and went out into the living room. Lillian and Raya were not there, but Mar was sitting in a black shirt, obviously made of high-quality fabric, and gray trousers. "Who did you rob?" I asked, sitting down next to him. They had simple clothes that they would not mind selling. They said that anything could happen on the road or from their fine booze, so they keep it for such cases, Mar told me, pleased with his new clothes. "Yeah, you're the most fashionable of us now. Are the girls already asleep?" "They said they were tired of waiting for you and would go to bed. You're really stuck in the bathroom, maybe the longest you've been." "This is the privilege of the latter," I said, grinning. After checking the closed bolt on the front door, he created a protection construct on it that would not allow the door to be easily knocked out. When he was done, he went to the room with the single beds. "Good night, Mar," I said to the ghost, who was already sprawled out on the couch. "And a good night to you, Kai." Entering the room, I sat down on the bed, which was away from the door, kicked off my boots and lay down on the bed trying to fall asleep. I was jerked out of sleep by a heaviness on my chest, and someone else's hot breath felt on my face. My control of the space around me, of course, did not react to Raya's mana. She lay on top of me and, being nose to nose with me, looked intently into my eyes. Her red hair was loose, and her green eyes were watching me, waiting for me to answer. "I was hoping you'd pulled yourself together, Raya," I said, somewhat disappointed. "It's hard to do that when the soul and the body want the same thing, Kyrian. Maybe you can still bear it for a couple more years." "My body, of course, is already capable of this, but I would like to be more confident in it. In addition, due to my intervention in the development of the body to strengthen, several necessary processes are slightly slowed down." I decided to confess the reason for my behavior to Raya. "First of all the war, and then the girls, right?" Moving away from my face and sitting on top of me, she said, noticing how I was curiously examining the curves of her body, which was not particularly hidden by the chemise. She smiled contentedly. "Maybe you've already changed your mind?" Raya asked me in a languid voice. "No, you're obviously not indifferent because of the memories from another world, but I don't have them. For me, right now, you're just the one who took over the body of a girl I know. I can see by your eyes and attitude that I was clearly a dear person to you, but I need the time I spent here with you, instead of memories of another world." Raya listened to me without interrupting, and finally smiled sadly. "I'm sorry. Can I stay next to you for the night, like I did at camp?" "You can." Raya got off me and lay down next to me. The bed was not particularly wide, so she snuggled close to me, putting her head on my chest, while I put my arm around her to make it more comfortable. "It seems that the crisis has passed, but you really have to spend more time with her. She obviously will not back down, and will not accept a refusal, however. I see no point in bringing it to this, but I would like to remember what connected us with her. Coins that are minted in the states of our world almost always have the same value, depending on the metal and weight in them. A small exception is the Empire of the Sun, due to the fact that they leave a hole in the center in their copper coins. Accordingly, their value is lower. Fortunately, there is no such thing in gold and silver, so their value does not differ from coins that were minted in other countries. But merchants, auction houses, and banks often set their own exchange rates. Prices for goods, food, and services vary greatly and depend on many factors. For example, fish will obviously cost less closer to the place where it is caught, while vegetables and livestock meat will be cheaper in places where there is enough land. A lot also depends on the country and its attitude towards its subjects, whether they help their subjects in the development of farms, or stifle them with taxes and extortion. From a lesson on the study of the world order at the Forgenar Empire's school. Dear Diary, I can't find the words to describe the bitterness and pain of another morning without coffee. Alright, with these thoughts, I woke up realizing that I don't know how much longer I have to start a new day without it. Okay, it's time to get up, I thought, and glanced at Rhea, who was sleeping soundly and didn't seem to be getting up anytime soon. Come on, get up. Maybe you can sneak into your room while Lillian sleeps. Noticing that she did not react to my words, I poked her cheek with my finger. Newell, let me sleep for 5 more minutes. Cyrus, fight the Death Eaters without me for now. At the last words, it seems she began to wake up and, realizing what she had said, stared at me with wide eyes. It's all right, but you still have to get up, I said, and didn't hit her hard on the nose. Oh, did the great and terrible Kai pay attention to me? Rhea said contentedly and started to get up, although before that she managed to kiss me on the cheek. Okay, maybe it's really worth trying to get back unnoticed. Rhea tiptoed to the door and opened it a crack, looked out into the hall, making sure that Lillian was not there. She left and went into the next room. In turn, I put on my shoes and followed her into the living room. Mar has changed somewhat. I don't know when or where he managed to buy a razor, maybe yesterday with clothes, but the spirit seems to have decided to put on a marathon. He shaved his temples and shortened his hair, and he shaved off the stubble that had turned into a kind of beard during our journey. Before that, I noticed that his eyes began to darken due to mana and his facial features sharpened a little, but now, having found a razor, he took care of his hair. Now he was sitting relaxed on the couch and apparently was busy rebuilding his body. Deciding not to disturb him, I went to the bathroom to wash and tidy myself up. Passing by the entrance to the room, I removed the protection from the door. After spending a few minutes in the bathroom, I returned to the living room. Sitting down next to the spirit, I decided to also work out the development of the body, for which I closed my eyes for better concentration. After running the mana from the source through the muscles and channels, I made sure that there was no damage from overloads. Then I used the mana from the Guardian Shard to start creating small threads in my hands, which I will then expand to full-fledged channels. I don't know how long it took before the voices of Lillian and Rhea distracted me and pulled me out of my thoughts. I guess that's enough for today. I slowly opened my eyes. Mom and Rhea were sitting across from me and watching Mar, without hesitation, greedily devouring a berry pie, washing it down with a drink that had come from somewhere. Looking down, I noticed that there were 3 more cups and a basket of pies on the table in front of us. Where are the goodies from? I decided to ask. Local employees brought it along with clean clothes. They said that this, along with breakfast, is included in the room rate. But I'll have to go down to the gym for breakfast. Mom enlightened me about what happened while I was busy perfecting my body. Good service, I said, and took a bun and took a bite. It turned out to be with sweet cottage cheese. It's delicious. Doesn't it bother you that Mar ate your pie? My mother asked, as if perplexed. What makes you think it's mine? We agreed that one was his, so mine is still intact, I replied, eating a bun and washing it down with a drink similar to herbal tea. Well, then he put yours in his bag. Clearly not getting the right reaction from me, Lillian clarified. Okay, I replied with a heavy sigh. I bet him a pie. So it's all right. And what did you bet on? My mother persisted, and also turned to Rhea so as not to miss her reaction, which in turn clearly began to guess everything. Is it by any chance that one restless red-haired devil will climb up to you at night? Fa. Rhea choked on her tea after hearing Lillian's words. You're acting like horny teenagers, Mom said, frowning. I'm sorry, Mom. We won't do this anymore. I can assure you of one thing. Don't worry, you won't have any grandchildren after tonight, I said guiltily, then raised the cup of tea to my lips to hide a smile. Lillian didn't take her eyes off me. It was hard to understand what she was thinking. Mar, ignoring the conversations, finished his tea, having managed to eat a pie before that. It looks like I have a competitor. I'll need to start hiding my goodies. I'm sorry, Lillian. It's my fault that I didn't keep my word and went back to Kai. Raya spoke softly, drawing Mom's attention. No, I guess I shouldn't have gotten into this. Unfortunately, I have not yet met a man whom I could love so much that I dared to follow him anywhere. That's why I can't understand your feelings, Mom suddenly said, surprising everyone in the room. Apparently, because Kai tried to be a normal child all these years, I got used to it, and the knowledge of his true identity faded into the background. That's why I reacted so sharply to your behavior. Don't worry, Mom. I don't mind this attitude at all. And Raya really should listen to you more if she wants to get your blessing, I said and winked at Raya, who was staring at me in amazement. It seemed that with every minute, the girl's level of amazement was only growing, and she no longer knew where to put herself. You were right about that. You can't let any naughty foxes spoil my son. That's not why I raised him. Lillian agreed, suppressing a chuckle. Are we going to have breakfast today? Or are you planning to continue talking? Mar, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. It seems that he had not eaten at all. Yes, it would not hurt to refresh yourself before the journey. When should we vacate the room? I decided to clarify. Before lunch. Then you should pick up your things and go right after breakfast. There's no point in staying here. We'd better stop by and rest in the city on the way. There were no objections from the companions, so we got dressed and gathered our modest belongings and went down to the first floor. The hall was almost empty. Most travelers prefer to continue their journey in the early morning. We were in no hurry and therefore came down late. For breakfast we were served scrambled eggs with fried meat, apparently leftovers from yesterday's deer. It was quite tasty and most importantly satisfying. After the meal, Mar went to the bar to buy us food for the road and replenish our water supplies. When all the preparations were completed, we continued our journey towards Castrum, of course, not forgetting about our horses. Closer to lunch, they turned off the direct road to Castrum onto the one that leads through the town of Gorder. Due to the fact that he was a little to the side, this road will take longer, but it will be possible to spend a couple of days in the city and buy clothes. In order to try to get to the city before dark, we did not make long halts, only stopped a couple of times to let the horses rest and have a snack ourselves. We got to the city at sunset. The guards who guarded the entrance only glanced at us and asked about the purpose of arriving in their city. Judging by the way they spent a long time examining the merchant's cart that was in front of us, they were not interested in ordinary travelers. They were asked about a place to stay for the night. They advised a hotel closer to the city center. Those on the outskirts were cheaper and popular, with a very specific segment of the population. Deciding that we don't need conflicts, and it's better not to attract too much attention, we went to the one that we were advised. We left the horses in the stable near the exit from the city. It is unlikely to be possible to find a place for the horses in the center. On the way, I looked at the city. The appearance of the houses did not go too far from the time, which is often called the Middle Ages, but the reason for this is most likely that the houses were built a long time ago, whereas the facades of the shops that are now closed were made using the architecture of a later period. Progress does not stand still, especially if he is pushed by someone who knows how to achieve the desired result. I thought about day when I saw the sign of a clothing store with the name Republican Fashion, and judging by the show costumes, my old friend has clearly staged a fashion revolution to wear his favorite costumes without standing out from the crowd. I wonder how much technology he develops in secret from the rest of the world. I'll have to ask him when I visit him in the Republic. It seems that we have reached our destination. The hotel building of 5 floors looked new. Apparently it was built using new knowledge and technology. Well, let's see what they can offer us. Entering the spacious lobby of the hotel, we headed to the reception desk. A smiling young man offered us a couple of double rooms that were nearby, and when we asked where we could wash, he hurried to please us. In the new hotels that the Loris Trading House is building and developing throughout the Empire, all the Empire, amenities are present right in the rooms, and their hotel, of course, is no exception. In addition, if we have a desire, they have food delivery from the restaurant, which was located on the ground floor, directly to the rooms. You only need to leave an order in advance and specify the room number. So they haven't invented telephones or a long-distance communication artifact yet. Our rooms turned out to be on the second floor. We refused the help of one of the hotel employees and carried our bags ourselves. Judging by the curious look with which Lillian looked around, it was she who was most surprised by such a hotel. Apparently, this did not happen 12 years ago. Having found the numbers we needed, we split up. Agreed that Mar and I would look into them later. The rooms were not particularly large. A small hallway led to a room with a couple of beds, some cozy furniture, and a door that separated the bathroom from the living room. That's all. Yes, the room at the inn was clearly better, but we only gave 1 gold piece for both rooms here. The spirit went to the bathroom first. I went to the window and looked at the night city. I'll have to walk around the city tomorrow, visit a couple of restaurants, maybe there's something delicious. Mar finished the bath procedures pretty quickly. After that, I went to the bathroom. Going in there, I found a small bathtub with taps for water supply and even a shower. People always strive for maximum comfort in their development. I took a quick shower, deciding not to stay in the bathroom for long, and then changed into fresh clothes. After that, Mar and I went to the girls. It was only when Rhea asked in obvious surprise why we were so early that we realized one small fact. They have their own minimum required time for taking a bath. So I had to go back to my room and do nothing for a couple more hours before there was a knock on the door. The spirit rose to open the door and find out who the hard work had brought. It turned out that the girls had finally finished, and Mar let them into our room. We decided to look in on you ourselves, so that you don't have to go a second time, Lillian said, sitting down on a chair against the wall opposite the beds. Rhea went to me, who was sitting on her bed and sat next to me, leaned against me and wrapped her arms around my arm. Shall we go over the plans for tomorrow? Mom asked. Buy clothes, stroll through other shops and have lunch before the road. There should be enough supplies to reach Castrum, so there is no need to buy them. I hope we have enough money, I said in response to her. I don't think that during the time that I spent in the kingdom, everything has risen in price much. We definitely have enough gold for simple clothes, without using rare materials, and we don't seem to need another one yet. Good. I'd look into the bookstore. Maybe I'll find something interesting. For example, new achievements in the field of artifact creation. I announced my plans, confident that I would definitely find such a book. I doubt you'll find anything interesting in it for yourself, Mar spoke up, clearly aware of my artifact skills. Local runes. If I'm going to sell my creations, it's better to use them. It will most likely affect the quality and properties, but I think the locals will still appreciate them. Quite expensive. The spirit spoke thoughtfully. Don't worry. Everything is the best for your family and for free. I felt that Rhea had obviously snuggled closer to me and looked at her and realized that she had fallen asleep. He carefully placed her head on his lap so that she would be more comfortable. She's very attached to you, Kai. I don't know what happened in her world, but not everyone can decide to follow a person dear to their heart into the unknown and other worlds. The spirit spoke softly, apparently so as not to disturb her sleep. Nothing good happens where there are Death Eaters, and since my memories have been sealed and she is here, then her world may no longer exist. Mar just shook his head sullenly. Apparently he had his own thoughts on the subject, but he did not voice them. Lillian looked confused, probably because she couldn't understand what we were talking about. You shouldn't listen to a horror story before going to bed, Mom. And if tomorrow morning, she was clearly interested in the topic that concerned other worlds. Maybe in the morning, but in 10 years? 5? 5? Do you know the saying, if you know less, you sleep better? Apparently, this is not necessary in my world, Lillian replied. 5. I decided to put an end to our bidding and give in to her. 5. I won't forget, she said with a triumphant smile, then looked at Rhea. Will you leave her here? Yes, let him stay. Good, then I'll probably go to bed early. We have a lot of things to do tomorrow. Good night, Mom. Good night, Lillian. After saying goodbye to us, my mother went to her room. Mar, who had accompanied her, returned and lay down on his bed. I, not wanting to disturb the sleeping Rhea, remained sitting on the bed. I just closed my eyes to focus on my thoughts. When I felt the girl move, I opened my eyes and met her gaze. She sat up and sat next to me. "I think I've bothered you again," she whispered, afraid to wake Mar. "I have to go back to my room." "Stay if you want. I'm already getting used to the fact that we spend the night together," I said, laying down on the bed. Raya just nodded contentedly at my words and lay down next to me, snuggling up to me. "It's time for breakfast, lovebirds. Don't keep Lady Lillian waiting for you." Mar began to push us apart. Raya slowly, without much desire, began to rise, rubbing her eyes. "I don't like mornings," Raya muttered, heading for the exit. "Has Mom come in yet?" I asked Mar, getting out of bed. "No, but she got up a long time ago," he replied, apparently watching her room or eavesdropping. After washing up quickly and putting myself in order after sleeping, I returned to the spirit. We didn't have to wait long for our girls. Leaving most of our things in the rooms, we went downstairs and headed to the restaurant. Quite a rich interior and tables designed for companies of no more than 6 people, and some were even for a couple of people. Obviously, the establishment has moved away from the tavern format, which more often had large tables at which people could sit completely unfamiliar to each other, and the arrangement left more space between the tables, giving more personal space for guests. Having taken a table for 4, we ordered a set breakfast for ourselves without going too deep into the menu. The only thing I tried to find there was coffee, but alas, there was nothing like it. I hope they just haven't found or figured out what to do with it yet. If it does not exist, it will be a huge loss for humanity in this world. Realizing from my sullen face that I had not found my personal brand of bad substance again, Mar decided to support me and put his hand on my shoulder and said, "You will find it, Kai. Don't lose hope." Breakfast arrived pretty quickly. It didn't take us long to absorb it, so soon we were on our way to the clothing store, which caught my attention yesterday. In the morning, the city was quite lively. It seemed to be bustling with life. People hurrying about their business or just strolling through the shops filled its streets. When we got to the right store, we went inside. The hall was filled with shelves and hangers with clothes. Several mannequins served to showcase the most eye-catching outfits. The owner of the shop, or maybe just the seller, saw us, left her place, which was at the display cases with decorations, and headed towards us. "Welcome to our humble shop, gentlemen and ladies. I'm Rian, the manager of this store. Can I help you with your choice?" she said with a smile on duty when she came up to us. As soon as she entered the area of my control of space, I felt a strange fluctuation of mana from her, or rather from a small artifact that was somewhere under my clothes. They were barely noticeable, and so I decided not to pay much attention to it. "I don't know about the ladies, but this big guy and I will definitely need professional advice," I said, pointing at Mar. "Judging by the number of outfits unknown to me, I'm afraid I could use some help too," Lillian said, looking at the mannequins. "Oh, don't worry. I'll be able to tell you with most of them, but in the meantime, help the boys." Taking her mother's arm, Raya said, leading her to the back of the hall. After carefully examining us with an appraising glance, the girl thought for a minute, probably picking up options. "I think you need loose clothes that do not restrict movement, and preferably made of durable fabric. We will find suitable models and sizes. You can go to the fitting rooms and I'll bring you some clothes." "Okay. Thanks." Mar and I walked slowly towards the fitting rooms. On the way we exchanged a couple of phrases about the fact that in the Republic, they sew clothes that are clearly ahead of the development of this world. Well, actually there is no special strangeness in this. It is not difficult to create machines using magic and runes, especially if you know how they should work. Aaron always gravitated towards good and beautiful clothes in his personal opinion, and did not want to wear all sorts of rags. Therefore, as a rule, he invested in the creation and promotion of decent clothes in worlds like this, and often managed to make a lot of money from it. I wouldn't be surprised if he specifically collects all the related knowledge in the worlds he happens to be in. Okay, everyone has their own weaknesses and priorities, and since he has advanced this part of the development of the world so much, I will take advantage of its achievements. Soon Rian came up to us and handed us a set of clothes with the spirit, offered to try it on first, and she went to pick up a couple more outfits. The result of the selection of clothes was a loose dark gray shirt, which in many worlds is called a t-shirt, and black trousers of a loose fit. The fabric was pleasant to the body and ironed with high quality. Well, we don't need more yet, so I took another pair of black and white t-shirts and left the fitting room. Rian was talking to the girls in the distance, apparently deciding to give them time while we were busy fitting, but when she noticed me she headed in my direction. "Have you already decided on your choice?" she asked, smiling, examining me. "Yes, I'll take this and a couple of shirts to change. Can I offer you accessories and shoes? Of course, we do not have a large assortment, but the shoes will definitely be better than those that are made in the kingdom. You can watch it. I'm not sure that we have enough money for something more than clothes. We didn't specify the prices as we entered, and the main stock of gold that I took from the Baron's safe is slowly melting away. Okay, I'll see what they offer, and at the same time I'll figure out the prices." Having picked up my low black leather boots, the manager noticed that my belt with a scabbard was now clearly out of place in the new image. Therefore, as a salesman who knows his business, she offered a trouser belt with an additional fastening into which the scabbard could be threaded. After trying it on and threading the scabbard, I walked around a little. It was quite comfortable, and nothing interfered. "Yeah, it looks like the one who will ruin us will be me, not the girls," I said, realizing that I would have to pay a decent amount for this. "Do not worry. Thanks to the advanced production and automation of many processes, simple clothes without magical enhancements are not so expensive." Rian decided to reassure me. "You use interesting words. I haven't heard them before. You will hear more in the Republic if you find yourself there one day. And thanks to the fact that the Republic willingly shares its knowledge, new words are also spreading all over the world." The manager enlightened me with obvious pride. "And how much will my new clothes cost?" I asked a question that worries me. "Only 5 gold pieces." Unfortunately, the delivery of clothes here directly from the Republic carries a lot of costs, and the Empire is not in a hurry to build factories on its lands that produce clothes and fabrics. Rian surprised me again with her awareness. "Phew," I breathed out in relief. "I can pull this amount off. We can pay as soon as my friend finishes with his choice." "Good. It seems that he is just coming to us," the manager said with a smile, noticing the spirit that was heading in our direction. "No, save you and mad curious. You look good for another couple of years, and with your pretty face and manly image, you will conquer the hearts of young girls," Mar said, appreciating my new look. Rian nodded, smiling, apparently agreeing with him. Mar, who already had new clothes bought at the inn, chose more practical and durable clothes for himself, picking up trousers and a leather jacket, and also a pair of black t-shirts. "You have an interesting choice. At least they are not fitted. Otherwise, I can't imagine how you would fight in this." After examining it, I said, "I would use others for battles," the spirit said with a wink to Rian, to which she feigned embarrassment. "It suits you very well, sir. Do you also want to match a belt and shoes to your new style?" Smiling sweetly at Mar, she cooed, "Of course." While Mar was not interested in choosing belts, I asked him to pay for my clothes and took a couple of gold coins from him and decided to take a walk. The girls probably won't decide on their own purchases soon, so I asked the spirit to keep an eye on them and call me through the seal as soon as they finish. After leaving the store, he headed towards the magic shop. At least that's what the sign said, which caught my attention as we walked to the clothing store. Going inside, I found myself in a relatively small room with several storefronts. There were already a couple of visitors with whom the shop owner communicated. He glanced at me briefly and most likely decided that I would not cause trouble, and focused on the conversation. Walking along the storefronts and examining the things that are on display in them, I tried to figure out how much you can earn for the first time on such simple magical crafts. I stayed at the display case with the drives, and used my magical vision for a short time to see the constructs on them. Ordinary crystals were not particularly expensive. I think they were mined in a sufficiently large volume, but those that had runes on them and served to better store mana inside were already worth almost twice as much. There was even one copy of the storage device in which the crystal was inside a metal box covered with patterns of the construct and runes. Apparently, such a storage device served as a source for complex constructs that require both a large amount of mana to work and an improved distribution of the flows of this mana from the storage device across the construct. His price, of course, was already 10 times higher. Not a bad way to earn money that does not attract attention. I'm just not sure there's a lot of demand for them. Wherever I came across drives, They were at most with runes, and a small box that served more to preserve the crystal than an artifact amplifier like the one inside the showcase. However, you can make a pair with a more advanced construct and look for buyers through some auction. The next showcase already had jewelry that had storage crystals instead of a gemstone, which fueled the construct superimposed on the jewelry itself. In principle, many precious stones can also be used as a storage device. It's just much more complicated and requires engraving runes on the stone. "Is there something you're interested in, young man?" The shopkeeper spoke to me as soon as he was free. "Nothing specific. It's just interesting to look at the magical jewelry," I replied and headed towards the storefronts where he was talking to customers. "Considering that you have to carry a sword at a young age, maybe protective rings will suit you. They have their own source of mana in the form of a crystal, which you can fill yourself if you have already mastered magic at the proper level." The shopkeeper gave me his advice. In the kingdom, or rather in the Baron's lands, it was believed that mastering mana at 12 was an amazing result. In the Empire, apparently, mana is awakened early. I wonder how good the local mana level detection spells are. I don't think I'm going to need them anytime soon. But if you have a book with runes and some of the tools of the artifactors, then I would like to look and find out the price. There is such a thing. Still, many people want to try themselves in this difficult but profitable business. But just like with magic, few people reach the top. Wait a minute. I'll get it. After searching through the cabinets that lined the walls, the shopkeeper finally put the book Initial Runes in front of me, a pair of silver metal plates, and a pen-like writing tool. Only instead of a metal pen, there was a sapphire cut in the shape of a pear, the wider part of which was attached to the handle. It looks like it's a local engraving tool. The pen serves as a mana conductor, while the sapphire, thanks to its cut, focuses a beam of compressed mana with which runes are burned. A handy thing for beginners, or those who have problems focusing mana to create runes. Experienced craftsmen use such tools to create the finest mana ray, which is necessary when engraving small surfaces with runes, and creating very complex constructs of hundreds of symbols. And how much does a beginner's artifact kit cost? The book is 7 silver, and the engraver with a set of plates is gold. A simple set for beginners, and the most expensive thing in it is a properly cut stone. Judging by the book and the engraver's pen, the product is no longer new. Apparently someone sold their old tool, and the book they used to master it, I said, hoping to bring down the price. Otherwise, the shopkeeper decided to sell the battered things to an inexperienced youth for the price of new ones. "I see you are very observant. Well, I'm ready to give you everything for a gold and 5 silver pieces," he said, smiling. The teacher said that the engraver is easy to break by overloading the stone with mana. Who knows how careful the old owner of this tool was? "So I'm willing to risk 1 gold piece for everything," I offered my price. "It seems that you have a good teacher not only in magic, young man. Well, I'm ready to give you a couple more silver coins, but no more." Still, there is no visible damage on the stone. "So be it. I hope the case from which you took out the engraver is included," I asked, smiling contentedly. "Of course." Putting the instrument in the case and handing it along with the book, the shopkeeper said, "I always have practice plates available." After waiting for him to wrap the plates in thick paper and hand them to me, I paid him and received my change in silver, headed for the exit. I put the case with the plates in my pants pockets. Fortunately, they fit there. Opening the book, I quickly ran through the first pages. I've already seen most of them in the Baron's fortress. The more difficult ones were on Rhea's sword, but I understood their properties by the way mana behaved after their activation. Here they are with a description of their properties both in a single font and in conjunction with other symbols. This will help you start making artifacts for sale to local people faster. Okay, I'll do it later, while I can walk along the nearest streets. Maybe I'll find shops with delicious things. Walking through the city, I heard a noise coming from an alley. Oh, is there really something interesting going on and I'm right next to you and I can intervene? Or what the hell are these random events? While I was thinking about what to do, a sound like a growl came from the alley, followed by a plaintive mew. The cat is in trouble, which means it's not the time to think, I thought, and ran into the alley. When I reached the place, I saw a picture of the battle for the life of a small white cat and a big black dog that was trying to end this life. The cat, who managed to climb onto the ledge of the window of the house, stared at me and mewed plaintively, while the dog, grinning, was in no hurry to act, apparently trying to assess the threat from the newcomer to the scene of action. "I'm too tough for you, so go about your dog business. Fate has decided that the cat will not die today." I put my left hand on the hilt of my sword and said in a pompous voice, not taking my eyes off the dog. The dog clearly did not want to give up, and snarled and rushed at me. But as soon as he made a leap in my direction, he crashed into the hemisphere of protection and fell on a stone slab. Whimpering in pain, or rather from misunderstanding what exactly prevented him from making a peace, he wasted no time jumping to his paws. And yet, having guessed that there seemed to be nothing left to catch, he ran away in the opposite direction from me. The cat, noticing that the threat had disappeared, carefully jumped down and coming up to me began to rub against my legs, apparently expressing gratitude. I sat down next to him and stroked him and scratched behind his ear. At this time, Mar contacted me. "The girls have already finished with the choice, and they will be released soon." "Okay. The payment for your rescue has been received, and I have to go about my business. Bye, kitty." Getting up, I headed for the exit of the alley. But the cat obviously decided that nothing was over yet and followed me, trying to keep up. I decided not to send him away yet. Let's see how much perseverance he has. Approaching the clothing store, I saw that Mar and the girls were waiting for me outside, and judging by the fact that the girls had another bag with the store's logo, all the things did not fit into our bags. I hope we have at least some money left. "I see you've bought to the fullest. And aren't you dressed too provocatively, Mom?" I said, examining their new outfits. Lillian was wearing tight black trousers with a wide belt, a white top that I think showed too much, and a loose black turtleneck top was thrown over it. "Can you at least button up your jacket, or do you think it's time for me to look for a place for a cemetery for daredevils who will risk hitting on you?" I expressed my dissatisfaction. "Am I supposed to be an old maid now? You know, I still hope to meet my love and live a long life with her," she replied, frowning. "So you will only find anxious idiots who will want far from love." Rhea chose a similar jacket, but light gray in color. A shirt, or rather a black t-shirt, was more or less ordinary, except that it fit her, as if she took it a size smaller than necessary, even if the black pants were loose, not as tight as I decide. "Lillian's, I take it you bought something else besides these outfits?" I decided to ask. "Yes, but these are casual clothes for the first time when we arrive in Castrum," my mother answered me. "Okay, do we have any money left?" I asked Mar. All this time the cat rubbed against my legs and did not leave my side, which is why my companions constantly looked at him, but did not ask questions. They stayed. "Have you found us a new friend?" Mar was the first to give up. "Rather, fate brought them together, and I check how persistent he is in his desire to follow me," I answered him. "You noticed that he has a particle of spirit, didn't you?" Apparently Mardos decided to clarify. "Yes. Okay, he's been following me for a long time. Let's assume that you've made your choice." I bent down and raised the cat to the level of my eyes and noticed that I had made a small mistake. "More precisely, did you do it?" "Mar, you and I are outnumbered now. Mew?" The kitty meowed, looking at me attentively. "You'll have to come up with a name," I said, putting the cat on my shoulder. She made herself comfortable and meowed contentedly, apparently realizing that I had allowed her to stay. Soon we returned to the hotel, rested in our rooms for a while, and then had lunch at the restaurant. Finally, we took the rest of our things and headed to the stable. On the way, Mar stopped at a couple of shops to buy food for the trip. All this time I was thinking about how to name the kitty that decided to stick to me. "Okay, I couldn't think of anything better. You'll be with us, Ibo?" Scratching the kitty behind the ear, I announced my decision. Taking our horses from the stable and saddling them, we headed for the exit from the city, which led to the road to the castrum. I put Ibo in front of me, even though Lillian offered to take her in. After leaving the gates of the city, we accelerated our horses, switching from a walk to a trot. It will take a couple of days to get to Castrum. There should be several inns along the way, but we did not plan to stay in them. So even though the sun was already setting, we did not stop by the inn, which we had passed some time ago. We were going to make a stop when it gets completely dark, but it seems our plans may change a lot. The scanner spell that I used for reconnaissance came across a man in front, and, apparently, sensing that he had been discovered, abruptly began to move away from us towards the forest that was further down the road. "Stop!" I said, stopping my steed. There was a scout ahead, and realizing that I had spotted him, he ran away. "There's a forest ahead. Maybe his accomplices are there." Or, it was a lookout, Mar said, watching as the sky above the forest lit up with a fire spell. The ambush was on someone else, but they may try to remove us as witnesses. "Then we'd better take them out before they deal with the enemy," I said, coming up with a plan. "We must hurry. It is unknown how long the battle is going on. Rhea, you and Lillian will follow us. Keep a little distance." Driving up to them, I said, and gave the cat to my mother. "She'll be safer with you." "Good. Maybe we should stay here." "What is it?" she asked. "No, I'm not sure if there's anyone hiding here, so it's better if you're around," I said as I put my mark on her saddle. "In case you need to be protected quickly. Kai, there are enough powerful magicians in the Empire. Be careful." There was obvious excitement in Mom's request. Well, I didn't waste any time either. And after such heavy loads, I can withstand more of my mana. "It's a pity Mar didn't reach a higher rank," I said soothingly, guiding the horse towards the fight. "Let's go." The spirit spurred his horse and followed me. Rhea and Lillian kept a short distance, as instructed, following us. I used a scanning spell to find out how many strong opponents I have and their location. Judging by the concentration of mana in the bodies of those whom I found, there was no one above the level of Master Sword, which means that you should not worry too much. When I entered the forest, I put on a veil. Mar had already formed his armor and drew his sword to join the battle. I hope Rhea and Lillian have taken care of personal protection. Soon the place of battle appeared. An expensive cart with dead horses and a bunch of corpses of defenders around, although there seemed to be no fewer corpses of the attackers. Quickly scanning the battlefield, I tried to find easy targets to gain an advantage. 5 attackers against 2 defenders. A pair of captured Troll pressed one of the defenders in close combat, who tried to prevent them from approaching the cart, near which there was another survivor. She used long-range spells to destroy the remaining 3 attackers standing to the side, who focused their spells on her partner, trying to finish him off. Well, 5 against 1 is a great tactic, and I definitely won't have time to help him. He created 3 dark swords above himself, stopped his horse and jumped off it. I used the Shadow's Tread to quickly get closer to the 3 enemies that stood closer to me, holding the sword hilt with my left hand along the way, and imbuing it with mana, so that when exposed, I could release a construct that lengthens the blade. "I'll distract 3 of them, you kill the 2 closest to the cart." "Got it." Of the 3 that I chose as my target, 2 were at the rank of knower. But the 3rd was another mastered threat. Having finally dealt with the defender, they were already preparing to meet me. A couple of fireballs flew past me. At the moment when I dodged them using my footsteps, the master a third was clearly preparing something more powerful. He used dark swords, pointing them at the master the third. They crashed into the hemispheres of protection, destroying them apparently, those who knew them, too, that covered their colleague. The Master 3, having completed the spell, launched a kind of hail of icicles at me, however. This is what I was waiting for in order to use teleportation magic and be behind his back. And this is all for an unexpected attack. These 3 are clearly ranged mages, who prefer that the enemy die before they reach them, which is why I bet on a powerful attack from behind. After all, they create armor very rarely, which means that my attack will be fatal. So I decided, appearing behind the Master the third, I drew the sword with my right hand, activating the construct on it. Well, the power of my mana was enough to easily cut the veil and even the body of the possessed. And how a dozen daggers, created during the swing of the sword, crammed the remaining 2 opponents that did not have time to use the spheres for protection. Phew! The body of course expressed its displeasure through the pain of the large amount of mana used to teleport and attack, but the channels and muscles withstood. What do we have with the rest of them? I thought, and turned around to realize that Mar had easily dealt with the exhausted opponents, and the last survivor was looking at me intently, sitting on the ground and holding her injured leg. Lillian and Rhea, seeing that we had dealt with the opponents, drove closer. I sighed heavily and went to the rescued one. How many chances are there that she didn't see me appear out of nowhere behind their backs? Even if you didn't see it, such a young magician who dealt with the Master Three will already raise many questions. I naively assumed that in the heat of battle, she wouldn't have time to keep an eye on me. After all, she had 2 Mastered 3 level problems nearby, but they apparently preferred to fight Mar rather than her. I did not dispel the construct of the blade and went up to the girl and pointed the sword at her. She stared at me with her bright blue eyes, probably guessing her fate. Her long black hair was disheveled, and her traveling suit was covered in dirt and the blood of those who tried to protect her. The cart had a coat of arms in the form of a dark blue shield with an image of a white blooming flower, which was hugged by a phoenix-like bird with its wings, which was located below. It's a pity I never found the time to learn the coats of arms of the Empire's clans. I would not like to kill a young, beautiful maiden, for whom many gave their lives, but the mysteries you've witnessed, they are worth much more than my life. I understand and accept your choice, she said in a gentle voice and lowered her head. I hesitated. He couldn't bring himself to lower the blade and end her life. Since you don't have the determination to kill the girl you like so much, then let me treat her. You're not taking your eyes off her, Lillian said, suddenly standing next to me. Sitting down next to the survivor, Mom began to treat the wound on the stranger's leg. No, it's not like that, I said uncertainly. I didn't want to admit my weakness, but when I noticed the ring on the girl's left ring finger, I found a way out. Moreover, she is married, and I'm not interested in such things. If you still haven't decided to kill the witness, then step back and don't embarrass her, because she's already resigned to her fate, and you're talking nonsense. Okay, let's assume that you decided not to kill her. I muttered and walked over to Mar. Looks like her, doesn't it? The spirit whispered softly as I stood next to him. Too much, I replied, sheathing my sword, dispelling the mana in it beforehand. Raya, who was watching all this from the side with a frown, only sighed loudly so that I could definitely hear her displeasure. Aibo, who suddenly appeared at my feet, rubbed against them and meowed, attracting attention. I picked her up in my arms and hugged her to me. Only you understand and support me. Hey, I'm actually on your side too, Mar said, putting his hand on my shoulder. That's it. We leave these ladies and go off into the sunset. Let's go find our horses, I said. You see, he's acting like a child, Lillian said, coming up to us with the rescued girl apparently addressing her. But only after he gets rid of his enemies. The last sentence sounded a bit like a threat. Apparently Mom had already talked about something with the girl. By the way, Savior, you can tell me what kind of family she is, right? Lillian asked. Judging by the intonation, she guessed that I would not answer, and I would be studying the coats of arms of the Empire under her supervision. Something from the north, judging by the colors of the coat of arms and the ice magic. This is the Ceres family, which faithfully serves the great Iskalt family. And they, like all northerners, value their honor very much and keep their word. And you will give us your word, daughter of the Ceres family, that you will not tell us who saved your life. Lillian said it in an overly formal tone. I, Alyssa Ceres, swear on my life that no one will find out about you. If that's not enough, then I can take a magic oath. She spoke confidently. No need. Let's trust your word in a sense of gratitude for the rescue, I answered, trying not to meet her eyes. I wonder who would want to attack such an important family in the north of the Empire. We were carrying a lot of rarities that can be found in the Deadlands. And even though we took care of the security, it wasn't enough. It is unlikely that ordinary robbers could gather so many powerful magicians in one squad. Alyssa shared the details. The intrigues and wars of the nobility among themselves will never disappear, right? Unfortunately. Then you better hurry up and continue on your way, Mr. Ceres, before your enemies find out about the failure, I said, looking at the corpses of the horses harnessed to the cart. You were right, but I can't leave the cart here. The cargo is very important to our family. Can you pull the dead horses away? I turned to the spirit, thinking about how I could help Alyssa. Yes. Are you going to give up your horse? Catching the train of my thoughts, the spirit asked. Yeah. I'm going to get my stuff. You don't need to. You've already saved me, and you don't have to solve my problems. Alyssa tried to stop me and grabbed my hand, But when she noticed my look and realized what she had done, she immediately let go. I'm sorry. Nothing. What was the point of saving you if you were left here in the dark? Said the one who was going to kill her after he saved her. Lillian teased, watching everything with a smirk. You don't understand, it's different, I said, and Ibo, who was sitting on my shoulder, meowed as if confirming my words. Throwing my bags onto Lillian's horse, I led my steed to the cart. Mar had already dragged away the corpses of the horses. After unsaddling my horse, we harnessed him to the cart. I think he can make it to the inn, which is not far from here, and maybe to the city. I hope you'll be safer there than here, I said. When Alyssa, after talking to Lillian about something, came up to me. There is a small warehouse of our trading house in the city. We were going to stop there anyway, so they can help me there. But what about the bodies of the warriors of my family? Looking around, she asked, apparently, did not want to leave them here. I don't think it's worth loading the cart with their bodies. You can take your personal belongings for your family, after which I will burn the bodies with magic. I offered her my own version. Yes, I think this is the best way out. Do you mind if we take the things of those who attacked you? If there is anything indicating their affiliation, we will give it to you. I don't mind. While Alyssa was packing up her people's belongings, Mar and I started looting the bodies of the attackers. A few good swords with runes, a couple of rings with accumulators, and some kind of discharged artifact in the form of a metal rod inlaid with stones, which I found in possession of 3, chopped in half. Having carefully studied his constructs and the symbols with which he was covered, I came to the conclusion that perhaps he was the trump card of the attackers, who gave them an advantage. It is of course discharged, but not every artifact can make such a thing, and perhaps the Ceres family will be able to find those who attacked their people using it. But you can, of course, keep it for yourself and sell it dearly. On these thoughts, I looked towards Alyssa and met her gaze, to which she smiled sweetly and looked away. Is she following me? I decided to look around to find out what the others are doing. Mar seemed to be helping Alyssa by dragging the corpses of her people away from the wagon. Lillian and Raya were talking about something in the camp that was set up away from the road. Apparently they decided that we were stuck here and prepared a place to spend the night here. Okay, we need to clean up the bodies of the attackers so that they don't scare other travelers. I started dragging their bodies in a pile away from the battlefield. I wasn't going to burn them. So a fraternal dump is all the mercy they'll get from me. When I finished my business and returned to the wagon, I noticed that it had become closer to our camp, freeing up passage along the road. Mar and Alyssa had already joined the girls at our camp, and were sitting around the campfire, which they had managed to light, while I was away. Approaching the campfire, I sat down in an empty seat between Lillian and Alyssa, judging by the displeased look of Raya at my mother. This was done on purpose. Apparently Lillian decided to be a little naughty because Raya had not obeyed her before. Here. I found it on one of the attackers, I said, holding out the wand. Maybe you can find out where they got such a thing. Alyssa examined the wand carefully and seemed to remember something and frowned. Now it's clear how they were able to attack us with a large number of powerful spells at the beginning of the battle. Thank you. Such artifacts are quite rare and very expensive. Alyssa thanked me and put the wand in the bag that was next to her. I have nothing to repay you for your help, and you are giving me such a valuable trophy. It's enough for me that no one will know about our intervention, I said, looking at the flames of the fire. Thanks, she said softly. We sat in silence for a while, resting after the battle and restoring order after it. There was silence in the camp, broken only by the crackling of the campfire and Ibo purring in her mother's arms. I think it's not worth dragging it out any longer and letting the souls of your warriors find peace, I said, getting to my feet, and then went to the bodies of the defenders of the Ceres clan. At first, I wanted to burn them using the mana of my source to create a black flame, but seeing with what longing and pain Alyssa looks at the bodies of her defenders, who must have been with her for a long time, I decided to try to ease her pain. He used the mana from the Guardian Shard to create a white flame that appeared above the bodies and descended on them, as if covering them and dissolving them, cleansing them from the dirt of the mortal world. May their souls find peace in the flame of the Creator, I said softly. Alyssa watched with tearful eyes as the bodies of those who gave their lives for her disappeared from this world. When it was over, I turned around to leave and let Alyssa be alone, but she grabbed my hand again. Thanks. I will not forget your kindness. Looking into my eyes, she said. I just nodded to her and went back to the camp, leaving her alone. It was still quiet in the camp, although no one was going to sleep. But no one wanted to break this silence with conversations. Well, it remains only to wait for morning, and at least have a little rest before continuing our journey to Castrum. Soon Alyssa returned and sat down in her seat, so we sat around the campfire until morning, each immersed in his own thoughts. In the morning, we helped Alessia get the cart onto the road. She was sitting in the driver's seat, and I lingered by her side to say goodbye. Goodbye, Mrs. Saris. I hope no one else gets in your way home, I said, getting ready to leave. Wait a minute. Suddenly she addressed me with a you, and took the ring from her ring finger of her left hand, and put it in my hand. We'll meet again. Then, wasting no time, she returned to her seat, and taking the reins, gave the command to the horse to go. I stared blankly at the ring in my hand, trying to figure out what she had done. What? What for? Why? That's all I could say, looking at the slowly moving cart. Well, what was that? I thought, heading towards my companions. Why did she give me her wedding ring in the first place? Maybe they have other customs in this world. You'll need to ask Lillian. Moreover, the coat of arms engraved on it is very similar to the one on Mom's old suit. Why are you so thoughtful? Mar asked as I approached them. Can't decide who you're riding with? So what to choose? We've already shared a saddle with you. I think I'll refuse this time. I'm sure Rhea won't refuse me. You think? I think she didn't like the way you were cooing with Mistress Alyssa. It seems to you, Mar, Rhea interjected, riding up to me. Sit behind me. Thanks, hugging her. I took the reins and steered the horse along the road to Castrum. Lillian and I both followed me, and Mar brought up the rear of our small column. On the way I continued to use the scanner spell. Oncoming travelers, who had enough rank and the ability to sense it, calmly reacted to the fact that such a spell concerned them, understanding what it was used for. I rarely felt the effect of such spells on myself on the road. Apparently not everyone from the locals could master it, or preferred not to waste energy on using it. But in the situation that happened yesterday, when the enemy found out about me and warned his people because of the use of scanning, it played against me. It will be necessary to come up with a way of exploration for the future without revealing oneself. I used to rely on my control of space, which simply expanded the distance I needed. But in this world, everything related to space and teleportation is much harder and more expensive to use. That's why I had to rely on such a simple scanning spell. Rhea suddenly leaned back against my chest. What are you thinking about? What is it? She asked. How to improve our intelligence so as not to reveal ourselves by scanning in the future. I said, create an artifact that will fly over us and transmit the view from above to you. She suggested an option. Not a bad idea. You can also tie a spirit to him so that he can fly and detect. I'm glad I could help. Will you hug me tighter as a reward? Running her palm over my arm, she asked. If that's what you want, I said, hugging her to me. We decided to spend the night at the inn that we came across in the late afternoon. We had dinner in their hall and rented a couple of rooms for the night, and we continued our journey as soon as it was light. I wanted to make it to Castrum today. Therefore, we stopped only for short halts the rest of the way. We arrived at the city just before sunset. More precisely, to a part of the city. Apparently, the city occupied a fairly large area. On the hill ahead, the walls of the fortress could be seen, which was originally the Sastrum Creatoris, founded by the church and built its main cathedral in it, the spires of which could be seen above the fortress wall. And the city itself appeared later, after the magical cataclysm that caused the Deadlands to appear, and due to the fact that the church was not against the neighborhood of people who raided the Deadlands for treasures and rare ingredients. More and more profit-seekers flocked to the city, who eventually organized a kind of guild here, calling themselves Wanderers. It is interesting that this name was chosen for a reason. They named themselves that way, because at first they wander in the Deadlands in search of prey, and if they die there, they already wander aimlessly through them in the form of undead. The church, which did not interfere in any way in the affairs of the city, which was essentially formed on their land, tried to help by healing the wounded and protecting the borders of the Deadlands, so it received an immensely loyal flock of residents. And so, in fact, Castrum became a conditionally free city on the border of the Empire's lands, where there is no influence, not that of any noble family. Even the Emperor himself has no power in these lands. But it's unlikely that everything is so rosy, and at least some kind of control of the Empire should be here. I doubt that they would so easily give up such a tasty piece of taxes and fees. And so we came here to find a quiet place for ourselves, to lie down, so to speak, on the bottom for several years in order to gain strength and accumulate money in order to begin to implement the plans of the Keeper. But that's all in the future. To begin with, it would not hurt to find a place to stay for the night, and in the morning to look for a place that can be rented for a long time. And it would be nice to look for a meeting with the top of the church that arranged an escape for Lillian. We should probably sell the horses in the city. They are not particularly needed now, considering how many carriages and carts drove through the streets of the city. You can get to the right place by hiring a cab, and horses don't live long in the Deadlands. I shared these thoughts with my companions. They in turn supported my idea. So we stopped at a couple of stables that we came across on the way. And if they refused us in the first, then in the second, they willingly agreed to buy horses with saddles. Apparently they could quickly resell them. They did not bargain, and received 5 imperial gold coins for all of them. They took only bags with their personal belongings and clothes. Then we went to look for a cab. In addition to the bags of clothes, Mar also got a bunch of captured swords. Maybe we can sell them for decent money. A carriage with a driver who would agree to take us to a decent hotel was found quite quickly. It turned out to be much more convenient to ride in a local carriage than in the saddle. Apparently, they took care of mitigating the shaking. We were dropped off at a hotel called the Seeker's Shelter. It was quite cozy inside, and the rooms turned out to be decent, albeit without unnecessary amenities. Having paid for accommodation for a couple of days with the possibility of extension, we went to our rooms in order to decide tomorrow morning which of the tasks we should start solving first. After meeting for a council in my room with Mar, I activated the silence spell around us. You didn't use it much during our trip, Mardo said as if asking a question. We didn't discuss anything important, and we were passing through everywhere. But we planned to stay here for a long time. So I decided to play it safe. I explained. So, what are our tasks for today? Lillian asked cheerfully. Look for a place to rent or buy. I doubt we can afford to buy a decent house right away, so I'll take priority. If you start creating good artifacts, then you will find money for a house quickly, because you have already bought yourself a book with runes and an engraving tool. Mar suggested the method of earning money. Good ones can attract too much attention, but you're right. I can make simple trinkets out of cheap consumables. Trinkets like that shield you used to destroy the camp at the Baron's castle? Lillian asked about a possible assortment. No, I definitely won't sell these bombs. I meant rings and amulets with useful properties. Well, like the ones that the magicians who attacked the wagon of the Saris family had. Inexpensive metals and storage devices are enough to create them. The main properties will be taken over by bundles of runes. And then our Kai will show all his skills. This guy will be able to squeeze the most out of cheap consumables. Mar added on his own behalf. Of course. So it would be nice to find a spacious enough house for the first time, and then we will earn money and buy ourselves a better place. Okay, I take it you're planning to leave this to Raya and me? Lillian asked. Mar will go with you. 2 young girls may attract unnecessary attention, and you don't have much strength to protect yourself, I replied. I'll also look for a place to sell swords. If I find a decent weapon for myself, can you make a proper construct on it, not just runes? The spirit asked. Yes, but not immediately. You will need to buy tools and consumables. It will be better to create the lines of the construct with engraving, and then fill them with a more suitable metal. And you should choose a weapon made of better materials that can withstand a large amount of mana. I wonder what you're going to do. Raya asked me a question. Apparently she was thinking of making a dig for me, and not Lillian and Mar. I'll look into the church. Since they helped Lillian with my birth in this world, maybe they can help me settle in the city. And it's better if I'm alone. I get it. I'm not sure you can find the priestess who dated me. I heard she was the successor to the head of the church. It is unlikely that it will be so easy to get to her. I shared what my mother knows. Apparently, she thought that I would not be able to find a way to get into their cathedral. Don't worry, I can handle it. Besides, If the Guardian can use the priestesses as avatars in this world, then they will look for a meeting with me themselves. Maybe they even know I'm in town. Well, this concludes the discussion of the initial action plan. Shall we go have breakfast together? Raya suggested. Yes, we'll look for something on the way. Dispelling the spell, I said, and began to pack up. Leaving most of the things and Ibo sleeping on my bed, we left the hotel. Walking around the city, they began to look for a place where they could eat. Having refreshed ourselves in a tavern that caught our eye, we said goodbye, but I asked Mar to call me through the seal in case of problems, and he went about his business in the direction of the cathedral. I didn't look for a cab. I'd rather look at the city on the way. Maybe I'll come across interesting places or shops. It took me quite a long time to get to the cathedral. After all, it was on the outskirts of the city, although rather the city has grown almost densely to it. If at the beginning there were many shops and shops along the road related to the sale of loot from the Dead Lands, then closer to the cathedral there were more expensive houses and restaurants. Apparently, this part of the city is considered a residential area of the rich or particularly lucky wanderers. Approaching the main gate of the fortress, which used to serve as protection for the inhabitants of the cathedral, I felt the fragment of the Guardian resonate for a couple of seconds. "You've been noticed," I whispered to myself, giggling. "All the better, you don't have to walk around the cathedral in search of an important person." The soldiers of the church who were on patrol at the entrance did not interfere with me in any way. Most likely, they were carrying an honor guard. The majestic cathedral was the first thing that caught your eye when you find yourself inside the fortress. It truly inspired awe with its power. Huge stained glass windows depicted periods in the history of the local faith. Oh, and of course there was a symbol of the church on them, a hand with an open palm, symbolizing the Creator and the tree sprouting from this hand as the creation of life. However, the guards who stood at the entrance had a fist-clenched gauntlet symbol on their chests, hinting at the punishing hand of the Creator. The courtyard was quite crowded, with residents of the city and church servants everywhere. Noticing an empty bench in the shade of a large tree, I headed towards it. I'll sit for now, wait until I'm invited to talk to someone who could sense the approach of the Guardian Shard. I didn't have to wait long. Soon a girl in white priestess robes came up to me and sat down next to me. The priestess's dazzling white hair was braided into a braid. Her golden eyes studied me, and a friendly smile played on her lips. "You look very much like your mother, young man," she said in a gentle voice. "My name is Maria, and Mom was worried that I wouldn't be able to get a meeting with you. But as soon as I entered the monastery of the church, you found me yourself," I said, and realizing that I hadn't introduced myself, I added, "She gave me the name Kai. Only the successor of the head of the church comes out to meet special guests. May I invite you to talk in the reception hall?" "I don't mind." "Then follow me." Getting up from the bench, the priestess said and headed towards the cathedral. I followed her. On the way to the reception room, many church servants followed us with interested glances. Following the priestess through a large double-leafed door, I found myself in a place that is probably called the reception hall. There was a long table in the center, along which there were many chairs. Walking around the table and sitting on a chair that was opposite the entrance through which we entered, the priestess pointed to the place in front of her. Taking advantage of her invitation and sitting opposite her, I wondered what I should talk about with her. But the unexpected surge of power that came from her side made it clear to me that Tia Seal wanted to talk to me first. The guardian, who had used the priestess's body, looked into my eyes smiling, and I smiled back at her. Greeting two souls who have known each other for too long. Words are no longer needed for this, just a few moments of silence and an exchange of glances in which each of us will see each other's emotions. "You left the quiet harbor where you were born early. Problems found you sooner than we would have liked." She spoke up. "I hope that I managed to hide from them for a while. We'd better get to your business, Tiesil. The vessel that you've occupied is not able to withstand your presence for long," I said, examining the priestess's body, which was suffering from an excess of the Guardian's mana. "Good. Your soul was severely damaged in the battle with the Devourer, so you had to change your place of birth. Because of this, there were—" The keeper stopped, noticing that I was shaking my head. "If you're talking about helping Mardos, then I'll help him without your asking. I also met a soul with your seal, so you don't have to touch on this topic either." I decided to save Tia Seal's time and the priestess's strength. The keeper was silent for several seconds, thinking about something. Well, since these meetings have accelerated and have already taken place, then I can only ask you to hurry up with the release of Rose. I understand that this will become a red rag for the spirits that caused her such a deplorable state, but she has been imprisoned for too long, and it is unknown how all this will affect her soul. The guardian spoke. How many years do I have left? I asked, thinking about how I could try to speed up my plans. No more than 30. The sooner you dispel her valley of death, the better. I'll try to do it in 10. Like you said, she's been waiting too long to be saved. Then I'll leave the affairs of this world to you. It will be just fine if you can mitigate the effects of my being in this girl's body. See you later, Kyrian. After saying goodbye to me, Tiasil left the priestess's body, and she slumped in her chair. Apparently the role of the guardian avatar was too hard for her. She may have had to replace the head of the church earlier than planned. Getting up from my chair so as not to reach across the table to her, I went up to the priestess and took her hand in mine, began to pull out the remnants of Tiasil's mana from her, giving them to my fragment. Fortunately, the priestess did not resist such interference, and everything went quite quickly. Without going back, I sat down on the chair next to her, waiting for her to come to her senses and be able to speak. Thanks, she said in a weak, almost inaudible voice. You need a healer. I took the mana that killed you, but I can't heal the wounds. I have to. Come, she whispered through the pain. The healer actually appeared, about a minute after the priestess's words about her. She arrived accompanied by a pair of Templars in full armor, and strangely, in closed helmets. Maybe Sister Maria had waited to signal the healer. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Mrs. Maria needs rest. It seems that her illness has worsened. The healer said, while one of the Templars took the priestess in his arms to carry her away. Then I'd better come back in a couple of days. There was another person who wanted to meet with you. Madame Maria, having learned of your visit, sent for him. If you don't mind, they'll bring him here for a meeting. I don't mind, I replied with interest, remaining sitting on the chair. The healer left the hall after the Templar who took the priestess away. The second one stayed with me, but tried to pretend that he wasn't here. It looks like it was left in case I needed anything. About 10 minutes later, the doors opened, and a tall, black-haired man wearing a leather raincoat with an unknown emblem on his chest entered the hall. It doesn't look like a coat of arms, more like a squad badge. His green eyes studied me intently, and his lips curled into a kind of predatory smile. After looking at me for a long time, he turned his gaze to the Templar. Apparently, realizing that the guest wanted to be alone with me, he headed for the exit. If you need anything, I'll be waiting outside the door. The Templar spoke to me before leaving the hall. Sitting opposite, the stranger folded his arms and stared at me. It seems he could not decide how to start a conversation with me. I was surprised when they told me that the priestess had sent for a man who wanted to meet with me, I said, examining the body of the unexpected guest using magical vision. But apparently the reason is because Rose left her mark on you. But another question arises. How did you live so long? With thoughts of revenge, with regrets for letting her down, with sorrow for the loss of loved ones, and with understanding why she spoke of immortality as a curse. He replied with sadness in his voice, Mortals want to achieve it, and immortals curse their stupidity. You were lucky to feel all the charms of this curse before you took an irreversible step. We sat in silence for a few minutes. I was thinking about my problems, and my guest most likely plunged into unpleasant memories, but pulling himself together, he broke the silence. Since you recognize Rose's brand, it will be easier for us to come to an agreement, he said, looking intently into my eyes. You think? Maybe you abandoned her, ran away like a coward, left her to be torn to pieces, I said, meeting his gaze. Would the stigma have punished me then? No, it will only work if you directly attack the person who gave it to you. Still, it can't read minds. Judging by the way my interlocutor thought, he hoped to gain my trust by serving Rose, and now he is considering other options. Rose gives her blessing of immortality only to those she believes in, I said, drawing his attention. So I'll trust her instincts and consider you an ally. But I would like to know what happened, and how did she end up in this position? Didn't you know all the details when you arrived here? What is it? He asked in amazement. No. Only the guilty know the truth, and they are in no hurry to share it with everyone. My main task is to help Rose, and only then punish those who offended her. Therefore, it would be good to know more details, in case the list of my enemies is replenished with new names. Then where should I start? You can start with your name, I suggested. That's right. My name is Damien. Among the residents of the city, I am also known as the Eternal Wanderer. The man finally introduced himself and stretched out his hand across the table. Kai, I introduced myself, shaking the outstretched hand. Eternal, because everyone knows about your long life. I came up with a legend with a curse that I received in the Dead Lands, because of which I do not age. But if I don't appear in them at least once a week, I will die. And how far do you have to go to the Dark Lands to feed your brand with mana, Rose? I asked the question because I was interested in how far Rose's Death Valley begins from the city now, almost to the fortresses that used to defend the capital of our kingdom. In the early years I felt her mana just a few hours away from the castrum. Fortunately, a couple of days spent next to her mana is enough for me for 6 months, if I don't let myself get hurt. Damien told me the details of his immortality, so her domain is constantly narrowing. I guess the mana source she used is losing its power. I voiced my thoughts. Okay, let's go back to telling you what led to the appearance of the Deadlands. My interlocutor chuckled thoughtfully. After a few minutes, he finally seemed to be able to reconstruct an approximate picture of that time in his head and began his story. In the last years before the disaster, Rose began to receive disturbing news from her spies that the 3 spirits of the Empire had changed their minds and began to consider the consent they had originally given a mistake. They considered it a mistake to allow more people, including ordinary peasants, to spread knowledge about magic and development in our world. And not only the nobility, who were faithful to these spirits and were able, not without their help, to become stronger, to rise above the rest. It seems that they believed that commoners and peasants would not be able to reach high ranks, and the knowledge that Rose was spreading would only increase the number of people who were able to master a little mana control. After all, it's just that workers and ordinary soldiers who are more resilient due to mana that serve their masters is good, and the fact that they become able to reach the forces of the heads of clans and the best warriors is already a threat. And then a new faith appeared from nowhere, which accepts everyone and takes care of its followers, and steals from these spirits the power they draw from the faith of their followers, which was the last straw. I said, sorry for interrupting, go on. Yes, Rose came to the same conclusion. I found out later that this faith appeared with her help and participation. It's just that then she pretended to be at odds with the head of the church and tried to keep them from spreading. So, where was I? Damien paused to collect his thoughts. I remembered, after learning that the spirits had clearly become hostile and were preparing loyal people for a possible war, she began to strengthen the defense of the capital and prepare in case they decided to attack her personally. I do not know the details, after all, I am a warrior, and artifactors and alchemists participated in this, but I was able to find out that everything went wrong because of the betrayal of one of these artifactors from Rose's surviving student. Although, is it possible to call someone who has turned into a sentient undead a survivor? A strong and very evil undead. Rose is still a necromancer, however, tries to use the armies of the undead only as a last resort. So, turning particularly loyal followers into Lyches and Death Knights is one of her trump cards, and the legions of the dead need generals. I think he definitely considered himself a survivor. And this survivor surely told you that Eric, the current master of the City of Magicians, betrayed them? I voiced my guess. That's right. A traitor who staged a diversion just to steal knowledge about magic and artifacts for himself. Now he is awash in wealth and boasts of his power, allowing only the worthy to touch the great mysteries of magic. I don't know what exactly he did, but as a result Rose lost, and almost all the territories of our kingdom turned into dead lands. But judging by the fact that after the battle, the spirits disappeared for a long time and allowed the church to gain influence, they also got hurt in that battle. Does the traitor Eric know about you? Did he have a brand too? I asked the questions that bothered me. I was the only one with the brand. So how he lived for so long, I do not know. But unlike me, he has aged a lot, and now looks like a decrepit old man," Damien said with a smug smile. "He probably didn't know about me, but I was the kind of person Rose trusted with a job that no one should know about. It's strange that your immortality didn't attract the attention of Eric or the spirits. When people in this city began to notice that time had no power over me, I was already firmly connected with the Wanderers Guild, and she, in turn, enjoyed the patronage of the church. So apparently they felt that my secrets were not worth the consequences of the conflict. And for everyone else, I was just another victim of the twisted magic of the Deadlands." "How did you know about my relationship with Rose?" "The priestess sent for you as soon as I showed up at their doorstep." I asked another question. "They invited me to a secret meeting with the head of the church after I started visiting them for healing. Still, the brand did not give quick healing, and I preferred not to waste its supply on mana. And why, if they were willing to heal for free? You haven't changed your name yet, have you?" "Yes. I know how stupid I was in those years. But I thought that Rose was dead. Everything that was dear to me was swallowed up by the Deadlands, and I only had to carry the burden of a survivor for the next eternity. Well, as a result, the head of the church invited me to a conversation, where he told me about the secrets of Rose, which very few people knew, and offered to become their ally. Well, I found out about you, or rather about your mother and her role in the church's plans, because I was part of the squad that covered Layla's escape. And he got rid of the Twile people who were sent to find her. Later, Maria told me that Layla gave birth to a boy with the soul of the chosen one of the Creator, and I asked to meet you if you find yourself in Castrum." "And here I am," Damien said in a tired voice. Apparently, old memories were hard for him. "Thank you for telling me about the past, even though that's obviously not why you were looking to meet me. I'm glad to help. As for my reasons for meeting you, we can discuss them elsewhere. There's a good restaurant nearby with private rooms for business meetings." "I don't mind." I got up from my chair and headed for the exit. "Fine, I'll show you the way." After leaving the hall, I said goodbye to the Templar who was standing outside the door, and asked him to tell Maria that I would visit her later. Perhaps Damien can help me with the arrangement in the city, and I won't have to ask the church for it. We remained silent on the way to the restaurant. I was thinking about new details of the past, trying to figure out what could have gone wrong with Rose's plan. Or rather, what did the traitor do? After all, it was his intervention that led to such consequences, to the fact that her domain expanded to such a large area, and led to a distortion of mana. "We're here. One of my squad's favorite places. We often gather here after hiking in the Deadlands," the Eternal Wanderer said, standing at the door of the restaurant with the sign, "The Forgotten Kingdom." "A piece of homesickness that is lost forever?" I asked, guessing the meaning of the name. "That's right. Well, let's not waste time," Damien said as he went inside, and I followed him. Well, the interior inside inspired a sense of peace and comfort. Log walls decorated with skins and trophies, the crackling of firewood in the fireplace, which was located almost immediately at the entrance, and several upholstered chairs near it. Occupied, it seems, by a couple of regulars of this place, they leisurely sipped their drinks and discussed something. The spacious hall contained a dozen wooden tables, obviously made by the hand of a master, and made of expensive wood, such a place in the dining halls of noble families, and not in a restaurant, although I would call this place differently. "You took me to a hunting club, not a restaurant." I voiced my thoughts. "You could say that. We can change places if you don't mind." "No. I'm wondering how well the food is here." "You're back, Damien." "When you suddenly jumped up abruptly and ran away on business, leaving me alone, I thought that I would not see you today. And suddenly you come back a few hours later, and even not alone. Would you introduce me to your handsome companion?" "Would you introduce me to your handsome companion? Is he your important business?" With a strange, slightly sinister smile, a rather pretty girl who came up to us said. Her golden hair hung loose to her shoulders, and her brown eyes searched me carefully, as if trying to find something hidden in me. But most of all, her curvy figure, favorably emphasized by her clothes, attracted attention. He promised a lot of food and a place to talk, and that he won't leave me and Mom anymore. I grabbed the sleeve of Damien's raincoat and made a plaintive little face. "Well, I couldn't resist. I decided to make fun of this sweet couple. "What are you?" Damien said in a strangled voice. "What?" the girl asked, dumbfounded. It seems that our conversation attracted the attention of most of the visitors, and they watched us with interest. He shook his head, smiling, and then went to an empty table and sat down at it. "Oh yes, I am pleased with myself." Judging by the raised tones, the couple began to sort things out. I wasn't really listening, especially since a girl who was a waitress came up to me. "Good afternoon, young man. Can I talk through our set of dishes today? Or will you wait for your friend?" She chirped sweetly, smiling. "Is there a pie?" I asked. "No, but we have ice cream," she said, apparently guessing about my gastronomic preferences. "What do you have?" I exclaimed, causing the girl to take a step back. "Ice cream," she said uncertainly. "I wonder if there's no pie, but there's ice cream." The owner of the restaurant and many visitors love this Republican delicacy, so it is always in our freezers. The waitress explained to me the presence of such an unusual dessert. "Well then I'll have ice cream." "At his expense," I said, pointing at Damien. "Okay, I'll get it now." Damien seemed tired of arguing with his girlfriend, and he sat down at the table opposite me, but the girl following him was clearly not going to leave everything as it was. I moved to the side and patted the vacant chair with my hand. "Sit down. It will be more convenient for you to stare at him." "Thanks," she thanked him sarcastically, sitting down next to him. "And now swear," I said with a satisfied smile, looking at them. "You see, he's just joking. He's just a boy. What can I take from him?" Damien defended himself as best he could, trying to reason with his girlfriend. "You're lying," I said slowly, and when the sweet couple stared at me intently, I continued. "Mom told me that I'm already an adult." "Why do you need all this?" he said resignedly. I couldn't resist the sight of a beautiful girl who is interrogating her boyfriend. She wanted to find a reason for suspicion and scandal. I just helped her. "And she doesn't really care if it's true or not, does she?" I asked with a smile, looking at the girl who was sitting next to me. She seemed confused and looked away. "You have strange acquaintances, Damien," she said in a calm voice, apparently realizing that I was really joking. "I'm Kai," I said, holding out my hand to her, palm up. "Irina." She put her hand in my palm. "It's a beautiful name." "I'm glad to meet you," he said, indicating the kiss of her hand. "Were you so impressed by Irene's beauty that you decided to break us up first, and then start courting her in front of me?" Damien asked in a tired tone. "No. Whoa. I'm just brightening up the wait for my ice cream," I answered him, and noticing the waitress who was walking in our direction, I smiled contentedly. "And here's my darling." The waitress put a glass dessert bowl with ice cream and a spoon in front of me, which was treacherously stuck into my treat. "Enjoy your meal. Can I get you anything?" "Can I get you anything?" she asked the couple who sat down at my table. "Thanks for taking care of my friend, Fleur," Damien said. "Will you bring Irene and me a bottle of wine and a couple of glasses?" "Good." I silently ate my ice cream. It turned out to be pretty good. It's a pity, of course, that it's creamy, not chocolate. But here it's my fault that I didn't specify. Maybe they have other tastes. The couple was still silent. They probably couldn't find a topic to talk about in front of me, and they couldn't quarrel anymore. Soon the waitress brought Damien's order. He poured wine into glasses, greedily drank his own and quickly drained it. "Are you thirsty?" I asked. "No, it's just a kid I know arranged something." "You're out of luck. I thought you knew people you knew, but it turns out they can only wear masks," I said, using a silence spell around us. "For example, Irene carries an artifact with a strange mana." At my words, she choked on her wine, and Damien abruptly became serious and seemed to be preparing for battle. I saw a similar one at the manager in the Republican store, but then I did not attach importance to it. And now I was really wondering, "What is it?" I said, looking innocently at Irene. The restaurant's customers noticed that everything was quiet around our table. Or maybe they could feel the mana from the spell. But they were in no hurry to intervene. "If I don't say anything, I'm not going to be alive." Am I? The girl spoke in a calm tone after finishing her wine. Most likely. I won't interfere, and Damien and his friends sitting around will probably be too rude to someone as gentle as you. A heavy sigh followed. The girl straightened her back and spoke, clearly enunciating every word. I'm a spy assigned to keep an eye on the Eternal Wanderer and its squad. Irene confessed, not taking her eyes off Damien. Idiot, I didn't even understand anything, he said ruefully, hiding his face in his hands. A lovesick idiot, an effective tactic that works great for everyone. No matter how experienced your target is, you just need to choose or adjust the appearance and character to the preferences of the target. I said, knowing from my experience that you just don't notice how you get online. Will you tell me about the artifact? No, she replied decisively, seeming to think that she had bought enough time to prepare. You use a prepared spell and you will die in vain because of an identification artifact. It is unlikely that anyone but me can feel it, and even more so will not tie everything together. Unless he knows about the favorite methods of a spider that sits in the Republic. I said, looking bored. You are a very strange young man, Irene said, relaxing a little. Why were you following him? I asked, hoping that I had gained a little trust and she would answer. Someone could appear in his environment. She stopped abruptly, staring at me with huge eyes. Someone too weird like me. I understand. I finished for her. Apparently, because of the dangerous situation, she was only thinking about an escape plan. They know about you, he said gloomily, looking at Irene, apparently thinking how to quietly kill her. Don't look at her like that. You can't kill. She is now my connection with friends in the Republic. I put my hand on Irene's shoulder and said, Are you sure they're friends? He decided to clarify, or he just couldn't forgive her. Yes. It's just that the artifact is designed to respond to the likes so that they can distinguish between their own. I just felt their mana, so I didn't immediately understand what it was. I said, simultaneously using the scan on Irene. She felt it, but did not resist. So, not under the clothes, but inside the body, I thought when I found the artifact. Implanted in the bone? A reliable way. Damien glared at Irene. Obviously the man was unhappy with the fact that she would escape his wrath. You're robbing me of the chance to repay her, he said menacingly. It was definitely not in his plans to let me take her away. For what? Did she kill someone? I asked. Or are you talking about your pride and feelings? Well, then you can tell me the details of your pleasures as revenge. Well, then you can tell me the details of your pleasures as revenge. The traitor must die, Damien said confidently, turning his gaze to me. But when he noticed how my lips stretched into a predatory smile, he faded away. Okay, as soon as you show me the head of that traitor we talked about earlier, I'll back off. In the meantime, I think you should cool off and think about it. Or get drunk. Getting up from the table and dispelling the spell, I said, Will you keep me company, Irene? Of course, the girl replied and followed me to the exit. No one stopped us, though they followed us with heavy glances. Going outside, I looked at the already setting sun. It's time to return to the hotel. I wonder how successful their search turned out to be. Noticing an empty cab nearby, I went to him and arranged a trip to the hotel, got inside the carriage, and invited Irene to follow me, which she did, taking a seat opposite. As soon as we started off, I surrounded us with a spell of silence. Wasn't it possible not to reveal me to Damien? What is it? She asked with a note of regret in her voice. No. Not everyone, you know, builds friendships on lies, I answered honestly, to which she only sighed heavily. You revealed me to him to show that you won't hide the truth, and you didn't give me up to be torn apart, because you need a connection with the Republic. But he may not appreciate it. You know him well, don't you? I asked. Yes, I studied him, and spent a lot of time with him. So the chances that he'll consider you his enemy, if he sides with me, are too high. Well, he will hardly call me an enemy, but he may change his mind about being friends. However, this is his decision. How quickly can you send a message that the person you are looking for has appeared? I finally decided to get to the bottom of the matter, which is why I took Irene with me. Tonight, but I will also have to report that I have been discovered. You can write that on my whim. Should I keep an eye on you, or can you hide yourself from Damien for a while? Should I look for you at the hotel you named to the cabman? She decided to clarify. Then I thought about it. It is unknown how long it will take to communicate with her superiors. We can find a place in time and move out. Thinking about this, he took out of his pocket a case with an engraver and a bundle of plates that he carried with him. I decided to make a kind of search artifact for Irene, which will search for my mana. True, she can still find Mar, but I think he will tell me where I am. I engraved a rune to save my mana in the plate as a search pattern, a construct with a direction indicator that will be powered by the second rune. After finishing the engraving and putting the case with the remaining plate back, I imbued the search rune with my mana. Here you go. I handed the plate to Irene. Pour mana into the second rune, and you will know the direction in which to look for me. My mana will last for 10 days, so we'd better meet at that time. I get it. After imbuing the activator rune with her mana and making sure that the artifact was pointing at me, she put the plate in a small bag on her belt. We drove the rest of the way in silence. After dispelling the spell and leaving the carriage, I paid the driver and headed to the hotel. Irene, who accompanied me to the entrance, said goodbye to me and headed in a direction known only to her. I entered the room and went to our rooms. Using his key, he entered the room. Mar was dozing on his bed, but when he heard my footsteps he sat up on the bed waking up. Ibo was not in sight. Perhaps the girls had taken her to their place. I'm sorry for waking you up. Have you been back long? I asked, lying down on my bed. Yes, I sold the swords pretty quickly, so we almost immediately started looking for a place for us, and by noon we had found a couple of good options for the first time. The spirit replied to me, suppressing a yawn. So we need to invite the girls? It's better to invite them to dinner, and we'll discuss the options that we liked, Mar said, getting up and putting on his jacket. He headed for the girls' room. I followed him. Our companions took a little time to pack. After waiting for them, we went in search of a place where we could have dinner and spend time talking. A restaurant with a small number of visitors and a fairly quiet environment was found quite quickly, although we had to move decently away from our hotel. Having taken a table and made an order, we began to share our successes for today. First, we decided to discuss options for our stay. So, either a couple of houses in the old district, which is closer to the Deadlands, or a house shop on one of the shopping streets. I summed up the story of my companions. If you plan to sell artifacts and unnecessary trophies from the Deadlands, then surely the shop will suit us better. Of course, there is less space for a residential area there, but you and I can make room. Mar expressed his opinion. Mar, I'm not sure that we can afford to pay for it with honest work, and the locals may not like the appearance of a competitor. I voiced my doubts. The owner does not mind the delay in payment. An idle building does not bring money. The merchant who rented it before us for more than 10 years died a few months ago. His heirs chose not to continue the family business, sold everything, and closed the store. My mother told me the details. Lillian and I can keep an eye on the store while you and Mar are busy adding to its assortment. Raya spoke up. You have already chosen yourself and it remains to persuade me. Yes, I grinned, guessing that my companions had already made up their minds. You could say that. The house is in good condition, looks better than the rest. Yes, the rental price is much higher, but I think we can pull it off, especially with the opportunities that you and Mar have, Lillian said. Apparently, she was entrusted with the role of chief negotiator with me. Okay, how much does he want for the rent? I asked Mardos, since he kept most of our wealth. 40 gold pieces, Mar said. But the trustee of the owner, with whom we spoke, said that in the first month you can pay half. Lillian hastened to add, noticing how my eyebrow rose at the amount announced. Generous. Apparently, we will have to engage in mass production of magical trinkets. Although, I thought, looking at my mother, she stiffened a little from such a close look. I have a whole healer who can charge the drives with his mana, right? Church healers treat for free, although they are not always free, Lillian said in response to my question. You can't take a church healer with you on a hike, but a ring or something stronger with a storage device that does not lose charge is possible, and it seems to me that the churchmen do not spend mana on a drink of accumulators. I voiced my idea. It sounds like a lot of gold, and regular customers for new drives, and charging old ones. But Lillian is unlikely to cope with a large number of drives. Mar pointed out the weak point of the plan. There are a couple of ways to ease her lot, I said thoughtfully. going over the possible options in my head. Okay, then are we moving to the store? Mom asked, deciding to make sure once again that I didn't mind. Yes, since you three insist. All that remains is to work hard to provide us with gold to pay for it. Soon our order arrived, and we started dinner. After eating and waiting for the others to finish their meal, I asked Mar to use a silence spell to discuss my visit to the church. My campaign turned out to be quite productive too. However, I couldn't have a proper conversation with Priestess Maria because Tia Seal wanted to talk to me, and her appearance was quite painful for the priestess. Was it the same when she was dating you? I asked my mother. She did not mention such a thing during the story about her meeting with the priestess. No, she had an artifact that contained a message about you. And Maria herself answered my questions. Lillian said, I guess she shouldn't have become an avatar for Tyassel so early. If the keeper decided to use it ahead of time, then the message was important? Mar asked, genuinely worried. It was, but due to the early meeting with Raya and my awareness of the reasons for your stay here, it was not quite relevant. I answered him. Even the Guardian can't know everything. Relieved that nothing had happened, Mar said. Later, I met with the bearer of Rose's brand, learned from him the details of the misfortune that happened to her, I said, and recounted the details of my conversation with Damien. So, a traitor. I'll have to visit him and talk to him, Mar said angrily, guessing that it was because of his betrayal that his daughter, who was next to Rose, suffered. Then you'd better gain more strength. I don't think you can reach him right now. You're right about that. We still do not have enough strength, either to save our loved ones or to avenge their suffering. Clenching his hand into a fist, the spirit spoke. Nothing. We just need a little time to regain these powers. Wait, Raya asked. Well? Everything is more complicated here. I had a little argument with him. Catching 3 surprised glances at himself, he immediately added, rather, in a not the best way, pointed out to him the spy who was his girlfriend, and then did not allow him to deal with her. You had your reasons for getting into this, didn't you? Mar asked, deciding to make sure I didn't do it out of boredom. Of course, I needed to establish contact with a friend in the Republic, and the spy was clearly looking out for me. We can only hope that he will not act in a hurry. Lillian sighed heavily. Well, I think it's time for us to go to the hotel. It's better to get a good night's sleep and rest before tomorrow's arrangement in the rented house. After paying, we left the restaurant and returned to the hotel. I took Aibo from the girls' room, who was meowing with displeasure, and seemed to be asking to go outside. I had to wait until she was done with her chores, and when the kitty climbed back onto my shoulder, we returned to the room. It will be necessary to take care of her comfort in the house. The night passed without incident, and in the morning we packed up and left the hotel. Where should we go now, to the Trusted One? I asked my companions. No, straight to the store. We agreed yesterday and agreed to meet with the trustee in the morning right there. Mar replied to me, so they were sure that I would agree. They gave me the illusion of choice. The scoundrels. The scoundrels. Lillian said she could convince you. We just had to support her. Raya shrugged her shoulders. Traitors, Lillian hissed. Okay, let's go find a cab. When we reached the place that my companions named, we found ourselves on a shopping street that led from the city center towards the Dead Lands. It is now clear why such a lease is. Many wanderers probably buy everything they need for a hike here. The 2-story house shop that was supposed to be our shelter appeared in front of me in all its grandeur. Oh, now I understand. No wonder my companions wanted this particular house. That's what I should have thought. But no, so far I haven't seen anything special about him. The ground floor was made of stone and had rather large windows facing the shopping street, obviously so that some goods could be seen from it. The massive door that was located between the windows looked quite reliable. Above it, apparently, the sign from the previous owner was preserved. The second floor was made of wood, and the windows with shutters were much smaller than on the first floor. Well, let's see what awaits us inside. I let my companions, who were already here, go ahead, and I was the last to enter. We were greeted by a middle-aged man who smiled happily when he saw us. Probably, the poor guy was worried that everything would go wrong, and he would have to look for those who would want to rent this house again. I looked around the trading floor, which was empty now. Several display cases and cabinets were clearly missing, judging by the different shades of some places on the walls and floor. I decided to explore the other rooms, leaving the registration of the lease to my companions. Going through a door that seemed to lead to the living area, I found myself in a small corridor, along the wall of which there was a staircase to the second floor. Going forward, I found myself in the kitchen. The artifact oven and stove were ironed well. There will be no problems with cooking. There was also a small door that seemed to lead into an alley and served as the main door for the residents of the house. Returning to the stairs and going up to the second floor, I looked around. A pair of doors led to living rooms. One was a bedroom, but the second, it seems, was used by the previous owner as an office. Well, I think I can cram a bed in here for myself, and Raya and Lillian will live in the same room. It remains to find a place for Mar. With these thoughts, I headed for the third and last door on the second floor, to find out what was behind it. That's it. I should have guessed. I thought, having discovered the true reason for renting this particular house, a real bathroom with all amenities. Okay, I don't mind lying in hot water myself, but you could have told me right away. After completing the inspection of the second floor, I decided to return to the trading floor. The trustee was no longer there. Apparently he had prepared everything in advance. They only had to sign the contract and pay the rent. Judging by the looks that my companions cast at me, they guessed that I saw the reason why they chose this house. Come on, I'm not some kind of tyrant, I said, but obviously I was counting on a more modest house. I heard from Lillian why they didn't admit everything right away, because I wasn't going to stay there for a long time, but it's quite possible to live here longer. I noticed another door that was behind the counter, which apparently served as a table for paying customers and a place for the shopkeeper to rest while waiting for customers. When I opened the door, I saw a staircase that led down. The basement I went down to serve as a storehouse for goods and supplies. Well, it will be possible to arrange a place here to work on artifacts. Going up to the first floor, I walked along the hall along the window, looking at the street where people were walking, busy with their problems and thoughts. I think we don't need such a review, and it would be better to cover them up. It is unlikely that we have enough money left to buy at least materials to create magical items and artifacts. You will need to look for a way to earn money for the first purchases, and the fastest way, of course, is the Dead Lands. While I was lost in my thoughts, Mar came down from the second floor, who, apparently, just threw off his bags without sorting things out. What are you thinking about? What is it? He asked, standing next to her. That we don't have enough money. Don't? He assured Kane. We don't have enough money. That's right. But going to the Dead Lands will help us fix it. Or borrow money from a loan shark. I'll try to tinker with the pair of rings that we have left first. Maybe I can improve them and sell them more expensive. I remembered the trophies that were left after the fight in which we helped Alicia. I think they're worth a lot already. But you know better. Deciding not to postpone the idea of rings, I went up to the second floor and found them in my bags, sat down at the desk in the office, putting them in front of me. I did not study the rings much before. Now I carefully examined the lines of the construct, and after saturating the mana storage device, I came to the conclusion that they serve to store mana. The owner filled the mana storage device in advance, and during the battle used the ring as an additional source of it. There were no engravings on the storage crystals, and the construct was quite simple. The metal from which the rings were created was not bad, and I think it will be able to cope with a much greater load than it is now. Well, I will strengthen the conductivity of the construct and the storage properties of the drive, use the engraving of runes on them. This should increase their value. With these thoughts, I took out the engraver and started working. Well, I figured out the details of the construct pretty quickly, but before engraving the runes on the accumulator, it was necessary to lick the book that was bought in the city of Gorder. In addition, all the necessary runes for the accumulation of the treasure were there, but for a better result, I decided to add a rune from the older ones, which was more perfect. I spent the rest of the training plate in engraving runes from checking out the work. Still, you will need to do some practical work and choose the tools for yourself. The senior rune was given quite hard, so even after a little practice on the plate, thanks to the engraving on the accumulators, it did not come out so neat. However, this did not have a significant effect on the result. After testing the rings again, I smiled contentedly. The flow of mana became a Shizrier, which increased the speed of both filling the crystal and returning mana back. The engraving took away the maximum amount of mana in the crystal from the crystal and did not allow it to dissipate. Well, I'll have to give it to Mar. Let him try to sell it to the locals, saying that he found it in the Dead Lands. Leaving the tools on the table, I suddenly remembered another ring and took it out of my pocket, so I didn't find the time to talk to Lizzie about it. Examining the ring, I looked at the coat of arms again. I'm not going to lower it. Why is it on the wedding ring? Another one clearly belongs to the non-Eliza's family. The Twile family has a coat of arms in the form of a black bird similar to a raven, with wings spread out, sitting on a golden crown against a white shield. The coat of arms on the ring is a raven with folded wings made of, it seems, a coin in its beak. There is no shield from the cut. The solution is not to engrave it on a small female ring. I'll have to ask Lizzie to explain everything to me. It's time to learn the kind of temperament from the coat of arms, and I will definitely do this. Someday. But definitely. Putting the Eliza's ring in his pocket, taking the magic rings from the table, he left the cabinet. Judging by the voices that came down, all the new people except me were on the ground floor. When I came down, I found them sitting on chairs behind a low table, on which there were 3 cups of tea from a teapot. I see you managed to find a table and a set somewhere? I asked, holding up an empty chair to the table and sitting down on it. The table was in the basement, and we found cups and a kettle in the cupboards in the kitchen. Lillian shared their findings with me. And brewed what? A set of herbs. Not far from us there is a shop selling herbs for both alchemy and beverage preparation. Would you like a drink? Mom asked. I won't refuse. At my words, Rhea got up from her chair and went into the kitchen. Soon returned with a cup, which she put in front of me, while Lillian poured me a decoction and a kettle. Thanks. I thanked the girls, put the rings I was holding in my hand in front of Mar, and took the cup. Oh, I thought it would take you longer. The spirit spoke and took the rings and filled them with his mana to check. Good job. It remains to sell them at a higher price. Yeah. You can say that you found them in the Deadlands in case they add to the price. Necessarily. What's on our first shopping list? Furniture. The bed on the second floor is not bad, but it is better to replace it. You and Kai also need to prepare a place to sleep. Lillian replied. Apparently the issue of beds bothered her the most, so we need to look for carpenters. Maybe they have something ready for the first time, Mar said, probably making a plan for himself for tomorrow. It would be nice to buy some groceries. I could do some cooking, but I'm not much of a fighter in the near future anyway. Rhea spoke up. You were quite good at fighting wolves. I decided to support her. They didn't have high ranks. Young Rhea had started to master mana only a couple of years ago, and the knowledge that Lorette could give her was clearly not the best. Rhea complained about her situation and continued thinking for a couple of seconds. And my body is predisposed to fire magic, not the light magic I'm used to. Since she doesn't have a strong foundation, we can change her element and start all over again, I said, taking a sip of the drink. It's going to hurt, right? What is it? She asked, looking at me intently. It's unbearable. I will burn your channels, build new ones in their place with white mana, and saturate your muscles with it. And Lillian will heal you without letting you die. It is also better to find healing potions and make an artifact to enhance regeneration. I told you the details of the procedure. Maybe it's not worth the risk? The mother's voice was clearly frightened. She clearly did not want to see Rhea suffer. Maybe you shouldn't. But with mana unaccustomed to her experience and poorly created foundations, there will be problems with further development. So since the foundation is already bad, it's better to rebuild it and start over. Moreover, I have the white mana that Rhea is used to. Of course, because in that world, I had the best teacher since childhood who helped create channels at an early age. I could always give advice or help with practice. Hinting that I taught her everything, Rhea said. Why not dark? I asked. After all, my main source was dark, and I knew this magic much better than light magic. The predisposition inherited from the parents was towards the light one. It's a pity that I couldn't save my memories, I said with longing in my voice, but the seal responded with pain, reminding me not to disturb it. We can create new ones, but we'll start with channels, Rhea said confidently. Then we will add everything necessary for this to the list. It seems that you will not accept rejection from me, right? Lillian said with displeasure, who did not like our idea. I do not think that this procedure is known in this world, and I would not like an outsider healer to find out about it. I think Rhea will feel better having you around. I tried to convince my mother. Yes, you're not giving me a choice. Mom threw up her hands as if trying to block us out. We spent some more time discussing the things we needed to buy for us. After that, we continued to clean up our new house. In the evening we went to have dinner at a tavern that was not far from us and was popular with wanderers. We decided to try what they feed and start getting to know a little bit those who run their business on our street. Well, the food was really good, but it was a little noisy in the hall after all. The wanderers are from the brotherhood that risks their lives and most prefer to blow off steam in loud drunkenness. After returning home and convincing the girls that Mar and I can relax without beds and generally do not need to sleep alternately, we sent them to the second floor, and we sat down on the first floor. We will have to take care of protecting the house. You and I will often have to leave the girls alone. And judging by the looks they were getting in the tavern, 2 persistent suitors would be found quickly, I said, staring out the window, even though there was almost no one on the street at a late hour. But still I had the feeling that I looked like a mannequin that stands in the window and attracts glances. I'd rather leave you with them while I go hiking in the Deadlands. So they will be under your protection, and you will be able to finish with the development of the body in relative peace. In addition, you will be engaged in harvesting artifacts both for sale and for our needs, Mar suggested. Are you implying that the spatial ring would allow you to carry around a huge pile of loot? Yes, and not to attract too much attention to the vultures greedy for this prey. Okay, we can try. If this world is trying to block only distortions of space without specifying a stable endpoint, then a spatial storage that has boundaries and has a physical object to which it is attached should not experience a strong load on the construct. Nevertheless, I managed to teleport to the marks and circles without serious consequences. Yes, and I heard that the City of Magicians connected several capitals with its academy with the help of spatial gates. The islands are unhappy that they did not get such a gate, but it is for them that they would bring the greatest benefit by reducing business trips to a couple of days, rather than a month of sailing. I think the problem here is the remoteness. The gate structure is most likely not able to withstand stable teleportation over such a long distance, I suggested. Going back to the vault, look at how much magic steel rings and stones like onyx or obsidian will cost. They are most suitable for dark mana. I thought you needed a couple more years, Mar said with a grin. I'll just make the storage small to reduce the risks. It's good if you can do it. We sat in silence for a while, each immersed in his own thoughts, but the quiet steps of Ibo, who came down from the second floor, attracted our attention. Apparently she was going to go to the kitchen and have some food. Raya prepared a couple of bowls from small plates for her, but halfway through the kitty heard that Mar and I were on the ground floor and headed in our direction. Jumping on my lap, she poked me with her paw and felt me stroking her, purred contentedly. Will you leave her as a simple pet, or will you help a particle of the spirit develop? Mar asked, watching the kitty enjoying the attention. Should I let her make her own choice? I said, and created spheres of mana on my palms, on the left from my source, on the right from the shard of the guardian. Choose your path. Jump into one of the rabbit holes, or stay. Ibo stood up on her paws, and wincing, sniffed at the black sphere first, but apparently she did not like it, and she approached the white one. She sniffed at it for a few seconds, but did not dare to touch it, even looked up at me as if seeking approval. Still, having decided something, she tried to eat a sphere of white mana, and it soaked into her, giving nourishment to the spirit particles in the kitty. Ibo, having lost sight of the sphere, began to look around trying to find it. I scattered the black sphere, stroked her back, and she, forgetting about the sphere, lay down on my lap again. I wonder what kind of spirit she'll grow into with the mana boost from the guardian, Mar said. Soon, Ibo left us to satisfy her hunger, after which it seems she returned to the second floor. Closing my eyes, I decided to try to take a nap. The alarms on the front doors will wake me up if someone decides to visit us at night. Mar woke me up in the morning, advising me to go to the bathroom before the girls woke up. I followed his advice and went to wash my face, but I didn't find anything to wipe the water off my face with, so the shopping list needs to be greatly expanded. Soon the girls woke up. Of course they wanted to take turns taking a bath, but after learning from me about the omission with towels, which were not in the house, they abandoned this idea. We went to the same tavern for breakfast, which was empty in the early morning, only a couple of yesterday's guests, who seemed to have passed out from the amount of alcohol right at the table, and no one began to disturb them. After the tavern we split up. My mother and I decided to return to the house. Mar was going to sell rings and walk to a couple of shops. Rhea wanted to keep him company, apparently to follow the priority of the shopping list. When Lillian returned home, she offered to drink yesterday's decoction, but I did not refuse. It tasted good. Not coffee, of course, but it will go with the conversation. We had been sitting opposite each other at a table in the trading hall for some time, and silently sipped a herbal decoction. "Is there anything you want to talk about?" "What is it?" she asked. "Yes, there is one topic that haunts me, and I do not have enough knowledge about this world to understand it," I said, taking out Alyssa's ring and putting it in front of Mom. "Oh, a familiar ring? I remember it was on the finger of a certain person whom you liked so much that you risked leaving her alive." Of course, Mom couldn't miss the opportunity to tease me. "And I remember that the decision not to kill her was yours." "Well, I had to help you with the right choice. After all, it's my job as a mother to help you make decisions when you're insecure." "And what can't you understand? Why did she give me the wedding ring? And why does it have a coat of arms similar to the coat of arms of the Twile family?" "Well, you were wrong there. This engagement ring and the coat of arms on it belong to the family that proposed marriage to Alyssa. Showing up in public without him is like announcing the end of an engagement, but I think she'll announce it as soon as she gets to her family." Lillian enlightened me in the intricacies of local order. "And why give it to me? I thought you had a lot of experience with girls." But when she noticed that I was frowning, trying to figure out what she was getting at, Mom decided to feel sorry for me anyway. Well, you said in front of her that you were not interested in married people, so she made a step towards you, hinting that she was ready to break off the engagement for the sake of the savior. Am I too young to interest her? I questioned the reasons. Over the years, you mature, but you can cut the possess the third in half now. I see. So you decided to hit on a powerful magician? I think she really needs a strong defender, and the reason lies in the coat of arms on the ring. This is the coat of arms of the Gloom family, which was founded by a subsidiary branch of my family. And what's wrong with Rod Gloom if she's in a hurry to break off the engagement? Rather with the whole North. While you were walking around the city and saving the kitten, I managed to gossip with the store manager and ask about the latest news. And the most disturbing thing is that the Great Twile family and the Emperor are trying to take full control of the weakened North, including by imposing such marriages. And she decided to take a risk for the vague possibility that I would take her side, and I would have the strength to help them. I asked, not believing in this version. I took a chance when the priestess came to me, offering me the opportunity to avoid a similar fate. Lillian said, "You said something to her." It dawned on me, that's why Alyssa did such a thing. Lillian didn't say anything, but you could tell from her pleased smile that I was right. "What did you tell her? Speak," I demanded. But at that moment, the door opened, and I turned to see who was interrupting us. Two men entered the shop, and if the first looked quite presentable, in obviously expensive clothes with coiffed hair and straight posture, then the second looked like a bandit with a crooked grin, dressed in a kind of leather armor and with a sword on his belt. His eyes quickly scanned our room and focused on Lillian. Studying her with his gaze, he licked his lips. I'm already used to people looking at her with interest, but they try to do it less noticeably and openly. The first, apparently aware of his companion's habits, caught my attention by clearing his throat and talking to us. "Are you the new tenants of this shop?" he said, looking at my mother and me. "Yes, but we haven't opened yet, and we have nothing to offer you," I said, covering Lillian with me. The sword remained at the top, but it's even for the best. "Well, there's nothing to do. There's a little girl? She just wants to be petted?" the suicide bomber said lasciviously, which was testing my patience now. "Shut up, you're in the way." The second one stopped him. "We have come to offer you protection from accidents and troubles that ill-wishers can arrange for you." "Who can I discuss this with?" "I'm afraid our partner is away now and will be back by evening." "Do you want to wait for him?" Lillian said, trying to keep her tone calm. I didn't like this option, so I decided to intervene. "Mom, he said he could stay until tomorrow, and he left us some money. Maybe our guests can take care of our protection until tomorrow if we give them to them." I said, trying to sound naive. We can wait at your place until tomorrow. I would even prefer this option. The second one spoke maliciously, slowly approaching us. No, we'll be back tomorrow. The first one spoke as he was about to leave. I, not wanting to miss the opportunity, went to the counter. Wait, you forgot the money for protection until tomorrow, I said. Taking one of the bags in the locker under the counter, he poured coins into it from his pocket, on one of which he attached his mark, trying to make it almost invisible. I doubt they use magic to check coins. Here, I said, holding out a bag of coins. There are cowards who carry money so easily themselves, as long as they are not touched. The second one spoke, and took the bag with the money and went to the first one. It's not enough, but it's enough to be patient until tomorrow. They both left our house, and I sat down in front of my mother. Judging by the frightened eyes she was looking at me with, their visit had scared her a lot. Don't worry, they won't bother you anymore, I said in a cold voice. I should have waited for Mar before going to look for my prey, but he didn't seem in a hurry to come back. Lillian was looking out the window, thinking about something, but I was able to calm down a little and calm my desire to catch up with this bastard as soon as possible. The mark was moving away from us, but I don't think their lair is far from our area, which they seem to consider their territory. Going over the options of my plans for uninvited guests, I tried to decide which one would be better. Kill only them? Surely they have a kind of gang and others will come. Then we need to get rid of all of them. They also came the second day after we moved in, so they were watching the house, or they had an informant. Trusted? If I start to unravel this deep, how far will it stretch, and how many problems will I find? And will I have the strength to burn them all out, and take the tribute that they have collected? I think my thoughts were reflected on my face, and I heard my mother's heavy sigh. She looked at me with a sad look, as if she regretted something. Are you sure you need this? I'm alive and untouched. I'm sure Mar can arrange for us not to be touched anymore. She seemed to be trying to persuade me to give up my next questionable actions. It is unlikely that they are used to negotiating, only to subjugate and intimidate. Since they came to us driven by their greed, then don't blame me for letting my anger consume them. I snapped. Mar and Ray returned closer to noon, judging by the fact that they drove up in a carriage, and the driver began to help them carry their things. Their shopping trip was quite productive. Lillian and I also joined the unloading. The five of us managed pretty quickly. Mar paid the cabman and thanked him for his help, returned to the store. Did you manage to successfully sell the rings? I asked him. That's it, and very profitable. They were sold to a trading house that owns the largest artifact store in the city. Their artifactor highly appreciated the properties of the rings, and he believed in the version with the trophy in the Dead Lands. However, he couldn't figure out why such a skilled craftsman didn't use better materials for them. Mar told the details. And how much did they buy them from you? I wonder how much you can still earn on the simple creation of personal mana containers. 20 gold pieces each, the spirit said with a satisfied smile, and noticing my astonished look he added, excellent properties, due to a good design and an engraved drive, on inexpensive materials for which you do not need to overpay. Wanderers love such practical things, and craftsmen for such complex work prefer materials much more expensive and statuesque. If I start mass-producing such jewelry, I will quickly attract unnecessary attention. Okay. I'll think about our artifact business later. And now, let's move away. I need to whisper with you, I said, heading for the basement. Mar, try to talk him out of it. Mom, who was listening to our conversation, whispered pleadingly in her voice. What? Do you have any secrets? Raya exclaimed, who was busy sorting out purchases and headed towards Lillian, probably in order to find out from her what had happened. After going down to the basement and waiting for Mar, he created a small sphere of white mana for lighting. You could just use a silent spell. He shrugged his shoulders. Do you really think I have secrets? I just didn't want to discuss it in front of Lillian. She doesn't like the idea that I want to hurt a couple of freaks just because they wanted to shake us off and weren't too gallant with her. Oh, I think I've missed something interesting. Did you come to negotiate a roof? Mar asked, immediately guessing what might have happened. Yes. Somehow suspiciously early they found out that tenants had appeared in the store, and they behaved damn confidently. I replied to the spirit. The situation made me very angry. I don't know how far I have to go to untangle this tangle. but I don't like to stop halfway. Who knows how much wealth I can take from dead hands? The main thing is that they don't turn out to be stronger than you. By the way, why did they lag behind and not start a pogrom? The spirit asked a reasonable question. I gave them some silver with my mark on it, so that they can wait until tomorrow with their protection. I shared the details. Aren't you afraid they'll spend your silver on the way? Yes, the chances of this are quite high, so it's better to find them quickly. Actually, I was waiting for you to come back so that you would stay at home, ready in case of unexpected guests. Are you sure you can handle it? Among them, there may be strong masters 3, and maybe even higher in rank. I doubt it, but I already have an idea for a safety net, unless, of course, you've spent all the money. I didn't spend it. However, I really wanted to buy a blank for a spatial ring. Taking out his purse, he fished out 5 gold pieces and gave them to me. Is that enough? It should. Putting them in my pocket, I replied, well, I won't waste any more time. When I got up from the basement, I met Raya's worried gaze, but when she saw my calm face, she smiled. Come back for dinner. We bought groceries, so today I'll be our cook. She came up to me and hugged me tightly. I'll try to get back early in case you need my guidance, but this is unlikely. Still, I'm not going to cook meat on a levitating stick. Laughing, she refused my help. Be careful. Of course. After taking my sword and grabber from the second floor, I went outside through the door that was in the kitchen. The mark wasn't that far away from us and hadn't really moved for a long time. Either they had really spent my silver, or they were sitting in their lair. Well, I'll look for a blacksmith or a gun store first. Soon I came across a store with the right sign. Going inside, I went straight to the seller. I was lucky. Now he was free. Good afternoon, young man. Can I tell you something? The salesman greeted me, stroking his gray beard. Yes, I was asked to buy throwing knives made of conductive mana metal. I said. Clean or with runes? He clarified. Clean? If there is a set of 3 pieces with a scabbard. There are a couple of suitable sets. White iron alloy will be better if the conductivity and mana load are more important. Or steel if you need a more durable knife design. The merchant offered me options. The price? 4 gold pieces for white iron and 2 for steel. Then the first option, I said, putting the gold in front of the merchant. Wait a minute, I'll get it right away. The merchant spoke and disappeared through the door that was behind him. When he returned, he placed in front of me a black leather scabbard with straps for fastening on his leg. Taking out one of the knives made of white iron, I weighed it in my hand and used some mana to test the conductivity. Satisfied with the result, I sheathed it. Thanks. I thanked the seller, picking up my purchase, then headed for the exit. We will be waiting for you for new purchases. The merchant said, the phrase of duty after me, smiling good-naturedly. After checking the tag again and realizing that it was still in the same place, I decided to first investigate what kind of building it was. Well, this house doesn't look like a shop or tavern, which had a coin with my mark on it. I think I was lucky, and they didn't waste the silver on the way. I need to prepare the knives before I decide to go in there. I decided to take a walk through the neighboring alleys. Soon I found a rather quiet corner, pressed my back against the wall of the house, took out one of the knives from the sheath that I had fixed on my right hip, as well as an engraver from my pocket, and immediately began preparing the artifact. The first thing I did was to engrave the runes of control and levitation, which will allow me to use these knives instead of my dark daggers. That way I won't have to use my hands to throw them. After making sure that the knife was able to hover near me and accelerate on orders, trying to hit the target, I returned it to my hand. Now the main reason for buying them is a construct with my teleportation tag. Since this world wants me to play by its rules, I'll have to bend over. For now. Having finished with the teleportation construct, I imbued the knife with enough mana and threw it into a wooden box that stood a couple of meters away from me, immediately teleporting to it. The distance was small, and I did not feel any consequences. I pulled the knife to me and examined it. There was no damage to the metal. The mana and the mark, apparently, would be enough for a couple more such teleports. I specially placed the control rune and the mark on the handle so that they could be hidden from prying eyes with a winding. So you can try to put a sharpness rune on the blade part to protect the blade part from damage, and a mana storage rune so that it feeds everything else. After spending a couple of hours creating artifacts with the same set of runes from the remaining 2 knives, I headed back to the house. All this time I did not forget to monitor the movement of the mark, but it remained inside. If I want to make it to dinner, then it's better not to delay anymore and check what's inside. I decided to use the label that was on the 2nd floor of the house for teleportation. Most likely I will get off with only unpleasant sensations, but I will get the effect of surprise if someone is next to her. Using the teleporter, I found myself in a small room with a bed. Someone's bedroom was the first thought, but the sleeping body on the bed immediately indicated that this was the bedroom of the suicide bomber who came to us in the morning. Well, yes, if such trash is active at night, then it must sleep sometime. And he slept soundly, I must say, since he did not hear my appearance. And then I was faced with a dilemma. Either enjoy his torments and most likely break the thread to the others, or hang tags and trace. After refreshing my memory of how he looked at my mother and what he wanted to do with her, I made a decision. I don't want to wait, but maybe others will give me a lead, for example, his friend. There were no sounds in the house, and if I use scanning, I will make myself known. So we will catch the household with live bait. Walking up to the bed where this piece of biomusor, an obese scumbag and just an asshole, was sleeping, I threw a veil over myself. After I grabbed him by the hair with my left hand, he began to wake up from my footsteps, and when he felt the pain from the strained hair, he quickly realized that they were going to kill him. He tried to scream and hit me. With a few fingers of my right hand which I put in his mouth, I grabbed his tongue so that he would not have time to shout a warning to others. He was already consciously looking at me in horror and tried to free himself by grabbing my right arm. Oh, that's great. I can see by your eyes that you recognized me. You shouldn't have been so cocky and lustful. If you were like your boyfriend, you'd live longer and not suffer. I spoke slowly, but when I noticed that he was trying to use a protection spell, I immediately pronounced the activator of my spell, which is used to punish all kinds of cretins. Azran Zor. His body immediately began to entwine my burning chains, which burned his flesh and brought unbearable pain. By taking control of them, I weakened their power so that they wouldn't burn it too quickly. Tell me, do you like it? I'm really interested, I asked the idiot, writhing in pain that I had stumbled upon the wrong coward. But he only grunted, trying to free himself from my grip. Okay, he's already started making a lot of noise. I tore out his tongue and, pulling away from him, increased the power of the flame on his limbs to add pleasant sensations to him, but not kill him prematurely. Although the pain is not from the power of the flame, but from the amount of my mana, which has the property of devouring flesh, while delivering truly unbearable torments. When he heard footsteps and noise outside the door leading into the room, he used his footsteps to move away from the bed and be behind those who would enter the room. I used the control on the knives, and they hung over me, ready to take lives on my command. Our morning guest, who was more polite, was the first to burst into the room. So he will become my thread, especially since he is clearly brains, not muscles. Upon entering, he did not even look around, but immediately rushed to his friend. The rest can be spent. Just at these thoughts, a couple more men ran into the room, so they realized that they were attacked. Their weapons were drawn, and the first thing they looked around, but they saw me at the moment when a pair of knives pierced their armor and pierced their heads, clearly weaklings. After using a scanning spell to examine the house for the presence of opponents, I felt another one that I was in no hurry to enter. This one already looks like a knower. But it's unlikely to help him. Drawing my sword, I waited for the last opponent to burst into the room and wave a sword imbued with fire magic in my direction to use the sickle. Teleported to the dagger and, being next to the enemy, hit his armor with his sword. There was little mana in it, so the attack was not strong. The armor withstood, but the enemy tried to turn to me and strike. Blocking his lunge with his sword, he attacked him with several dark daggers, breaking his armor and finishing him off with a third knife that he aimed at his eye. So, did you kill all the soldiers? I asked the smart guy who huddled in a corner and only watched in horror as I killed his friends. You'd better be more accommodating, or I'll give you the same unforgettable pleasure as your lustful friend who dared to defile my mother with his own eyes. Do you understand? He nodded convulsively, realizing who I was and what I had done to his gang. Looking at the bed, I found another corpse there. Apparently could not stand the pain and died before his organs burned. Since everyone is quiet here and no one will disturb us, you can start laying out all the cards for me. Who are you? Who sent you to our shop? And who is standing over you? It's not just that you're so brave and arrogant. I told him the topics I was interested in, but he was in no hurry to start the story. I decided to help him. One of the knives slipped out of the skull of one of the scoundrels and plunged into the wooden wall next to his head. Spare me. Please don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. This megamind fell to his knees and sobbed in fear. Well, don't be silent. Otherwise I still have time for dinner. I spoke slowly. The remaining two arguments rose above me. Apparently catching the hint, the smart guy started talking. Well, I was right. The tip was given by a trusted person. But he was not just an informant, but the main one in their group that was responsible for this street. To my question why no one has found justice for them all this time, we managed to find out that there is a big shot in the city behind all this, which owns not only all the buildings on our street, but also a couple more similar streets with restaurants and hotels, and collects the rent first, and then the tribute for protection. To intimidate him, he has collectors like this group, and in case someone strong and brave gets caught, then murderers are unleashed on him. If a small fry like you knows about this, then those whom you have been milking for protection for years also know about it. I asked, not understanding why the culprit had not yet been punished. They know, but many strong wanderers with their detachments are lured by him, and in the church he has his patrons who take away the punishing hand of the Creator from him, said the smart guy, fatefully lowering his head, guessing his fate. I did not make him wait. The knife instantly pierced his head, giving him a quick death. I didn't rob and search the house. I just took my bag of silver, the coins in which probably melted at the moment of teleportation to the mark. In order to leave the house, I used the window that faced the opposite side from the entrance to the house. After making sure that no one was watching the house, he teleported to the roof of a neighboring house, using a knife and throwing a concealment spell on himself. Of course, it was not difficult to notice him, but it will no longer be possible to identify who is hiding under him. Although, I can't even imagine that someone decided to just stare at the roofs of houses, looking for anomalies there. Going down in a deserted alley, away from the bandit's house, I dispelled the concealment spell and headed home in the usual way. Fortunately, it's not far to go. I'll be in time for dinner. Even from the street, I noticed that our windows are now covered with thick dark red curtains. Going inside, I met the gaze of Mar, who seemed to have just finished messing with them and was now evaluating his work. What do you think? Finally, there will be no feeling that all the passers-by are looking at you, he said. Great. Judging by the fact that they are perfectly sized, did you find them in the house? Yes, in the farthest corner of the basement in a box. I don't know why they deserve such a fate, Mar replied and came closer and examined me for wounds. I shy. Dull. For one, I had God strike you. I'm glad you came back safe. A few small fry wouldn't be able to scratch me. But as for their superiors, they will have to act more carefully. Could you find out who the next link is? Mar asked. The next one? I recognized the very top, and it becomes clear why none of the locals were going to rent this place. Not only the trustee, but also the owner, right? The spirit clarified and, after waiting for an affirmative nod, continued. Are you going to get rid of everyone? Judging by the confidant's stories about his boss, he is quite an influential person in the city. I'll go to the trustee after dinner. It would be better if their whole group died in one day. Do you know where he lives? Yes, his house is at the beginning of the street. That's where we first met when we were looking for a place to rent. Kai, you're back! Raya exclaimed very emotionally when she saw me. Lillian and I have just cooked dinner. We'll have dinner here so you and Mar will sit down for now. Then she ran into the kitchen. Mar and I sat down at the table, waiting for the girls to finish setting out plates of food and glasses for drinks. Mardos opened the bottle the girls had brought and poured it into glasses. It will be necessary to buy a normal dining table. Otherwise, this one is obviously too low, not quite suitable, I said, picking up the plate. Raya seems to have decided not to take any chances with complex dishes yet. She cooked beef steaks for dinner. As a side dish, fresh vegetables and, it seems, fried sweet potatoes. The meat turned out to be very tasty. She either guessed the choice of spices, or was sure that they would go well with the meat. It's delicious. It's strange that you didn't cook during our trip. I appreciated Rhea's culinary skills. Indeed, because there was nothing to cook on, and you could handle roasting meat on a spit yourself. She replied, taking a sip from her glass. So you're the master of the pot and the frying pan, aren't you? I asked, tasting my drink. It tasted like apple juice. Something like that. After dinner and cleaning up the dishes, we stayed in the hall, chatting about everyday topics. Smiling, Lillian discussed with Rhea the possibility of finally wearing dresses, rather than tight clothes, more suitable for traveling. It seems that she decided not to think about what happened in the morning anymore, and accepted my decision to punish the bandits. Or maybe Mar changed her mind. Soon Mom said goodbye to us and wished us good night and went upstairs to take a bath before going to bed. When will you go to punish a trusted person? Mar immediately turned to me and asked a question as soon as she left. Before dawn. I don't think he gets up early, I replied, if he's going to be home at all. Will you sneak in and interrogate him? No? I'll use a spell and blow up his house. Well, or at least I'll try. Who knows, maybe he has a bunch of protective constructs there. I shared my plan. I doubt his defenses can handle your Niren's wrath spell. Rhea, who had been listening to our conversation, said, "Oh, are you reading my mind?" I asked, surprised that she knew what spell I was going to use. A black dragon that looks like a writhing snake covered with white lightning. What could be better suited for an act of intimidation? She spoke in a voice full of admiration, seeming to fully approve of my choice. Well, without the white lightning, I'll spend almost all my current resources on creating a dragon. Aha! Mar suddenly burst out laughing, but noticing our confusion, he immediately explained the reason for his amusement. Dragons with a long, writhing body are the symbol of the Eastern Dragon Empire, so you can use this spell to panic that their magicians have come here and are smashing the city. It will be even more interesting. It will divert suspicion and give time to think about the next steps. What I'm wondering is, why didn't Yiren let you name the spell that way? She seemed to me to be a special person who avoids unnecessary attention, Rhea asked, tapping her fingers thoughtfully on the table. Have you met Niren? I asked the question in amazement. I also survived this meeting. Was I really able to hide my interest in Kyrian? Mar asked admiringly. Oh, why are you making a monster out of her? I didn't hide anything at all, Rhea replied softly. Oh my God, you have to tell me everything, Mar demanded. No, that's it. I'm going to sleep. Rhea jumped up abruptly and ran to the second floor. We need to find out how she survived the meeting with Niren, Mar said, looking at me. You're really making a monster out of her. Does she really scare you that much? You just don't know what her reputation is among the spirits. Oh, well, I'll get the details from Rhea myself. Only without torture. This is how it will turn out. It was late at night when I went up to the second floor to pick up one of the traveling cloaks with a hood. Putting it on and putting on the hood, I went downstairs. If I decided to walk around in this form during the day, I would attract unnecessary attention. Are you sure you can do it without the drives? Maybe I should back you up? Asked the spirit that was waiting for me at the exit. I can handle it. You can always put less mana into the slaughter, thereby weakening it a little. I shook my head, scanned to see if anyone was around, and went out the kitchen door. Casting a concealment spell, I headed towards the house Mar had told me about. Naturally, I tried to stay away from light sources so that the rare passers-by who came across on the road would not notice me. Having reached the right place unnoticed, and having looked at the roof from which it would be convenient for me to activate the spell, I climbed onto it using a knife, and, trying not to make noise, sat down on the roof. After waiting for the moment when it became light enough for the dragon I created to be seen in the sky, I began to prepare a spell by concentrating mana in my channels. Well, let's show this world what the Lady of Spirits is capable of in anger. In the sky, above the roof of the house on which I was sitting, a huge magic circle of a spell created from my mana appeared. After a few seconds, the grinning mouth of a dragon appeared from the circle, which began to form its body, absorbing my mana through the circle. Deciding that 15 meters of body length would be enough for him to look menacing enough. I spent the rest of my strength strengthening the mana density in his muzzle in order to enhance his destructive power. It's time to finish. There is almost no mana left, and the most A1s could already notice it. Unleash your wrath on my enemies, O great lady of the spirits, Naren, I said softly, a complete spell to simplify control. The dragon, roaring before the attack, rushed towards my target and bit into the semblance of a barrier that tried to protect the house from attack, easily tore it apart, after which the dragon crashed into the roof and, using the remnants of mana, exploded, destroying the trusted house. The blast wave hit the walls of neighboring buildings, but did not seem to destroy them. Still, the bulk of the spell's power was directed from top to bottom in order to destroy the target for sure. Well, I don't have time to look at my deeds. We need to get out of here before a bunch of people rush in. Jumping off the roof, I used the remaining mana on the Shadow's Tread to break the distance from the explosion site, while people were just running out of their houses. Taking off my hood, I slowed down to a normal pace and slowly headed towards the main street to blend in with the crowd there. It seems that I made too much noise. Many went outside and talked to the neighbors, trying to figure out what happened. But no one was in a hurry to run to the place where the spell hit. After standing for a while and listening to their guesses, I headed towards our house. As I approached the house, I saw Raya and Mara standing at the entrance, and when they noticed me, they waved at me. "How was your walk?" Mara asked. "I would like to stay longer, but something happened in the city." There was a loud roar in the sky. I thought I would go deaf. "Do you know what happened?" I rattled off. "No, we came out ourselves when everything was quiet." "Let's go inside soon. Why are we standing here in vain?" Opening the door, he said, and we entered the shop. To be honest, I was afraid that when I entered the house I would meet Lillian, and she would judge me. But fortunately there was no one in the hall. I doubt this conversation will pass for an alibi. I took off my traveling raincoat and sat down near the table. "Actually, we were just worried about you." Pulling a chair closer to me and sitting down on it, Raya said. Lillian woke up too, but when she found out that you had left, she returned to the bedroom. "I'm afraid that you will receive a lecture on the topic children should not walk at night and blow up houses," Mar said with a grin. "Yeah, if it also turns out that there are victims in the neighboring houses, then she will not limit herself to just a lecture," I said sullenly. Lillian, who came down to us in the morning, did not bring up the topic of my night walk, which woke up the whole city. But she offered to go to the tavern for breakfast. She probably wanted to hear what happened last night. We didn't try to dissuade her. Although it was unexpectedly crowded inside, we managed to find a place at the table of a couple of wanderers who did not mind that we would have breakfast next to them. They mostly discussed their recent trip to the Deadlands, although once they touched on the topic of the explosion of a house on a shopping street. But they were more interested in what this spell could do to a bone golem than the reasons for the attack on the house. Like Lillian, I tried to listen to snatches of conversation to understand how the residents reacted to this incident. There was a particularly loud dispute on the topic of which of Stephen's henchmen, who fancied himself a local king, would be the next. I think that was the name of the owner of our house. Apparently, people are tired of the fact that he can do whatever he wants, and seeing that someone dared to bite him, they hope that punishment will befall the rest of his henchmen. After finishing breakfast, we returned home. We need to find out from Mar about the rest of our finances and invest them in creating artifacts. I sat at the counter and stroked Ivo, who sprawled in front of me and allowed me to stroke her belly, deeply immersed in thoughts about what could bring money without spending much on materials. Lillian and Rhea were sitting at a table and discussing something over a cup of decoction. Mar went to clean himself up, taking a bath. At that moment the door opened, and a couple entered the hall. And while I was examining them, not understanding how they ended up here together, I heard a loud, heavy sigh from Lillian. When I looked at her, I saw that she was looking at our guests with sympathy, as if nothing good was waiting for them in this house. "Don't worry, Mom. I'm not going to kill these people," I said loudly, getting up from behind the counter and heading towards our guests. "But I am extremely surprised that the two of you are here together, and most importantly, you are not trying to kill each other." Irene and Damien were standing quite close, and at my words both looked away, as if they were ashamed of something. But at the same moment Damien took his companion's hand and squeezed it tightly. Surprised. "Although I'm impressed not everyone can go through this." Remembering my experience, I said, Is there something for me? Mom and Rhea realized that I was familiar with the guests. They even seemed to relax and were already watching us with interest. Yes, I received a message that concerned you. With these words, she took out a folded piece of paper and handed it to me. Damien seemed to want to peek at what was written there when I unfolded it and started reading, for which I received a disapproving look from Irene. Mia was obviously faster than me and notified not only the headquarters about me, but also apparently spread the information that when meeting with a young man whose description I matched, I should not allow conflict with him. She probably assumed that I could cross paths with the agents of the Republic before their head gave the following orders concerning me. A smart girl, and judging by the fact that, being next to her, I did not feel mana from her above the level of the censor, she is very capable. I'll have to persuade Daddy to appoint her as my assistant. Hey, where's my clever Mia? If she were around, I could do so many things, I said, hugging the letter as if it were from her. Who is Mia? I heard the voices of Rhea and Lillian, who literally asked this question in unison. I looked in their direction, smiled mysteriously, and shrugged my shoulders. Actually, I staged this mini performance to see Irene's reaction, but she either doesn't know who Mia is or knows how to keep her face like a true spy. But remembering how she behaved when I was surprised that they had reconciled with Damien, the second option does not fit. So I said, putting the letter in my pocket, you have reconciled, and Irene has received proof that I am not her enemy. If you hadn't chosen such a harsh way to tell the truth, maybe we wouldn't have fought, Damien muttered, folding his arms over his chest. So, why did you come to me? I asked the purpose of the Eternal Wanderer's visit. I doubt that he came to keep Irene company. You and I still haven't discussed our plans. We had to take a break to sort things out. Glancing at his girlfriend, he said. When we found out that Irene could find you, we were going to look in on you later. But then there was trouble in the city. You checked the trouble with the record, didn't you? I asked curiously, looking at Irene, who nodded. And then I caught another direction nearby. Could anyone have seen what you were doing? No, she replied confidently. At that moment, Mar entered the hall, who for some reason decided to walk around the house in just a towel. To the surprised looks, he just smiled predatorily and came up to me. I see you have visitors again. The past ones gave you a lot of problems, so I hurried to help, he said, standing in front of Irene. Looking at her, he continued. You have beautiful guests. Will you introduce them? Irene raised an eyebrow in surprise, examining the spirit's body, while Damien coughed, expressing displeasure. She's kind of busy again, Mar. All the beauties were snatched up, he said resignedly, and headed back. Since I have nothing to catch here, and you are not threatened, I'll go get dressed. Why don't you invite your guests to sit down and have drinks? Lillian spoke up to me. Apparently she was ashamed that I was holding them at the entrance, and Mar also did this. Thank you, Layla. I don't think your son is happy about our visit. Damien seized the opportunity, but when he noticed how Lillian's face had changed, he stopped himself. It's all right, Mom. You're right. It's not worth keeping dear guests at the door. Will you and Rhea prepare that herbal decoction with mint for us? I said quickly to calm Lillian down. She just nodded and headed for the kitchen. Rhea, who had been listening to our conversation, followed her. He pulled up a couple of chairs to the counter and pointed them out to the guests. Sat back down in his seat. Aibo, who had been sitting at the counter all this time, looked at our visitors with interest. So, what can my humble shop offer you? I said, meow. Aibo yapped after me, for which she received stroking on her fluffy head. I take it you're already aware of Stephen's business? Damien asked. Yeah, a couple of his extortionists came. I did not appreciate their offer and showed my fi, I replied, continuing to stroke the kitty. Yes, the whole city appreciated your fi, the Wanderer said ruefully. Did he stop you from reconciling? I asked mockingly. Do couples like ours piss you off? Irene asked suddenly. Judging by Irene's sad smile, I couldn't keep my face. Damien also seemed to notice that my behavior changed when I saw them together. I guessed it quickly. Although observation is an important quality for such a profession, I replied in a calm tone due to the fact That I used the Guardian's mana to create a spell that suppresses emotions for a while. And you probably have a reason for that, the girl suggested, watching me. You can consider it a childhood trauma, which, due to the age of the body, is getting out of control, and the suppression of emotions makes me feel like a weak-willed tool. I replied, looking intently into her eyes. Thank you for your frankness. Since it's just a slight nuisance, I don't mind listening to your barbs, Irene said, smiling. Damien can handle it too. Hey, what if he decides to kill us like that house? The Wanderer pretended to be indignant. I think I'll be ashamed, I said, dispelling the remnants of the spell. The sucker is not a mammoth. It will not die out. Folk wisdom in one of the distant worlds. Lillian and Raya entered the hall, who brought us cups with a drink, after which they decided not to disturb us and went to the second floor. We had been sitting in silence for some time. Irene seemed to have found out what she wanted, but Damien was thinking about something and therefore did not bring up the topic of his visit to me. Why do the Wanderers allow someone like Stephen to literally own part of the city, collecting tribute from the inhabitants? Since Damien still didn't dare to speak, I decided to bring up a burning topic, because he has several squads of his own loyal to his gold. In addition, he has on his side one of the strongest magicians in the city of the rank of the Conqueror. I've life with his people. The Eternal Wanderer gave me the answer. So you're at this rank too, aren't you? I decided to clarify. Yes, but you must understand that being at the same rank does not mean being equal in strength. He sounded like a mentor. I reached my limits when Rose was still around and helped me with her knowledge and alchemy. Getting to the level of the Conqueror was an impossible dream for me, who was born in poverty and without talent. So your body has reached its limits, but you didn't want to turn into an undead, I said, looking at the spy of the Republic, who was listening attentively to us. I take it you don't have any more secrets from her? Yes, I took a magical oath that would prevent me from betraying him and allow him to order me through it, Irene answered instead of the Wanderer. It sounds like a betrayal of the interests of the Republic, I said, folding my arms over my chest. Not if the interests of the Republic are not connected with him. Irene was watching my reaction to her words carefully. After all the time the order from there was only to be close to him and report on those who appear in his environment. There was no order to find out his secrets. Is that why you reconciled so easily? Did you come to him, repent, convince him that you didn't reveal his secrets, tell him that you love him and are ready for anything? I guessed, and judging by the way Damien frowned, I also guessed right. Your deeds, but an oath is a shackle of unbelief, not a sign of trust. Would you just understand and take my word for it? The Wanderer banged his fist loudly on the counter, annoyed that I brought up the subject of their relationship again. I would give you a chance and time. I would never be able to put shackles on someone who cares about me and who cares about me, I said coldly, remembering the choices I had to make. It is better to grant peace and a path to a new life, if there is absolutely no other way, and faith in correction. It's easy to say that to someone like you, he said, obviously alluding to my immortality. Maybe so, but are you sure that you have the strength to protect her from the Republic, which will never believe its agent? Bound by a magical oath. I'm even less strong than you are. I decided to pretend that I don't understand what he's talking about. Damien, judging by the movement of his lips, wanted to answer me something, but he heard Mars' footsteps enter the hall and remained silent. The spirit slowly took a chair near the table and walked towards us. Fortunately, he was dressed this time. Putting a chair next to mine, he sat down, took my cup of decoction and sipped from it. Are you still worried that I will start killing everyone who comes to us? I asked, not understanding why he had come back. No, I was just fed up with questions in the spirit of, who is Maya? Sucking on my drink, the spirit replied. I see. Well, I don't have any secrets from you, so I don't think the guys will mind your presence. I looked at my guests in anticipation. I don't mind, Irene replied. Also, but can you at least introduce us? Damien said, looking at the spirit. This is Mardos, mine. For a second I wondered how to introduce him. I was my faithful companion in this world, and hopefully A friend in the future. Mar broke into a pleased smile. He clearly liked my attitude towards him, considering that by accepting the seal of the subordination contract, he agreed to any attitude towards himself. Nice to meet you, Mardos. I'm Irene, the eyes and ears of the Republic, and now I'm this gentleman's slave. Pointing at Damien, she said, and I am glad to meet such a beautiful person. It's a pity that you chose this domineering man. If he offends you, you can count on my help, Mar said, bowing slightly to the lady. The one? Damien asked, ignoring the taunts and turning pale. Oh, I think I've figured out what's going on. Well, yes, since he was so close to Rose, the chances are high. Yes, the same Maneris folder that you didn't protect, I said with the grin of an evil genius who has trapped prey in his trap. Ha, what are you doing? This is not true, Damien blurted out. I feel like a celebrity. I raised my daughter for a reason. Wiping away a non-existent tear, Mar said proudly. I'm Damien. The Wanderer stretched out his hand, realizing that the spirit was not led to my provocations. Unlike him. Mardos. I would be very glad if you would take the time to tell me about my daughter's life in this world. Shaking the outstretched hand, the spirit spoke. Of course. She loved to talk about your adventures, and many people especially liked the stories of battles with other spirits. At these words, a sad smile appeared on Damien's face. It seems that he clearly remembered the times when he was one of those who listened to her stories. We were silent for a while, each immersed in his own thoughts. I was considering what I should do with Stephen and his henchmen, namely, the Conqueror, the Wanderers, and patrons in the church. It feels like another 10 years and the whole city will be in their possession. I was going to pull out a weed that had taken root and was preventing the flowers from blooming. But it seems that we will also have to do weeding in the church. We need to burn out all the heresy in it. How many things are waiting for me before I can live in this town peacefully? I exhaled heavily. I don't think they'll connect these attacks to you. So if you pay rent and for protection, you can live here in peace. Damien expressed his opinion. No, a potential threat that can grow over time is not something that can be left next to you. It is better to get rid of it right away without waiting for problems, Mar said, looking at me. Besides, I'm sure there will be many dissatisfied with the current situation, but they just don't have the strength to change it. A lot? But most are afraid that the church will declare them rebels and take Stephen's side. After all, he donates so much to the church and is on friendly terms with the archbishop. Damien voiced the reasons for the restraint of other wanderers to this problem. And why didn't the head of the church, or at least Mary, intervene? I asked the question. The head of the church has not appeared publicly for a long time. Many say that she is in a serious condition and can no longer manage the church. The archbishop is rumored to be aiming for this position, but without the approval of the messenger of the Creator, he cannot officially take this post. And he won't let Maria do it? I asked, and immediately realized something and clicked my tongue. He could have found out about my meeting with her and her condition afterwards. I don't think he knows who you are, but you'd better meet Maria. She knows better what's going on with them. If he suspects that his government is being threatened, who knows what he will do? The Wanderer said gloomily. Mar, how long do you need to advance your body to the rank of Conqueror? I asked, calculating the plan of action, and how much time it would take to prepare. A month, maybe more. But that's if we find enough necessary resources for my development. The spirit replied, How many Conquerors? I've lived in the city? I asked Damien already. If you're talking about wanderers and those who care about the problems of the city, then 4, counting me. But these are those who have lived here for a long time and consider this place their home. It won't be difficult to convince Leo to take our side. He's already not happy with what Stephen and Jacob, who supports him, are doing to the city. Well, Evelyn is likely to stay away. She is only interested in the part of the city in which she lives. But these are only well-known personalities in the city, who remains in the shadows, and whose side they are on. We are unlikely to be able to find out before we enter into open conflict. Damien told the well-known information about the Conquerors, IV, who live in the city. How long has Stephen been living in the city? I asked, considering the possibility that he could only be someone's figure. It's been a long time, But I started to gain connections and influence in the city about 10 years ago. He successfully went to the Dead Lands and became rich. The Wanderer answered me and, apparently, having understood the reason for the question, added, Leo also thought that he was someone's messenger, but he couldn't find anything. You know, you actually couldn't find a spy in your bed either, I said casually, skeptical of the Wanderer's ability to detect conspiracies. Damien exhaled heavily, and Irene put her hand on his shoulder and he looked at her and smiled, because her feelings were true. Don't be a bitch, Kai, Irene said when I opened my mouth for another barb. So we'll assume that he has support from the Forgenar Empire, but it's unlikely that a bunch of guards can be secretly stationed in the city. I'm more worried about the problem with the Archbishop. How many soldiers of the church will he be able to use? Mar said, stroking his chin. It looks like he was already thinking about how he could win the battle for the city. I'll take care of the church myself. I outlined my plans. If the Keeper's creation is rotten, then I'll just burn out all the filth, reminding them who they serve and for what. If Mary is unable to help me, then I will take advantage of the fact that they all use a mixture of the power of faith and the Guardian, calling it the gift of the Creator. The church may not recover after this, Mar said gloomily, imagining how many innocent victims there would be among the faithful. I am not a supporter of such methods of guardians. Almost always it turns into a rotting corpse full of vices. Those who need influence and strength always make their way up, while those who believe in the help and warmth of God remain below, suffering from hyenas that climb into the echelons of power. I said angrily and looked at Irene. Do you realize what you've gotten yourself into by going back to Damien instead of just being a spy for the Republic? Something very interesting and not quite clear yet, but I think I know now why Damien said we'd need your protection, Irene said with a dazzling smile. Clearly, someone wanted adventures and thrills. Okay, since Damien got you into this, he's got to keep an eye on you. You didn't tell him that you were exposed to him, did you? I asked if she still had a connection with the Republic's intelligence service. No, you just found out about the identification artifact and made contact yourself. Are you going to immediately run to him to apologize and make peace? I asked, somewhat surprised. Not right away, but I didn't want it to end like this, so I didn't tell him that he found out the truth. Looking at the Wanderer, she replied, That's how it is. That's how it is. Okay, then let me know that I will use you for communication, and I will need help with cleaning up here. Oh yes, be sure to point out that I need a girl who received a message from me in the fortress. I said my message for the Republic. Her name is Mia, isn't it? Irene asked, putting her finger to her chin and tilting her head. True, but apparently she has a different name in your organization, so don't use it. I get it. So, what do you need, Damien? We haven't talked about it yet. I finally brought up the topic to find out Damien's initial interest in my person. Although, considering that Rose couldn't handle your limit, she probably told you something. She mentioned that among her friends, there is an artifact capable of circumventing these limits. But meeting him in this world is unlikely, because it will mean that she has lost, said the Wanderer. And so Rose is defeated, and after all these years the church asks me to help them. It was not difficult to guess who the soul sent by the Creator was. My work is expensive. Will you give a discount to Rose's henchman? Yeah, 0.5%, I said, smiling. And if it's no joke, then I can't do anything decent right now. There are no tools, no materials, and it's better to let your hands gain experience. And you should not even think about strengthening the body or replacing its parts in the coming years. Is it such a difficult job? The Wanderer asked. Long, painstaking, and requires concentration, but I can take a look at your toys. I'll probably make a better replacement for you, but you'll have to find the materials yourself, I said, so as not to disappoint Damien at all. Just like that. I thought I'd have to win your trust and fulfill your orders, said the Wanderer, glad that I agreed to help him. Well, it's a good idea, especially since you suggested it yourself. Hey, don't change the terms of the deal, he begged. Okay, but I'll take the money from you, because we have a big shopping list, and everything is bad with finances. Can you do something better than that? If so, what will you need? He said, taking the ring off his finger and handing it to me. Taking it and examining it, I grinned rather. It seems that rings with a personal storage device are a popular thing among magicians. It was clearly better than the ones we sold, but only because it was made of good materials. The construct itself was slightly better, and the ruby, engraved with a pair of runes, was superior in properties to neutral drives, if the wearer had fire mana. So you're playing with fire here. Mara and I sold similar rings, though made of cheap materials, but with my modification. They got as much as 20 apiece, and they were not much inferior to yours in properties. I bragged about my skill. Ah, so that's where those rings came from. The unique work of a master from the Lost Kingdom, who created such a masterpiece from simple materials. The Golden Eagle Trading House has announced that it will sell them at the next auction, Damien said with a malicious smile, finally finding an excuse to respond with a barb. I hit my forehead with the palm of my hand and sighed heavily. Mar, how could you be so cheap? I thought you'd lived here longer and were price-conscious, I blurted out contritely. Well, I didn't really get into it while I was on the islands, and you didn't spend much time improving them either. But of course, you should not forgive this. Now they have no artifacts from the best master in this world, but so far unknown. The spirit said with a smile. He was obviously not very upset that we were so cheap. It seems that you need someone who knows at least a little about artifacts and their price. And I even know the candidate, Damien announced with a winning smile. What are you doing? You better not brag about it here, because I have your ring hostage, I said sourly, not intending to give him an advantage. No, not me. Of course I would hardly have miscalculated the price as much as you, but I also most likely gave it for less money than it is worth. But Irene, she's kind of a good appraiser. After all, I got to know her, because I needed someone who could evaluate the loot, and whom I could trust. The old man we worked with before decided to retire and move. Damien told us about how Irene was able to get close to him. Yeah, you can definitely trust me, I said slowly, looking intently into his eyes. Yes, at 20 apiece, I'm sure they can sell each for 100, minimum. Still, the product is rare, the work of an ancient master who spent so many years in the Deadlands, waiting until... Ah, stop it. I was rushing around in my seat, and my three interlocutors laughed. And you, Brutus, I said accusingly, glancing at Mar, who just shrugged his shoulders. I do understand the value of most artifacts and ingredients from the Deadlands. I'm not sure I can assess the true value of your work, but I'll try to determine it by the properties and artifacts close to them on sale. Irene spoke in a confident tone. Can you appreciate it? Taking my sword out of its scabbard and placing it in front of Irene, I said. After briefly examining it, she was clearly surprised to see such a weapon. After spending some more time studying the lines of the construct that were visible on the sword, and, it seems, using some kind of spell on it, she returned the sword to me, a rather powerful artifact created from a piece of a sword forged from an alloy of black iron. Apparently, the artifact construct allows you to increase the length of the blade. The sword was obviously forged in the Dragon Empire, but someone else was already making the artifact. However, in the East, slightly different lines of constructs and runes are used. Irene gave her verdict. That's it. Throw this wanderer to hell and live with us. Von Mar really liked you. He'll protect you from him, so don't be afraid, I said, taking back my sword. I'll take it now, and you'll sell your cool artifacts for coppers, Damien said, folding his arms over his chest. What kind of spell did you use? I asked, ignoring the wanderer's lunge. It is used to study hidden constructs that are not visible to the eye. Straightening her hair, the girl said, I heard that the artifactors have magical vision. Have you ever used it? I asked the question that tormented me while I was living in the fortress. It's quite difficult to use, and I'm not able to see everything with it. It's strange that you're asking this question. It seemed to me that you used your eyesight to study Damien's ring. No, my eyesight looks different and attracts unnecessary attention, I said, and used my magical vision to demonstrate, examining Irene. Yes, I would say it attracts attention, and it probably shows you a lot more than the usual one, right? Trying to cover herself with her hands, she said. What does it show you there? Damien muttered, drawing attention to himself. The channels of magic, the artifact that is implanted in her bone, the way she activated the veil, guessing that it might help. I said, dispelling the spell. So, It worked? She asked a question. Yes, what can you tell me about this knife? I asked, handing her one of the knives I bought yesterday. This time she studied the artifact longer and frowned constantly. Apparently, she recognized the runes on the blade, although I used a more advanced version of them, but the runes on the hilt did not give in to her. I purposely did not pour my mana into the knife and left it empty so that she could try to use her own to determine. Judging by the way the knife was covered with her bluish mana, she was able to use the rune of storage and sharpness, and when the knife hesitantly steamed in front of her, she mastered the runes of control, although with difficulty, but she could not do anything with the latter. The runes are different. Although they are similar to those used by us, their strength and properties are clearly better. But I can't figure out the last one. It doesn't react to my mana, Irene said, handing the knife back to me. Because this is my mark, which reacts only to the mana of its owner, I said, imbuing the knife with my mana under the attentive gazes of Irene and Damien. When he had accumulated enough mana, he used control to make the knife hover over us and waved his hand at the door. And before he reached his goal, teleported to him, catching his hand by the handle. And that's how this tag works. After demonstrating the capabilities of the knife, he returned to his place, using a teleporter without a mark, then sheathed the knife. So, we can entrust the purchase of materials and the evaluation of the cost of finished products to Irene, I muttered to myself, analyzing which of the magical jewelry to create first. The spy and the wanderer were obviously very interested in my teleportation abilities, but they did not dare to ask a question, probably considering that this was very secret knowledge. Oh, those golden chicken merchants have competitors, don't they? I asked, rubbing my hands viciously at the same time. It seems that I have come up with a plan for revenge. Only representative offices of the Empire's clans, and they are more focused on purchasing the necessary resources, but they certainly have access to the auction. Clearly guessing what I was up to, the Wanderer replied. Can you buy a pair of white iron rings with pure storage crystals? I asked Damien. I can. But if Irene is suitable for you as an appraiser, then it's better to let her do everything at once. I'll lend you money for your revenge plan, replied the Wanderer, who obviously wanted to connect me with Irene in order to eliminate the threat to her life. So be it. I'll take her under my wing, and I will finalize this, I said, taking the ruby ring from the table. I'll start doing the rest for you as soon as I get better tools. Well, then I think I'll invest my savings in your business. I'm sure they will pay off, Damien said, nodding contentedly. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait here while I work on the ring. At the same time, tell Mara about the past, I suggested, getting up from my chair. Damien nodded, confirming that he didn't mind staying, but Irene got up from her chair and followed me when I left the counter. I could start purchasing materials and necessary tools now, she voiced her thoughts. I haven't seen Damien give you gold, I said. Girls love jewelry, and if they still bring benefits, The girl whispered dreamily, rolling her eyes. Have you decided to participate in my business too? I said, grinning. Come on. There were writing supplies upstairs. I'll make you a list. When I went up to the second floor, I met the gaze of Raya, who looked at me from her bedroom with her mother, and when she saw that I was accompanied by Irene, she ran her finger down her throat. Hey, what's the aggression? I asked her a question, to which I received only a dissatisfied After going into the office, I decided to leave the door open in case Mom and the red-haired beast decided to check what I was doing. Irene was standing at the entrance looking around my office with interest. I took out a piece of paper and a pen with ink and began to throw in a list of materials for creating magical jewelry and tools. Here you go, I said, handing her the list and showing her the engraver I was holding in my hand. I need an onyx with a similar cut and a piece of magic wood for the handle. I get it. I get it. Having carefully examined the instrument, she replied, after which she familiarized herself with the list. The rest of the tools, as I understand it, are needed for convenience, and what they are made of does not matter. No, but I hope that you will not buy junk. Bring everything here? What is it? She asked, apparently thinking that this way we can attract too much attention. Yes, I don't think that we are being watched, and the purchase of everything necessary by the future store is not such an unusual phenomenon. When Irene left, I started improving the ring's construct, once again examining it with magical vision for hidden lines. While doing engraving, I wondered why quite simple constructs are so expensive. After all, there are quite a lot of artifacts that are used in everyday life, and they are clearly not expensive, since a large number of people can afford them. But drawing the thinnest line of the part of the construct, it seems that I finally understood. Most artifacts that are used by humans are quite large, and do not require fine work or complex runes when creating a construct. At the same time, jewelry is usually small in size, and how good the end result will be depends solely on how skillfully the master places the construct and runes. For me, who has been doing this for more than one lifetime and knows a lot of constructs and runes, the difficulty can only be in materials that can withstand the load and give excellent mana conductivity. Well, also in a body that is not used to fine work. Fortunately, it does not take much time to train a well-developed physical body. The locals mostly gain experience and knowledge after 20 years of practice, if not 30. Most choose the path of magicians who strike their enemies with spells and the sword, whereas a small part of those who have chosen a more peaceful course are divided into different professions, and only a part goes to artifactors, while many of them do not have the necessary qualities for this and achieve nothing. As a result, only a few achieve heights and become really skilled. Add to this the lagging knowledge of runes and constructs, compared with those areas where Rose brought her knowledge, so it turns out that the smaller the magical product, the less common it is, and costs prohibitively more than the rest. Most likely, in the Republic of Daivar, Darion took over the development of artifacts, and in the magical city of Mirantil, Rose's knowledge prevails, which she used to create the tools she needed, including the portal gates, which the trader now uses. Having finished with the construct, I decided to add the senior runes to the free faces of the ruby. Damon will need to be warned not to sell the ring later, and not to shine it in front of other artifactors. Having finished improving the ring, I examined the stone in the engraver, which had clearly begun to crack. Still, the sapphire is not suitable for my mana. It simply cannot withstand its effects for a long time. Leaving the instrument upstairs, I went downstairs to give the ring back, but I didn't find the guys there. But there was Raya, who seemed to be playing with Ibo, teasing her with a crumpled piece of paper tied to a thin rope. "Where did all the adults go, leaving the children alone?" I asked, walking up to her. "We have only one child here. I was left to look after him." Raya quipped, and letting go of the rope allowed the kitty to drag her prey somewhere behind the counter. It's strange that Lillian agreed to this. She believed that I had curbed my emotions, Raya said, smiling, slowly coming closer to me. "You've been a good girl these last few days. Do you want a hug?" I said, spreading my hands in a characteristic gesture. "Oh, why are you being so kind, hugging me?" she asked. "I just realized that I don't spend much time with my faithful companion, who followed me through the worlds," I said, and judging by the fact that Raya snuggled closer to me, she liked it. I started talking pleasantries. "Did you really find a place in your new heart for me?" the girl whispered as if purring. We stood there for a while longer, until Raya broke off the embrace, deciding that she had enough for this time. "Are you going to look for Lillian and her 2 guards?" "No, I don't think she's in danger with such a company. I'll give you the ring when they get back," I said, wondering what to do. We sat down at a table and spent some time talking about everyday topics until Irene came into the shop. "Did you manage to find everything you needed so quickly?" I asked when she came up to us. "Not all of them, but I bought parts for your new engraver and a couple of rings." "Have you already met?" I asked, noticing how they looked at each other and nodded to each other. I was interrogated with partiality. Irene replied evasively, laying out her purchases in front of me. "Lillian and I just wanted to meet your friends," Raya explained with a shrug, and then carefully examined the rings that lay on the table. The rings were clearly made by a skilled jeweler, as if they were made as a spectacular decoration, and not as a blank for an artifact. Appearance often raises the price, especially if the buyer is a woman. Irene explained her choice, noticing my scrutinizing gaze on the jewelry. "It will be a plus at the auction. We're not going to pretend that they're from the Dead Lands anyway, are we?" "Yes, those rings that Mar sold, we got in battle, and were already quite worn, so they could pass for old ones found in the Dead Lands. These are obviously new, and bought in the same city, let's try to pretend that you work with an artifact and are its intermediary. I shared my idea. If she flashes around us often, and we, in turn, open a shop with healing artifacts, suspicions may arise. Raya said, recalling our original purpose of renting this house. Yes, but I'm thinking of giving up on this idea. My work will be too different from the local ones, so we'd better try to sell good artifacts for a high price. We use Irene as an intermediary. I was thinking about who should be chosen for sale at auction, but I could only try to establish a connection with one kind. Does the Saris family have a trading shop and access to the auction? Did you decide to contact that girl? Raya reacted sharply, so she was jealous of her after all, but apparently decided that I would not meet her again, so when I asked to ride with her on horseback, she pretended that she did not care. You're jealous early. The chances that her family will agree to keep the secret of the artifact are higher than others. I tried to calm her down. It's not too early, I'm sure you're already thinking about her. And even more so, she has looked for a unique specimen for herself, and as soon as she finishes her very important business, she will rush to look for you, Raya blurted out, looking into my eyes. Uh-huh. I let out a long breath. I was hoping that I would have to face jealousy much later, and maybe avoid it. I was hoping in vain. Raya was getting more and more heated, making it clear that she would not just leave this topic. I wonder how you survived the meeting with Niaran. And this is due to the character of an owner who does not recognize competitors, I asked in a cold tone, and judging by the fright in the girl's eyes, she had a conversation on this topic with the Lady of Spirits. No, I won't bother you. Somehow she abruptly quieted down and walked away from the hall. This is the second time she has avoided this topic. I grumbled to myself. I'm sorry that I had to listen to our showdown. Nothing. It's strange, of course, to see it when you're so young. But I think I can get used to the strangeness of your company, Irene said with a mysterious smile. She seemed to like our peculiar team. So what about the Saris family? I decided to return to the topic that interests me. The Saris family is quite actively buying up loot from the Deadlands, offering quite high prices and, of course, participates in the auction. You can try to contact them. In addition, they are just interested in artifacts with unusual healing properties. Irene answered me in some detail. She was clearly collecting information, not only on Damien. Then we'll try to interest them in this, and if it doesn't work out, then we'll connect them, I said, and I wondered what I could make to attract their attention. The auction will take place next weekend, so if you're going to put your rings on display with those, then it's better not to delay. The spy reminded me of my revenge plan. One ring is enough. I will make the second one, a healing ring for the Saris family, since they are interested in them, I said, examining the large onyx that Irene had bought. The shape of the cut was suitable, although it was less pointed than that of a sapphire. This one was the most suitable in shape. I did not find a handle for the engraver, so I bought a small block of ash. They said it was well suited for mana. There are few artifactors in Castrum and finding tools here is still a task, but usually finished products are brought here or found in the Deadlands. Irene tried to justify herself, thinking that I was unhappy. Believe me, it's much better than what I had. We will order rare materials through the Saris family, if they accept our offer, I said, taking a bar and trying to pour mana into it. I get it. When will the rings be ready? Irene asked, watching as I used a spell on the bar to burn off the extra layer and give it the right shape. Tomorrow. I'll have to get a stone mount from that engraver, I said, examining the new handle. Since I'm loading you with work, do you want to make an order for something that will be interesting for you personally? Can you make knives like yours for me? Of course, without a label. What is it? She asked hopefully, and after receiving an affirmative nod, she took out a pair of knives made of bluish-tinted metal from her bag. I see you guessed that I would not refuse. An alloy suitable for your element, right? Were they expensive? I began to interview the girl, simultaneously examining the knives and figuring out what I could do with them to please Irene. 10 each. Rafting for the right element is always more expensive, and the more metal you need in it, the more you want gold, Irene complained. Do you want to make a construct similar to the one on the sword? And so that the knives do not just glow with blue mana, but are covered with water and are like water daggers? I asked, peering into Irene's eyes, which glittered at my words. She clearly liked the idea. I want to. I want to. I want to. I want to. But can I afford it? They will remind you that I know how to be grateful for faithful service, I said, getting up, and remembering Damien's ring, I handed it to her. Can you give it back? I think I won't waste any time and I'll take care of the rings and your knives. Of course. Can I wait for him here? It is necessary. Besides, you're going to be a frequent visitor here now. You can take care of things and figure out what we can do with the trading floor. Still, the idea of selling artifacts is no longer relevant. After taking everything I needed and saying goodbye to Irene, I headed to the second floor. I started by taking the mount from the old engraver, connecting a new handle with onyx with it, thereby making myself a new tool that already better suited my mana. I will be the first to make a ring for the auction. I have already used constructs and runes earlier in my work, and there were no problems with them. It is also better to leave the senior rune to strengthen the crystal, especially since I have already used it on those rings. While I was doing the ring, I heard a noise downstairs. It looks like Mom and Ma returned, and Damien with them. I did not let them down. If they need me, they will look at me. But, apparently, they decided not to bother me, and I calmly finished working with my personal drive. It was clearly better than my previous works. It's all because of the quality of the materials and the purity of the crystal. It can be done better only for a certain element. I wonder how much I can earn from it, I thought, examining the ring. Since Irene paid so much attention to the fact that jewelry should be not only useful, but also beautiful, perhaps I'll add an image of a star on the outside of the ring, right next to the crystal. I brought a barely noticeable construct line to it. When the ring was overflowing with mana, it began to glow, although in my case with dark mana, it was difficult to call it a glow. Well, let's see how the locals will appreciate my creation. Taking the second ring, I wondered why the Saris family was looking for healing artifacts. Surely they can hire healers for simple wounds. You can try to make a cleansing artifact with a little healing, although the role in this effect will be more focused on the keeper's mana. But it's worth spending it, as the ring will lose most of its benefits and value. On the other hand, it will be possible to consolidate our friendship. Having come up with nothing better, I started creating a construct on the ring that will be responsible for the cleansing effect. The engraving added mostly runes to better conserve mana and increase the amount that the crystal can hold. On the outside, he added accumulation runes. It is unlikely that they will hold mana until the ring reaches the north, but any of the healers can nourish them. The main thing is my white mana, and I took care of its safety. I spent quite a long time with the rings, and decided to relax a bit in a kind of meditation. Knives will have to wait for now. I was brought out of meditation by Raya, who quietly entered the office, but either did not dare to talk to me, or simply did not want to disturb me. Has something happened? I asked, opening my right eye slightly. No, it's just morning and I've made breakfast. Aren't you hungry? Morning? It looks like I've been resting longer than I had planned. Let's go eat because yesterday I wasn't up to it. I followed Rhea into the hall, where instead of our low table, there was a round dining table and new upholstered chairs. There were already a couple of plates of food on the table and a teapot, apparently with a brewed herbal decoction. Noticing my surprise, the girl smiled knowingly. They brought it in last night. Obviously, Irene knows how to solve her cases quickly and efficiently. Told about the reasons for such an unexpected appearance of new furniture by Rhea. It's lucky that she's working with us now. We would hardly have been able to arrange everything so quickly, I said, sitting down at the table. Rhea sat down next to me and wishing each other a pleasant appetite. We started eating. Already slowly sipping a drink, I decided to talk to the girl about how she reacts to topics related to Nieren. I think we should talk about... No. Rhea interrupted me sharply, looking into my eyes. You do realize that this looks weird, right? Really? I just don't want to talk about a topic that is not interesting to me. There is nothing strange about it, Rhea said with a strained smile. Okay, I'll ask Nieren since you don't want to talk, I said indifferently, watching the girl's pupils dilate with fear. You... don't. No, you... No, you can't. Yes, you definitely can't. The girl's eyes were darting, but she seemed to have managed to control her panic. One day I will definitely be able to. I threw up and finished my drink, got up from the table and headed upstairs. I need to get a knife for Irene so she can start practicing how to use it. In general, it would be nice to look into the church today. Who knows, maybe I can talk to Maria about their problem with the Archbishop? He began engraving with the runes of control and levitation, which he placed on the handle along with the storage rune. Of course, he used the older runes. It is better to use more advanced runes for weapons and decorations of his allies. Most of the time was spent on creating a construct that would become the heart of the spell, which would make knives look like water daggers when filled with mana of the corresponding element. After spending a couple more hours on the remaining lines of the construct, I finished creating the first knife as an artifact. Well, as expected, it always takes a lot of time to create such constructs. You'll have to do the second one later. I left most of my things in the study. My sword and knives might attract too much attention. I took with me only the knife for Irene and the rings that I made yesterday. I'll give her everything when we meet. When I went downstairs, I saw Mar flipping through a book sitting at the table. However, he was not very interested in it, so when he noticed me, he closed it. "How are you doing? What is it?" he asked when I got closer. "I'm meeting the deadlines of my revenge plan. You seem to have become friends with Damien, and you've also accepted Lillian into your group." "Yes, we decided to chat over a couple of beers. And Lillian didn't want to stay at home and asked to come with us?" The spirit told me about yesterday's adventures. "Were you together this morning too?" I asked. "Not really. Irene came by this morning, probably expecting your instructions, but Lillian asked me to help her with her shopping, and I acted as a security guard." "Oh, so Irene's here?" "Yes, he and Lillian are in the basement, and judging by the fact that they asked me not to interfere with them, they have a conspiracy there." Then I'd better wait until they get up." I sat down opposite Mar and muttered, "What are your plans for today?" The spirit asked. "I'll go to the church and try to find out the details of their internal problems. Maybe I'll come to an agreement with Maria on further plans to clean up the city from rotten roots." I shared my thoughts with him. Damien didn't delay either and set up a meeting with Leo. "I've ordered a couple of rare elixirs for myself so far. I'll do accelerated body movement." "Did the Wanderer provide you with money?" "Yes. Really, I think he considers it an investment in a good relationship with you. So it is unlikely that he will ask for the gold back, but he will gladly accept the artifacts." "Okay, let's use Damien's wallet for the first time. We'll consider it payment for my future work," I said, looking at Lillian and Irene walking towards us. He liked the ring very much. He was even willing to go to the capital to get your tools to speed up the moment when he could get the artifacts that you find difficult to create, Irene reported. "I guess I shouldn't give you the knife then, or I'll definitely lose a couple of strong allies who will ride off to the capital," I replied, examining Lillian who, noticing my gaze, smiled and twirled around, showing off new clothes. "I see you've decided to go back to dresses, Mom." "Yes. It's a pity, of course, that I don't have so many of them yet, but I think Irene will be able to help me with this. We will soon all become dependent on her. We will have to fight for the place of the first person she will help." I folded my arms and muttered in displeasure. "I'm afraid she'll make the choice in your favor, even if Damien is on the list." Mar chuckled. "Hey, yes, I'm important," I boasted, puffing out my chest and putting my hands on my hips. "Okay, now about the important thing. Sit down next to me. I'll tell you what and how." The spy nodded and sat down next to me, while Lillian sat down next to Mar and asked him something quietly. Leaning slightly towards him, "This is a ring that should be auctioned. Tell the representatives of the Ceres family that you are familiar with the artifactor, that he wants to sell his products without attracting attention to himself, for which he chose them as an intermediary." I began to tell a made-up legend, showing her a ring for sale, and invited her to try it to evaluate its properties. "Yeah, I think Rod Ceres would agree to work with you without gifts," Irene said, filling the ring with her mana, and when the star lit up, she smiled dreamily, examining the ring on her finger. "I see you listen to me. Rude louts are unlikely to appreciate it, but Evelyn or someone from her squad can pay a decent amount for this ring." "Did you initially want to interest her?" "No, I just picked up those rings that I liked. I didn't think that you would add something attention-grabbing to them," Irene replied. but her strength on our side would definitely not be superfluous. Would you mind if you need to make something beautiful and powerful for this? I won't refuse. If it helps in our cleaning of the city, so be it. I will take care of a personal order. Through intermediaries, of course, I said and held out the second ring. This is already our gift for the Saris family, a cleansing artifact with a healing effect. For healing, you will need to saturate the runes of preservation with healing mana. Mana in the storage unit is responsible for purification. For the rest of the questions, you will answer that this is all that you have been told. I get it. Well, this is already a reward for your efforts. The second one is not ready yet, but you can already start practicing control. Putting the knife in front of Irene, I said importantly. Her eyes sparkled, and a smile full of anticipation played on her face. She immediately touched the knife and imbued it with mana. He began to hover over the table. After a moment the knife was covered with mana, which transformed into water and hid the metal behind it. There was already a water knife in front of us, which Irene moved from side to side, getting used to control. Hey, didn't you say you can't make super-duper swords? And did you make a knife for her? Mar exclaimed in displeasure as the knife took shape. A sword is actually not a knife at all. How long will it take before I can create a construct for the entire blade? So be patient. I can make you a knife too, I answered him. Do it! Oh, right, we have a pair of fangs! That's what you'll make of them. I just found one blacksmith. I think he can handle the handles for them, Mar said, smiling contentedly. It seems that I have condemned myself to an endless existence in the office with an engraver in my hands, I said ruefully. Thanks, Kai. Hugging me, Irene said. It seems that she really liked the knife. You're welcome. I will try to do the second one as soon as possible, I said when the spy released me from her embrace. That's it. Since I've given you everything I wanted, it's time for me to visit the church. Are you sure you don't need company? Mar asked. No, they won't be able to kill me in a monastery where everything is soaked in guardian magic. But if something happens, take care of our allies, I said, getting up from my chair. Will you give me some pocket money? Even though I was talking to Mar, Irene beat him to it, handing me a bag of coins. Here you go. Silver for the cabbies and a few gold pieces to buy bigger ones, she said, hinting that this is not her main wallet. Thanks. Thanking Irene, I headed for the exit, putting the bag in my pocket. Don't waste everything on bombs and sweets, Mar shouted after me. Of course, Daddy. I sneered back at him and went outside. He headed towards the cathedral, catching a cab on the way so as not to waste time on the road. I hope Maria has recovered and will be able to give me some time. When I reached the cathedral grounds, I frowned. The atmosphere inside seemed different to me than when I was here for the first time. Maybe it's because I now know that there are those in the church to whom power is more important than faith, and I began to treat the locals with suspicion. Sitting on the same bench as the first time, I began to look around carefully. I had the feeling that I was being watched. I decided to stay for now and wait for Maria, or someone who will take me to her. I noticed an elderly priest walking towards me, accompanied by a couple of Templars. Well, let's see what happens next. I welcome you to the abode of the Creator, young man. Have you come to see Sister Maria? He asked me a question in an old raspy voice. Yes, the last time we met, she had to leave me because of urgent business and said that I could visit her in a couple of days. I replied, trying to play the naive boy. Come on, I'll walk you out, he said, beckoning with his hand. I got up from the bench and followed the priest, but the Templars followed me. Hey, it seems that Maria's favor has already been noticed. Okay, I'll try to put noodles on my ears and leave. Then I'll try to visit her secretly at night. I involuntarily grinned at these thoughts. A young man enters the nuns' chambers at night. What will Mom think of me? They were clearly leading me to a different hall from the one in which I had communicated with the priestess earlier. I wonder who's going to meet me. Surely one of the Archbishop's henchmen. While we were walking, I noticed the familiar face of the healer who took Maria away when she became ill. Judging by her terrified look, she recognized me and clearly didn't like my escort. They decided to use me as a hostage against Maria and purposely walked past her man. Soon we came to the massive double doors. Come inside, dear guest. You are expected, he said with a good-natured smile. Thanks. I won't forget it. I whispered as I passed the priest. Once inside and looking around, I noticed that the owner of this room was clearly trying to emphasize his position. He was sitting on an ornate chair that looks clearly bigger than the others, and is the main seat at the table. A gray-haired man was watching me, a condescending smile on his face, and his eyes were trying to see in me the reason why he was distracted from his very important business. To his right stood a Templar with a bored expression, clearly not interested in my person. Without waiting for an invitation, he headed for the table, deciding on the move how to behave in order to extract more information. He sat down on a chair opposite the Archbishop. It was almost certainly him. Who else would so deliberately show his authority in the church? Hello. I was told that I would meet Maria. I said, smiling. You will meet, I'm sure she will visit us soon. In the meantime, would you mind talking to me? The local ruler asked the question in a tone impatient of rejection. Of course. Will you tell me why Sister Maria came out to meet you in person last time? She just came up to me, offered to keep her company for a conversation inside. I answered the first thing that came to mind. You're lying. Do you know how the Creator punishes liars? He asked the question, grinning. I don't know. I'm not a liar, I answered, looking into his eyes. That's how it is. And how did you get to know the Eternal Wanderer? My father came to the city at his invitation. I went to the cathedral, to be honest. I didn't warn anyone about it, and Mr. Eternal Wanderer was able to find me here and take me home. I told a new batch of lies. Judging by the way the Archbishop frowned, he did not have accurate information about me. How lucky he found out that you were in the cathedral. From the message that Maria sent, you should have met her. Will you stop lying to me, boy? My patience is not endless. He spoke slowly and clearly with a threat. What's there to lie about? Maybe you should ask Maria. Maybe you should ask Maria. Maybe it's better to have a couple of gentle girls who live with you. I'm sure after I talk to them, they'll be able to tell me a lot, the arch-idiot said with a satisfied smile, watching to see if I could understand his hint. Oh, you shouldn't have waited for Maria, I said, shaking my head. Oh, I see you're ready to tell me the truth. Really? You're too cocky. I forgive you for the first time. Don't make me ask a loyal temple warrior to teach you manners. Pointing at the Templar, the suicide bomber said, No, I was going to play games until you blurted out about the girls. This city is reaching out to them with its dirty paws, but so far it does not understand my hints in any way. First your friend Stephen's cretins, now you, I said, getting up from my chair and folding my hands behind my back, activating my magical vision to be ready for surprises. The Templar put his hand on the hilt of his sword and visibly tensed. Apparently he still has experience, feels that he is facing a threat. It's just a pity that they don't have a chance with the mana of the Guardian, which they are soaked through and through, and which, together with the energy of faith, is the basis of their strength and development. Who are you? The Archbishop asked with obvious surprise. You won't find out. But if you tell me who's helping you with Stephen, I'll be merciful, I said, looking at the Templar, who was waiting for the command to attack. To behave so defiantly in the monastery where I live. Ha ha. The Archmartyr did not have time to finish, due to the fact that I gave the command to the Guardian's mana to burn myself inside him and the Templar. The Templar, activating his armor and drawing his sword, rushed at me, enduring the pain and trying to cope with mana. I easily dodged his kick with my foot, which split the back of the chair behind me. He was most likely at the rank of Conqueror. Why Tyrions? But the power achieved with the help of someone else's mana and faith can always become your weakness, especially if the one to whom it obeys appears. Tiesel was the one who gave me the shard, and she helped me stabilize it with her mana. In case the shard becomes unstable again, some of her mana and control permission are always stored inside. The Archbishop was clearly weaker, and was already lying on the floor writhing in pain, while the Templar was still trying to resist. He tried to stab me again, channeling mana through his arm into the sword, but this was his mistake, because of this, there was enough mana Tiesel in before he struck. I ordered this mana to explode, uncoiling his arm. Oh, I blurted out as I dodged a sword that flew by. What the hell are you doing? The Templar growled, glaring at me angrily. The hand of the Creator, which appears when the likes of you reject his gift. I said, putting my hand on his forehead. Judging by the doomed look, he realized that he had no chance and gave up. He activated his dark mana, creating a kind of fire that began to burn the Templar's head. Now, do you understand who is the boss here? I asked quietly, approaching the Archbishop, who was staring at me with fear. Spare me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. He was able to speak after I stopped burning the Keeper's mana in him. I could have saved you. I was distracted by the abruptly opened door, through which Maria and a Templar who looked like her burst into the hall. Is it really a brother? But behind them stood that old man and a couple of Templars who brought me here. I told you I wouldn't forget. Once near the old man with the help of a teleporter, I said he tried to retreat, screaming in horror, but 3 dark swords quickly found their targets, after which the corpses of witnesses fell to the floor, which I did not need. It seems that I hardly felt the pain from the sudden load of the teleporter. Did I become stronger, or did the world begin to give way to me? I looked behind the door and made sure that no one was there, and I closed it. The Templar was looking warily in my direction and seemed to be trying to shield Maria with himself, considering me a threat. Aha, whoever you think you are, Stephen and the servants of the great Fiam family will turn you into ashes. The Arch-Cretan shouted, giving me what I wanted so much. It seems that when he saw Maria, he believed that she would stop me, but when I slowly walked past her and approached him, he realized his mistake. Maria, help me. I'll let you succeed me. Just save me from him, he shouted to her, seeking salvation. I cannot interfere in the affairs of the messenger of the Creator. You have brought upon yourself his wrath, the priestess said in a sad tone, and it seems, began to pray for the soul of the Archbishop. Well, I promised mercy for the information, I said to the suicide bomber, lifting his head by the hair and creating a dark sword, cut it off. The lifeless body collapsed to the floor, and the head that I was holding by the hair hung in my hand. Well, I'm going to have to speed up my plans to burn out heresy and rot from this city that I'm going to make my home, I said, turning to Maria. And how did you come to live like this? I asked, approaching Maria with her defender, but before that I left my head on the table. The head, who did not manage to transfer her post before her health deteriorated, and the soft-hearted successor, who is unable to execute those who have forgotten what the church is for. A man who looked like Maria stated the fact. Brother? The priestess said softly, as if begging him to be silent. They seemed to be twins, but because Maria was a vessel of Tiesel, her hair and eyes were much brighter. Then why didn't you decide everything yourself? Did you wait for the boy to do the job for you? I gave the Templar a mocking smile, while watching him frown at my words. I couldn't, he replied confidently. Or did you not want your sister to be disappointed in you and hate you? I have not received an answer. Deciding that they could sort out their relationship without me, and the problems that the Archbishop promised me could be real if I didn't strike first, I changed the subject. How long can you hide what happened here? Maybe a couple of days. The idea that an Archbishop in the company of the head of the Templars could be killed in their stronghold is somewhat unrealistic, and is unlikely to be the first to occur to their supporters. Maria's brother gave me the answer. I have successfully dealt with the main problem. It remains not to miss the initiative and deal with those who supported them. I said, judging by the frightened eyes of the priestess, she imagined me personally executing them. We'll handle this on our own, she said firmly. Without the influence and power of those you have punished here, they will not be able to stop Xander and me. It's me, Kremovnikov said, apparently noticing my uncomprehending look. It would be great if I didn't have to interfere, but I take it you're not going to punish those who supported them? I asked, looking closely at Maria's face, waiting for an answer. Those who have violated the precepts of the Creator will face their own punishment. I promise you that I will make sure that the chance you have given to cleanse the church of the vices that have entered it will not be lost, Xander said, putting his hand on his sister's shoulder. Brother, you shouldn't take on this burden instead of me. Maria shook her head, guessing what role her defender was going to take on. A kind, compassionate leader, and his shadow, which punishes those who dared to reject this kindness. I said, touching my chin, wondering if they would be able to cope. So be it. I will believe in you, and I will not burn everything. But I would like to know what happened to the head of the church, and why some archbishop could not allow Mary to officially take this title. The current head is bedridden due to the fact that she kept her post for too long and was the guardian's guide. She had to do this because of all the successors. Only Mary was suitable for the role of the future conductor of the Creator's will. The Templar answered instead of the sister. But, unfortunately, she still cannot withstand the power of the messenger of the Creator. For this reason the Archbishop did not allow her to be officially made head. Most likely he hoped that he would be chosen as the next guide, instead of the weak Maria. Only Tia Seal is able to look into the soul, and therefore would not choose someone so greedy for power and strength. She likes the pure and kind Maria, and already carries part of her strength from birth. Only a twin brother was born with her. This is most likely the reason for her weak body, I said, wondering how I could help the priestess. So, because I got more, she's weak, Xander said sullenly. Most likely he had already thought about it more than once, and found confirmation in my words. But then why didn't they choose me as a guide? Because you would have chosen the same way as me, I said, pointing at the corpses. It's true, he agreed with a grin. So we need to help Maria. In order for no one to challenge her supremacy, it is necessary that she be able to show that the Guardian chose her and remained intact at the same time. Then you'd better prepare more diamond jewelry in a couple of days. As soon as I deal with the Fiam family member and his henchmen, I will be able to deal with a temporary solution to your problem, I said, and went to the corpses. Still, their belongings are now my trophies. First of all, I found the sword and got rid of the rest of the hand that was clutching it. Then, I filled the sword with white mana. Based on the number of small storage devices that were inlaid in his guard, the sword should maintain its constructs from them. The blade of the blade was covered with white flame obeying the mana of the keeper, after which the sword construct began to absorb mana from the accumulators in order to reduce the costs of the owner of the sword. It seems that something strong and clearly made in the days of the Foundation, without the mana of the Guardian, clearly does not work. While I was taking the scabbard and the purse of money from the corpse of the Templar, Xander whispered something to Maria, not forgetting to look at me with a strange expression on his face. The architrave had a clear craving for large blue stones. I took off a couple of rings with those from my hand, but they were just an ornament. The rest of the things were related to the church, and I did not take them. And then Maria, who came closer with her brother, looked at me like an ordinary marauder. Well, I'm a poor kid who needs money for rent. I couldn't stand their gaze with my brother. I'm sorry, we shouldn't ask you, but could you leave the sword? He is very important to the Templars. Xander asked me uncertainly. I only need it for a couple of days. I didn't take your church stuff from the Archbishop, and the sword will be useful to me in battle, I said to calm him down. He can attract attention, and then rumors will spread that the church is interfering in the affairs of the city, he said, trying to convince me to leave him now, but noticing how I frowned with displeasure, he immediately offered, "We can give you a spear in return." "What kind of spear is it?" I asked, reacting skeptically to his suggestion. Maria suddenly screamed, which attracted our attention. "How could I forget? The head of the church keeps the spear that was entrusted to you. For me? And by whom?" I asked. Mrs. Rose left him shortly before her defeat. Knowledge about him, as well as about Rose's role in the creation of the church, is passed from one chapter to another, Maria explained. "Why does he know about it?" I asked, pointing at the Templar. "It's my fault. I shared many secrets with him, afraid that I would not be able to cope on my own." Maria lowered her head and said in a guilty tone, "Well, it turns out you already owe me a spear? Then why would I change my sword for him?" I said, and when I saw the despair on Xander's face, I handed him the sword. "Well, that's great. Here, hold your toy. But if you don't put things in order with her in your hands, I'll be very disappointed. Although, okay, let's simplify the task for you," I said, and began to saturate the drives in the sword and scabbard with white mana. "Here, take it. Now it is charged with pure Guardian mana and will show all its power. Thanks." Xander took the sword and slightly bowed his head. "Well, it remains to figure out how I can get the spear. If I go out with him, I'll attract attention," I said thoughtfully. "I can bring it to your house tonight. I'll pretend that I'm going out on patrol with people who are loyal to me." The Templar pleased me with a quick solution to the problem. "It's a good idea." Then bring the head too. I'll make a message from it to the Phi family. Unless, of course, you need it too. I decided to clarify, in case there are any rules about severed heads. I don't need it. Then you'd better hurry up and leave the cathedral. Maria will show you out, and I will take care of the restoration of order, Xander said. I said goodbye to him and followed Maria. We walked quite slowly so as not to attract attention and to show with all our appearance that everything was in order and nothing had happened. I can only hope that they will really be able to keep the secret of the death of such important people of the church. When we were in the courtyard, a couple of Templars came up to us. Maria reassured me by saying that they were her brother's friends and were just worried about her protection. After saying goodbye to her, I left the fortress of the Creator and headed for the city. I decided to stop by on the way to the restaurant where I ate ice cream last time. Going inside and looking around, I smiled contentedly when I noticed a sweet couple at one of the tables, whom I had quarreled with during my last visit to this place. You're cooing here while I solve problems, I grumbled as I sat down in the empty seat next to Damien. We're here in case you need help, he said. We can all use some help. Do you know if Evelyn will like these trinkets so much that she will agree to stay on our side for a couple of days? I asked, putting the rings in front of Irene, while Damien stared at them with wide eyes. Where did you get them? He asked, staring at me, and then, apparently, decided to figure it out for himself and fell silent and stared at one point in front of him, thinking about something. You broke it, Irene said with a grin and examined the rings. It looks expensive and familiar, and really, where did you get them? Archie, Damien wanted to say. Yes, the architrave. I interrupted him, but I didn't use the silence spell. I understand. Let me guess. Did that insatiable bastard mention something about Lillian? Yeah, and his friend couldn't help him. I'm not always a sweetheart, you know, I said, and still cast a silence spell. By the way, you attract more attention and suspicion with a spell than by discussing such topics in a place where there are no superfluous ears. The Wanderer spoke, and, noticing my puzzled look, added. For example, Irene and I don't own it. Shit, who knew what a rarity spell was? Rather, a rarity is a youngster who knows it. Don't worry, I asked you last time not to talk about what I saw. But you better not use it without Mar around. Damien gave advice. Eh? I think I need to go to local magic school to stop doing stupid things. But adult affairs do not leave time. So what about the rings? I decided to return to the original topic, leaving the spell. Evelyn recognizes them, but she has encountered the Archbishop more often, unlike me. And perhaps he will decide to side with the one who was able to take it off his hands, especially if they become even more incomparable. Irene said, hinting that I should improve the rings with runes. How long will it take you to prepare for the fight with Jacob and Stephen? I asked, thinking about the plan. I'm sure it's more than we have. I have already talked to Leo, but he doubts that we will succeed, and he offered to discuss everything after the auction, Damien replied. I can meet with Evelyn tomorrow, but she's unlikely to give an answer right away. Irene's opinion did not satisfy me. We had no time for doubts. It's bad. Our problem will have to be solved at the auction, and their uncertainty does not inspire optimism. But now I understand how you brought the city to this, I said dejectedly. Okay, you will pick up the rings tomorrow, one for Leo, the other for Evelyn. And if they still want to live in a free city, and not under the rule of the great Phi family, then they will visit Stephen's house during the auction. Fiam? Are you sure? Damien's voice seemed to tremble. No, but the Archbishop threatened me with their name. There is a high probability that one of their henchmen will be in the house. Or maybe they'll dig up evidence. Since there is no confidence in their help, then we will leave the least important part of the plan to them, I said. What about Stephen and Jacob? Are you going to attack them at the auction? Damien asked. He didn't seem to like the idea. Yes, they will both be there for sure. There is no better place to slam both targets. The people who arrange the auction are very influential and will not ignore this. Their guards will most likely step in, adding to our problems. I decided to point out the disadvantages of my plan to Irene. Well, we'll have to solve them somehow after. I'll tell you the details tomorrow when you go get the rings, I said, getting up from the table. Can you buy healing potions? The stronger, the better. Yes, but why do you need them? Irene asked. Judging by her agitated appearance, it can be understood that my request bothered her very much. I may need them in case of problems. See you tomorrow. Taking the rings and putting them in my pocket, I said, and dispelled the spell. Left the restaurant. I decided to take a little walk to think about the risks of my plan. We don't have time, so we'll have to do the main and most difficult part on our own. I am not sure that there is no other conqueror next to Stephen except Jacob, and either he will stay in the mansion or follow them to the auction, and the second option may end badly for us. Therefore, I have no better way to win this battle than using my domain. But how much will I have to invest in it to win, and will I be able to cope with the consequences? We'll have to hedge our bets with potions and healers of the church. Well, I need to talk to Xander. Will he be able to help me? Noticing an empty cab, I decided that I had had enough of walking and drove home in comfort. Passing through the door, I ran into Mar, who was sitting at the table and reading the same book. You're up to something very bad, he said seriously, meeting my gaze. Have you read my thoughts? Yes, they are written on your face. Won't you share it? What is it? He asked, watching me closely. Domain, I said, to which Mar exhaled heavily. Do we have no time left to prepare? Maybe there is, but what our enemy will do after he finds out that his allies in the church are dead, I do not know. I said softly, sitting down next to the spirit. We need to prepare the trumps to deal with the enemies faster. Can you prepare a couple of ordinary bombs? Mar suggested a very good idea. Yes, it will be a great advantage at the beginning of the battle. I will need to purchase materials for our reinforcement in order to reduce the time to a minimum that I will have to maintain the domain, I said, and wondered what might be useful for us in a future battle. Soon the girls came down from the second floor. After sitting together for a while, chatting about plans for the store in the near future, Raya offered to cook dinner. I decided to take a bath and change my clothes during this time. When I returned downstairs, the food was already ready and only me was waiting. Dinner was held in silence. The girls seemed to be counting my mood, but they did not ask questions. Soon there was a knock on the door. Immediately realizing that it was Xander, I headed for the door. The Templar, in full armor with a closed visor, first brought in a long bundle. Judging by the shape, it was a case wrapped in cloth, inside which was the spear promised to me, and then he brought in a couple of small boxes, saying that this was help from the church. Yeah, there's probably an archbishop's head in one of them. We'll have to put it in the basement. And in full dress, he's probably trying to hide his identity. Have you started collecting jewelry for Maria? I asked Xander before he left. Yes. Has something changed in the plans? What is it? He asked anxiously. Yeah, they've become a little riskier than we would like. Can you bring the biggest ones tomorrow and stay to discuss the help I might need from you? I'll do it. I'll come by early tomorrow. He said goodbye to me and left the house. With Mar's help, I took everything to the basement. In one drawer, the Archbishop's head was indeed lying, in company with a couple of artifacts that created a chill around them. Well, thanks, I won't have to worry about it myself. But in the second one there were gold coins and various jewelry. Mar even whistled at what he saw, but I took the note that lay on top. To the poor boy for rent, from the Archbishop's personal collection. I don't know how Xander pulled this off, but it will help prepare well for my audacious plan to attack a Fiame family member during the auction. Out of curiosity, Mar took the package, weighed it in his hand, and then leaned it against the wall. It's heavy, a staff or a spear, right? And, judging by the weight, completely made of metal. Propping up his chin with his hand, he reasoned. You could have turned it around and looked instead of guessing. I replied to him, busy studying jewelry that can be used for artifacts. You seem to like swords more. Why did you ask for this stick? Did not ask. Since you've decided to play a guessing game, I'll give you a hint. Why do spellcasters prefer staffs? Because it's easier to fight with a stick. The spirit grinned. Yeah, well that's why, I replied, holding a gold bracelet with inserts of various stones in my hands. People sometimes have strange tastes in trinkets, but it seems that it will be possible to make this a nuisance for our enemies. I thought you weren't going to make a chaos bomb in this world anymore, Mar said, guessing what I was thinking. I wasn't going to, Let's make a simultaneous explosion of many elements. With him, the chances of causing that reaction are minimal. It remains to find the drives with the necessary elements, and it is not difficult to make a tool for transferring their mana. Having invented the first bomb against our enemies, I continued to study the contents of the box. Mar, however, seemed to realize that I was not in the mood for jokes, and began to take coins out of the drawer, folding them into turrets. Well, I found a couple more rings with ruby and agate to enhance Damien, and from many jewelry with blue stones, I chose a bracelet with a bunch of rather large sapphires for Irene. There were no black stones suitable for Mar and me, so we'll have to send him shopping. How many did you count? I asked the spirit when I saw that he had finished with the coins. 192. I take it most of it will be spent on preparation? Yes. Storage devices, potions, stones. And somehow I need to have time to prepare them all. I see you still haven't unwrapped the package. Don't you want to see what's inside? I pointed to the wrapped spear. It's still your thing, so you should unpack it. Well, let's see what Rose has prepared for me, I muttered, removing the cloth from the case. I leaned it against the wall and opened the lid. Inside was an all-metal spear, as Mar had noticed earlier, cast from an alloy of predominantly black metal. It was a little more than 1.5 meters long. The sharp tip was about 40 centimeters, although it was more like a blade, straight and sharpened on both sides. If the blade had a curved shape, and the term glaive would be more like this weapon. Apparently, the blacksmith was tasked with forging a blade inseparable from the handle shaft, while making it from a different alloy, since the color of the blade was different, and was rather dark gray. The handle was covered with patterns imitating scales, most likely in order to give the handle a ribbing. No runes or constructs, nothing superfluous, an excellent artifact blank, capable of withstanding many constructs, and a huge amount of mana. Rose knew that it would be the hardest for me to find at first, and simplified the task. I even allowed myself to give this present a name, Retribution of the Fallen. The name was engraved on the blade. I remembered the reason for the magician's craving for staffs. There is a lot of space for runes with constructs. And of course, a huge stone in the top of the staff. Rose didn't seem to have enough money for it for your staff. Mar pointed out the flaw to me. Or left the choice of the stone to its owner. Anyway, I don't have time to deal with him, which means he'll have to wait here for now, I said, closing the spear case. We'll manage this way. Since we have extra money, I'll buy myself a better sword. Can you take the time to put a couple of senior runes on it? Yes, it won't take long. Okay, I have a lot of jewelry waiting for me, which is better to prepare before tomorrow. If you need anything, you can find me in the office on the second floor, I said, and headed upstairs, thinking about what to make of the jewelry that I had picked up for my colleagues. I decided to start with the rings that I took off the Archbishop. I didn't spend a lot of effort on them, but just made the constructs and runes I already knew to make personal drives for them. It is unlikely that the stones will fit their elements. The rings will rather be a hint that the changes have already begun, and we have something to offer the strong wanderers of this city for their help. However, if they prefer to leave everything as it is, I may decide to get rid of them in the future. I took out a sapphire bracelet and decided to work on it now. I don't know what kind of spell Irene uses, so I'll make accumulators out of a couple of stones, putting runes on them to save mana. The remaining 3 will serve to store and activate mana spells similar to the water dagger I made for her. Of course they will be weaker, but they will be suitable for quick use with a bracelet and creating more attacks. When I was done with the bracelet, I picked up the rings for Damien. Considering that he is the only one of us at the rank of Conqueror, we will have to work hard on strengthening him. For now, I will create a pair of rings with a hemisphere construct that arises after using the ring. He will have to spend his mana. I will need all the space on the stones in order to make the protection as strong as possible. Most likely, the stones will not stand up and split, but they will provide him with quick and decent protection. After finishing the first preparations for my attack plan, I immersed myself in meditation to give my mind and body some rest. In the morning I met with Irene and Damien and gave them the rings for Leo and Evelyn. I gave the spy a bracelet so she could practice using it with a knife. I asked the Wanderer what would be best for him in battle, immediately warning that I would not have time for decent work with weapons. He gave me one of the rings in which the ball construct was made, and gave the element to this spell a storage ball, depending on the mana with which it was filled. A universal construct, of course, But the benefits of a fireball and a stone one, which will just be a cobblestone, are completely different. But it gave me the idea that I could create similar rings for them by feeding them with my mana before the fight, and they could use them after the fight by feeding them with their own mana. And I use the elemental arrow construct as a spell. It is not complicated and will not take much time. After asking Mar to look for everything necessary and not forget about the materials for the mana transmitter, I stayed in the company of Lillian and Raya, and judging by the way they looked at me, they already began to guess that I would not have prepared so much if I was sure of victory. Taking a deep breath, straightening up to seem more confident, I turned to the girls. "I'm not going to die," I said, to try to dispel the gloomy atmosphere at the table. "You are also preparing for your last battle in my world," Raya whispered darkly. The girl did not believe my words. "And here I am, alive, healthy, and beautiful. Except with sealed memories. You know what that usually means." She continued to escalate the situation. "How bad can it be?" Lillian asked in a surprisingly calm voice. "A little worse than it was after the battle at the fortress," I replied confidently. "He's lying." "What are you going to do?" The girl obviously knew me well, and used the fact that Lillian was around to convince me to change the plan. "Even so, it's his choice, and we have to help him, no matter what he's up to," Mom said, came up to me and patted my hair, showing me how she knows that she is on my side. "But Lillian, he could die," Raya shouted, jumping up. "You forget who he is and why he was born in this world. The serene time that I was able to live with him is over. All that remains for me is to be his reliable rear, at home, where you can always return to catch your breath and recover." Lillian calmly explained her position, peering into Raya's eyes. "Unfortunately, you didn't have that time. Moreover, you have already seen his death, so you do not want to admit that there are many battles waiting for him in this world, and much more difficult than in this city." "I don't want to lose you again," Raya croaked, unable to hold back her tears. "As always, you did not have time to gain strength, but you are already risking your life and climbing into battles that could have been avoided. Unresolved issues have a habit of hitting you in the back, Raya. I'm not going to die. So pull yourself together and be ready for what lies ahead." Looking into her eyes, I said in a cold tone, "Fuck you." Looking away, she said, and left the table and headed upstairs. An unusually young body full of emotions and hormones affects her mind too much. A common problem with the first rebirth is the preservation of memories, I said, looking towards the door. "It's strange that she's so worried. Because she has already seen me like this. For sure after that battle there were significant threats to my life." "Oh, aren't you saying that I should start worrying too? Are these bad wanderers really that strong?" "Not them. Most likely the Fiam family is behind them." After mentioning this the already pale-faced Lillian seemed to become even whiter. "You seem to know them? Is it possible not to know the great Fiam family? After all, I ran away from them to the kingdom," Mom explained nervously. "Ah, that's how it is. So it's not for nothing that I want to get them out of this city. You should be careful, they can strike back without holding back. Lillian warned me about the consequences. If they had the opportunity, they would not have spent years secretly seizing power inside the church and the city." At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and I got up to see who decided to visit us. It was Xander, this time in ordinary clothes instead of armor. He entered through the front door, clearly not hiding. "And no conspiracy?" I asked. "Why? Why? The Archbishop has shown you his patronage and called you a friend of the church." The Templar spoke. "I wonder how he managed to do it without a head," I chuckled. "Well, let's say we have one craftsman who is able to take on the right shape with the help of magic. But, unfortunately, only a shape. And the replacement of the Archbishop with a living faithful head of the Templars would be quickly revealed. And now it will buy us the time we need?" Xander revealed to me his way of diverting unnecessary attention from my house. "I hope it will work. You have useful craftsmen. Okay, time is running out. Did you bring the jewelry that I asked for?" "Yes, Here is what we managed to find, Xander said, handing me the box he took out of his bag. Judging by the fact that quite a lot of diamond jewelry was stored in the cache with the spear, someone from the heads experienced similar problems. Perhaps diamonds absorb white mana best of all, and with proper skill, you can do this without constructs. I don't know why Maria wasn't taught this, but since we don't have time for training, we'll take a shortcut. I'll make constructs on jewelry that, when activated, will begin to absorb mana from it. The stones have their limits, so don't delay the ceremony. I explained to the Templar the way I was going to help his sister. I'll go take care of them while I have time. We'll discuss the rest later. You can stay here or come over in the evening. If possible, I would keep Mrs. Leela company. If possible, I would keep Mrs. Leela company, said Xander, who had been looking at his mother with interest since his arrival. Her name is Lillian now. I don't mind. I didn't know you knew each other, I said as the Templar and I walked to the table. I accompanied Maria on her trip to her place. I am glad to meet you again, Mrs. Lillian, the Templar said with a slight bow when we got close enough. And I'm glad to see you again, Xander, Lillian said, smiling sweetly. Since you've met, I'll leave my guests to you, Mom. When Mar returns, ask him to come to me, I said, and after waiting for an affirmative nod from her, I went upstairs. I decided to start with a necklace. To create construct on a chain, because of its weaving, will not work. So I had to create it on the back of the stone itself. Rings were the easiest, and I tried to choose with larger stones. I was lucky with a massive rigid bracelet. There was a lot of space for a construct on it, as well as quite a lot of small stones. I think he will be able to take on a sufficient amount of mana. Mar came back when I was almost done with the bracelet. Wow, you have a treasure here. Are you still robbing the church? After examining my table, which was littered with decorations, he said. No, I'm helping the priestess we need to become the head. Did you have a good trip? I asked him, drawing the last lines of the construct. Well, almost. There weren't many black stones on sale, so I focused on the storage crystals. You're going to have a pretty hard job. Are you sure you can recover? Mar asked, realizing how many artifacts I was going to prepare. A couple of healing potions to stimulate the body and I'll be fine. You know, I don't have any problems with mana, only with the amount that the channels and the body can hold. But I think I'll allow myself a couple of hours of sleep tomorrow, shortly before the X hour, I replied, although I wasn't sure that I would have time to rest. You know best. By the way, all our colleagues are gathered downstairs, so why don't you take a break and tell us your plan? Yes, it's a good idea. Let's go, I said, putting away the jewelry that I was able to improve with the construct in the box, and decided to leave the rest here for now. When I came down and looked at the table where my comrades were gathered, I smiled warmly. It seems that the number of those who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me in battle is growing, and I'm already starting to consider them friends. Yes, that's probably what I'll be able to call them after a fight in which we entrust our lives to each other. It's great that we are all here today, I said, sitting down at the table. Let's discuss my audacious plan to kill a couple personalities that prevent this city from remaining free. At that moment, Aibo jumped on the table next to me and sat down with an important meow, gathering the glances of those sitting on her. We almost forgot to call our chief Fluffy Strategist, I said, smiling. What does this auction of yours look like? Judging by the looks they looked at me, my colleagues had the idea that everything was over and our plan would fail right now. Quite a large building not far from the fortress of the church. The wealthiest quarters of the city are located in this area. So at first there was a large trading hall, which was later expanded and converted into an auction house. Irene decided to believe in me and began to describe the building to me. Inside there is a common room with a stage where the lots of the auction are presented. On the second floor there are private rooms for the most influential residents of the city, who attend all auctions. Of course, Stephen has his own room, where he most often goes with Jacob, right? I smiled contentedly. Yes, in the left wing, the fourth from the stairs, closest to the stage. She gave me the exact location of Irene's room. Are you going to plant a bomb there? They are checked before the auction, and there is always a guard there. Damien expressed his thoughts. No, we'll attack them in this room. We use bombs and artifacts to gain an advantage. I voiced my version. It will attract a lot of attention, and they may try to escape to the common room. Who knows who will want to help them? The spy noted the weak parts of the plan. They won't be able to. The only thing I'll leave them is control over mana. If I had the strength to suppress him too, you wouldn't have to risk your lives, I said, voicing our main advantage, for which I will most likely have to pay a high price. That's what you decided, the domain, Raya said ruefully, finally understanding the reason for my behavior. How are the Deadlands? Damien, who was familiar with this spell, asked. No, the specifics of his domain are embedded in the name. A quiet night under the light of a lone star. Raya exhaled long, pronouncing each word like a sentence. After Raya's words, the eyes of everyone at the table focused on me. Well, you gave your domain a long name. Mar grumbled that he did not sit down at the table and stood next to me. I thought that the symbol of the apogee of my power should be called in a special way, I said, smiling, remembering how I came up with a name for it. With your current powers, it's bad. Raya spoke again, who apparently decided to enlist the support of those present and dissuade me. No, I'm only using a small part of that power. The lack of sounds and visibility greatly reduces the capabilities of a person unaccustomed to this. I doubt that our opponents can be prepared for such a thing. He indicated which domain features I would use to fulfill our plan. Maybe at least this would calm Raya down. It might still be enough to kill you, the girl said uncertainly. No, you can hardly understand my abilities and limits better than I do. Nothing will threaten my life. Well, in any case, it's definitely not the effects of my spells that can be fatal. But to look after and protect me in a weakened state, I would like to ask you, Xander, looking at the Templar, I said. Of course, protecting the life of an innocent child is our duty. It's a pity that I can't help you in the attack. I wouldn't have to take such risky measures. The temple warrior said apologetically. Here, this is for Maria, I said, moving the box in his direction, which I put on the table when I sat down. He immediately noticed it, but did not ask questions. There's everything I've managed to prepare. That should be enough for the ceremony. Thanks. The Templar thanked me, taking the box. So back to the plan. I will cover most of the auction with my domain to create panic and the illusion of an attack on the auction itself. By creating a visible passage only to the stage, I will get rid of unnecessary people in other places. I told the part that will be responsible for the distraction. Can we attack them when they are in another place? Still, it's very risky to arrange it at an auction where there are too many people. The Eternal Wanderer asked the question. We don't have time to wait for a better moment than this. It may not come at all. Besides, I doubt that they meet in places where there is no one. Rather, in a fortified house, where they will have the advantage. They hardly allow an attack at an auction. So we're going to attend the auction and storm their room at it? Irene asked. Yes. If there are no more objections, then I will proceed to tell you the plan, I said, and after a few seconds of silence, I began to outline my plan. After we discussed the main parts of the plan and the necessary preparations for it, saying goodbye to everyone, I headed upstairs to continue preparing bombs and artifacts, in order to make the task easier for our attackers. The auction will take place tomorrow evening, therefore it is better to finish the basic preparations for tonight. He started with Mar's new sword, which he asked to be made first during the council. It will depend on how much he will be able to realize his abilities. Putting a 1.5 piece with a dark gray blade in front of me, I began to apply symbols and runes in order to enhance the properties of the mana poured into this blade. He created a couple of constructs leading to the tip in order to increase the amount of mana that can accumulate in it and make it possible to better break through protective spells. I handled the sword pretty quickly. I didn't create anything complicated, and because there was plenty of space, I didn't have to waste time on fine lines. Next, I took up rings with storage devices. He created an arrow spell construct on the metal part, and strengthened the storage crystal with runes in order to increase the amount of mana stored there. For Irene and Damien, he made one ring each, filling them with dark mana from his source. And for Mar, he made 2 rings, filling them with guardian mana. Perhaps the Wanderer is stronger than him in rank, but in experience, The spirit is clearly far ahead of him and will be able to better realize the potential of these rings at the right moment. Damien mentioned that he used to use his ring with the orb construct to distract the enemy's attention. Mar, at my request, bought a massive ring with a large ruby. Since I've already created attacking artifacts for Spirit and Irene, I need to spend more time on the ring for the Wanderer. I barely fit the construct of the Burning Sphere spell on the ring. All it remains is to work with the stone so that it can contain enough mana to cast at least a couple of spells. When I finished my work and examined the ring, I smiled contentedly. A fairly complex and powerful spell that can unpleasantly surprise our enemies. But thinking about it made me wonder if the ring material would withstand such a load. I'll have to warn Damien about the possible danger when I give him the ring. I decided to give myself some time to rest and walk to the kitchen. Maybe I'll find something to eat. Downstairs I met Mar, who looked into the kitchen while I was rummaging through the drawers in search of food. I put a kettle on the stove to make a decoction. While I was waiting for it to boil, I told the spirit about my successes. Mar decided to check the sword and followed it into the office. I watched his check, sitting at the table in the hall and eating pies found in the kitchen, which I washed down with a decoction. "Don't tear everything down here, otherwise we've just started to settle in," I said with my mouth full, looking at the rather sweeping strokes. "Everything is under control. You need to get used to the weight and how it lies in your hand." The spirit spoke, continuing his training. "As you know, I'm going to take care of the bombs." Finishing my drink, I said, and returned to the office. Rhea and Lillian seemed to be asleep. Anyway, the door to their room was locked. I haven't been able to devote enough time to them in recent days. I've been constantly busy with artifacts. It will be necessary to postpone everything after the attack and spend a couple of days with them. I started creating bombs with a bracelet with a bunch of different stones. The fuse construct did not take much time, but I had to sit over the engraving of each stone. To enhance the explosion, they need to have a lot of mana in them, and since the size of the stones was small, we had to solve this problem with older runes. Having finished with the engraving, I made myself a conductor from a small rod that was made of white iron. This metal does a good job of conducting mana, so I just outlined the lines of the construct in the direction in which mana should flow. After that, he began pumping mana of various elements from the storage devices. Due to the fact that I made such a primitive transmitter, a lot of mana was scattered at the points of contact, but now I didn't care much about it. When he finished the bracelet, he put it aside with Mars rings. I think it's better to trust him with this bomb. After drinking one of the healing potions, I allowed myself to sit around for a few minutes. It seems that fatigue has started to accumulate, and I need a full rest. Okay. I'll finish the job with small bombs that I'll make out of black stones. There won't be a particularly big explosion from them, but they will be able to create a load on the enemy's defense, all thanks to the fact that they will have my mana in them. And if it also gets into their bodies while they are in my domain, then I can enhance its harmful effects on the body. Therefore, it would be better if they start using these stones to put the squeeze on the enemy. When I was done with the stones, I examined my engraver. I changed it not so long ago, but it's time to change the stone. In any case, before starting work on the sphere, I will set up a normal workshop and order tools. Deciding that he had prepared enough, he left the office and went to the bathroom. After knocking just in case and making sure that she was free, I went inside. I got myself some hot water, lay down in it, and closed my eyes. I probably didn't notice how I dozed off from accumulated fatigue, because I woke up to the fact that Rhea entered the bathroom without knocking and gasped when she noticed me. "Did you come to rub the back?" I asked the girl who was staring at me with sleepy eyes. "No, I thought it was free here. But if it convinces you to change your mind, I can rub it." She approached me and sat down near the bathroom. "What are you up to?" I asked, because I was alarmed by the way she was looking intently into my eyes. "If you decide to pounce, then I have soapy water and I spray it accurately. It's a pity there is no duck. She would definitely have brought you to reason. I just wanted to look into the eyes of a scoundrel who makes me constantly worry and worry." She spoke and approached my face and gently kissed me on the lips. "Will you give me a bath, or haven't you had enough?" "I'll give in," I said, getting out of the water, then wrapped myself in a towel, took my clothes and headed for the exit, closing the door behind me. I got dressed in my room, coming out of which I ran into Mar. It's good that you were able to rest, but it's for you that our evening event will be the most dangerous. You're not going to spell the spell until you're sure we're safe, are you? My initiative I have to pay. Yeah, just don't forget that we are also grown up and strong aunts and uncles. We will be able to cope with the consequences. I'll take it into account, I said, looking at Mar. Thanks. Today we decided to go to a tavern near us for breakfast together. Unwind and spend some time together talking about everyday topics. When I got home, I waited for Irene to drop by. Through her, he handed over some of their equipment and warned them about the rings that were intended for Damien. Mar will take the rest with him when he goes to the auction too. A couple of people from Damien's squad will look after the house and the girl's safety, and Xander also insisted that he would send a small detachment of his Templars to look after the street. Well, I'll feel safer that no one will harm the people I care about in my absence. The main thing is that it does not attract too much attention. Although we are going to deal with those who may pay attention to this at the auction. It's time to go to the cathedral. We agreed that I would be under Xander's supervision and would come to the auction in his company. With the attention that the fake archbishop is giving me, this will not seem suspicious to those who are following what is happening in the city. After saying goodbye to Mom and Rhea, I was forced to take time for a strong hug. Apparently, the mood of my red-haired fan was passed on to Lillian, and she saw me off with tears in her eyes. I got to the cathedral quickly, because I immediately found a free cab. I had a bag of potions with me. I'm unlikely to need artifacts, but a quick ambulance, drunk in advance, will help avoid serious injuries, at least for a while. After meeting with Maria and her brother, I spent some time talking with them. At the same time, I made sure that the priestess had learned how to use jewelry. We had quite a lot of time left, and I asked for a quiet place, preferably with a bed, to try to relax. Xander offered his room. I didn't refuse. I fell asleep almost immediately as soon as I relaxed and let go of all my thoughts for a while. It's time, Xander said, touching my shoulder to wake me up. It's a pity. I would have slept more. I sat up in bed and said, but business, as always, is not waiting. The Templar handed me a folded robe that looked like a priest's robe. Novus's clothes. That way you won't attract attention around me. And Priestess Ophelia. Xander explained his idea to me. Ophelia? I asked while changing clothes. I hadn't heard that name before. Apparently, she was so worried about her sister that she didn't introduce herself. This is the healer who monitors Maria's condition, who is also her best friend. We didn't tell her much about the plans, but she agreed to my request to accompany us to provide first aid. And most importantly, she can be trusted. Xander explained in detail the small changes in the plans. Well, that's even better. Now I'm definitely not going to die. Although I wasn't going to do that, there will be fewer consequences with a healer next to me. We went to the auction in the carriage of the church, accompanied by a couple more Templars. Officially, they will be there to observe the sale of trophies from the Deadlands. This was not uncommon after one case, when one of the books found in the Deadlands did not summon an army of undead. It's just that the magician who bought it decided to try to pour mana into unknown symbols. Irene and Damien will arrive there together early and take their seats closer to the passage to the second floor. Mar will be the last to arrive there and will most likely be waiting near the exit. I have a connection with him through a tag, and for Irene, a small tag on one of the rings that I gave her in the morning will be a signal. Yes. The auction building really inspired respect for the owners. It was clearly owned by someone rich and influential. And if he can get to the truth, we may be in trouble. Or not, if he realizes that if I was able to kill the Archbishop and a couple of influential people in his patrimony, then it's better not to quarrel with me. We went inside and the employee escorted us to the second floor, inviting us to enter the second room in the right wing. I didn't think they'd give us a room, I said, looking around. One good friend conceded, who was not so interested in today's auction. The Archbishop is not the only one with influential friends, so I asked him for a favor. He can guess the reasons, I said, creating a small area of silence around us. Maybe, but he supports us even now, when he thinks that the church is in the hands of the Archbishop. so it is unlikely that he will decide to change sides when everything changes. Xander spoke confidently. Will you have any instructions regarding healing? Ophelia asked, who was clearly worried that she hadn't been told much. Internal injuries in the channels and body. My own mana will try to burn me and kill me so that I don't dare to use it so thoughtlessly anymore. So try not to let the destruction reach your brain and heart. I can handle the rest. I gave her instructions on how to act. I'll try my best, she said firmly, but there was clearly anxiety in her eyes. I dispelled the silent spell. It's unlikely that we could be overheard, but it's better to notice the spell, not our conversations. Irene was in the hall when we arrived, and Mar came in quite recently, a little late for the start. In any case, we were going to choose the moment to attack during the fight in the hall for one of the lots. It's funny, when there was an auction for one of those rings that Mar sold, and the price exceeded 100, I realized that fate itself was giving me a sign. When the bidding for it ended, I signaled to Irene, and I asked Mar to meet them in the aisle and pretend that they were discussing something. As I thought, the second ring aroused no less interest. I drank a couple of healing potions, calmed my mind for a couple of moments to discard everything unnecessary. I won't be up to it right now. Only the faithful will be guided by a star in the midst of impenetrable darkness. I whispered softly, activating my domain. An impenetrable black sphere covered the entire hall and the second floor, marking its boundaries at the inner walls and roof of the building. The outside would not immediately notice my spell, and would not be able to attack most of the outside of the sphere, which was the most vulnerable. Panic was already building inside. Most had activated their protection spells. In order not to waste time on the main hall, I opened an overview of the stage, and the people around them to all those present. At the same time I hid the aisles behind a dark wall. Enveloping his companions in his mana, he allowed them to hear and feel everything within the area we needed. Directed them to the room with our goals. When they passed the stairs and approached the right room, they stopped interfering with leaving other rooms, opening a passage from the upper floor to the hall. There were a couple of men in this room, sumptuously dressed, with graying hair and beard. It was most likely Stephen. Next to him was Jacob, who preferred loose and practical clothes that did not interfere with movements. His brown hair was cut short, and small metal ornaments were woven into his beard, braided into a small pigtail. They tried to test the strength of my barriers, but were in no hurry to spend mana on strong spells. With them, in the company, was a pretty girl dressed in a long dress, which was suitable for evening events like this, but interfered in combat. Her long black hair was braided judging by the mana coming from her. She was no weaker than Jacob, but she was in no hurry to attack, trying to learn magic, which hinders them. Most likely, this is the servant of the Fiam family. Well, it's time. Mar and the others had already prepared for the attack. Inside, the second conqueror, most likely from the Fiam family. I warned them. Understood, Damien said. He destroyed the mana passage and gave them a full view of the room, at the same time thickening the fog woven from magic around the opponents. Fortunately, no one has tried to break my spell yet, so I have weakened my influence everywhere except in the room of our enemies. The bracelet activated by Mar was the first to fly at our opponents. Having dispelled my fog in front of the enemies a second before the bomb was next to them, I allowed them to see those who came for their lives. And this is in order to divert attention from the source of the explosion, which hit them immediately. He managed to cover his colleagues with a small hemisphere of explosion protection and prevent the barriers that held Stephen and the two conquerors in this room from collapsing. The pain that went through my body was the first sign that my time was rapidly melting away, and the longer I keep my domain, the higher the price will be. What the fuck is going on here? Jacob roared, whose defenses had been breached by the explosion, and because I had removed some of my fog, the sounds returned there. Stephen is dead. Focus. Our enemy controls the space around us with his mana, said the conqueror, by fee, that she was able to block the explosion with her armor. The torn corpse that had once been Stephen lay at their feet. While they were talking, Mar was preparing to make a dash for them, while Damien and Irene walked around them. The opponents were able to notice the attack only at the moment when they were struck by my companions with their spells and weapons. After learning from me about the conqueror, from Fia, Mar and Irene focused on her, realizing that she most likely has fire magic, and it is unlikely that Damien will be able to overcome her in his element. Jacob was a wind mage, and Damien could try his hand with him. Mar stabbed with the sword he held in his right hand, while on his left he activated a ring that created a white arrow that flew at the opponent. The servant of the Fiam clan noticed the spirit first and concentrated protection on his side, while Irene tried to pierce the armor with her water daggers. At that moment, Damien exchanged a couple of blows with Jacob, using a dark arrow from the ring against him and attacking with his sword, on the blade of which tongues of scarlet flame danced. Jacob dodged the flaming sword, clearly knowing the pattern of the Eternal Wanderer's attacks, but the arrow came as a surprise to him, and he only managed to cover himself with his hand, which had a segment of armor on it, which dissipated after the Thean arrow hit. The first exchange of blows showed me what our opponents rely on. The servant of the Fiam clan was similar to the warrior of the Twile clan, with the same durable armor capable of withstanding direct attacks, and Jacob preferred to dodge and spend less mana on armor, and weapons in the form of daggers hinted that he prefers fast attacks. Damien scum. This is your doing. Yes, I'll tear you up like... Jacob found time to talk, dodging another attack with a sword and arrow. Act faster, the main problem is the magician who is blocking us, said the servant of the Fiam family. The opponent created a spell like a fiery whip in her hand and several fire spheres around her, which she directed at Mar. Judging by the fact that her circles of magic did not dissipate after creating the spheres, they will be able to create attacking projectiles more than once. She tried to reach Irene with her whip, but she managed to break the distance and dodge, and from the ball flying towards her, I covered the spy with a barrier that I created from the fog. You're in the way. The servant growled and seemed to try to use the scan to find me, for which he received a pair of white arrows from Mar and a black one from Irene. At this moment, Jacob confidently pushed Damien using the Windblade spell, and apparently deciding that he was open to attack, created several sickles with daggers in his hands, which were his main weapon, directing them at the Eternal Wanderer. He blocked them with a hemisphere created by the ring, after which he jerked closer to the enemy for a sword attack, from which he dodged again. But Jacob did not dodge the sphere that Damien was preparing with his new ring. He knew about the Eternal Wanderer's favorite distractions, and calmly allowed her to crash into a segment of armor in the form of a shell, which she easily burned through, continuing her way into Jacob's chest. Something new. Aha! Clutching his chest, the man croaked. Damien did not give his opponent time to retaliate, raising his sword over Jacob's head. The conqueror, IVM clan, tried to interfere, but her spells crashed into the fog, which hid the place of battle, and my companions from her. I decided to intervene, giving the opportunity for a new surprise attack. However, the conqueror decided this time not to sit around waiting for her fate. She began to break down my barriers with her whip. Damien, who finished off Jacob, threw off a red-hot ring from his hand, which in the end was only enough for one burning sphere. Mar seems to have decided to put maximum mana into the tip of the sword, intending to pierce the armor with it. Irene used the bracelet to create 3 water daggers, and began pouring mana into the artifact knife that would become the basis of her attack. Potions could no longer heal the damage that spread throughout the body. The healer also made it clear to me that her abilities were almost exhausted. The power of healing coming from her was weakening. Therefore, I have approached my limit. My source, who was finally able to make full money by supplying me with an immeasurable amount of mana, is now going to burn me before everything is resolved. Time is running out. I warned my colleagues, using control over the domain. I warned my colleagues, using controls and conference. I warned. Let me be the first. I will withstand the attacks, Damien said. Telling the others to focus on the attack, he allowed Fiam's servant to break down the barriers on the Wanderer's side. And she, clearly tired of my games with her, rushed to attack the Wanderer, strengthening her whip with a new portion of mana, simultaneously creating many fire projectiles, intending to kill him before others showed up. The hemisphere from the second ring collapsed under a hail of shells and a lash. Damien was able to close himself from a new lash with his left hand, trying to strike with a sword, while several new projectiles flew at him from which he had nothing to defend himself with. At that moment, Irene's knives flew into the back of the conqueror. And judging by the fact that one of them was able to get stuck in the armor, her protection weakened. Mar, instead of approaching the enemy, threw his sword at her, using it as a spear. Judging by the way he accurately hit Fiam's servant in the side, piercing the armor and entering the flesh, he had done this more than once. "Ah, how is this?" the conqueror moaned, scattering her whip and trying to take out her sword. Irene seemed to have nothing left but a dark arrow that flew at her opponent, and Mar was going to throw bombs at the opponent and allowed the conquered, or fort, to respond to Irene's attack, which was hit by a pair of fireballs. But before she could take out her sword and restore her armor, rocks filled with my mana exploded around her, thereby allowing me to try to finish her off. "What the—" All that the conqueror managed to whisper, after a series of small explosions that fell on her head and chest, drowned out her voice. She seemed to collapse to her knees, giving up and letting my mana devour her body. "Oh, oh," she said faintly, activating the remnants of her mana for an explosion. "No, I won't let you." Realizing what she was up to, I tried to create as powerful barriers as possible, in the form of a hemisphere, in front of Irene and Damien, who were lying on the floor, and Mar, who, sensing danger, strengthened his armor. The fiery explosion that followed destroyed the room. The jet of flame burned everything in its path. Part of the spell fell on the barriers, but having found exits for its fire without obstacles, the main force headed there. I am no longer able to keep the domain. Judging by the desperate screams of the healer that could be heard somewhere in the distance, she was no longer coping with the damage. The room? All I had time to do before my consciousness faded was remind Mar of the room I was in the hope that he would be able to drag Irene and Damien there. It seems that I did not have time to dispel the domain. I hope he didn't jerk too much after losing control of mana. "You don't take care of us at all." A soothing, kind male voice was heard. But when? Who? Was there even that voice? The journey to her hometown took Alessia longer than planned. Rod allowed for the possibility of an attack on the cargo, but they thought they had done enough to protect him. However, it turned out to be not enough. If not for the intervention of an unusual young man, she would have died along with her defenders. Although she was more likely to suffer a worse fate, she preferred not to think about it. Alyssa didn't know why Kai hadn't been able to kill a witness of his strength and abilities. Perhaps, if it hadn't been for the intervention of one of the companions who was with him, that sword would have ended her life. But fate took pity on her and showed her a different way to preserve the power of the great family that rules in the north. It was not difficult to sacrifice the engagement, to which her family had agreed only in order to postpone such proposals to the heiress of the great Ice-Cult family. Perhaps this will accelerate the Emperor's plans to subordinate the clans of the north to his power. Already, many have secretly, as they think, accepted his offer and renounced their oaths of loyalty to the great family. But not the Ceres clan. They will remain true to their vows. With such thoughts, she entered the territory of the estate, which served as their family home for many years. They were already waiting for her at the entrance. The elder brother and heir of the family, who loved his little sister too much, and seemed to be very worried about the news of the attack on her. "You're finally home, sister. The news you sent from Gorder was extremely disturbing. I even asked my father to let me go with the guard to meet you," the young man said, helping her off the cart. "As always, you worry unnecessarily about me, Axel. I have enough strength to take care of myself," Alyssa replied, hugging her brother warmly. "How can I not worry about the precious flower of our house?" he said with a smile and, stealing a glance at her hand, added in amazement, "You seem to have lost something on the way." "I found the strength to resist fate without sacrificing my freedom," Alyssa said, watching a predatory smile spread across her brother's face. "Great, you're finally going to let your father and me be your shield from those ravens of the Emperor," Axel said happily. "You need to tell Esther she'll be glad that you've changed your mind about sacrificing yourself for her." Knox, who knocked on the door that led to the office of the head of the family, was in a very depressed state. Plans related to Layla Twile suddenly collapsed, and she disappeared again, as she had many years ago. Only this time, there are at least some clues left. "Come in." The voice of the head of the family was heard from behind the door, and Knox opened the door and went inside. Kellen Twile was standing by the window and seemed to be watching something happening in the courtyard of the estate. "Bad news?" "Bad news? What is it?" he asked, not looking away from the view outside the window. "Yes. The Earl's mercenaries sent to besiege the castle and capture Layla. Twile have been destroyed. Liron, who was assigned by your father to capture Kai, is also likely destroyed, Nox said in a gloomy tone. Destroyed? In what sense? Kellen asked. Turning around, the camp where the mercenaries and Liron were staying was destroyed by a supreme spell that left behind only a scorched earth. There were no bodies or equipment left to identify the people, Rod Twile's servant explained. Is someone of the Conqueror's level IV protecting the castle? Kellen asked, frowning. Because this could be a big problem. No. All the information I know was sent by one of our Masters 3, who was next to the Count to protect Layla. After Victor Ulver learned that his people had been destroyed, and the fortress was under the control of the remaining people, led by a servant of the Ardern family, who acted as a mentor, he declared them rebels, who killed the Baron and decided to seize power in his lands. So, the Baron was killed after all? Did you manage to find out what happened to Layla and Kai? Kellen asked anxiously, worried about his sister's life. They were not found in the castle. The only thing that was learned after the capture of the fortress was the dying words of the leader of the defenders. You greedy bastards better not disturb the one in whose shadow Lillian found protection. But nothing can save you from his anger, Victor. Nox quoted Lorit's words in an emotionless tone. That's what the message said. I'm not sure if it was passed word for word. Everyone who defended the fortress did not try to surrender. It was as if they were looking for a way to die and not be captured, so as not to be tortured. Therefore, it was not possible to find out anything other than this. Strange things are happening, but since my sister has such a protector, then you don't have to worry about her. It's a pity her father won't give up trying to get her back. And this can lead to a conflict with someone dangerous. Kellen said and thought about something. I need to talk to Layla's mom. Perhaps she can influence her father or contact her family. Nevertheless, the sister inherited the gift of healers and their blood flows in her too. A guy who looked like he couldn't be more than 20, dressed in a snow-white suit, clearly tailored to his figure, was sitting on the couch. His golden hair, which fell below his shoulders, was pulled back in a ponytail. Unnaturally bright blue eyes darted over the page of the book he was reading. The room he was in would have been mistaken by many for a library, and many cupboards and shelves were filled with books. On the wall opposite the sofa was a huge detailed map of the mainland, which probably cost a lot of money. But the one who wrote down his notes on it circled the necessary cities with ink, pierced with knives and, it seems, even with a fork, places of importance only to him, hardly cared. He took his mind off the book, put it on the table in front of him, and took a cup of black drink from it, took a sip, and enjoying the taste, smiled contentedly. It seems that something caught his attention, and squinting at the door, he waited until there was a knock on it. Come in, Mia. Mia, he said softly, returning the cup to the table. Judging by the fact that after his words, a girl came into the room, he was heard. Did you bring me wonderful news? Yes, master. I was able to talk to your friend and brought a message from him. Coming closer and handing over a folded piece of paper, the girl said. Darren read what he had written quite quickly and looked at the girl. How do you like my friend? He asked. Mysterious. It is very difficult to observe someone who can quickly move around the fortress, or even disappear from it altogether. And all this at a fairly young age. And I think I understood why you wouldn't let me help him. He himself is able to deal with his problems quite thoroughly, leaving piles of ashes from them. The girl gave her assessment to Kai. He seems to have appreciated your talents too. He asks me to sell you to him, Darren said with a grin, carefully watching Mia's reaction. And you will agree, although the girl did not show her displeasure with her facial expressions, the tone of her voice became clearly colder. I sent you to him because I was preparing for this role from the very beginning. You showed the necessary qualities, easily mastered the necessary techniques and spells, and who, if not their creator, will help you understand them better and teach you new ones, he said, staring into the girl's eyes. If you were already preparing me for him, why did you tell me about the sale? The girl said. It seems that she guessed something, and her eyes narrowed. May I ask what exactly he wrote? No, Darren said indifferently, shifting his gaze to the map. While your real appearance is being restored to you, I will prepare everything you need for your trip, as well as the things that you will have to deliver to him. Whose orders should I take priority? Mia asked, considering her next move. He and I are part of the same machine, Mia. And no matter how strange our friendship may seem, it will not interfere with business. You can consider his orders above mine, but he will be able to unlock and realize your potential better, Darren said, thinking about something at the same time. By the way, have you forgotten the skills for making that drink, for which you created a strange artifact and gave it the status of the highest secrecy? Mia asked. Yes, he'll appreciate it. So while you can practice here, you'll do it for me, Darren said with a strange smile. You're not going to spoil it out of spite, are you? Do you doubt my loyalty, master? Mia said, putting her hand to her chest and making a frustrated expression on her face. Just a little bit. Am I dreaming, or are these memories from the past? Most often, for me, rest is just emptiness. Lack of thoughts and complete silence that envelops the mind, giving it a long, awaited respite. But now there were images in front of me. Vague, faintly discernible, but images of people or souls that I know. I watched as a bright white image, a figure resembling a girl, bent over a silhouette whose light had almost gone out and surrendered to the darkness that greedily consumed it. You must fight, teacher. You must not give up. Her voice rang in the thick emptiness surrounding us. My journey is complete, Tia Seal. Let me find peace. Let me disappear into the universe without a trace. A man's voice answered her, lifeless and devoid of any emotion. I, who was watching from the sidelines, felt like an outsider, and the scene didn't seem like the one I remembered. Did you remember? Are these my memories? Suddenly, Tia Seal touched the chest of the fading silhouette. After his disappearance, a white, still dim fragment appeared in her hand, which gradually began to shine more and more. Did she fill it with her mana? Is this the guardian shard that I got? Suddenly, the girl was in front of me and plunged this shard into my chest. I felt a huge flow of mana that was trying to burn me, while my own dark source surrounded the shard, trying to protect me from its effects and suppress the power that it was releasing. My consciousness went out at that moment, and the memory of it became the first memory. So Tia Seal saved my soul using a fragment of the Guardian's heart that died saving the world's. And I, who faithfully followed him along this path, was also doomed to perish. But I was saved by his last sacrifice and by the grace of Tia Seal, who wanted to save at least one. I think I'm starting to wake up. I wonder if I'll remember that I dreamed about the distant past? So these are the memories she created instead of the truth that she wanted to hide. A man's voice sounded in the void, which no one could hear except the speaker himself. My awakening was difficult. I could hardly open my eyes and did not immediately focus on the unfamiliar ceiling, judging by the fact that the room was bright. Because of the windows through which the rays of the local luminary penetrated, it had been morning or even noon for a long time. It took me at least a minute to collect my thoughts and remember what happened before I fell asleep. As soon as I realized that I had passed out from the consequences of using my domain and I don't know how it ended, I tried to get up, but my body wouldn't obey. All I could do was move my arms and torso a little. Well, at least alive, I croaked in a hoarse voice. Yeah, thanks for being alive, you fool. I heard a voice somewhere near me, Mar. If it was hard to speak, my ligaments were straining to make at least some sound. Who, if not me, can sense your condition by printing, and be the first to meet you after waking up? Should I call the others? He asked the question, realizing that I would hardly want to show my weakness. No, I replied, using the seal. Communication through her did not cause physical discomfort, and she did not exert any load on the body. Do you want to talk or leave you to rest? I want to know how long I was unconscious, and how did it end? About a couple of weeks have passed since our battle at the auction. The healers started healing you almost as soon as they brought you to the cathedral. By the end of the first week, there were no injuries visible to local healers. But you didn't want to come to your senses. Mar was silent for a while, apparently, reconstructing the events in his memory in detail. What happened after the murder of the Conqueror of the Fiam family? After that pyromaniac blew up her remaining mana, trying to burn everything around, you covered us with barriers to protect us, which was probably the last straw for your body. It refused to tolerate your reckless soul any longer. Anyway, I picked up Irene's beautiful body and grabbed Damien's carcass, dragged them into the room where you were with the churchman. At that moment, you just passed out. Accordingly, the domain which had lost its owner began to collapse. Either you managed to give the command or we were just lucky. But it started to collapse upwards and destroyed the roof of the auction house to hell. The remnants of mana fell into the sky. What's wrong with the guys? I asked the question that bothered me the most. Alive. Irene is safe. The healers were able to heal her wounds and remove the burns, so our beautiful colleague was not badly injured. It was worse with Damien, but he took on the wrath of the hunted servant of the Fiam family. Most of the wounds and injuries were treated, but the eye was not saved. This requires very strong healers, but I think he would have preferred a different option. Still, he tried to ask me if it was possible to make an artifact to replace the eye. It's good that they're alive and not too badly hurt. I hoped our preparations would be enough, but the warriors of the great clans are clearly on another level. That this conqueror from Fiam possessed a strong armor construct and powerful attack spells. I'm sure if you and I had reached our limits, we wouldn't have felt any difference, whether it was an ordinary conqueror, or a warrior of a great family. We would be the same husk. But for now, yes, we will have to take into account that the warriors of influential clans are much better trained than others. Should I tell you what happened in the city this couple of weeks? Don't. I'll listen from the others. They'll probably want to tell me everything, and I don't want to pretend I didn't hear it. Got it. How are you? Did your soul and mind fall apart while you were sleeping? Reasonable questions. After them, I plunged into my temple of the soul and looked around to make sure that everything was in order. The only thing that caught my eye was the guardian fragment, which emitted more lightning. The black fog could no longer hide its radiance. Maybe because of the healings by the churchman who used Teosil's power, he was filled with her mana? I thought and left my temple. It's all right. Most likely, I was unconscious for so long because of the damage to my body and the strain on my mind when using my domain. That's good. Although I comforted our dear girls that you were fine, but thoughts that things could have gotten much worse slipped through even me. Let's not make the others worry too long. Can you bring them in the evening? I will try to recover at least a little so as not to look like such a helpless kitten, and deprive them of the opportunity to take care of you. They will have time. I don't think I'll be able to be independent in the near future. Okay, if you need me, call me through the seal. When Mar left, I tried to run some mana through my channels and body in order to assess how bad everything was. The body was fine. I would even say its conductivity and stability became better. However, due to the rapid healing and constant loads during the journey, the muscles adapted well to my mana and recovered faster from damage. But no one could restore the channels to me. If the foundations laid by me in the first years after birth remained intact and only slightly damaged, then those that I have been creating in the last few years have been completely destroyed. In any case, this is not the end for me. A couple of steps back in order to take a running start and jump further. No one came to see me until the evening, and I was able to restore the channels. My body was gradually filling with strength. I even managed to move my arms and fingers a little. Although healing restored the damage, but the muscles and joints from inactivity stiffened and refused to obey their master. I wanted to have time to sit myself down on the bed leaning on the back before the evening, with difficulty, but I still managed to do it. You can be proud of yourself. However, the pillow flew off the bed due to my careless movements. I was left without it. However, I finally achieved my goal and even allowed myself to smile. I am glad that you do not lose your fortitude and do not give up, young master. A familiar female voice sounded from the corner of the room. Maya, I said, trying to see her, and she took pity on me, dispelled her spell and came closer. You've changed. The girl smiled at me and slowly walked around the bed, allowing me to take a good look at her. Her silver hair was pulled back in a ponytail, which now rested on her left shoulder, and it had a bluish tinge closer to the tips. Her turquoise eyes watched with interest as I stared at her. Indeed, I lingered too long, first on her red lips, and then on the curves accentuated by the black jacket that fits snugly to her body. I see that you like me more like this. Unlike the days when I was an inconspicuous maid, she said when I looked away. Yes, but the reason is more likely that my body has been healed beyond measure, I said, noticing that my tongue was listening to me better. It became a little easier to speak. What a pity. I wanted you to like me so much, she said in a feigned tone of disappointment, You wanted the master to sell me to you. You don't read other people's letters. Well, that's a good sign, I said, watching the girl frown, clearly not expecting such an answer. Do you and the master like to play with people and their destinies? What is it? She asked suddenly, quickly realizing why Darren had told her about the sale. I just checked how inquisitive my friend's performers are. He also played along with me, I replied indifferently. And if I hadn't mentioned it, your master must have hedged his bets. For example, he sent a letter for me, in which he assured me of your loyalty and reliability. Mia thought about something for a moment after my words, and unbuttoning her jacket under my attentive gaze, she took out an envelope and handed it to me. The envelope was stamped with a special ink. It would seem that she was protecting the letter from being opened, but in fact, Darren was just fooling around. He put a small magical protection on the envelope, which protected it from damage and would dissipate once it was opened, violating the construct. She was a little surprised when I just opened the envelope and took out a piece of paper on which it was written, "Maya, honey, don't hurt her." The girl clearly read the message and frowned, realizing that the words about selling were just our verification game with Darren. So you didn't believe me? What is it? She asked, apparently deciding to clarify something for herself. You had one of my friend's code phrases. The rest was a mystery to me. That's why I left a little prank in the letter, which your master decided to support and develop. I gave the reason for my action. I didn't think you'd be doing this, she said in a displeased tone. Tell me, are you sure you know me? I asked, meeting her gaze. No, but I'm sure I'll find out. The master sent me under your guidance. Kneeling, she said, and bowed her head. Whose orders did he prioritize? Yours. What rank are you hiding? Conquered. IV. Where did Mia go that she interrogated me? I've been thinking about how I should introduce her to my mother and friends. It seems that having finally decided on how she wants to behave, the girl got up and picked up the pillow that I dropped on the floor, put it behind my back, carefully holding me. When our eyes crossed after that, she smiled sweetly and sat down next to me on the bed, reached into the inside pocket of her jacket again, only this time from the other side, and took out a flask. Noticing my puzzled look, she simply unscrewed the lid and brought it to her lips, clearly intending to give me something to drink with what was inside. I don't think that. I wanted to say that I didn't need alcohol, but catching the aroma, I greedily pressed my lips to the flask and took a couple of large sips. Mia helped me drink the contents and then closed the flask and put it in her pocket. Darren, you bastard. I knew he'd found it and hidden it from me, I said hurriedly. The master did not hide the grains themselves. They are grown and used for potions, but the methods of roasting and further cooking are known to few. Mia tried to defend master. How long have you been carrying a flask of coffee with you, also heated? I asked about her unusual accessory. No, your friend, with whom you played silent staring this morning, told me that you will wake up today, and the master told you about coffee and your passion for it, advising you to practice making it. Mia replied. Who else besides Mar do you already know? Irene. I found out the details through her, and when she found out my name, she advised me to talk to Mar first. He suggested that you leave the acquaintance with the others at the time of your awakening. I went to see you in his company, staying under an invisibility spell. Mia told me about how she met the spirit. So he knew you were staying here and didn't warn me, I said, realizing what a setup the spirit had set up for me. I'm sorry, young master, I should have shown up right away. But at first I didn't dare, and then I didn't want to bother you. So be it. I'll forgive you if you stop calling me young master and switch to you, I said, in order to immediately switch to a more friendly conversation with Maya. I'm sorry, I liked calling you that, young Mr. Kai, she said, relishing the appeal to me. But since you will be more comfortable without it, you will have to add it only in your thoughts. Thanks. I thanked her and was going to ask about the supply of grains that Darren gave her. But I got a message from Mar. We're coming. Take a heroic pose. Oh, it seems that my loved ones will be here soon. Will you stay, or would you prefer to postpone the acquaintance? It's better to reschedule. I don't want them to be upset that someone like me. She didn't have time to finish because the door opened. Ma and Rhea came in the door, followed by Mar. Noticing Mia sitting next to me, everyone's reaction was different. Rhea frowned and seemed to be choosing the words for an angry tirade. Lillian only glanced at the girl, after which her attention turned to me, and she walked towards me with wet eyes. Mar was smiling contentedly, winking at me. "You're finally awake, son." My mother hugged me tightly and, judging by the sobs, began to cry. Rhea didn't say anything, just grunted and came closer. Mia, apparently not wanting to interfere with the reunion, went to Mar. Yes, it was a long sleep. "I'm sorry for making you worry, Mom," I whispered, trying to hug her. "I'm glad that I was wrong and you didn't have the strength to kill yourself," Rhea said. But judging by the way she didn't want to cross eyes with me, she thought quite differently. "Come here. I'll hug you too, my jealous redhead," I said, when Lillian pulled away, breaking the embrace. "Don't think you're going to escape the interrogation," Rhea muttered, hugging me. "What kind of interrogation?" "It's Mia." "Mia?" Rhea exclaimed in surprise, releasing me. She turned sharply to look at the girl who was standing next to Mar. "Oh, that's how it is. You're actually not happy that I'm awake at all. Some Mia is more interesting to you than me." Rhea shifted her gaze back to me, somewhat shamefacedly. "So that's who Mia is, but I don't remember you dating her," my mother said, examining her. "I had different appearance. To be more precise, I was one of the maids who were with Kai in Baron Arden's fortress," Mia said, not hiding the details of our acquaintance. Rhea, apparently, decided to leave the problem with Mia for later. Now she sincerely hugged me, quietly enjoyed hugging and purred something contentedly, burrowing into my neck. "How are you feeling?" Mom asked after Rhea pulled away. "I would like to say that it is good, but my body almost does not obey me. So you'll have to spend some more time recovering, and then to regain his former physical form," I answered honestly. "We did what we could with the healers of the church," Mom said sadly, apparently blaming herself for my current condition. "It can hardly be cured, so I'll handle the rest of the recovery myself. I won't rush it. But that's of course if we don't have problems that I need to solve." I was thinking about what could have happened while I was unconscious. "You don't need to. I think Damien and Irene will come by tomorrow and fill you in. As for matters at the church, Maria will most likely come by a little later. I told her through Xander that you are awake," Lillian said, and noticing my attentive gaze seemed confused. "Good. Then I'll wait until they tell me everything," I said calmly, pretending that I hadn't noticed anything. "Is there anything you need?" Mom asked. "A pen and a blank notebook or sheets of paper. I will begin to restore the motor skills of my fingers immediately. Otherwise, the artifacts won't make themselves," I said, flexing my fingers and pretending that I was holding an engraver that would temporarily replace a pen. "I wish I could say that it's not worth rushing so much, but I'm afraid you might come up with something worse out of boredom. So tomorrow morning, we'll bring you everything you need. And as soon as you feel better, we will please you with something delicious." Smiling, Mom said, casting a fleeting glance at Rhea, and she looked away at her words. "Oh, you decided to take advantage of my weakness and pave the way to the heart through the stomach? That's right." Still wheezing, I laughed like a creaking floorboard. "That's right. There are too many competitors divorced. So I'll have to use my trump cards and your weaknesses so that you don't get away from me." Putting her hands on her sides and puffing out her chest, she said, "I wasn't going anywhere," I said, looking at the outline of her breasts, and when I came to my senses, I looked up, meeting Rhea's surprised eyes. Judging by the way her surprised expression changes towards a satisfied predator who has caught his prey, she understood everything. It seems that once I recover, I will no longer be able to refer to my intervention in physiology. "You seem to have been treated very well, right, Kai?" she asked in a sweet, drawling voice, which attracted the attention of Lillian and Mia. "Yes, even healing has side effects. I hope you won't torture a helpless child who is unable to fight back," I said pityingly. "If you behave yourself," she said. "Kai needs peace, Rhea. Let's go visit him tomorrow morning," Mom said hurriedly, getting to her feet and taking the girl by the hand, dragging her along. "Mia and I will probably wait for Maria, in case you have any instructions for us," Mar said, sitting down on a chair in the corner of the room. Or you're hoping Ophelia will be with her, Mia said, sitting down at my feet on the bed, obviously in order to let me know about the spirit's interest in this girl. Mar, I see you haven't wasted your time. I thought you were worried about me and guarding my peace, but you were running to the healer, I said with a sly smile. One thing does not interfere with the other. Besides, she is a free virgin and clearly does not mind my attention. The spirit spoke in a calm tone. Maria and her brother came almost as soon as Mom left. Apparently, they didn't want to disturb us and were waiting somewhere nearby. It was just the two of them, and when I met Mar's gaze, he smiled wryly and chuckled. I'm glad you're awake, Kai, Maria said, coming up to my bed. Judging by the fact that the priestess's clothes were replaced with a more representative outfit, consisting of a snow-white robe decorated with gold embroidery with symbols of the church and the Creator, and a diadem decorated her head, the ceremony of her acceptance by the messenger of the Creator was successful. Mary became the new head of the church. Xander also changed his battle armor to more impressive black armor, decorated with gilding, and on the breastplate was a sword, the blade of which was enveloped in white flames. He clearly stood out among the other Templars, and on his belt was a scabbard with the very sword that he stubbornly refused to give to me. It seems that Xander has decided to personally take over the post of head of the Templars, which became vacant after I killed his predecessor. I suppose the change of power in the church was successful, I asked, looking into Maria's eyes. Yes, with your help, I was able to carry out the ceremony of accepting me as a vessel for the messenger of the Creator without any problems. However, some of the Archbishop's supporters tried to protest at the moment, when there was a guardian in my body. The girl's face darkened. It seemed she remembered something unpleasant, but they angered her, and she burned them during the ceremony. It seems that Tiasel has decided to help you with restoring order and remind you that you are all at her mercy, I said. And what about the one who replaced the Archbishop? We accused the great Fiam family of murdering the Archbishop the day after the auction battle. Xander answered my question. Nevertheless, the Wanderers accused Stephen and Jacob of colluding with the Fiam family, and what their servant arranged at the auction was another proof to those that were found during the storming of Stephen's house that night. So having fulfilled his role, he went back into the shadows until we need his talents. You've turned the situation around, I croaked, whistling. And what about the head of a real architrave? He's waiting for you in the basement. However, I had to buy a better freezing artifact. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have started to rot and confuse the residents of the house with its smell. Mar answered my question. I wanted to take it to the representative office of the Fiam family, but obviously, now I won't be able to. Yes, it was closed altogether, and all people associated with the great Fiam family were expelled from the city. Maria's brother said, the church is under your control, and now no one threatens the freedom of the city. Also, the battle at the auction was blamed on Fiam. I see the situation has been resolved without me. I said it was enough that I wouldn't have to deal with the consequences. You wouldn't be so happy. We cut off the snake's head, but after that the body began to convulse. Stephen subdued many undesirable elements in the city, and with his death, they became on their own, starting to establish new orders. Mar decided to upset me. And why didn't the Wanderers put their city in order? They seemed to have patrols and some kind of guards. Most of them were under the command of Jacob, Xander said, making me even more upset. Therefore, in order to prevent a repeat of such a situation, detachments of Templars began patrolling the city and restoring order. But while this does not help much, they are still used to fighting the undead and not looking for criminals. You deal with one problem so another one appears. It's a lot of hassle. We will have to arrange purges and show executions. Oh, and such a cool and calm city was in the brochure. I let out my indignation as far as I could, lifted my head and stared at the ceiling. I can do it, Mia suddenly asked. Will you run around the city and kill everyone who arouses suspicion? I asked, carefully lowering my head and looking at her. No, I have a squad at my disposal to eliminate. With information from our agents in the city, they can quite effectively arrange a purge. She told the details, for which she received a couple of strange looks from her brother and sister. You can coordinate with the Templar detachments and leave the elimination of especially large gangs to them. We will give them a reputation, after which it will be easier to promote the idea that churchmen should participate in the management of the city. I said my idea. I don't think the Wanderers will be happy about this, Sanders said thoughtfully. They're obviously not doing a good job themselves. I'll talk to Damien about it, but he should know more about what's going on in the minds of the Wanderers. By the way, what do you have inside the church? Did everyone accept you and Maria as leaders? Yes, or they tried to convince us of this. Nevertheless, the anger of the messenger reminded many whose blessing we use, and that it can turn against us if we forget the goals of the church. Xander said in a confident tone. Maria, while I'm here, I'll have a lot of time to practice guardian mana control with you, so come as soon as you have free time. As soon as I finished, I suddenly yawned. Looks like it's time for me to rest. Then I'll look in on you tomorrow, Kai. Good night, Maria said, heading for the exit. Her brother, after saying goodbye to me, followed her. I'll go to Damien and Irene so that they can prepare for their visit tomorrow and gather information for you. Can I get you anything? Mar said, getting up from his seat. Not yet. Then see you tomorrow, if you get in touch through the seal. The spirit spoke before leaving. I think I should go too. You need to give orders and take a walk around the city yourself, Mia said, getting to her feet. Do you have any orders for me, Kai? Yeah, will you bring me more coffee tomorrow? Of course. Good night, young master, Mia whispered with a caring smile after she helped me lie down and adjusted the pillow. After using an invisibility spell, she also left the room, leaving me alone. I think I've got another headstrong sidekick. I hope she makes friends with the others. With these thoughts, I closed my eyes, sinking into the abyss of sleep. Sometimes it's good to get a good night's sleep in a soft bed, to wake up from the fact that you can no longer sleep, and not because it's time to do great things. After opening my eyes, I lay around for a while, stupidly staring at the ceiling, and thinking about how to make my body obey me faster. After spending some time trying to master my body, I managed to move my legs, progress on my face. A couple more days, and maybe I can hobble, unless, of course, I fall as soon as I get up. I managed to repeat my trick of yesterday and sit on the bed without even losing the pillow. It's boring, I said, looking at the door. I decided to restore the channels since I don't have any visitors yet. The first person who visited me today was Maria. I gave her a lecture on how to be a better head and burn heretics. I wish it were true, but the lecture was about how to use the Guardian's mana more effectively to strengthen your channels and body so that its excess does not lead to damage. Yeah. The magician who's lying here from crippling himself with overload is teaching the priestess how to protect herself from it. Well, thanks to her for not questioning my knowledge because of this situation and listening carefully. Due to her new responsibilities, she didn't have much time. So soon, she left me alone again. I feel like a great ruler who sits on his throne bed and his subjects go to him for wisdom. How boring. I drawled in displeasure, looking at the ceiling. Where are my goodies and pen and paper anyway? We don't have time for games. We have to fight. I shouted as best I could, dying of boredom. With whom? Asked a slightly surprised Mia, who entered the room at that moment. With the boredom of the immortal? Did you bring the goods? I asked, narrowing my eyes. I thought you'd be happy to see me, but all you need is coffee. Taking out yesterday's flask from her pocket, the girl said, but she was in no hurry to give it to me. Let me guess, now you're going to say, what are you willing to do for this drink? I asked, watching her. No. Can I help you like yesterday? What is it? She asked, coming up to me and opening the flask. Nope. I'm sure Rhea and Lillian are going to show up at the door right now, and you've been taking your time for this on purpose. I said my guess and held out my hand for the flask. You made a mistake, Mia said, handing me the flask. The main thing is that I have coffee, I said, taking a sip. It's sacrilege, of course, to drink it like that, but it's even worse without it. I can't understand your and Master's passion for this bitter drink, Mia said, watching as I constantly pressed my lips to the flask and puffed contentedly after each sip. Everyone has their own weaknesses and a personal brand of bad stuff. When I finished, I returned the flask to the girl and took a deep breath. Now you can live. It's not clear where the others are. I thought they would visit me early. I didn't see anyone on the way. Maybe they had a reason to stay. I hope it's nothing serious. Did you give orders to your own people? I decided to ask to keep the conversation going. Yes. So now, I can devote all my time to you," she replied, and sat down on the bed next to me. "Are we going to die of boredom together now? Can you tell me about yourself?" "The master is a very secretive person, and did not tell anything about you. He just mentioned that you can help me with my development, since you are the creator of those techniques and spells that he taught me. So you were trained in the techniques of the Xertus clan." The master mentioned this clan, although I can't understand how you can be the creator of their techniques, Mia said, looking at me expectantly. It looks like she wanted to find out about it from me. I don't think that if I tell you who they are and where they come from, you will understand their history and my connection with them better, I answered, looking away. Then how can you help me with their development? I entrusted your master with the knowledge of the basics and universal techniques, and since he himself knows only theory and does not practice them, he cannot help with reaching the limits. While comprehending them, you probably adapted them to your element and capabilities. I can supplement your knowledge and help with their practice, just as I once helped the founder of the Xertus clan. I gave her a detailed answer, but judging by the way she was frowning, she wasn't particularly satisfied with it. Because of the secrecy, I don't understand a lot of things, and apparently, I did not deserve the trust of the master, so that he would tell me all the information regarding your connection with him, and the knowledge that you possess. Mia complained to me that Darren and I weren't letting her know all the answers. I only believe you because you've proven that you serve my friend. Or do you think that if I look like a youngster and can't move, I'll tell you everything at once? I asked angrily, meeting her gaze. No, but I want to earn your trust and answers. Moreover, the master gave me an unequivocal answer that now I serve you and must give priority to your orders. Highlighting the "you" addressed to me, to which she suddenly returned, Mia said. I just smiled at her and silently looked out the window. Mia, realizing that I decided not to answer anything, continued to sit on the bed. Apparently, she had no other business. She decided to stay by my side. Without waiting for my mother and Rhea, I contacted Mar through the press to find out what happened. He convinced me that everything was fine and the plans had changed because of Lillian. They would come to me in the evening. Well, if everything is in order, then we can wait. Just as I was about to take care of my body, there was a knock on the door, and after hearing my permission, Damien and Irene came into the room. My attention was drawn to the changes in the Wanderer's appearance. Due to the fact that some of the hair on Damien's head was burned after an attack by a servant of the Fiam family, he decided to shave his head to grow them from scratch. There were no scars to be seen, and he covered the empty eye socket with a bandage. You know, you're the only ones who knocked before coming in. It seems like you guys are the only ones who respect me and my personal space. I glanced at Mia and said, "In case you're resting, we didn't want to disturb you," Damien said, pulling chairs closer to the bed for himself and Irene, who was looking warily at the girl sitting next to me. "What about Irene's status?" I asked, turning to Mia. "She's not a member of the Order, one of the Republic's intelligence agents who is under the control of the Master and the Order. In principle, we can dispose of her fate as you wish." The girl answered me, looking at Irene with a smile. "So she can now be considered my subordinate and not report to the authorities in the Republic." I decided to clarify. "Yes, I'll leave instructions that you need her as a personal executor under my command," Mia said, but decided to show her awareness and added, "I won't specify about the fact that she took a magical oath." "Thanks." Irene thanked her. "Once this is sorted out, let's move on to other matters. Mar told me that your wounds were able to heal, except for your eye, Damien. Are you sure you want to replace it with an artifact? As you understand, instead of approaching the goal in the form of worthy artifacts, I only distanced myself from it. I decided to clarify this situation with the Wanderer right away. No problem. Since I've lost my eye, let's start overcoming the limits of the body with it. I can live with one eye for a few years," he replied confidently. "Well, I'll try not to delay it. You can start collecting materials right away to find the best solution for you. I'll make a list of suitable ones as soon as I can control my body properly." "Good. Have you been told the details of the events in the city after our attack on Stephen?" He asked a question. "Not really. Only those who were in the church, and the fact that you managed to blame everything on Fiam. Then I'll try to bring you up to date on our affairs." Waiting for a nod from me, Damien began his story. Well, Leo and Evelyn did accept the rings and my invitation to visit Stephen's house. Considering that there was no one in the house who had conquered RV, they dealt with the defenders quite easily. And after arranging a search, they found Stephen's hiding place, in which he secretly kept some orders and instructions from both his masters, from the great Phi family, and from the Archbishop. He seemed to think that they could be useful to him as compromising evidence, in case his owners decided that they no longer needed him. A lot of his account books about collecting tribute for protection could become proof of his crimes in the city, but enough people already knew about them, just turning a blind eye to it because of the patronage of Jacob and the Archbishop. The reason for the fight at the auction was decided to blame on the servant of the Phi family, who was unhappy with the way the capture of the city was progressing and, in a quarrel, staged a fight with Jacob and Stephen. They, in turn, were able to injure her, which caused her to lose control of her spell, and an explosion occurred, the victims of which were all who were in their room and in the passage next to her on the second floor. For the common people, and those who are not interested in what is happening at the top, the version is quite plausible, but I doubt that sophisticated people could believe in it. To my question about where my domain went from history, he said that it was an artifact of the Phi family, so that no one could escape from the auction house, and with the death of the conqueror, it stopped working. Well, that's nice. Most believed it, but what about those who could find out more information? For example, the auction owner? I asked a question after clarifying about the artifact. Well, I had a meeting with him, at which he hinted to me that he had no claims against my side, but would compensate for his losses from Stephen's wealth. There was also a noticeable stiffness and caution in dealing with Leo and Evelyn after the auction. It was as if they were afraid of the shadow that suddenly hung over the city and in a few days got rid of the inhabitants she did not like. If they knew that this shadow was bedridden, everything would be different. And how are you going to divide Stephen and Jacob's property at the council of the city, which for some reason is in no hurry to gather? And Stephen's wealth is now under the supervision of the churchmen. A detachment of Xander's Templars appeared there as soon as the Wanderers began to storm it. They did not detain them after, but the treasures and evidence remained in the house. Apparently, the new head of the Templars decided to control this situation himself. It's strange that he didn't tell me about it. It is unlikely that he is going to take all this away for the benefit of the church, I said thoughtfully. Yeah, rather, he will give it all to the one who arranged the destruction of the former owner. And everyone else is not in a hurry because they want to find out who they should be afraid of now. Damien said, grinning. Instead of trying to find out about me, it would be better if they were busy cleaning up the city. Otherwise, according to Xander, only his Templars are busy with this. Were all the detachments responsible for the order in the city under the command of Jacob? I asked, wondering what to do with this city. No, but precisely because Stephen controlled and maintained local gangs, Jacob could pretend that he could cope with maintaining order in the city better than others, and his area of responsibility expanded. Nothing has changed in the areas under Leo and Evelyn's control, although a couple of impudents still tried to get in there, but by their example they showed the rest how it could end. And what? No one has expressed a desire to take Jacob's vacant place. One of his entourage tried, but someone got rid of him pretty quickly. I think it was revenge. Nevertheless, Jacob and his entourage have made quite a few enemies by their actions, and those, realizing that the main problem has been eliminated, take revenge on those who are weaker. Since I started all this, then I'll have to worry about putting things in order. Anyway, I've already hinted to Xander that I want to promote the church to run the city, but you'll have to take Jacob's place, Damien. The Wanderer sighed heavily at my words, apparently hoping that this fate would pass him by. By the way, why didn't the oldest resident of this city control anything? Because my maximum is the squad leader, he said with a bitter smile. Well, you'll have Irene to consult with, and the Republic's intelligence, which will involve in this. At these words, I looked at Mia, and she, noticing this, nodded affirmatively. No, the church, dissatisfied with the current situation in the city, will also support order by taking a place in this city council of yours. Who even goes in there? The head of the Wanderers Guild, who is now Leo, some strong and influential squad leaders, representatives of craft guilds and trading houses, and the head of the city, who is elected by voting among the residents, but the latter will most likely have to be re-elected. He suddenly disappeared. At these words, Damien glanced at Mia. He tried to escape from the city, but he was caught by a squad of Avengers that dealt with Jacob's entourage. The girl who seemed to know the most about the situation in the city replied, "One of our informants helps them and informs us about their movements. I hope they can stop in time and not become another problem for us. It is strange that a representative of the church was not immediately included in your council. I hope Xander will have a worthy candidate to take a seat on the council," I said, and wondered how I could put my plans into practice and not meet resistance from the locals. As far as I know, they were more concerned about the undead then than the people who decided to establish a city next to them. Therefore, they did not get into his management, or maybe they did not believe that this city would be able to exist for a long time. The Wanderer decided to explain to me the refusal of the churchmen from a place on the council. "Times are changing," I said in a low, hoarse voice. "Since I'm still disabled, then you have to take care of business in the city. We have no other candidates, and you, who have lived in this city since its foundation, are ideally suited for this role. Yes, it will be clear that someone is behind you, but since Xander did not allow Steven's wealth to be plundered, we will use them to show that we do not need full power in the city. And in general, we are generosity itself when we cannot take something for ourselves without attracting too much attention." "Are you going to distribute his wealth and possessions?" Damien asked. "Yeah, that's my reasoning. Since he's an enemy of the city, and he didn't get everything quite honestly, then the council should dispose of these riches. We will help them with this. We will distribute the property to the tenants as compensation for tribute. Maybe there are those in the records who suffered more and deserve monetary compensation. You will take some of the money in the shop where your friends live and also suffered from this evil Steven." I told my idea to the Wanderer. "In my opinion, from the moment you moved into the shop, only Steven and his henchmen suffered," Damien said with a grin. "Don't you believe that I'm bedridden and suffer a lot because of it?" I asked, frowning, to which Damien shook his head, smiling, accepting my version. "That's the same thing. Don't forget to take the gold piece in full for the eye." "Oh yes, about the gold. What's with my ring? I take it they didn't have time to sell it and the auction will be later?" Irene and Damien frowned sharply at my words and lowered their eyes to the floor. There's something wrong with the artifact trade in this city. What's with the ring?" The auction house claimed that it was stolen during the attack, and he paid compensation in the amount of 200 gold. The trading house of the Saris family tried to insist that the ring would have gone up for auction for a much larger sum, and that the attack was clearly not committed for the purpose of theft. In this light, the loss of the ring looked suspicious, but in response they were only hinted that the Empire family, after the actions of the Fiam family, are now not welcome in the city, and it is better for them not to aggravate the situation. Irene told me the details. "Why does the auction owner need my ring?" I asked the question, not understanding which of the reasons might be worth spoiling my reputation with this action. "Resell it or give it to someone in the Empire." Rod Saris probably did not spread where the ring was taken, and it was considered someone's trophy, which they want to sell through an intermediary. And taking advantage of the unexpected attack, they decided to take him for themselves, considering that compensation would be enough. I was again pleased with Irene's detailed answer, who guessed that this situation would interest me. I see. This city is throwing me money with rings again. What about the Saris family? How did they behave when they met you?" I decided to clarify in order to determine whether it is worth trying to sell my products through them, or to look for another way. They apologized for letting down the artifactor, who entrusted them with the sale of his incomparable product, who also presented them with such a valuable healing artifact as a gift. "They gave me all the gold they received from the auction house for the ring and are ready to pay you the missing amount which you determine." I finally heard the good news from the spy. At least someone's not trying to steal from me. "We will not ask for gold, but we will use their favor to order materials and tools. Well, let's hint that we can sell them artifacts for the price we set, and we won't be interested in how much they will gain on resale and where." I said my wish to Irene, and she nodded, confirming that she understood what to say to her the next time she visited the Saris family. We discussed plans to restore order in the city for some time, until Lillian and Raya came into the room. The Wanderer and the spy did not stay with me any longer, and left my room after saying goodbye. Mia decided to keep them company in order to coordinate Damien with informants and agents of the Republic through Irene. Soon the reasons for their change of plans became clear to me. There were two reasons, good and bad. Delighted with the delicious pastries that Raya baked, I did not immediately notice what Lillian had brought with her. I was too engrossed in eating the good news. But as soon as I was full, I noticed the title of the book in her hands and her smile, which did not bode well for me. Damn coats of arms. I forgot about them, and they stabbed me in the back when I wasn't ready to resist and run from them. She promised to give me a pen with sheets of paper as soon as we studied at least some of the coats of arms of the northern clans. The days of my healing were spent studying coats of arms in the evenings and drawing runes with the help of Rhea, who helped me with pen ink in the early days. Of course, all my colleagues tried to visit me more often, but apart from my mother and Rhea, I spent most of my time with Maria. I continued to instruct her on the way to control the Guardian's mana, and after recovering over time, he was able to help her using his control over Tiesel's mana to help with the creation of channels for the Keeper's mana. And of course, Mia was my regular guest, as well as a coffee supplier. She didn't bring up topics related to my knowledge and personality anymore, apparently leaving it until I got better. Or she decided that I would tell her everything myself when she earned my trust. Mar helped Damien put things in order and, it seems, along the way began to assemble his band of wanderers for trips to the Deadlands, so he rarely came to me, but kept in touch with me through the seal. It took me a couple of weeks to regain control of my body and start moving around. If I had started using mana to walk and control my body, it would have taken much less time, of course, but I had nowhere to hurry, and I decided to let my body recover on its own. Well, except for drinking potions that Xander brought me in secret from the others. Apparently he didn't want anyone to know about it and bought them obviously with his savings. According to him, such potions were often bought for the younger generation of the nobility to help them with the development and strengthening of the body. To my questions, why would he do that? He kept saying that it was a thank you for helping to restore order in the church. But from the way he and Lillian exchanged glances during those moments, when Xander accompanied Maria, I guessed the true reasons. Since my mother herself didn't mind his attention, I didn't ask any questions and pretended not to notice anything. Home, sweet home, I said, standing in the hall of our shop. During the time that I spent on restoration, relative order was restored in the areas of the city that were previously controlled by Jacob and Stephen. The city council, already in its new composition, was able to gather and decide the fate of the property acquired by a couple of wanderers who sold themselves to Fiam. No one dared to interfere with my ideas, which were voiced by Damien with the support of Xander, who temporarily took the place of a representative of the church. Most of the treasures, of course, went to the auction house for restoration, but as I asked, the Eternal Wanderer took the shop and a small part of the gold. Well, I hope this method will satisfy the majority, and there will finally be peace and quiet in the city. I was pulled out of my thoughts by a loud mewing and the sound of Tyjadik, which became audible when the kitty approached, which rushed up to me and began rubbing against my legs, demanding meowing to be stroked. Ibo, I see you miss your master. He picked her up and hugged her to him, to which the kitty purred. Mar and Lillian, who accompanied me on the way from the cathedral, involuntarily smiled at this picture, and then they went to the sofa, which was placed instead of a closet. During my absence, the hall has clearly been converted from a shopping mall into a spacious meeting place for small companies. To the table where we were sitting before the attack, a pair of sofas were added on the other side of the hall, which stood opposite each other with a low table between them. They have left the shopkeeper's counter for now. Apparently, they decided not to change it yet. I followed my mother and sat down next to her across from Mar, laying Ibo on my lap. She enjoyed the attention and smells of a completely living owner. The kitty was clearly happy with life, and purred luxuriated from stroking. I take it you still haven't figured out how to use the hall of our shop? I asked my companions. No. Added a little comfort for friends who come here, and the furniture in the living area has been updated. They made a bedroom out of the study, lowering everything superfluous into the basement. The spirit told us about the changes in our house. Rhea has an idea, and it is connected with you and your craving for sweet pastries. She didn't want to talk about it until you were stronger, but maybe you could talk to her yourself. She doubts that you will approve, but I, on the contrary, believe that you will support her. My mother intrigued me. Good. I've been shirking business long enough, so I think I'll start by talking to her. Won't you need my help? I asked, to which Lillian shook her head. Can you help me with the earning of gold to my personal base for the squad? We have already looked at a decent house in which I can live and assemble my squad before hiking. Mar spoke up, voicing his request. No problem. As soon as the materials ordered by Irene for me arrive, I will create artifacts for sale through the trading house of the Saris family. Or do you need it urgently? I decided to clarify. The owner, of course, would be happy to sort everything out as soon as possible, but he mentioned that I can make an advance payment and move in. Apparently, he made inquiries about me and found out that I was friends with Damien. Mar added details. And did he ask you for a big advance? 100. We still have the Archbishop's gold and jewelry, so if you don't need them for artifacts, I'll sell them and scrape together an advance. We don't need them. Irene seems to have my money left from the sale of the ring. You can take it if you don't have enough. I doubt that I will have expensive purchases in the near future, I said, wondering if I needed to buy something. If you support Rhea's idea, they will, but I think you'll be able to make money on them. Lillian spoke up, hinting that Rhea's plans also include spending. It seems that we should have taken all of Stephen's wealth for ourselves and not given it away at the city council. Well, there would be tools and time, and gold would appear quickly, I said, going over the possible options for Rhea's plans in my head. A few minutes later, the door opened and Rhea and Mia entered the hall, whom she asked to help with shopping for a festive dinner that Rhea decided to cook in honor of my recovery and return home. We exchanged a few words with her, and I offered my help, but she refused, saying that she would cope on her own. But she did not refuse Lillian's help, apparently. Over the past month she had already gotten used to cooking with her. Interesting. Mom didn't really like cooking. In the fortress, she occasionally cooked a pie for me with the help of cooks. But now she clearly likes to help Rhea herself. The upbringing of daughters of noble families hardly includes cooking lessons. It seems that Mom decided to learn from Rhea, who uses knowledge from the world she lived in before. Mia took the purchases to the kitchen and returned to the hall, sat down next to me in the vacant seat and took out a flask of coffee. After taking it and taking a sip, one important question matured in my head. Mia, where's the artifact you used to make coffee? I asked, taking another sip. Mia's eyes widened at the question, after which she turned her back to me so that I couldn't see her face. I won't tell you, she said softly. Huh, what? I almost choked with surprise. Huh? What do you mean? I won't tell you. I will stop being needed by you every day, and you will keep me away. Call me only when you need a performer. She gave a strange reason for refusal. Mar, on the other hand, was clearly restraining himself from laughing as he watched all this. Did Rhea bite you? You're a cold-blooded fighter of the Order. Who are you pretending to be right now? It didn't work, okay. Turning back, Mia said thoughtfully, tapping her chin with her finger. But I really wouldn't want to give this artifact away. The master said that this is your weakness, and he and I can get whatever we want out of you with his help. My face seemed to reflect the full extent of my surprise and displeasure, because Mar did burst out laughing, and Mia smiled smugly. Oh, come on. I'll send you back with a request to replace it with another serviceable model of the improvised one. I muttered and folded my arms and stared at the wall, pretending to be offended. Yeah, you shouldn't do that to him, Mia. Kai is a vulnerable person, greedy for tenderness and care. You had to convince him that no one could make coffee for him and bring it to bed in the morning better than you. Mar grinned at the last words, and Mia raised an eyebrow. We're going to have to give Darren ultimatums, or even find coffee yourself and create artifacts for cooking. Okay, I'm going to soak in the bathroom. Mar, please call me for dinner if I don't get out by then, I said and shifted the sleeping Ibo from my lap to the sofa, headed for the second floor. While enjoying the hot water in the tub, I thought about Mia's behavior. It feels like she, who is used to playing different roles and characters, cannot decide what kind of person she should be next to me. Or can't she figure out what kind of real one she is? It's not difficult to regain your appearance with the help of the right healer, but it's much more difficult to return to your why when you've been changing masks for years. Oh, okay. I'm unlikely to be able to help with this, and the nearest psychotherapist is probably not in this world at all. Maybe I should do her training? When you don't have the energy for unnecessary thoughts, It's harder to pretend to be someone. After taking a bath, I changed into the clothes that I had taken from the room that used to be an office. Going down to the first floor, I met Rhea, who was carrying dishes to the table in the hall, and offered to help her. Soon the table was set, and we sat down. It seems that while I was away, Ibo and Rhea became best friends, and the girl prepared food for her in a separate plate, in an empty place at the table. Well, for us, she managed to bake a bird similar in size to a turkey, only this one clearly had more developed wings, and not legs, like the same turkey. Several salads with fresh vegetables and potatoes, judging by the flavor, baked with poultry. The only drinks we have are wine. Well, yes, it's a festive dinner. It looks like I lost track of time in the bathroom again, since she had enough time to cook it all. Mar busied himself with the wine. He uncorked the bottle and filled our glasses. So, let's raise our glasses to the return of our young leader to normal life. He made a toast, then took a sip of wine. The others supported him, but I took a small sip and turned my attention to the food. Mia seemed uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she missed our grand battle and appeared next to me in the city last. She was at the table now, and my friends who risked their lives were absent. Lillian, who noticed this, reassured her that they have a lot to do now, and we will arrange a joint feast later. And Mia spent a lot of time with us, in the form of a maid. The girl thanked Lillian and seemed to relax, letting go of unnecessary thoughts. At the end of dinner, Mia said goodbye to us, and went to the house she rented near us. Mar, having made sure that I was not going to go to bed, went to the room on the second floor, which had been his bedroom for the last month. Lillian, after we helped Rhea with the dishes, wished us good night, and went to bed too. So we were left alone, sitting on the couch opposite each other, and a bottle of wine was on the table between us. Honestly, I thought you'd go to sleep or meditate. Looking at me, she said. Looking at me, she said. Lillian intrigued me, said that you have plans for this store and I wanted to hear about them. After taking a sip, I said. The girl thought after my words, thinking over her answer. I decided not to pursue power and magic like the ones I had in that world. I want to live a different life in this world without unnecessary battles and a new self, and hopefully with a new you, she said, looking intently into my eyes. It looks like you handled the rebirth. It's a good choice. I like it even more. Less pain and worries, I said, nodding contentedly. It's always nice to return to the house where you are expected and loved. Rhea liked my answer, and leaving her glass on the table, she moved over to me, wrapping me in her arms. Was she worried that I didn't need those who couldn't be useful in battle? I need to please her, but all I do is upset her with my refuels and communication with other girls. When she pulled away, I gently touched her chin, and, under her surprised gaze, pulled her to me and kissed her. She clearly caught her breath in amazement, and perhaps a slight fright. The gentle kiss that was at the beginning, under the pressure of emotions and hormones that began to boil in the young body, turned into a passionate one, and I, putting my glass on the table, and freeing my other hand, pressed her to me, running one hand under my blouse to feel the delicate skin of the girl with my fingers. But after a while we broke off the kiss. It was noticeable from Rhea. She clearly liked that I stopped running from her and began to take the initiative. How well these healers treated you, she murmured, not taking her eyes off me. Yeah, but we won't cross the line. Still, I just started moving on my own. I decided to cool her down a little. It doesn't take much effort to kiss. Ah, she remarked with a sly smile. That's right, I whispered, pulling her back to me. So we spent several hours drinking wine and kissing. Tired of the day, the girl eventually fell asleep on my lap, without shining me in her plans for the store. But I think our conversation about her choice was much more important. I have a lot of work ahead of me. After all, in order for me to leave her waiting for me at home, no one should dare to disturb her there. Enemies are always hitting weak spots, looking for ways to make it hurt more. How to break what they can't win in open combat. Well, I'll probably start by building a house that will be my fortress and workshop. It's better outside the city. There's more land and opportunities. It seems that immersed in these plans, I myself did not notice how I fell asleep. Meow, 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 I heard on the verge of consciousness, and when I opened my eyes I saw Ibo sitting on the table. Noticing that I had woken up, she meowed once more and headed for the kitchen, from where another rather loud and demanding meow was heard. Rhea was still sleeping sweetly in my lap. I was unlikely to be able to get up without waking her up, and the new sad meow from the kitchen gave me no choice. "Wake up, Vixen. Our cat demands to eat," I said softly, and couldn't resist poking her lightly in the cheek with my finger. "Who should I bite?" she asked sleepily, opening her eyes, and when she met my gaze and remembered last night, she smiled contentedly. I've conquered an impregnable fortress that proudly calls itself Kai. Yes, yes. And it was worth it just to start feeding him goodies. Ibo wants to eat. It's better to feed her before she lifts the whole house to its feet, I said immediately. I heard an approaching meow in confirmation of my words. "Okay, I'll feed you now," Raya said, standing up. "Come on, girlfriend, I'll feed you, since you have such an irresponsible owner." Another meow was heard. Ibo clearly agreed with the girl's words. I didn't have time to start a family, and I'm already guilty of something. Getting up from the couch, I said, and went to the bathroom to wash my face. When I came back down, Raya had already returned to the sofa and was sitting waiting for me. "We moved on to a more important topic yesterday, and I didn't tell you about the plans." Now the girl has brought up the topic of conversation. That's right. Sitting down opposite, I prepared to listen carefully to her plans. Since I decided to use fire magic, the control of which helps well in cooking, then I can turn this place into a bakery. I was still into this in my world. It's just that with the beginning of the invasion, more important and dangerous things appeared. And here, remembering recipes and experimenting, I can continue to do this, especially since I already have a major connoisseur of it. Raya told me the details of her idea. I really liked this idea. Yes, coffee tastes much better with a donut or croissant. Besides, you can take the pastries with you, so we don't need a lot of space with tables. But it's unlikely that your kitchen will cope with the amount that you will have to bake, I said, thinking about solutions to the problems. It can be placed in the basement. I don't think it will be difficult to make a hood from there to the street. But the local artifact stoves are very simple. That's why I wanted to ask you to create them, Raya said, and noticing that I was thinking, she added, "I have already looked for an assistant for the future and found a trading house that delivers the goods I need. We will have to order separate designs for them, or buy the best ready-made version, and modify it according to your wishes. I'm definitely not going to let go of the thought of croissants with coffee now, so we'll start creating a prototype when my tools arrive," I said, agreeing to help with the implementation of her plans. "Thanks." Raya smiled sweetly and came up to me and kissed me on the lips. "Then I'll look for a better version of the furnace, so that it will be easier for you to refine it. We can look together." Getting up from the couch, I suggested. Overjoyed, Raya asked us to wait until she changed her clothes and cleaned herself up. Then we could go in search of the city. It seems that the girl decided that it was possible to arrange a kind of date out of this, since she was clearly dressed up. The girl changed into a loose-fitting white dress. Judging by the way it looked, it was bought in a Republican shop. Well, it's unlikely to attract much attention. The locals seem to have already got used to the new fashion, and many who have extra money also prefer more comfortable clothes from the Republic. Raya handed me a bag of coins, referring to the fact that there were no pockets in the dress for him, and I would be her purse for today. I just nodded, putting it in my pocket. Outside, the girl took my arm, and we walked slowly towards the shops we needed. Well, although the locals were able to make ready-made ovens for cooking, thanks to magic, but their functionality was clearly designed to create and retain heat without adjusting its temperatures. But for the first time they will be suitable. I will finalize the constructs in them so that Raya can set the desired temperatures. We walked around the city with her for a long time, had a snack in a small restaurant, and returned home only after lunch. And suddenly we came across the closed door of our shop. Apparently, no one was left at home. They locked the door when they left, but we didn't have the keys. "Well, are we going to wait or continue our walk?" I asked Raya. "Let's continue," she said, and after thinking about the options for a second, she continued, "Let's go to Damien's lair. I'll introduce you to my future assistant." "Are you poaching people from them?" I asked in surprise. "No. Irene told me to talk to her." "Oh, the cabman. Let's go faster before anyone picks him up," Raya said, speeding up her pace, heading towards the carriage. We got to the Forgotten Kingdom quickly. Going inside, I followed Rhea, who walked confidently towards one of the tables. I think that's where Irene and Damien were sitting when I came here after the Archbishop was killed. We sat down next to Chanterelle and waited for the waitress, who turned out to be the same girl who brought ice cream on my first visit to this place. "Hi, Fleur." "Fleur," I greeted her, remembering the name that Damien had said, and immediately received a couple of surprised glances from the girls. "I didn't know you knew her," Rhea said. "She took my ice cream order when I was here, and she got the name from Damien. Imagine they didn't have pies." I explained how I knew the waitress. "Yes, I remember. That day you had a quarrel between Damien and Irene, and we were surprised that we have ice cream," she said, remembering me. "Yes. My Kai has a craving for destruction, even if it is a relationship that does not concern him," Rhea suddenly said, carefully watching my reaction, but I just smiled absurdly when I looked at her. "Are you here for lunch, or do you want to discuss something with me?" she asked Rhea, and from this addition, I guessed that Fleur was her future assistant. "You said you weren't poaching. I don't think they'll want to give you their beautiful waitress," I said, for which Rhea rewarded me with a poke in the side. "She wants it herself. Bring this chatterbox and ice cream, and if you're free, we can discuss our plans." My idea was supported and promised full support, Rhea said, without specifying that I was her support. "Good," Fleur replied with a smile, and left us alone, going to get ice cream. After making sure at Rhea's that the waitress really wanted to open a shop with her, I didn't bring up the subject anymore, and quietly ate the ice cream that Fleur brought. Rhea and she began to discuss when they could start, and what was needed for this. It seems that they are confident in their abilities and desires, but I can also take care of their finances. When the girls finished their discussion, and I finished the second portion of ice cream, we paid and found a cab and returned home. However, we came across a still closed door. Did you think that the door is closed not because no one is at home, but because it's extra time to clean up for those inside? I said, the thought that had visited me. Mar wouldn't do that, Rhea said, and realizing who I meant, she stared at me with wide eyes. But why? She and Xander probably still think that no one notices their glances and smiles like teenagers. By God. I exhaled heavily. Most likely, they are afraid of my reaction to their relationship. Okay, it's time to figure it all out so they don't torture themselves with hide and seek. With these words, I headed for the second door that opened into the alley and led to the kitchen. The girl followed me, slightly expanded his control of space so that he touched the space behind the door and using teleportation ended up inside. Fortunately, it didn't take much mana, and there won't be any consequences. Opening the door from the inside and letting Rhea in, I decided to attract the attention of the lovebirds so that they would come down to me themselves. Well, you never know what I can interrupt them on if I enter the room. "Come down, stupid kids. The grown-up uncle and aunt burned you down," I said loudly, passing by the stairs to the second floor. Going to the main entrance, I opened it, then went to the sofa and sat on it so that I could see the entrance to the hall from the second floor. Rhea sat down next to me and, judging by her smile, was looking forward to the upcoming conversation. I hope they don't run through the kitchen exit. After a while, Xander and Lillian went downstairs. They were obviously trying to clean themselves up, but their reddened cheeks and rumpled clothes were giving them away. "Sit down. Let's talk like adults," I said in an authoritative voice, trying not to smile. They obediently sat down opposite us, but were silent and tried not to make eye contact with me. Xander wanted to speak, but immediately fell silent, noticing that I was struggling with my face, trying to hide a smile. "You knew from the beginning, didn't you?" "Yes, everyone knew. You both seem to have no experience of a normal relationship, and you fell apart like teenagers, and you are surrounded by rather strange personalities, from whom it is impossible to hide this. Giving up?" I smiled with all my teeth. "You could talk to me, Lillian. I would advise you to stop hiding right away," Rhea added. "I thought you wouldn't approve," Mom said softly, looking at me. "Why? Is it because children are jealous of their parents for strangers, and because of this they often interfere with relationships? But you gave me so many wonderful years where I was the only one Who was the main thing in your life? How can I ask for more? I said in a soft tone, recalling my early years in the fortress. My son, Lillian said, and her eyes were clearly watering. So you are very lucky, and the harmful sun will not interfere. She'll even be glad that you finally found someone you can love and who can respond to your feelings. I said, and looking at Xander, I added, But you dare to hurt my mom, and I'll hurt you. Never, he said confidently, looking into my eyes. That's great. Of course, I wanted you to admit it yourself, but I couldn't stand your games of closed doors. Unfortunately, we don't have a place where we can be alone without attracting attention, Lillian said. Yes, we obviously need more space. Moreover, if Rhea turns this place into a candy store, we will only get in the way. Therefore, we will have to solve the housing issue again. Xander, who owns the lands around your fortress and city at all? I asked the question I was interested in. The Emperor granted them to the church. So if you need lands for something, then Maria can use them. We usually did not do this, and the city council eventually began to give permits for buildings, but they will not be able to refuse us, especially now. The Templar replied to me, That's good. So, there will be no problems with the acquisition of land, and you will have to build yourself a house. And where are you planning to live with Lillian? I immediately touched on an important topic for me, without putting it off for later. They were obviously surprised by this question. Xander seemed to be thinking about the answer, and Lillian decided to support him and took his hand. The church helps with the purchase of a house for those who, from the ministers, decide to start a family, but for this you need to marry according to the precepts of the Creator. I don't want to rush Lillian into this, he said, but, apparently, remembering something, he hurried to add, By the way, I can give you the remaining treasures of the Archbishop and the former head of the Templars. I thought you brought me everything back then. Xander laughed strangely at my words. Only a part that was kept in the Archbishop's chambers. We found a lot more, thanks to tips from his supporters, that we did not want to repeat the fate of those who were punished by the Keeper. I'm sure they had other hiding places outside the church, but we're unlikely to be able to find out where they are. Xander pleased me with the good news. Finally, because all my trophies go to everyone except me, so you can use it to buy a house for the two of you in that affluent neighborhood next to the church? He seemed pretty calm to me. Good. If you don't mind, I'll use the Archbishop's wealth to buy a house for Lillian. I'll give you the rest later, Xander said happily, not trying to hide that he liked the idea. One problem has been solved. We can start solving the problem with the house for Rhea and me. We sat in pairs for a while longer, talking about everyday topics. It seems that Xander and Lillian were very burdened by the fact that they were trying to hide their relationship. And having received my approval, they began to openly discuss the topic of how they should spend the next Templar's day off. Soon Mar came and dragged one of the empty chairs to the sofas and kept us company. At the same time, he shared the news. He managed to scrape together an advance payment, and tomorrow he is moving into his house. And immediately he will be collecting his first serious trip to the Dead Lands. The spirit probably wants to look for traces of his daughter, but it is unlikely that he will be able to go far to find what he is looking for. I don't think he's going to risk our plans for nothing, and just wants to see how the people he recruited into his squad will perform. It was already night when they began to disperse for sleep. Mar insisted on staying here to rest. I offered Rhea to spend the night with me, to which she immediately agreed. Lillian, apparently catching my hint, offered Xander to spend the night with us, but he refused and warmly said goodbye and left us. I woke up alone in the morning. Rhea seems to have gotten up earlier and managed to leave without waking me up. When I went downstairs, I looked into the kitchen, smelling the aroma coming from there. The girl, who was passionate about cooking, did not immediately notice me. Good morning, Kai, she said when I was next to her. Morning. Eggs and bacon. I'm glad that there are many similar animals and plants in different worlds. Otherwise, you would have to cautiously try new varieties of pigs every time, I said, after examining what she was cooking. But surely all this is very different in taste. How many new things can I try? She disagreed. Trust me, it gets boring fast. When you live a new life in different worlds from time to time, you begin to dream of at least some kind of island of permanence. Rhea just shrugged, not arguing with me. When she finished making breakfast, I helped her set the table. For 5 people. Mia seems to have come in this morning, and judging by the familiar outlines of the artifact, she brought a coffee maker. So we polished off the breakfast coffee she made for us. Mar and Rhea knew him, but Lillian didn't like him much because of the bitterness. Darren has again done only the part that is responsible for making espresso, and a coffee grinder. Damn Americano fan, you'll have to make a cappuccino maker for fluffy milk foam yourself, I muttered, examining my friend's creation. And better with steam. Okay, his craft will do, until I make a full-fledged model that has everything I need. You didn't complain about the coffee I was making. Mia, who was standing next to me, said, because if there are no alternatives, an instant coffee will go. But, fortunately, we have already skipped this stage, having reached espresso and Americano. I tried to explain my displeasure to Mia, but I think I confused her more. Don't think about it. When everything is ready, I will teach you how to make the best coffee with milk foam if you want. The main thing is that your master found coffee beans and brought their roasting method to an excellent taste and amazing aroma. I think I underestimated the drink called coffee, she said thoughtfully, clearly remembering what I was saying. Yeah, sometimes there are as many difficulties in cooking it as in alchemy. Okay. Let's buy some milk and make coffee with it. Limited, I said, opening my mouth at an unexpected idea. I need to buy ice cream. It will be better with it. I was just going to Maria's. I'll buy it on the way. Are you with me, or are you going to sit here? With you. Mia replied immediately. We'll help Mar with the move, and then we'll head there. The spirit didn't have many things. He could have done it on his own, but I wanted to keep him company and see where he lives now. After saying goodbye to Mom and Rhea, we hired a cab and went to Mar's new den. Well, the house was obviously not bad. Apparently, it was built not so long ago, and using technologies from the Republic. The ground floor mainly consisted of a large hall with a fireplace. Apparently, this is the future place for gathering and discussing hiking. A room with amenities and a bathroom, which it seems, are now trying to put everywhere. People quickly get used to comfort. A basement for a warehouse and a small training area for a couple of people. The second floor was clearly designed only for bedrooms and was divided into several rooms. Apparently, the commander's room, combined with an office and several small rooms just under the beds for sleeping. It was strange that there was no kitchen, although the wanderers would rather make a bonfire for themselves in the adjacent courtyard and cook there. A nice house for the squad, and close to the dead lands. It seems that the city has been expanding in that direction lately, I said, having finished my examination. Yes, there have been no stray skeletons in the vicinity for many years. The Rose domain is clearly weakening, and the undead are moving towards the center of the land, Mar replied, glancing at Mia, who was listening intently. Your friend didn't seem to tell her anything about us. Unlike me, he is secretive and does not like to talk too much. Will you tell her the details? She's already stronger than me in terms of rank, and I'm not sure I can suppress her skills with my experience. And if you and I bring this stone he prepared to a perfect cut, then she can stand next to us in the hardest battles, Mar said, clearly hinting at me not to procrastinate. Don't worry, I'll start studying with her when I get stronger. At the same time I'll tell her what she might get into. Maybe then she'll decide that she'll be better off with Darren. I looked at the girl and said, I am not afraid of death, and my life belonged to the master who found me and helped me, gave me the strength to live on. And if he thought that I would be more useful to young Master Kai, then I will give all of myself to carry out his orders, she said, trying to convince me of her exceptional value and loyalty. We have time for you to become a companion with your will from a weapon waiting for an order. Fortunately, you haven't forgotten what emotions and personal thoughts are. And Darren never sought to make weak-willed dolls of his people. Apparently, you chose this path yourself, I said, thinking that I was suddenly attracted to philosophy. I will try to understand and accept your path, Mia said suddenly, making Mar and me smile. Good girl, I said and stroked her head. Okay, we still have business with my future home. Do not forget to look into the shop. Otherwise the seal will not be able to pump my mana at this distance. Don't worry, I won't leave you alone, and the hikes are still trial. After saying goodbye to the spirit, we went to the cathedral. The driver was the same. We asked him to wait for us for an additional fee, fearing not to find a new one here. Fortunately, I was helped to find Maria quite quickly. It was worth asking to tell her that Kai was looking for a meeting with her, and I was taken to a hall I already knew. Mia and I sat down at the table, and a few minutes later, Maria came out to us. Judging by the fact that her brother was with her, who was carrying a rolled-up map, he had already talked to her and prepared himself. I'm always glad to see you, Kai. She gave me her radiant smile. Sitting down opposite, she switched to you during our lessons while I was a prisoner of the bed. I'm glad that you're still cheerful and sharing your light with others, I said, and judging by the reddened cheeks, I embarrassed her. Here, I have already prepared a map of the lands with the boundaries of our territory. As soon as you choose the place you need, I will register it for you through the city council. Xander informed me as he laid out the map. Hovering over the map, I thought about it. Of course, you can choose those lands that go east towards the Deadlands. There is unlikely to be a threat to me there. But after visiting there today, I noticed that the landscapes there are still lifeless. Nature and magic have still not been able to recover, and the area that fell under Rose's domain looks like a gray wasteland. Therefore, it is better to settle on the western side of the city, but you still want a more lively view from the window. The choice eventually fell on the lands that were in the northwest. Next to them was a road that went directly from the border with the kingdom of Arun to Castrum, passing the city of Gorter where we were passing through. There was enough space to build a house away from the road. Of course, it will take a decent time to get to the city itself, but I think I can solve this problem with the gate. If Rose's artifactors were able to create stable gates that cover the distance between the capitals, then I can connect several points in the city to my home. In the meantime, I'll have to buy myself a private carriage, and it is unknown how long it will take to build. Pointing to the place that interested me, I received confirmation from Mary that she, as the head, would approve the transfer of these lands to me, as a faithful ally of the church. Xander promised to personally take up the matter with the council. I asked them how the church collects taxes from the lands and whether they pay something to the emperor, to which they pleased me with the fact that they do not collect taxes from the granted lands, and the empire freed their lands from its fees, since the Templars became their protection from the undead, which at first constantly came from the dead lands. But it seems now that the dead lands have begun to decrease, and there are almost no undead. The emperor wanted to regain this piece of land. Perhaps the Fiam family acted on his orders. I did not voice this thought. I just wondered where they get the money for their maintenance. It turned out that there are many rich people among believers in the Creator. They are the ones who give generous donations. And healing is free only in the castrum itself. In other cities, the churchmen charge a fee, although not much, but it just goes to the needs of local churches. One of the stable sources of income for the church also turned out to be artifacts that they made with the help of the knowledge left by Rose and filled with their special priestess mana. But since they had few dedicated craftsmen, the artifacts were rare and sold for a lot of money. I decided to repay Maria and Xander for their help. Although they thought they should support me in everything, I still persuaded them to cooperate in terms of artifacts. I will be able to make them improved versions of their artifacts, which they will fill with their mana and sell even more expensive. They obviously didn't want to burden me with their problems, but I persuaded them, saying that I would do this in my free time, and I would only charge gold for materials. Fortunately, Xander finally gave up and helped persuade his sister. With that, Mia and I said goodbye to them. We didn't forget to stop by for ice cream on the way, which I had to eat at the restaurant because I didn't bother with a cooling artifact. As a result, we returned home without ice cream and without milk, which I forgot about. When we entered the hall, we found Lillian and Rhea sitting at the table and playing cards. I sat down at the table next to my mother. I silently watched their game so as not to interfere, and Mia, after making coffee with her, sat down next to me. I hope it's not Gwent, and that is, there are chances that one gray-haired lover of his will appear through the portal in this world, and will start pestering everyone, inviting them to play it. I said when they finished the game, and after examining the girls, added, and you'll have to hide the women. You have strange acquaintances, Raya said, shuffling the deck. Rather, I've heard about his adventures. I answered without details and asked my mother for her deck. I decided to try to play. Lillian retold part of the rules, adding that the game originated in the city of Murantil magicians. According to the rules, the players tried to reduce the sobriety or gold of the opponent in order to knock him out of the game. The last survivor won. But among the wanderers, the option with real booze and gold is popular, which then went to the winner. There were several roles in the game with their own strengths and weaknesses. Mom was playing with a warrior's deck. In fact, I took it, but Raya had a sharper deck. Our battle will be legendary, I said, having prepared the deck and made a move. Well, it seems they've been playing this game the whole time I was in the church for the restoration. Because I lost pretty quickly because Raya stripped me of all the gold. This world is not fair to me. I constantly lose my sparkles, I said dejectedly. Another batch? Raya asked with a winning smile. No, otherwise you'll get me drunk and leave me without a copper, I said, getting up. I'm going to roll in some hot water. Mia seems to have accepted Raya's offer after all, and Lillian took out another roll deck by joining them. It's good, of course, to do nothing and enjoy life, but the problems won't solve themselves. I need to meet with Irene. Maybe she can tell me where to find builders and a supplier of building materials. Immersed in these thoughts, I dozed off in the bathroom, again, and I woke up only because Raya was poking me in the cheek with her finger. Revenge, right? I asked with a yawn. Yeah, let's go to dinner. Maybe you should sleep in bed or you might drown or the water will dissolve you, the girl asked, giggling. I can't relax there the way I can here. Perhaps the feeling of enveloping warmth reminds me of Pax Animi, I said, wiping off the drops of water. It seems that Tia Seal placed your soul there for restoration. She showed her awareness of some of the secrets of paradise. Yes, we must hurry. I don't want your labors to get cold. When I got dressed, I said, not only mine, Mia was my assistant today. After sitting down at the table, we started on Raya's new creation. This time it's made of fish. It seems that I have started to get used to the fact that the food is delicious at home, and there is no need to go to taverns. The four of them had dinner. The girls were constantly talking about their business. Surprisingly, Mia was also involved in these conversations. I was just an unwitting listener. Suddenly, Aibo jumped on my lap and looked into my eyes and purred something in feline. The answer to her meow was scratching behind her ear. It seems that her sprout of spirit, which gradually grew stronger, developed the gift of empathy. Too often she reminds herself of herself at important moments. He created a small drop of white mana, which she had already confidently absorbed. I wonder what you'll become over time. We spent the rest of the time before bed playing, and I always flew out first, losing the gold. Judging by the girls' grins, it was a conspiracy. Oh, that's it. They conspired against the unfortunate me, I yelled after another defeat and left my deck and went to sleep. Judging by the fact that Raya soon got under my side, they finished that game and dispersed. In the morning, after breakfast and a cup of coffee from Mia, who obviously spent the night with us, she and I went to look for Irene. She wasn't in their spy lair, so she was probably at Damien's house, and we went to him. Open up, Eternal. The honey destroyer has come, I shouted, knocking on the door. I didn't know you liked honey, Mia said. So I don't love him, I replied, smiling, and received a puzzled look from her. The door opened and we were greeted by a sleepy and rumpled Damien, who did not kindly examine the reason for his awakening, but recognizing Mia and me, he clicked loudly. What? Would you dare to tell me everything you think about those who wake you up? I asked, grinning, and I could tell by the way he shook his head that he was still being careful with me. Take an example from Mar. He does not bother and does not spare my ego, but he's under my complete control. I'll take it into account, Damien mumbled, and after a few seconds of thought he added, Are you coming to me, or to Irene? It's better for both of you. Maybe you'll have the right people and connections too. The Wanderer invited us to sit on the sofa that stood in front of the fireplace. He went upstairs to clean himself up. 10 minutes later he came down with Irene. Sitting on chairs near the sofa, they pretended that they were ready to listen to my new plans and suffer when they were fulfilled. Okay, I'm obviously not welcome here, so I'll get to the point. Where can I find builders and good materials for building an estate with all amenities? There is a guild of builders in the city, but they are unlikely to suit you, and they have plenty of orders because of the construction projects towards the Dead Lands, Damien said, somewhat surprising me. And you seem to have become involved in the role of a council member. I said, I have to. So I would advise you to look for builders in the Empire. If the order turns out to be large, and with generous payment, then at least they will come from the very north to fulfill your desires, he said, suppressing a yawn. It's better than from the Republic, of course. They will take longer to get there, but the technology and materials are much better there. In addition, if you have special wishes during construction, it will be easier to keep it a secret. Irene expressed her opinion. I can contact the master. It will take time, but he has his own guild of builders. I think this will be the best option for you. And with the supply of goods from the Republic, you will be able to establish contact with the master, Mia said, which made me chuckle. If I'd asked you for advice right away, I wouldn't have had to wake these two up, I said. You're just used to me being your advisor. Mia has more opportunities and knowledge about your allies in the Republic. She's unlikely to tell you about the artifacts and the situation with the builders in the city, so you didn't bother Damien for nothing. Irene decided to calm me down. Has there been any news from Rod Sararis about our orders? I decided to ask about my tools. We promised next week. They are also interested in creating healing artifacts similar to the ring that we gave them. They would like to order a similar artifact with stronger properties and more mana, and whether we have the opportunity to fill the drives with the white mana that was in the ring. A spy sent me a request from Rhoda Saris. Let them describe the details of what they are trying to cure. By mana give a negative answer. I said, I would not like to become a battery for them. Good. We stayed with them for a while longer before returning to the store. Already at home, I wrote a letter to Darren asking for help in building my future home. At the same time, I thanked him for the package that Mia delivered. Although there were mostly blanks for the artifacts he asked for, there were also materials for me personally, suitable for both my dark mana from the source and the white mana from the shard. I promised to send him the finished artifacts in a couple of months. Well, I sort of figured out the current issues. It remains to wait for the tools and proceed with the execution of the plans, having made his workshop out of the basement for now. With these thoughts, I remembered the spear case, which I had not started working with. I still haven't made a knife for Irene. However, the first one was destroyed in the battle with Fiam. It will be necessary to buy a similar one and make them one of the first. The mana that we all use, taking it into our bodies and then using it for spells, is given to us by the world in which we live. He also fills everything else with it, be it plants or metals, which acquire unusual properties from this influence. But in a rank that is not known to so many worlds, she is at the lowest rank, although she is the foundation and the beginning of all who tread this path. A special element is usually placed just above it, which is more often called not mana, but the power of faith. It is special because its source is the same mana of the world, which acquires special properties after its user, often without realizing it, gives it a part of his will or faith in someone, and thereby transfers it to the object of his faith, giving him a new source of mana. Very often, the color of this mana has a golden hue. The third place in this ranking belongs to mana, which is created by the source of a soul that has achieved so-called immortality. During his journey, the magician accumulates so much mana in his body that it gradually changes his soul, and she herself becomes able to create mana. And due to the fact that it becomes the source of a certain element, often with its own unique property, and only one person uses it, its strength and density exceed the mana that is bestowed by the world. The only mana stronger than this is the one used by the Guardians. It is always either pure white, or it may contain small shades of golden or silver color. Unfortunately, little is known about her, as well as about how one becomes a Guardian. But there is a theory that this is the next step of the immortal, who agreed to take on the burden of preserving the worlds and the souls of their inhabitants. They receive a gift of the Guardian's heart, which encloses their source and endows them with the mana of the universe. From the writings of researcher and scientist Calvin K. Brown, who devoted himself to studying the secrets of the Guardian Skellen, was sitting in the gazebo that was in the courtyard of the manor of the Great Twile family, trying to enjoy a couple of family free hours that he suddenly had, and take a break from the affairs of the head of the family and a loving father. The silence around him was broken only by the rustle of grass and leaves of trees that had been planted here by his distant ancestors. He was wondering if he should plant something too, in order to leave his mark on this garden. There was a clatter of heels on the stone path. Knox did this on purpose so that Kellen would know about him in advance. "Oh, I was hoping that I could hide from everyone and finally rest. What happened this time that needs my attention?" the head of the Great Twile family asked. Knox silently activated a silence spell around them, which surprised Kellen. "Kiwei, I found a clue among the reports that may concern Layla," said the faithful servant of the family. "Tell me." "A higher spell was used in the castrum to destroy a servant of the Thiam family, who is at the rank of Conqueror 4. It was like a barrier." Just before that, a spell that took the form of a dragon was applied over the city. Both spells had a dark element. The church and the local government declared that the Great Thiam clan was responsible for everything, without mentioning the caster who attacked them. It is very similar to the shadow that protects Layla and has the support of the church. Knox told the information that interested him. "Very much if you keep in mind the hints. Can the father guess?" Kellen said, putting his hand to his chin. "I received information about the last words of the defender of the barren fortress from your loyal soldiers. They will not talk too much. But perhaps Count Ulver will write to your father about it. Let's hope not. You also don't get into the castrum. If you're lucky, it will pass by your father's attention. I am afraid the massacre of the Thiam family will interest him." Nevertheless, they were accused of murdering the Archbishop and the head of the Templars, who fell defending him. In addition, the death of a magician of the level of the Conqueror, IV, is a heavy loss even for a great family. And Knox wanted to add something else but didn't dare. "Come on, tell me what's bothering you," Kellen said, noticing his subordinate's hesitation. "One of our servants was inside the barrier." He described it as a cage in which they were put and herded into the center, indicating the only way. All this time, they had not even heard the fight with the Conqueror, IV, and found out about everything only at the moment when the barrier was already dissipating, and she used her self-immolation spell. Some tried to get out using spells, but those only temporarily dispelled the darkness that surrounded them. If your father finds out about Layla and tries to take her away, then we will have a fight with this caster. How much can he change the course of the fight using his cage? Knox shared his thoughts. "I doubt that the Thiam family tried to capture the city without the Emperor's orders, so the chances of him becoming an enemy of the Empire are too high, unless he chooses to escape from there taking Layla with him. But this is not the case for the next few years. The failure in Castrum and the refusal of the Ceres family to marry the son of the Gloom family breaks the Emperor's plans to create a unified empire under his rule, as well as preparations for further conquests. It seems like you should spend more time with your family. Who knows how many peaceful years we have left and what awaits us in the future." Kellen got to his feet and left the gazebo. Knox, dispelling the spell, followed him. "How is Mother?" the girl asked in a worried voice. Her long white hair was tied up in a bun, and her azure blue eyes looked worriedly at the healer who had recently left the chambers of the matriarch of the great Iskall family. The initial effect of the ring filled with pure white mana coped with the curse of the dead lands, which was transmitted to your mother from union with the guardian spirit, much better. Unfortunately, the golden mana of the priestess of the church copes with this worse, only restraining the curse. The healer thought about the ring that was passed down by the Ceres family and the effect it had. "We couldn't have known that the power of the ring was in mana, and that she would handle the curse so well. I'm afraid if the Ceres family can't come to terms with whoever gave them the ring, the power of the curse will return." "I get it. I will personally visit Rod Ceres and Alicia. I am sure, with the wealth of our family, we will be able to negotiate with the man who gave my mother a chance to heal," Esther said confidently. Determined to save her mother at all costs, the master. A voice sounded behind Aaron, bringing him out of the memories of how he and Kyrian spent their vacation from working for Teasil, living out their lives in a world without mana, the world in which they got hooked on the drink, which became the reason for their constant arguments about whether milk spoils it or not. Of course it spoils it. How can he dilute this beautiful bitterness? What kind of bad taste? "What did you want, Ajax?" Darren asked, turning to his charge. "The order has come to assemble a detachment and prepare it for the campaign, but no data on the target and equipment. The man who stood in front of Darren gave the reason for his visit. His brown hair was cut short, and his gray eyes looked attentively at the man whom he considered his master and was ready to give his life for him, and, if necessary, continue the fight in the form of an evil spirit that knows no rest. He was dressed in clothes that in some worlds would be called a military uniform. Actually, it was copied by Darren, bringing special threads and magic into production in order to give it the best protective properties. Instead of metal armor, there are vests with artifact plates made of metal. It remains only to wait until Kyrian creates a decent weapon for them, and his special units are ready. Although it is better to ask an old friend to improve the plates, especially since he started construction, and it will be easy to use this reason to convince him to take orders. You'll go to Castrum with a team of our builders and material. You'll be in charge of security. There, through Mia, you will meet my friend, who promised to create an artifact weapon for you soon, with the models of which you trained. If my friend needs the help of your squad, you will provide it. As soon as the order is ready, you will return or perhaps receive other orders through agents. Darren said important information for the mission. Understood. May I go? Although Ajax tried to hide his intonation, Darren noticed the joy in his subordinate's voice. He had long been eager to try out a new powerful weapon. Permission granted. It seems that my quiet days began, filled with solving minor problems, creating artifacts and restoring, and then developing my body. I wouldn't want to spend a month in bed every time I need to use my domain. Having received the land ownership documents with confirmation from the church and the city, I set about solving the problem with insufficiently good furnaces for Raya. We bought the best option available to us in the city. After examining it, I decided to outline plans for improvement on paper, and when the tools finally came, he embodied them on the stove itself. Well, it was wonderful. I don't regret anything. I thought, lying on the couch without the desire to move. Still, the last bun was superfluous. It's good that I was able to keep myself in control and didn't overeat with an abundance of different pastries, while Rhea tried to master the recipes using local products. Most of them were clearly of worse quality than she was used to. She was especially not satisfied with flour. So, under the temptation of new sweets, I was forced to solve this problem. Fortunately, I was just able to find a good material for the millstones and order a case from artisans for the future mill. All that remained was to automate it with the help of constructs and power from the drive. Raya stopped there and took the time to test, and I was able to do artifact knives for Irene and a couple of not particularly complicated artifacts for the church. I also created several rings for sale through the trading house of the Saris family. But the gold reserves are not endless. It's good that people have a lot of fingers and rings are a marketable commodity, I thought, rejoicing at my gold. Soon a reply came from Darren. He agreed to provide me with people and gold for the construction, but in return, he wanted to speed up the creation of the necessary artifacts, especially insisted on weapons and communication artifacts that used space magic. Oh well, I'll have to sit over his blanks and stuff my hand on the older and true rune symbols. I hope he won't let these creations fall into the wrong hands, although it is better to take care of preserving your secrets yourself and add protection from study to the finished artifact. After a couple of weeks, Xander was finally able to buy a house for Lillian. It seems that Mom suddenly realized during the move that a new chapter was beginning in her life, and there would be much less of me in it than she was used to. Realizing this, she squeezed me in her arms, as if not wanting to let go. I could hardly calm her down and convince her that I was not going anywhere, and would try to visit them more often. I hope Xander can handle the role of her protector, and eventually their relationship will move on. It would be great if they had a normal child, and not a special one like me. But I won't give them advice. I'll just be there if they need my advice or help. So the days flew by, filled with training and working with artifacts, and of course the tasting of coffee, which Mia took over the brewing. It seems that she even got involved in this after I, with the help of local artisans and my experience in creating artifact coffee makers, created a decent version capable of fulfilling all my wishes. I did not automate it completely, settling on the option with a horn. Still, in my opinion, when the person involved is busy preparing the drink, it turns out tastier, and with a soul. It remains to stop depending on grain supplies from Darren. At this thought, a memory surfaced before my eyes of how I inadvertently left a cup of coffee on the table, brewed from the last beans. And Ibo, who didn't like the smell of the drink, treacherously threw the cup off the table. How I sobbed, kneeling over the sprawling corpse of my darling, realizing that it was unknown when the new grains would arrive. It's lucky that only I and Ibo know about this. Fortunately, she doesn't talk. Mia moved into the vacant room after Lillian moved in, and Raya didn't mind. Strangely, she treated the girl very well, and without jealousy. Maybe because Mia didn't see me as a strong man? She treated me more like a strange young man with specific knowledge who needed her protection. Well, yes, in the fortress and after her arrival, I did not use particularly strong abilities. Most likely she compares me to Dairon, who has always put his personal development and strength below the development and training of the right and loyal henchman. It seems that in this world he has already implemented his favorite scheme of training 3 faithful performers. 1 with the right abilities for my needs. The second commander is a tactician for his elite units, which he trains and supplies with special artifact weapons. And the last one is his personal bodyguard, which sometimes even the other 2 don't know about. He himself prefers to devote more time to the creation of trading houses, guilds of artisans, and the development of innovations that they will produce and sell. Still, a lot of money is needed to finance spy orders and armies, and the more stable their earnings, the better. As a result of moving to our house shop of Dairon's assistant, we now spend almost every morning eating delicious food baked by Raya and a cup of coffee brewed by Mia. Strangely, Raya prefers to drink Americano, while I and our personal barista Dreppuccino. We decided not to rush the opening of the bakery yet, but I still made additional ovens that were waiting in the basement. After breakfast, Raya asked me not to plan anything for the evening. She and Mia want to go to the Forgotten Kingdom, so that we can have dinner there and spend time together. It's a strange request, but I didn't pay much attention to it, and agreed. And of all my possible plans, there were only working with artifacts and training. Mia seemed to be getting more and more worried that I hadn't started teaching her, and most likely felt that I hadn't been able to gain her trust. In the evening, having hired a cab, the 3 of us went to a restaurant that has become a favorite place of my friends. Apparently, due to the fact that Damien had been friends with its owner for a long time, and because of the reputation of this place as a restaurant for the elite, there were rarely ordinary visitors. The fact that this is not just a trip to dinner, I began to guess because of the strange glances between Raya and Mia. They're obviously up to something. Okay, he pretended not to notice it. When I followed the girls into the restaurant, I noticed that there was no one inside except Lillian and Xander, sitting at a couple of tables pushed together. So, what am I missing? A lot of options managed to slip through my mind before I compared what month and day it was today. Birthday, right? I asked Lillian a question as we approached them. That's right. I knew you'd forget, Mom replied. 14 years, I said, remembering the time I spent in this world. But I think most people think I'm a couple of years older. Yes, you grew up so fast and tried to behave like an adult that many people in the fortress forgot how old you were, Mom said with a smile, apparently remembering my early years. And today you have officially reached the age that the Empire considers worthy to begin accepting the affairs of the family, and even to marry. When I sat at the head of the table, Raya took the seat closest to me on the left side. Mia sat next to her. Lillian was sitting on the right, followed by Xander. It seems that all the places closest to me are occupied. Is it a cunning plan of the girls? Or are some of them just late? And judging by the way Mar frowned when he entered the restaurant and found us with his eyes, the girls still cheated. Red-haired little thing, you've clearly taken my place, he said, standing next to her. You're wrong. If you hadn't been running around the Deadlands with your squad and weren't late, you would have been able to claim this place. And now it's mine. Proudly lifting her nose, Raya said, smiling triumphantly, at which Lillian giggled. Mar stared at her for a few seconds, but apparently gave up, sighed heavily, and headed to the place next to Mia. We'll see who he takes with him to do great things, and who will be waiting at home, he said softly, walking away from Raya. Damn lizard, she hissed after him. I thought you chose this role yourself. Putting my hand on hers, I said. Yes, but this does not mean that I would not like to be with you everywhere, she said, turning her gaze to me. However, the victory is mine today. While waiting for Damien and Irene, we chatted about everyday topics and exchanged news. When the couple finally arrived and took their places on the right side of the table next to Xander, Mom hinted that everyone was gathered, and, unfortunately, Maria's post did not allow her to join us, and Ibo was also missing, but apparently the girls did not dare to take her with them, fearing that she might get lost. Or did you sacrifice it so that you wouldn't get burned? I am glad that today's occasion for our friendly company to gather was not another problem that we need to solve. Risking our lives, but celebrating the end of another year of my life and the beginning of a new one. Well, since we were able to get together at the same table today, we will celebrate our victory with a full team. I took the floor as the culprit of this celebration, after the food was served on the table and drinks were poured into our glasses. Happy birthday! My friends supported me in chorus, thereby indicating that they gathered here for this reason. It's nice to spend time with your loved ones. Not in all worlds have I had loving parents and loyal friends, girls who love me, and whom I try to love. Often you have to become a loner who stubbornly goes to his goal, burning out his enemies by the thousands, destroying cities, and killing those whom the inhabitants of these worlds consider their gods. It seems that my thoughts were reflected on my face, and Lillian touched my shoulder, attracting my attention. You look sad. Our unpleasant memories flooding back. As always taking care of me, she asked, looking into my eyes. That's right, but there is no place for them today. I'm sorry if I made them worry, I answered her, deciding not to hide the truth. Good. I think it's time for gifts. And since I'm the main organizer, I'll be the first, she said, handing me a box with her gift. Opening it, I saw a metal pocket watch on a chain. The lid was smooth, without ornaments or inscriptions. As soon as I took them in my hand and opened them, my lips involuntarily stretched into a satisfied smile. It seems that my mother was able to find an artist who could draw a small portrait of her and attach it under the lid, so that you always remember me and never be late. In the Empire, many are scrupulous about this, Lillian commented on her gift. Thanks, Mom. Mom, I thanked her, hugging her, and my eyes seemed to get a little moist. I doubt they didn't notice it. Rather, they pretended that my eyes were sweating and everything was fine. I'm next. Mar appeared next to me, drawing attention to himself and handing me his gift. It was a sword, judging by the hilt and scabbard, the kind that I like. The handle is long enough for a double grip, wrapped in black leather. The pommel is made in the shape of a raven's head. The black lacquered scabbard is made of wood. There was no guard, only a small separator made of white metal. I got up from the table to examine the blade more conveniently and drew the gift of the spirit. The almost straight blade, sharpened on one side, curved to the tip, resembled a katana or a gross messer in its shape. The blade had a dark gray tint, hinting that the metal alloy was matched to the use of dark mana. Similar blades are sometimes called scimitars. However, such a worthy specimen should have its own name. Did you give him a name? I asked Mar, who literally radiated pride. He seemed pleased that he was able to get such a weapon for me. No, one person told me about your craving for collecting weapons and giving them names, and judging by the fact that the spear already had a name, but that trophy fragment did not receive it, I think that my gift is worthy to become the first in the collection of this world and get a name. Mar shared his awareness of my habits. You're right. This blade deserves to be named and become the first, I said, holding the scimitar horizontally in front of me with my right hand. Looking at it carefully, I decided what name I would give it. The Raven's Wing. That's what I'm going to call him from now on. A decent name. Thank you for the gift, my friend, I said, sheathing the blade and placing my free hand on the spirit's left shoulder. I'm glad that you liked my gift. Some red-haired girl can't beat me anymore, he said, putting his hand on my shoulder, and we both burst out laughing. You two have a sweet tooth. It's better to keep quiet, otherwise you'll be left without dessert. It sounded from Rhea, but judging by the fact that she was having fun, she didn't take offense at us. Yes, yes. A blackmailer who deprived Kai of a pie with her impatience, Mar said rather loudly, returning to his seat. Shopping center. You're a damn talker. Rhea shushed him. Judging by the way Xander got up and walked closer to me, he decided to give me the third one. I leaned the raven wing scabbard against the table next to my seat to free my hands. The head of the Templars put a couple of cases on the table in front of me and opened them. One contained a gold signet ring with the symbol of the hand of the creator. In the second one there was an uneven fragment of black color. I picked it up, carefully examining the matte surface. He poured some mana into it to test the guess, and confirmed that it was tenebrious, grinned happily. A very rare ore, not found in all worlds. Judging by the fact that you like this mysterious fragment, you know what it is. Xander said, watching me. Yes, a very rare ore. I'm sure there's nothing they can do with it in your world except lose the mana invested in it. Unfortunately, I won't be able to use it now either, but its properties will be used in the future. A gift from Maria, right? I asked, guessing that the ring associated with the Templars was his gift. That's right. She was hoping that he might be suitable for you. From me, the ring that the Templars give to those whom they consider their dear friends, and are ready to stand on their side for protection. Xander told about the meaning of his gift. Thank you. I'm sure I'll need it to cool down the hotheads before my patience runs out, and I'll cut them off, I said, putting it on my thumb. It was a little too big, but fortunately, I'm a growing organism, and then it will fit. I doubt that it will be able to save some arrogant heir of a noble family. They rarely think about the consequences, but it will definitely save a lot of other daring people in life, Xander added with a grin, then returned to his seat. I put the shard in the case for now and put it aside. At that moment, a sweet couple came up to me, to whom I gave a test of the strength of their feelings in this restaurant. I remembered our first meeting with Irene. I wonder if you regret what it eventually turned into. I voiced my thoughts to them, to which both shook their heads synchronously. I would hardly have been able to tell him who I was and why I was with him, and I couldn't find the strength to forgive her if I found out about everything myself. I'm glad you were able to get over it and get rid of the secrets, I said, smiling. Damien handed me another case and waited until I opened it, then added, I had to send my friend in search of me, promising him a lot of gold. And he lived up to expectations, was able to find the best engraver for your mana in the capital. And it's true, even though I ordered tools from the Ceres family, there was no engraver among them. Only stones with the right cut for my own. This one was clearly created for a certain element. I wonder how long he waited for his buyer. Nevertheless, such tools are rarely made for sale, only to order. The handle seemed to be made of ebony, and a lot of silvery thin threads stretched from the handle to the mount in which the stone was fixed, which were responsible for the uniform distribution of mana. The focusing stone was a black diamond with a perfectly matching cut. It's hard to even imagine how you managed to find him, and what time did he get up for you? I said, admiring my new instrument. Very expensive. I was surprised myself when he was brought in. I can't wait for you to start creating a new eye for... Hey, what are you doing? Damien was indignant that Irene had elbowed him. It will wait. I have prepared materials for you that may be suitable for your work. I didn't bring them here, so they're waiting for you at the store, the spy said, smiling. Thank you, friends, I said, closing the case and carefully putting it on the table. Then hugged them. I guessed about Rhea's gift. Although I'm not sure which of the two of us this gift is intended for her or for me. It's all of the fault of the healers. They healed too well. But Mia, it seems, was a little worried and stayed last, finally deciding. She got up and walked towards me. I'm not sure I could guess with the gift. Still, I spent less time with you than my family and friends, she said, coming up to me, but Raya gave me a strange clue, and I decided to trust her. With that, she unwrapped her gift and handed it to me. Oh, it seems that today was the beginning of 2 of my collections, I exclaimed joyfully, taking a small duck from the surprised girl's hands. It was made of wood, and it is unlikely that you can find a rubber one in this world. The color of the plumage was white, and I would have thought that Mia had asked to be colored to match her hair color. But there were no blue shades here, and Mia's were more silvery than white, and the duck's eyes were red. For a second, some kind of guess flashed through my head, and I grimaced at the sharp pain in my head that came from the seal. Looking up, I met the eyes of Raya, who seemed to be watching me closely as I examined the duck. I think I can guess whose colors the gift is actually painted in. Is everything all right? Mia asked anxiously, seeming to be scared by my reaction. Yes, thanks for the gift, Mia. I'm surprised she gave you that advice, because I threatened her if she misbehaved. Mighty ducks would fly at her. I grinned and opened my arms for hugs. The girl took a step closer and I hugged her. Why don't I know anything about ducks? Mom asked when Mia and I returned to the table, and the duck took the place of honor next to me. I just didn't think I'd be able to find them here. But I didn't think to order from wood, I said, taking a sip of wine from my glass. Ducks, then, said Mar, examining my gift. Actually, many people were surprised by my reaction to Mia's gift, except, of course, Raya, who was well aware of another collectible and remembered it because of my threats. I'm sorry, Raya said softly. It seems that I now know a little more about the past you, I said, looking into her eyes. It's time for my gift, she said it louder, sounding like she was giving Fleur a signal. Soon there was a tall white cake decorated with berries on the table, the cutting of which was entrusted to me. It seems that Raya has already reached the biscuit and the air cream, I thought as I cut the cake and put it on the plates of my guests. I had already come across local cakes, but the dough was different there, and the filling was simpler. Maybe there is something similar in the capital of the Empire, or in the Republic. It's delicious, I said, tasting the cake. So it's not for nothing that I spent a lot of time preparing it. I'm glad you liked it. We sat at the festive table until late at night, after which we went home. Mia went to bed almost immediately, citing fatigue. Raya went to the bathroom. I just had to wait for her in the room. You can, of course, pretend that I don't understand what's going on and stupidly go to bed. But it will offend her too much. Apparently, today is the moment to take a new step in your relationship with her. I would like to please her. Okay, I'll take a chance. Teasil probably put a seal on it to restore the soul faster. And if I weaken it a little in order to take a little look behind it, then nothing will happen. Plunging inside my temple of the soul, I imagined the path to the memories associated with the world of paradise, like a door chained with a dozen chains. Then he used the Teasil mana that was stored inside the shard and opened this door a little. The pain flooded into my head again, reminding me that I was climbing where I shouldn't, but I wasn't going to stop. The door was stuck in chains that did not allow it to open further. But I just looked into the space that opened up to me to try to find a girl there to whom I was so important that she decided to follow me into another world. Moments of my life began to flash in front of me, like footage of an old movie on film that was watched a long time ago and completely forgotten, filled with the battles and pain of the losses of those who stood shoulder to shoulder with me, as well as the hordes of eaters who were able to break into the world. Among the fragments of memories, I was able to grab onto what I was looking for, the image of a girl who stares at me with her sad red eyes when I order her to retreat and promise to return. Her snow-white hair was loose, because she knows that I like this image of her the most. The girl who loved it so much when I call her by her name, because it sounds special from my mouth. Her name. I abruptly emerged from my memories and my temple, returning to the current reality. His body was covered in cold sweat, and his mouth was gasping for air. It seems like I've been looking for him for too long. At least he was sitting on the bed and didn't fall to the floor. Kai? Raya's excited voice came from the doorway. She was standing there, dressed in a translucent white negligee that barely concealed the virtues of her young body. My hair was loose, and my eyes were staring at me in fright. At that moment, some of the memories that I was able to recover flashed before my eyes, and an image from another world superimposed on it. And the name, the sound of which from my mouth was special to her. Etteri, how are you? She said in shock and quickly approached, pushed me onto the bed and climbed on top of me, hovering over me. Why? Because it was important to me, I said calmly, looking into her now green eyes, but the concern for me and them was exactly the same. You fool. Yes, but I won't run away from you today, I said, sitting up and kissing her. The girl at first hesitantly responded to the kiss, still shackled by excitement, but gradually let go of the situation, pressed close to me, not wanting to let go and waste the moment. My hand slid over the delicate skin of her thigh, while my other hand pressed the girl closer to me. What did you have to go through in that world when you lost me? I'm sorry that you, who remember everything, had to wait so long for me, who forgot everything. These were my last thoughts before I allowed our common desire for intimacy to prevail that night. Etteri, a name that I once forgot, popped up in my thoughts. Looking at the girl who was now sleeping sweetly in our bed, her lips involuntarily stretched into a smile. I don't know what conditions Nyaran set for her at the meeting. I don't know why Teosil agreed to let her soul be reborn here. But she's here now, and I need to make sure that her efforts are not in vain, and we can spend as much time together as possible. It had been morning for a long time, and Reyes still didn't want to wake up. Deciding not to wake her, he went to the bathroom, taking the duck with him. After getting hot water and relaxing, I let the white duck swim next to me, and I closed my eyes. Yes, it's much better with ducks that serenely dissect the water surface nearby. After a while I thought, if I call you a Terry, they'll kill me, won't they? I asked the duck quietly. No. I suddenly heard and turned to see Raya in yesterday's negligee, which inevitably attracted attention to her body. How long have you been able to sneak up on me? I asked, watching as she undressed and then climbed into the tub, forcing me to move over and sat down in front of me with her back pressed against me. Thanks for remembering. Although I do not approve of this risk, but it was nice to hear my name again. Could you sometimes? Of course, Iteri. I whispered in her ear. My hand lightly touched her chest. And was it worth running away from me so much? She said, snuggling closer to me. It seems that I have a new reason to get stuck in the bathroom, I thought, going downstairs. Judging by the aroma of the coffee, Mia had been up and waiting for us for a long time. She was sitting on the sofa thinking about something. A cup of fragrant coffee was on the table in front of her. Aibo was curled up in a ball, sleeping next to her. It seems that she had such important thoughts that she did not notice how I sat down in front of her and took a sip from the cup. As always, it's delicious, I said, drawing her attention. This is mine, she muttered, taking the cup away from me. Someone else's coffee always tastes better. What are you thinking about? That you didn't find time for my training anyway. And now you will completely forget about your faithful Maya, young master, she said wistfully, showing how depressed she was. Yes. And I thought I'd start as soon as the builders arrived. There will be just enough space without prying eyes where we can begin your comprehension of secret techniques, I said, grinning. The young master is so good. Would you like a cup of cappuccino? She said, smiling sweetly. Of course. And so does Rhea. She'll be down soon. Didn't we take the rest of the cake with us? Yes. I'll bring it as soon as the coffee is ready. Thanks, Mia. Rhea came down just as Mia finished making coffee and brought the three of us a piece of cake. Well, a sweet breakfast is not the healthiest, but it is definitely very tasty. After breakfast, I decided to go with Mia to the lair of the mighty Republican Intelligence Service to find out the latest news, and Raya asked to come with us. The 20th day of the third month of the hot sun in 947. While Mia was talking to her subordinates, we were waiting for her inside the tavern that was nearby. Raya decided to drink ale from them, while I was looking at the dial of the watch my mother had given me. In this world, there was a system that I often encountered, consisting of 24 hours divided into 60 minutes. There were 12 months here, divided into seasons. The hot sun that was now coming to an end, followed by the season of falling leaves, followed by the north winds, and the last one was blossoming life. There were 28 days in the months. The population of this world did not give names to the months, designating them with a number from 1 to 3, with the addition of the name of the season. The new year came on the first day of the first month, which fell on the season of flourishing life. I didn't really follow the time and the change of years before that, but Lillian's gift made me think about what it would be worth to bring more order to my life. The 20th day of the last month of the hot sun. 947th year from the foundation of the kingdom of Canares. It's funny the kingdom is gone, but they didn't change the chronology. I put the watch in my pocket and noticed how Raya was studying me intently. Is something wrong? I asked. I think I'm happy. She said, smiling sincerely. Were you afraid that I was deceiving you, and this day would never come? Raya nodded and covered herself with a mug of ale, taking a sip, apparently to hide her embarrassment. At that moment, Mia entered the tavern, accompanied by a man unknown to me. Finding us with their eyes, they came up to us and took the empty seats. This is Ajax. He accompanied a caravan with builders and materials. The girl introduced her companion to us. Kai. I introduced myself, followed by Rhea. Nice to meet you, Mr. Kai. The master sent me to ensure the safety of the builders sent for you. After arrival, I am ready to enter under your command until other orders from the master arrive. Ajax reported to me that he seemed to be the commander of that trio of henchmen raised by Dayron. On time. Are there builders in the city? I decided to clarify. No, so far, they have set up a small camp outside the city, ready to go to the construction site, where they will already arrange temporary housing for themselves. Good. You need to come to my house to pick up toys for your squad. We have our own carriage. Ajax made me happy. Great. Raya, do you want something else or are we going home? I asked the girl who had finished her ale. No. Go. We drove home pretty quickly in a cart pulled by a pair of horses. It clearly served to transport important goods, as its walls and roof were reinforced with sheets of iron with visible patterns and runes. At home, I asked Ajax to help me pick up the necessary cargo from the basement. Before going down there, I removed the protection from the door that led to the basement. I took care of the barrier when I started to worry that I had too much expensive equipment stored in my basement. After taking a couple of crates with Ajax with the necessary artifacts and entrusting Mia with carrying a crate of shells for these artifacts, we gathered with the builders and the main part of the man's squad. Raya came with us. It looks like she didn't want to leave me. We didn't stay too long with the builders, we just marked them on the map the place where the construction site would be and where we would go. A couple of members of Ajax's squad got into our carriage. A fairly young guy sat next to the coachman, and a pretty girl who looked the same age as Raya rode with us inside. Young, but already strong, I said when she was in the area of my control of space, and I could feel her rank. The girl smiled and nodded at me. Ajax looked at me curiously. Do you know my rank too? He asked. Yes. In fact, I've never met anyone other than Mia who could hide their approximate rank from me while being close enough. I told him a few details. Yes, Mia has a talent for concealment. He confirmed my guesses about the girl's abilities. I was in no hurry to ask her questions about this. And now, thanks to Ajax, she has a trump card less if the question and answer game starts. You're usually less talkative, Mia said with displeasure. I see no point in hiding something from a person whose place is next to the master. Are you sure it's not in front of him? The girl asked with a smirk. Then I also don't understand what secrets you can have from a person who is above the master. Ajax replied, who was not particularly concerned about my situation, since Dayron said that I was a trusted ally, then the rest was none of his business. It seems that you had a competition for the attention of the master, I said, deciding to participate in their confrontation. I was. She's your subordinate now, Ajax said in a victorious tone. Mia glared at him, clearly unhappy that he thought he had won the game. Well, it seems to me that he still devoted more time and attention to his main subordinate than to both of you combined, I said with an evil grin. I need to check if they know about him. What? They exclaimed at the same time. Yeah, you probably saw someone next to him who is not very noticeable, does not attract attention but is always in sight. The maid, the counselor, maybe a lover. I listed the options to them so that they could figure out who from the environment fit this description. Grace, they said it in unison again. You're just like brother and sister. They probably fought for the attention of the daddy, but it turned out that the pet's place had been occupied for a long time, I said, looking at the healer, who was also listening attentively to us and watching her commander with a smile. Is it okay that you told all this? Mia asked suddenly. Will it have any effect on your attitude towards him or loyalty? I don't think so, otherwise you wouldn't be in your seats, I replied to her. For the rest of the journey everyone was busy with their own business. Ajax and Mia were clearly engrossed in memories and reflections. The healer decided to take a nap, and I was talking with Raya, discussing what to cook for dinner. Arriving at the place, we unloaded the boxes with artifacts and left the coachman to wait for the builders. We ourselves went in a small company closer to the forest. Shall we try out the toys while we wait for the others? I asked Ajax, who was staring at the boxes. It would be nice. He immediately agreed. I opened the drawer and took out an artifact that looked like a laser rifle from a fantasy action movie and handed it to Ajax. Since magic was responsible for the work and shooting from it, there was no need to shoot cartridges or remove gases. There was only a mechanism that dropped a projectile from the barrel, which was activated by a separate symbol. It was quite difficult to overheat its barrel, so only the handle with the trigger for activation and the butt stood out from the monolithic structure. Well, the clip will stick out of the case, but it has not yet been missing, So, you have in your hands an AP for shooting 100mm PVNJ, I said solemnly. Judging by the looks at the rifle, it attracted all the attention, including Mia's. Is this an abbreviated name? The healer suddenly asked, and after waiting for a nod, she added, Is it possible to find out the full one? An automatic bullet gun for projectiles is the way to a new life. I chuckled, remembering how long Dayren and I had been thinking about the name, eventually settling on this. You and the master sometimes have a strange way of giving names, Mia said, and the others decided to remain silent. Yeah, let's give her a test now, I said, going to the ammunition box and taking out a pair of clips I had loaded. Taking the AP from Ajax for a while, I loaded a clip with training shells into it and fed some mana into the symbol on the butt, which activated the artifact. There was a storage device in the butt filled with my mana from the source. He was responsible for the work of constructs and runes, and was also a temporary protective mechanism for the artifact to work. There was my mark on the main mana stream, which prevented any mana other than mine from going further. As a protection against opening, I put explosion runes that were powered by another filler, and triggered when the main body was opened. Okay, I'm warning you right away. It doesn't work without my mana. It explodes when opened, but it is unlikely that you will climb there. It is rather a protection against technology theft. Since this is the first training batch, the protection measures are not yet perfect, but they were created so that your group would get used to weapons while you are here. I did a little briefing. This toy works like this. Aiming the sight at the tree next to us, I pulled the trigger. At the same second, the artifact fired a projectile that crashed into a tree and flattened against it. As you can see, the shot is instantaneous and precisely at your target. The aiming range of the training projectile is 500 meters, I said, and seeing that they were clearly not impressed with the result, I replaced the clip with a combat one, the shells in which were the same in shape, but had a full set of runes and constructs. By pressing the reset mechanism, a projectile flew out of the lid that opened on the side and fell to the ground. We have not finalized it because of the rare need to use it. I commented on this feature. Since you are not impressed with the work of the artifact, and you only paid attention to the result from the projectile, I will show you why the main thing here is the LVMJ, and this is just a bullet. Aiming at the same tree, he pulled the trigger, after which a projectile flew out of the trunk, which, having barely left the trunk, became covered with a black silhouette similar to a drill, which drilled through the trunk of the tree in a second walk, and whistled on without finding worthy obstacles. I already know, Ajax said, while the others silently watched the trees that were in sight fall. It is automatic because it can do so. Pointing the artifact into the forest, I said, activated the automatic fire mode and clamped the hook. One by one, shells began to fly out of the barrel, taking the form of black boars and demolishing everything in their path. There was still a slight delay. In the technical worlds, this mode would be called semi-automatic. But for the world of magic, the rate of fire is decent. After releasing the entire clip and mowing down the forest badly, I smiled triumphantly. And now I explain why you will train with the stuff that is flattened. The clip I just released took me a very long time, and every shot of this projectile will mean that I will have to sit on a new one for at least several hours. That's why your master has prepared for you training projectiles made of bad metal with a rune, and a storage device that allow you to shoot them, but no more. Now that you're impressed with Dayren and me, take the boxes under your guard. I hope there is no need to explain why no one should find out about them. Having received affirmative nods, I turned around, looking at the coachman. He's one of the squad, isn't he? Ajax answered me quickly, apparently imagining what such a projectile could do to his subordinate. The information should not go further than your squad. In any case, combat shells deform from overload when used, and it will not be possible to study them. So keep an eye on the safety of bullets and ammunition clips. There are 5 more AP in the boxes. Among the ammunition, there are 6 clips with live ammunition. You will decide how and when to use them. We'll tell the builders that we dabbled in magic. I grinned and gave Ajax the AP. Leaving him brooding by the crates, I headed towards Rhea and Mia. How do you like the result of my sleepless nights in the basement? I asked the girls as I approached them. Impressive, Mia said, looking at the AP in Ajax's hands with interest. In my world, you created something like this. But due to more advanced technologies, we already had automatic rifles. She shared a portion of information about Rhea's native home. And realizing that she could awaken memories in me, she covered her mouth with her hand and looked at me in fright. Relax. How many worlds and weapons do you think I've seen? It is unrealistic to evoke an association with your world like this. Good. She relaxed a little and hugged me. Ajax, it seems, still overcame the desire to start testing weapons right now and hid the boxes in the cart, leaving the coachman and the young boy who moved into our cart with the healer to guard them. The healer was next to him when he came up to me. Now I realize the importance of communication with you and your participation in the Master's plans. Ajax said, you and your squad will most likely be responsible for transporting shells and artifacts. Darren probably sent me the details for the new versions of the AP, which will then become a personal weapon. However, we often bind artifacts to the personal mana of the owner. Of course, this has its drawback, but it protects well from attempts to take possession of the artifact. Oh yes, there is another version, which is called SP, or Sniper Bullet. I will prepare for you one copy with shells for training a little later. Suddenly remembering a different version of the Bullet Man, I said, good. I think we should create a secret base for our squad in these forests. We will protect the construction site, practice, and we will be at your fingertips in case of problems. Ajax suggested, it's a good idea. You'll spend a decent amount of time here. Most likely there are several detachments under your command, and they will change on the way here. I will guard the blanks. And on the way back, I will already carry artifacts. We spent several hours discussing future plans, which took the builders to get to our place. After meeting with their head and outlining to him an approximate construction scheme, the location of the house and additional extensions to it, I got ready to go home. He promised to come by tomorrow to draw up a more detailed construction plan with his employees. After making sure that Darren had provided them with everything they needed for the first time, and confirming that part of the forest could be cut down, since it was on my lands, I headed for another wagon that belonged to Ajax's squad. He offered to provide me with a personal coachman with their cart, who could help me on trips to and from the construction site. As a result, we returned home in the evening, and having agreed with the Ajax fighter that he would stop by tomorrow afternoon, we entered the house, construction site, shop, artifacts, training, repeat. This is how I would describe a couple of years of my life that flew by like a flash. It was worth telling your wishes to the architect of the builders, and he took care of the rest. I could only occasionally clarify the details and suitable materials. Since all this was under the patronage of Darren and out of his pocket, they tried not to bother me once again, and were engaged in the extraction of materials themselves. Sometimes they were helped by Ajax squads, whose composition changed from time to time. Over the years, all his subordinates have been here and have been trained with educational artifacts created by me. Gradually I made their personal weapons that work only on their mana. There were only 3 people capable enough to become snipers and master the joint venture with its magic sight. Strangely, one of the trio turned out to be a healer. Ajax, of course, did not really want her to take on the role of a long-range shooter, but she liked using the SP with PVNJ 200mm so much that she was able to convince him. But I understand her. When you have a weapon in your hands, the shells of which can end the life of the conqueror, who will not even have time to understand what killed him, it is exciting. Of course, I did not doubt the loyalty of the people chosen by Darren worthy of possessing this power, but in addition to protecting against autopsy and working only from unique mana, I added my own detection marks. Of course, we had to make a separate storage device for all protection systems, capable of holding mana inside for a couple of 100 years. I don't think I'll live in this world any longer. For the first copies of such drives I spent my materials, and then I bothered Darren with this. He was just as paranoid, so he didn't object, for which he received an artifact controller that reacts to my marks. I trusted him. However, because of my scope of construction, I had to agree to finalize the protection for his units. The artifact plates in their body armor were not bad, of course, but they would be better with older runes. The local runes that I learned during this time fell far short of the true symbols of the universe, horribly distorting them. Therefore, for the best artifacts, I had to use the runes of the older worlds, which I used to call the Elders. The locals rarely donned full armor, trusting their magical protection more, However, during the wars they still had artifact cuirasses, bracers, and some other elements of protection that provided additional protection. Although there was an exception, Templars and Wanderers, they had full armor, and they didn't go hiking in the Deadlands without it. Because the hordes of undead that could be found there very often consisted of weak skeletons that could not penetrate the protection of good armor, so they did not have to spend mana on magical protection. Since Darren became a trendsetter of local fashion, he began to order clothes from him, into which magical threads were woven. Thanks to the drink of such mana, the clothes acquired rigidity and served as protection, no worse than a veil. But this bug set me up. I sent a secret package for Raya and Lillian with a bunch of fashionable clothes and underwear. I even know who his accomplice was. Mia, of course, refused, but no one else could find out their sizes and do it. Well, Ajax didn't do it, and now I had to order new clothes with each batch of materials, paying for them, of course, with my slave labor for Darren. Since I often hung around the construction site or the Ajax base, I came up with the idea to create a temporary training ground with Mia not far from them, hiding the barrier from prying eyes with the help of artifacts. It was there that we spent my free time sparring with Mia, and sometimes we organized joint training sessions with my friends or Ajax fighters, but the latter still trained under the AP, and for the most part Mia and I were moving targets, which received a lot of hardware and our defense. In the first year, Mia didn't really count on me as a rival. She saw me more as a know-it-all teacher like Darren. However, after I recovered and began to slowly push through the local space, opening up my possibilities without using crutches, she began to realize who she really served. The girl possessed the element of lightning, and her favorite battle tactic was hand-to-hand combat using lightning-covered arms and legs. She hardly mastered long-range spells, but she mastered the Xertus clan's movement technique almost perfectly. The speed of her jerks with quick attacks with her feet was impressive. If I wasn't sure that Mia wasn't exactly distorting space, I would have thought that she was teleporting. She also mastered the armor reinforced by the elements, and that's it. The Xertus clan were primarily swordsmen, so all their attacking techniques were not suitable for her. She carried a dagger with her, but she could only use Dragon Claw with it, a technique that concentrated all mana at the tip to enhance the penetrating effect of the blow. The most interesting thing is that she filled the dagger with this technique and just threw it. I understand why Damon chose Mia. Although her fighting style was not suitable, her talent for concealing spells and lightning-fast movements with attacks made her an ideal killer, able to retreat after an attack or finish off the remaining ones. Basically, she already has her own fighting style. I'll teach her a couple of spells and try to train the rest. The 15th day of the second month of falling leaves in 949, Mia was breathing heavily, lying on the wooden floor of our small training hall, which was located in one of the extensions to my new estate, the construction of which was completed a couple of weeks ago. I broke down the barriers that served to protect this hall from destruction during our sparring sessions. She could stay under constant acceleration from her new technology created by us for longer and longer. Even at the beginning of training, she was fast enough that I had to use space control and teleportation to dodge her punches, but now she manages to catch me at the end point and strike at the armor. But she lacks stamina, too much mana consumption, and high body load. All this can be corrected with potions that we order for her and artifacts, the materials for which Ajax's squad must deliver. What really bothers me is her changed attitude towards me. From being respectful as a teacher, which helps her with her knowledge, to clearly flirting with me as a partner who has become worthy of her. And I was also glad in the first months that she began to show more of her real emotions and stopped being just a faithful tool, becoming a reliable colleague and friend. Raya also noticed these changes. Interested glances, walking around the house and revealing outfits, light touches. My fox, who had never seen her as a rival before, and was not jealous at first, eventually began to worry about her place next to me, as a lover. And it seems that you argued with her about something, and even got into a fight. I already thought that Raya had defended her, but from that day on, all these hints and flirtations only became more frequent. It is unlikely that Mia intimidated her friend, and she stopped showing her displeasure. They've agreed on something, I guessed. Damn. You need to be careful not to be provoked. We'll wait until the boots and gloves arrive, and as soon as I finish converting them into artifacts, we will adjust our training, I said, extending my hand to Mia to help her up. Okay, Kai, the girl said with a smile, taking my hand and pulling herself up to stand up, clearly putting in enough strength to fly into my arms. Oh, clinging to me, she tried to pretend that she was very uncomfortable. Well, yes, of course. It's just an accident. Yeah, I believed it. Pulling away from her, I couldn't resist rolling my eyes at these ridiculous games, and then turned around and headed for the living area. The estate turned out well. However, additional construction teams had to be involved to speed up construction. The two-story building of the main house with an extensive basement. To build the foundation, a mixture similar to concrete was used, with the addition of some alchemical decoctions for strengthening. The main material for the construction of the house and outbuildings was an enchanted tree. It seems that it was mostly transported from the Republic, and some of it was bought nearby from the Imperials. But local wood was also used, treating it with some kind of solution. On the ground floor there was a kitchen with a dining room, which had to be included in the construction plan. Otherwise, Raya threatened to stop cooking. Well, she was satisfied with the result and often created her masterpieces on it. Masterpieces, because of which my friends came to visit me often, who tried out her food at the celebration, on the occasion of the completion of construction, and now drove to me, spending more than an hour on the road in one direction. The rest of the ground floor was occupied by a spacious corridor and a couple of halls. The first one is accessed by an arch from the corridor. It has a fireplace, upholstered sofas and armchairs for burning time for a relaxing holiday. Double doors lead to the second hall. Here, most of the room is occupied by a massive round table, around which chairs are arranged. The cabinets that lined the walls were mostly empty now. They contained only books with runes that I bought for myself, and a few maps, which Mar seemed to have brought. The second floor consisted of bedrooms and a couple of small bathrooms with all amenities. The master bedroom has a private bathroom, which was accessed inside the room. There were also 3 guest bedrooms, one of which was occupied by Mia. Of course, it was the one that was closer to us. What is she trying to achieve? Thoughts about the girl slipped through my head. I have set up my workshop and warehouse in the basement. However, part of this basement was occupied by a room with refrigerated cabinets and shelves for wine. I was indifferent to him, but the girls became addicted and replenished the collection. A couple of outbuildings adjoined the estate with the help of a pair of closed passages. The first was the training room, which was accessed by a door from the hall with a fireplace, and the second extension could be accessed from the training room. The second extension was a huge swimming pool. It had a small area with a couple of showers in order to wash off the dirt, but most of it was occupied by the bathhouse itself, 4 meters long and 3 meters wide. Words cannot convey how much I took the trouble to make all the heating constructs on it all over the surface. Mar, having learned about her, brought me a 2-meter statue of a dragon that sat proudly on some rock, wings folded on its back. According to the spirit's idea, hot water was to be supplied from the dragon's mouth. I had to ask the builders to connect pipes to it that came from the artifact that creates water. I was lost in my thoughts as I went to the bathroom that was in my bedroom with Rhea. If I had gone to the bathhouse, Mia would have definitely followed me, but she didn't come in here. Apparently the girls had some kind of agreement and boundaries. Without spending a lot of time taking a bath with the Atari duck, I examined myself in the mirror. Over the past couple of years, the face has grown a little longer, and the facial features have become sharper. I decided to let my hair go a little bit. It reached to my shoulders. The iris of the eyes, due to the constant use of mana in them, had already become almost white. Only the edges reminded of their former color, and remained gray. Maybe in a couple of years I'll let myself have stubble. I looked about 17 or 18 now. I added a little height, and the muscles became more prominent. Fortunately, for mana-filled muscles, volume is not important, and there is no need to turn into a jock to have sufficient strength. I quickly dressed in my favorite loose clothes from the Republic, which consisted of black pants with a white shirt, and put on a black jacket over it, which I did not button up. The dense fabric, with magic threads sewn in, made it not only comfortable clothes, but also gave additional protection. I took the watch my mother had given me from the bedroom, and looked at the time. 9 in the morning. Well, you can have breakfast and visit Lillian and Xander, who did not delay not only the wedding but have already become parents. Delia, my sweet little sister who recently turned 1 year old. She inherited black hair from her mother, and golden eyes from her father, who look at this world with curiosity. When I thought about her, a stupid smile appeared on my face. To be honest, our whole harsh group had it whenever the baby was around. Shaking my head, I put the watch in my pants pocket and went downstairs. The smell of food and coffee was already wafting from the kitchen. It looks like Mia beat me to it and managed to make coffee. Going into the dining room where the girls were already waiting for me, talking about something and sitting down at the table, I smiled, looking at the scrambled eggs with bacon and a piece of fresh bread. Bon appetit! I wished the girls well and started eating. While I was munching my breakfast, I didn't hesitate to look at Rhea. Over the past couple of years, she had grown her hair that cascaded below her shoulder blades. Most often she put it in a bun, but at home she pampered me and walked with it loose. Admittedly, the figure in interesting places became more magnificent, which only pleased me. Noticing my attentive gaze, she looked at me, and I met her gaze with her charming green eyes. She smiled at me and asked if everything was okay, to which I replied that I was just admiring her, to which Mia snorted with displeasure. Mia. During this time, she has hardly changed in appearance, except that her hair has become longer and there is more blue in it. The reason for this was her element, which she filled her body with while using displacement or acceleration techniques. And because of the increased training to reach the limits, the hair color began to change faster. Most often she gathered them in a ponytail, less often plaiting them into a braid, which she liked to throw over her left shoulder. Her robes became more and more fitted to attract attention. She did not wear dresses, referring to the fact that she did not like them, and it was inconvenient to fight in them. But in the hot months, she tried to seduce me with short shorts and a kind of top that left her stomach open. To my reasonable remark that she deprives vulnerable areas of additional protection, she replied that she was confident in her speed and armor, and it's hot in my pants. Well, well. Turquoise eyes stared at me intently, as if waiting for something, and scarlet lips were compressed. I don't know what's going on in her head or what she and Raya are talking about, but I'm afraid it's going to become impossible to ignore this problem soon. Are you going to the city with us, or will you stay at home? I asked my beloved when I finished my coffee. I'll stay. Fleur said she didn't need my help at the store this week and she could handle it on her own. Raya replied, slowly sipping her drink. Good. We'll try to get back early, I said, kissing the girl on the lips, and then headed outside. Mia followed me. At first, I thought of building a stable with a room where we could keep a private carriage, on which we could comfortably get to the city. But Darren pleased me by bringing a carriage that used mana for movement, instead of the manpower of horses. A new commodity for the wealthy elite that can afford to spend mana and gold on storage. For me, with my source, it was the best option. Will you drive, or will you trust me? I asked, stopping by the carriage. I'll leave it to you, Mia said, settling into the passenger seat next to the driver. Darren, apparently, did not change the design of the carriage much yet, leaving it practically untouched, just added a steering wheel and levers to the driver's seat. Well, expanding it for convenience. But the barrier that can be activated to protect against road dust, he probably asked to do so as not to get his suit dirty during the races that he arranges. It took us less than an hour to get to the city, but without horses, and with a protective barrier, you can move much faster. Fortunately, good Imperial roads allow you to do this without the possibility of breaking a wheel, or flying off the road. Our first destination today was Irene and Damien's house. My counselor asked through Mar, who was staying with me yesterday, to meet with her. The trading house of the Saris family seems to have completely finished her off. When the construction was just starting, they urged me to create another ring. They even deigned to describe the symptoms by which I guessed that they could not cure Rose's curse. I guess that's how she repaid the local spirits that attacked her, by hitting them with one of her strongest curses. And while they were suffering from it, the church was able to gain strength and authority, not only in the Empire, but also in other countries that were once part of the Kingdom of Canaires. Most likely, the matriarch of the Great Eye-Scald family suffered from the curse, who received it from union with the patron spirit of their family. Unity was necessary to suppress the uprising of one of the northern clans, which was about 6 years ago. Since then she has disappeared from sight, and the north began to weaken, which gave the emperor an excuse to try to suppress their autonomy and bring the north under his full authority. I didn't think I'd get involved in this, and I certainly didn't want to help clear Rose's curse, so I refused, citing the fact that I couldn't create anything that could help them. But they kept insisting, and Irene and I had to cut ties with them. Apparently, this did not stop them either, or the situation in the north is getting worse, and this is an act of desperation. Leaving the carriage not far from the house of the Eternal Wanderer, I knocked on the door of his house. Irene revealed to us that she seemed to be waiting for me. Warmly embracing her, in greeting, I went inside. Damien didn't seem to be there, and after going into the hall, I sat down on the sofa, waiting for the former spy to collect her thoughts and tell me what was bothering her. Rod Saris wants to meet with you. The heir of the family and his sister are going to castrum for this, Irene finally said, to which I chuckled. Oh, Mia suddenly blurted out, and she looked away from the realization. So they're not doing well. Alyssa knows about me, and most likely guessed who the artifact was. But due to the fact that she keeps her word, she can't tell anyone about it and goes herself to try to personally negotiate with me. I voiced my thoughts on this news. They will try to find me through you. They are unlikely to threaten the wife of one of the council members. But Alyssa might try to hint at getting to know me. Lillian told me about your meeting. What should I say to her? Irene asked calmly. That I can't help you. Of course. I don't want to go into conflict with them. But I don't want to help them either, I replied, getting up from the couch. We're going to Lillian's. Will you come with us? Squeeze Delia. Of course, Irene said happily and got up from her chair and began to pack. Already on the way to the carriage, I asked her if they would like to have a child themselves, to which she sighed sadly, complaining that Damien, because of his immortality, was not eager to go through the loss of his family again, and he hoped that I could help him prolong Irene's life. He seems to think I'm omnipotent, although I've almost finished his eye, so we'll be torturing him with an implantation soon. Maybe he'll forget himself in joy, and you can take advantage of the chance, I said, deciding to cheer up Irene. It's okay, Kai. Don't worry about us. You have enough problems of your own, she said, settling inside the carriage with Mia. The girls decided to chat about something girly. My mother greeted me with a joyful smile, holding Delia in her arms. The little girl carefully examined the guests who had come to them. Hi, Mom. Hello, Delia, I said, approaching my sister, which caused her gaze to focus on me, and she smiled and began to kick her legs. Delia is glad to see Kai. Isn't she, my sunshine? Mom said, and buried her lips in the top of her daughter's head. Come on in. I'll ask Viola to make you some tea. Or is a herbal decoction better? Tea will be enough, I replied. The others expressed tacit agreement, and the maid named Viola, whom Xander hired to help Lillian, bowed and left to make tea for us. Visiting Lillian, we sat for a couple of hours talking about current affairs and tormenting our little sister with attention, who eventually got completely tired of us and fell asleep. After saying goodbye to my mom and dropping Irene off at home, I decided to go to Mars. He didn't seem to be going camping these days, and I had to pick up the maps he had prepared for my visit to the Deadlands. He met us at the entrance. I found out that I was approaching the press. You can't hide anything from him. At least he can't read thoughts through her. Have you missed me already? We saw each other at a wonderful dinner yesterday. I keep trying to persuade Ophelia to learn how to cook from Raya, but she complains about her lack of talent for it. He said, meeting us. He shook my hand tightly and then hugged Mia. They became good friends when he helped her gain experience in combat with opponents like him. Nevertheless, during this time he managed to reach the rank of conqueror. I fell with a vessel and strengthen his spirit. The girl guessed that he was not an ordinary person, but she did not ask questions, preferring to learn about everything from our stories. Mar has not changed much in appearance. His face and temples are still shaved. Only his eyes have changed their color to dark blue. He preferred to wear leather armor with metal inserts, and even now, there was a scabbard with the inescapable on his belt. He gave this name to his 1.5 sword, which was made for him, as he says, by the best blacksmith in the city. And I, having a full set of tools and materials, made it an artifact worthy of the great Mardos. Behind his back, a scabbard with a knife, made from a warg's fang, was attached to his belt, with runes added to it for the concentration of mana on the tip. Still, the blade of this knife is not particularly sharp, but it looks good for piercing or throwing. On his finger, among the other rings I made with the properties that he wanted, there was one modest ring that did not attract attention, but it has the most desirable property of spatial storage for him. Such a ring was made by me and a single copy to date. However, after creating it and testing for stability, I started the production of several similar ones, with the only difference that they will have an activator label. But for these plans, a lot of rare materials were needed, so for now everything was postponed. I came to get the maps. I'm going to visit the places you marked in the near future and investigate the situation with the Rose domain. I gave the reason for my arrival, having created a spell of silence around us before that. That's good because more and more people from the Dragon Empire can be found in the lands, and there are fewer undead. We need to make sure that no one gets into the capital of the Old Kingdom before you and I get there. Mar shared with me what was bothering him. I'll look for Lich or the other Rose students Damien told me about. Maybe we can come to an agreement with them if they know who you and I are. Should I come with you or can you and Mia handle it? What is it? He asked, beckoning with his hand. We'll manage. At the same time we'll test how Darren's carriage behaves in the Deadlands. Horses don't seem to suffer so much anymore. They can even now be used to get far inland. Yes, but the roads there are destroyed, so I'm not sure that your carriage will pass. Horses fortunately do it better. Already inside the house, he said, and went to one of the cabinets where he began to look for the maps I needed. I think I can handle it. I smiled mysteriously. Having found everything he needed, he came up to me and gave me the cards. Soaring spits are not enough for you. Have you decided to make flying carriages now? What is it? He asked with a grin, recalling our trip to Castrum. Slightly bouncing on very bad sights. Okay, let's not stop you from spending time with Ophelia. See you later, Mar. I said goodbye to him and headed for the exit. Well, I guess there's nothing else to do today. It's time to go home. The 16th day of the second month of falling leaves in 949. Don't go. Raya muttered in a half-doze and snuggled closer to me when I tried to get out of bed. Okay, I'll have to lie next to her for another hour. However, I wanted to spend more time working on the artifacts until the morning. After a couple of hours, Raya turned over. I was able to get dressed without waking the girl, and quietly left the bedroom and went down to the basement. Turning on the magic lamp on my desk, I examined the almost finished scimitar that Mar had given me. During these peaceful years, it was almost never taken out of its scabbard, and I could only start working on it by finishing the sword for the spirit. The necessary constructs on the blade have already been applied with the help of an engraver. It remains to fill part of its lines with an alloy of white iron with iridium. This alloy is best suited for using white mana and combining it with dark mana. Taking the tool from the table that I used to melt the wire, prepared in advance, I began to fill in the contours I needed with it. After finishing the job a few hours later, he began to grind the blade to remove excess metal from the surface. At the end, after polishing the scimitar, I smiled contentedly. Well, now you're completely ready, I said, admiring him. I put the raven's wing into the scabbard, which I modified by adding several mounts with storage devices to them, and also created constructs to accelerate the filling of the blade with mana in the scabbard and facilitate the use of some spells. After putting it on the gun rack for now, I decided to take a break and went upstairs to make myself a coffee. Sitting at the table with a cup of cappuccino in front of me, I stared at one point, wondering what to do with the spear. The only things I've added to it over the years are runes of control and levitation to make it easier to fight with it. It is necessary to accurately add a spatial mark, similar to the one that was applied to the shank of the scimitar, hidden under the handle. Thanks to her, I will be able to both move to the weapon and move it to myself. It will also make it easier to use it instead of dark swords created from mana, and allow it to be used for my sword fighting style. After finishing my coffee, I went back downstairs and pulled up a couple of cases that had been lying on the edge of the table. One of them had an eye for Damien. After checking the constructs completed last night and the integrity of the artifact once again, I closed the lid. The second one contained a Tyrian blank ring for my spatial storage. I've already tried using the storage simply by using a construct created only from mana. The things placed there came back, and it seemed stable, but with this world it is better to be safe and make a ring for yourself by tying the spatial storage to it. I took an engraver and started creating the first ring with a spatial storage and a construct for activating my personal marks. I'm going to use them so that only the owners of such rings have access to my future creations. Still, since the trader Eric managed to use the spatial gate created by Rose, then with the right materials I can create my own. I finished with the ring in the morning, and having imbued the spatial storage construct, activated it. What would you put in there? Oh. My gaze caught on the second knife from Varg's fang, which was gathering dust in my workshop. Taking it, I mentally activated a part of the construct on the ring and the knife disappeared, and focusing on the vault and wishing the knife back in my hand, it immediately materialized back. That's fine. I'll test it for a couple of days and then I can start throwing my arsenal in there. I said out loud, pleased that I wouldn't have to carry a bunch of bags with me. The second ring will have to be made for Mar, but he knows how to use them, and the copy that I created for him earlier has a small volume and is made of a cheaper alloy. I'll wait with the rest for now. They'll have to be taught how to use such a convenient thing. When I went up to the first floor, I ran into Ibo, who had been running around all day yesterday. Apparently she had returned quite recently. Meow. She greeted me, staring at me. Kneeling beside her, he created a sphere of white mana, which she immediately absorbed. Over the years, her spirit has been formed and strengthened. We will have to try to sign a contract with her so that she can receive mana through him and develop even faster. Rubbing against my legs in gratitude, she slowly went about her important feline business. The girls are still not heard on the ground floor. Okay. I'll wait until they wake up on their own. With these thoughts, I headed to the meeting room, where I laid out Mars maps on the table last night for study. I decided to take another look at them and think about which way to the places that aroused the spirit's interest would suit Mia and me better. When he heard footsteps on the ground floor, he took out his watch to find out the time. It's almost 11 o'clock. After leaving the hall, he went to the kitchen, where Raya was sitting sleepy and rumpled. Mia was not in sight. Is this morning not so good? I asked Rhea, who couldn't wake up. Yeah. Can we go to the store? Let's eat the sweets that Fleur bakes, the girl suggested, apparently did not want to cook. You can. Have you seen Mia? I asked Rhea. To which she shook her head negatively. I'm going to look for her. You get ready for now. Mia found herself in the training room, where she practiced her punches without using mana. Raya suggested going to the store for breakfast, although it's more like lunch. Will you go? I asked the girl when she stopped, noticing me. Yes. I'll get ready now. You can go to the headquarters. Maybe there are messages from the master. She said, to which I nodded affirmatively and headed out into the street, passing through the house. I decided to get some air while I'm waiting for them, and at the same time, I'll inspect the carriage on the topic of where runes for levitation can be placed. The girls gathered pretty quickly, even though Rhea was still sleepy. They settled inside, and it looks like I'm doomed to be a cab driver now. First, we stopped at the headquarters of the Republican Intelligence Service, which has grown greatly in Castrum. In recent years, due to the presence of builders and some personalities, such as Ajax detachments, it has become increasingly common in the city to say that Republicans have come to replace the Fiam family. But since nothing else was happening except for their presence, the matter did not progress beyond the conversation. However, the freed builders immediately began the construction of new buildings for the trading house of the Republic. The church and the city council have made an announcement that the time has come for direct trade with the Republic. The residents of the city will no longer have to travel to neighboring cities for their goods. Previously, this was most likely prevented by the Archbishop and the Fiam family of Zaslans. There was no particularly interesting news at the headquarters, only that a caravan with my materials was due to arrive soon, and Ajax accompanied it. Our next stop was a shop. We opened it before we moved into a new house, and it has already worked for several months. As soon as I moved my workshop to the estate, I equipped the basement of the shop with everything necessary for baking on the scale of a small bakery. The girls put up a sign and held a free tasting on the first day to attract some customers. Over time, they had a small number of regulars who, like me, were fans of buns and sweets. To be honest, I did not think that Fleur would wait for the opening and would not give up the idea, but it seems that she was tired of the role of a waitress, and she was happy to try on a new one, a baker. She even decided to move here so as not to waste time on the road. Hello, Fleur. Is there anything for a couple of hungry mouths? I asked when I got to the counter, and the girls took an empty table at that time. Good afternoon, Kai. Sure, she said, looking at the window with today's assortment of flour, choosing what to feed us. Taking advantage of her distraction, he left her a couple of gold coins and went to the table. She did not express her displeasure after me. She understood that the shop did not bring much income and existed for the time being on my gold, and this seemed to weigh her down like hell. I treated this place like a supply of goodies for days like this, when Rhea is not in the mood to pamper us. Mar, who also now shared my passion for sweets, often came here with his squad, supporting the girl's venture with his wealth. Soon Fleur brought a tray with a bunch of croissants and donuts with sprinkles to our table. After leaving for a while to get a pot of mint tea, she sat down at our table, asking Ross to take over for her. And the kind Fleur decided to take him to her as an assistant, thereby freeing Raya from daily trips to the store. I didn't mind as long as he didn't harm the store. It is not difficult to find coins to pay for his work. While the girls were paying more attention to the conversations, I was eating donuts with sprinkles and even managed to get dirty in the sprinkles, but I didn't pay much attention to it. At that moment, 3 guests came into the shop. My attention was attracted by their ranks, which I felt with my control of the space that I had recently kept within a radius of 5 meters from myself. As soon as I looked up, I met the gaze of a pair of bright blue eyes that looked at me in surprise. "Trouble," I said, licking my fingers, thereby attracting the attention of the girls sitting next to me. I examined the scowling man with black hair, touched with gray at the temples, who looked at me contemptuously with his brown eyes. And then he turned his gaze to Alyssa's companion, who was younger than her, was the owner of white hair, now gathered in a bun, held by a hairpin similar to a knitting needle, and bright blue eyes that stared at the frozen daughter of the Ceres family with incomprehension. What did Mom say? White hair and blue eyes are a sign of the heiress of the great Iskald family. I said it quite loudly, which displeased the man who came towards me. Alyssa, coming to her senses and not fully realizing what she was doing, stepped between us. "No, we don't need conflict," she said. "I'm just going to teach the boys some manners," he said in a displeased tone, to which I only grinned. Still, I was more amused by the situation, especially the way Alyssa was trying to avoid conflict, realizing how it could end for them. But Mia, who was sitting next to me, was angry at the arrogant attitude of the dork towards me. I even felt her thirst for murder, which she had not shown before. Yeah, well, no one has dared to treat me like that since she was around. Calm down, Mia. It is not necessary to offend our dear customers that they have clearly forgotten that they are not in the Empire, and how representatives of the nobility are treated in the city after the intervention of the Fiam family in its affairs. Suddenly, Rhea said calmly and looked at Alyssa and grinned angrily. "Fleur, can you take care of our customers and help them with their choice?" Fleur got up from the table in a soft tone and went to the counter. "Please follow me. I am sure you will be surprised by the range of pastries and sweets that we can offer in our modest bakery." Alyssa exhaled and turned to Fleur. At the same time, the man turned a look full of hatred and malice at Raya, which in turn angered me. Using my footsteps, I found myself next to him. Well, the experienced and strong conqueror, Ivy, managed to create a veil and swing at me, but he did not expect that his defense would not withstand even one blow. Having struck him in the chest, breaking his veil and knocking the air out of his chest, I easily got away from his attempt to reach me. He was much slower than Mia. The next was a blow to his leg, now devoid of protection, which caused him to fall to one knee. It seems that realizing that the opponent is clearly stronger than he thought, he tried to break the distance with me with a jerk, but immediately crashed into my barrier, with which I covered my girls. His hand reached for the sword and armor began to form around his body. It seems that he decided that the games were over, and it was time to punish the youngster. All the fun was ruined by Alyssa, who stood between us again, while covering the man and looking at me in fright. "Kai, please don't. We don't want to fight," she cried out, and she created a veil around herself. "Sheathe your sword. Burnt. You showed disrespect to the people of this city, for which you were reminded that appearances can be deceiving, and an act can cost us our lives," the young girl said in a cold tone. "Mistress, he dared." He began to speak, but when he met the gaze of his mistress, he obeyed and scattered his armor, sheathed his sword. "It seems that the North still has a chance to defend its freedom," I said with a grin, and after removing the barrier, I went to the table, passing by Alyssa. I said, Don't bother Irene, your family has already caused her problems with their impatience. I sat down at the table and went back to eating the donut, pretending that I didn't care about the rest. Mia kept her eyes on the arrogant man whose name was Burnt, and Rhea looked at Alyssa with a winning smile. The girl from the Ice-Cult family rewarded me with a thoughtful look, after which, with the help of Fleur, she chose pastries for herself and her companions and settled down on the sofa, waiting for her sweets with tea. Alyssa and Burnt sat on the sofa opposite her and silently waited for her orders. "Whose side are you on, daughter of the Saris family?" Burnt muttered in displeasure, unable to stand the silence. "I saved our lives," Alyssa said softly, looking at her friend, who was now trying to put all the information she had received together. "So you knew who the artifact was? And about his abilities too. He is the reason for your miraculous escape. And he is also an artifact who has bestowed unexpected favor on the Saris family." Esther said, understanding the reason for her friend's behavior. Although it was a shame that she did not say anything, it could be considered a betrayal, if only. "The price of life is silence." "Yes," Alyssa replied in a subdued voice, agreeing with her friend. "I don't think he could have beaten me if I'd been serious." Esther's bodyguard, dissatisfied with his defeat, declared, "If they had decided to kill you instead of beating you for the look that you dared to throw at the Lady of the Heart, then Alyssa would not have had time to save you," the heiress of the Ice-Cult family said, and, casting a cursory glance in the direction where the young man and the girls were sitting, added, "But I think the one with the unusual hair wouldn't play with you and would just kill you." "And you're on his side too, mistress," the man said dejectedly. "I'm just sharing my observations. And your behavior has worsened our already deplorable situation," Esther said. At that moment a tray of pastries and ordered tea were brought to their table. "Thank you," Esther said with a smile. Fleur bowed and left them and went to the table where she had been sitting. "What are the chances now that he will agree to help us?" the white-haired girl asked, looking at her friend. "I don't know. I didn't know him well at first. And at the first meeting he was interested in my appearance, which is why I hoped that I could use this to convince him to listen to us and to us. But right now, there was only indifference in his gaze," Alyssa said, and there was a note of despair in her voice. She unconsciously touched her finger, which once had an engagement ring on it. "It's understandable why you decided to break off the engagement. But I was too hasty. It's not like you," Esther said and took a bite of the donut she had brought. "It's delicious. Now I understand why we were advised to visit this shop." When I finished eating the goodies, I looked towards the guests from the north. They were clearly in no hurry to leave, or perhaps they were waiting for us to leave. The heiress of the Ice-Cult family sometimes looked in my direction, not trying to hide her interest in my person. After waiting for Rhea to discuss the shop topics with Fleur, we left the table and headed for the exit. While he was letting the girls go ahead, he noticed how the daughter of the Ice-Cult family got up from her seat, and saying something to her companions, headed for the exit. "Okay, let's hear what she has to say," I thought, went outside and waited for her outside. The girl came out almost immediately after me and came closer and spoke. "Please forgive my defender. He is very short-tempered, but has many other qualities that cover this disadvantage." Slightly bowing her head, indicating an apology, she said, "It is unusual that a noble girl bows her head to someone like me. My name is Esther, and I am the heiress of the great Iskald family, as you have noticed from my appearance." "And what does the heiress of a great family want from my humble person?" I asked. Without introducing myself, I decided to see how she would react to the violation of the rules of etiquette of the nobility. "I want to discuss with you the possibility of your helping my family. You don't have to worry about etiquette or position. I won't be offended by their violations," she said with a sweet smile, clearly having calculated me. "Smart and insightful," I said with a grin. "Yes," he agreed without modesty. "Good. We can talk at my place, but without Alyssa and the guard. I need to warn them so that they don't create new problems by losing me." Having said that, she went back into the shop. I went to our carriage, which was standing not far from the exit. Esther must have noticed where the girls were going. Mia and Rhea were watching our conversation, but they didn't question me. But, it seems, They regretted it when they saw that the white-haired girl came out of the shop and was walking in our direction. "I invited you to visit. Do not offend on the way," I said, opening the carriage door. When the girls and Esther were settled inside, I closed the door behind them and took the driver's seat and drove towards the house. "We can't let her go like this," Bernd exclaimed, looking after the departing carriage in which his mistress was. "You heard the order. If you continue to be self-willed, you will make things even worse. Come on. We need to find my brother before he starts bothering the mediator of the artifact," Alyssa said and headed towards the cab that had barely managed to disembark the passengers. "What were my chances of winning?" the man asked in a serious tone, following the girl. "I don't know, but if he wanted you dead, he would have easily killed you while you were relaxed and missed the first blows." The daughter of the Saris family shared her opinion. "It's not so easy to kill the conqueror. You know. Even if we break through the defenses, we're pretty resilient." Bernd disagreed. "I won't argue. Just don't make it difficult for Esther to negotiate. We need his help, and we don't have much to offer in return. Have you seen his carriage?" Suddenly changing the subject, the girl asked. "Yes. There aren't any in the north yet, but I've heard of them in the imperial capital." The man shared his awareness. "And he has it. Probably the only one in Castrum. It's more complicated than I thought. We need to talk to my brother and figure out how we can help Esther," Alyssa said aloud and, having agreed with the driver, got into the carriage. "Is she safe with him?" "Still, our enemies may find out about the trip and try to take advantage of the fact that she left her hometown," the man said in a worried tone. "I think she'll be safer with him in the city, and our wise Esther will not quarrel with him and go into conflict." The girl replied, "We got home without incident." I immediately invited Esther into the hall with a fireplace, and she took a chair. Mia offered coffee to our guest and she agreed, although she clearly did not understand what kind of drink she was offered. Raya kissed me on the cheek, asked me not to get into adventures and went upstairs. I, having thrown a couple of logs into the fireplace, activated an artifact in it, which for a while created a flame in order to light the firewood, after which it turned off, and the firewood continued to crackle comfortably in the fireplace. I sat down in the chair opposite Esther and waited in silence until she decided to start a conversation. She was in no hurry, obviously thinking about what she had seen around her. Maybe she even tried to ask the girls while we were driving. Mia came into the hall and put our drinks on the table next to the chairs and sofa. It looks like she decided to feel sorry for our guest and made her a cappuccino. Esther took a sip, and a sad smile appeared on her face, as if she realized something. "You know, now I understand why you refused my requests, transmitted through the Alicia family," she said, peering into the flames of the fireplace. "Will you tell me?" I asked with interest how much she was able to find out about me, without asking her why she decided to stop calling me you, although initially she should not have been in her position. I was able to get Alyssa to let me know what she saw and what was going on in Castrum, the girl said, and noticing my displeasure hurried to add, "Don't blame her for that. She didn't say anything about who saved her, or how." So Alyssa kept her word. "Are you worried about your friend? Maybe then you shouldn't have forced her to talk?" I asked the question. Maybe you shouldn't have, but I was in despair. My mother is dying of a curse. The imperial family of Gold, which was once close to us, wants to use this to gain full power in the north by removing my family. And now, the ray of hope for healing and the opportunity to fight back disappears once we share the secret of the curse. What was I supposed to think then? "What is it?" she asked, most likely to herself, and fell silent, considering what to say next. I didn't rush her, enjoying my coffee. Mia had already finished her drink, but she wasn't going to leave. The artifactor who found out our secret and cut off all ties with the Saris family still lived somewhere in Castrum. There was still a chance to buy his help. That's what I thought when I came to visit Alyssa to find out all the details from her family. And how surprised I was when my friend, who was ready to condemn herself to marriage with the crows of the Emperor in order to protect me, began to avoid me and tried not to talk to me about Castrum affairs. Guilt was eating at her. She couldn't hide it. All she had to do was knock at least some clue out of her. Esther was telling me the story leading up to her arrival, not taking her eyes off me, wanting to see my reaction to her words. But I needed a reason, and it was easy to find him in her room. She clearly did not expect that someone would dare to rummage through her things. A well-mannered girl who grew up in the love and care of her family and servants. It's strange that she wasn't disappointed in you after that, I said, because I was wondering how Esther felt about her action. I forgave her for hiding from me that she knew who the artifact that created the ring was, and convinced her to forgive my trick for that. Esther replied without hiding her smile. You'll hope to decide. Shakus in rhyme. With the help of her personal notes and extracted answers that do not relate to the topic of who helped her survive the attack, I was able to find out that the appearance of the artifact in the city coincided with her rescue and even with the events that caused the defeat of the servants of the great Fiam family. Someone very strong, dangerous, and possessing not only unusual spells like the one that covered the auction, but also knowledge of how to cure the curse, came to the city. That's what Alyssa knew, but she couldn't tell me because if I found out about it I could figure you out. Esther paused, finishing the story of how she found out about me, so other families might find out about me. I was thinking that I had left too many traces. They can. But without knowledge about the artifact, it will be more difficult. And I only found out that it was you at the bakery. Alyssa was too afraid of you, and that you would kill Burnt. Finishing her already cold coffee, the girl said, "But all this does not explain your words about the fact that you know the reason for my refusal to heal." I hinted to Esther to finish the story and move on to the main part. "Did you tire me with your revelations?" she asked with a grin. "A little bit. Maybe I have to rush to the city to get rid of all the witnesses, and you're stalling. Apart from Alyssa and me, I don't think anyone can put it all together. And she won't go against you," Esther said in a calm tone, not believing in my desire to get rid of them. "I don't know who you are, but your knowledge, abilities, and very unusual connections make you look like a sorceress who was once born in the kingdom of Canares and almost restored it to its former greatness, until the spirits of the great families of the empire crushed it." At these words, Esther stared into my eyes without blinking, waiting for my reaction. Judging by the way her eyes widened when I activated my mana in them, and the same sad smile appeared on her face that appeared after the first sip of coffee, she guessed even then whose lair she had entered, and that she was unlikely to leave it alive, unless she could negotiate. "Will you kill me right away, or will we talk first?" She broke the silence. "Does it make sense? You are the heir of a great family, and are associated with those who are responsible for the appearance of the dead lands, and all you have is the time I need to prepare. And if you blab about what you've learned, enemies will come to my doorstep, just like they came to Rose. Expanding my control of space," I said. "I've already let Alyssa survive. And what has that led to? All I want is to save my mother and free the North from the whims of the Emperor. I am ready to pay any price for your help in fulfilling my desires. Or do you think that children should be responsible for the sins of their parents?" Esther didn't defend herself, just looked at me, waiting for an answer. "In what position is your patron spirit?" Ignoring her question, I asked mine. "All her strength goes into trying to keep the curse from ending her existence. The Emperor probably knows that the spirit does not have the strength to protect us, and my mother is also struck by the curse that she got from the spirit." The girl answered almost immediately. "The life of the spirit and the rebellion of the North against the Empire is the price of your mother's life. Your life will be in my absolute power from today on." I believed in Alyssa's word, and that's what my mercy led to. I said the terms on which I was ready to help Esther. "If the North rises now, we will be destroyed. I'm sure you have plans to deal with the spirits of the great families and the Emperor. If the allies loyal to my family have more training opportunities, we will be able to provide better assistance. Give me time to think about how to win it, and I'll agree to the terms. We can conclude a magic contract now," Esther said hurriedly, afraid that I would change my mind. "No. Accept my brand," I said, getting up and walking towards her. "Can I find out what awaits me?" Esther showed her fright, and after I shook my head negatively, she sighed heavily. "What should I do? The brand will be visible on the body. It is better to place it closer to the heart." Leaning over the seated heiress of the Iskalt family, I said. "Undressing means," the girl said, lowering her gaze, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. You'd make a good actress, I said, chuckling. No, I'm serious, she shouted, blushing even more. At that moment Mia, who was watching us, giggled. Old enough to make such decisions, but too young to be naked in front of a man, she said, getting up from her seat. Do you mind if I help her get ready? You shouldn't embarrass her and stare at her like that. The girl will get married later. You can take the bedroom upstairs and get some sheets or towels to cover up all the shame, I said, smiling, noticing how Esther was embarrassed by my words. It would be better to hide it under your chest if there is one, of course. There is, the girl shouted angrily, looking up at me. Look how easily she lost control, but it was only worth it. A poke from Maya interrupted me. She agreed to give you her life. Maybe you won't laugh at her. Mia sided with the girl. I'll call you when I get her ready. Will it take a long time to apply the stigma? 10 minutes, maybe 20. It depends on its channels and the development of the body. I said, let's go. Don't waste your time, Mia said, heading upstairs, and Esther followed her, giving me a look full of anger mixed with embarrassment. Rhea called me upstairs. Apparently Mia told her everything and asked for help. Or she didn't trust Esther and didn't want to leave her unattended. Why the stigma? My beloved asked the question, apparently knowing about his capabilities. Ah, the girl doesn't know what it's for. He will prove his loyalty and usefulness. I will tell you about the advantages. With her status and talents, she would make a good ally. If not, then only the disadvantages will remain. Or I use it for control. I shared my thoughts with Rhea. So, for now, treat her as an ally and not your prisoner, I said, and went inside. Esther was lying on the bed, all wrapped up in sheets. Only a fragment of skin under her left breast was exposed. Yeah, they made a mummy out of her. How are you going to undress in front of your husband with such shyness? I said, and judging by the way the mummy moved, she was unhappy. Okay, relax and don't get in the way. He touched her skin with his hand, starting to create a construct of his brand with the help of mana. First, dark mana from the source to create the outer circle, then white for the center. Having finished creating the brand construct, he used white mana, invading Esther's body to find channels. Yeah, these will do for us. The heiress seemed to have been well trained, and knew how to help with the creation of wide channels, capable of withstanding a large amount of mana. He attached the contours of his spell to her channels that ran next to her heart. The girl felt my intrusion, and she didn't like it. But she tried not to resist. Having created enough connections of the brand with her channels, he took out his mana from her body. After that, in his temple of the soul, he created a copy of the brand and connected it with threads with her brand, starting to fill it with mana. Well, we're done here, I said when I had imbued her brand with enough of my mana and severed the connecting threads. It won't be difficult to restore them now. It's enough for her to be next to me. Damien probably got Rose's mana in the same way while he was with her, and then I had to travel to the territory of her domain so that the stigma would be fueled by it. Only if Rose granted immortality to the body and enhanced regeneration in this way, then I gave completely different possibilities. Do not delay with your plans how to give the North time. I hope to hear from you in the coming days. You can stay in this room for now. Without further embarrassing Esther with my presence and warning Raya that I would be in the workshop, I went down to the basement. I had to work on the spear. In the bathhouse, which Kai was so proud of, there were now 3 girls who were enjoying the hot water, and if Rhea and Mia were sitting next to each other and talking quietly about something, then Esther was sitting on the opposite wall and touching the symbol under her chest, thinking about what she had gotten herself into in the end. And what can this man do to her using his brand? He didn't even tell her anything, just confronted her with the fact. But she had no choice, as she had told him. She was ready to do anything to save her mother. And, to be even more honest, for the sake of saving yourself from fate, become the wife of the one the Emperor points out, and not the proud daughter of the great Iskald family, which always choose their own husbands. And how long will she live like this? Maybe, having seized power, they will immediately get rid of it. Such sad thoughts were reflected on her face. One of the girls noticed it when talking to her. If you become a loyal ally for him, you will soon realize that you were gifted today, and not put on a collar, the red-haired girl said, getting to her feet and heading for the exit. Esther just nodded at her, indicating that she had heard her. The 17th day of the second month of falling leaves in 949, stayed in the workshop yesterday, working on a spear, and maybe I would have stayed the night. But this did not suit Raya, and turning on the feminine art of persuasion, she persuaded me to spend the night in the bedroom. Fortunately, the night was calm, and no one tried to storm the barriers of the estate, although I had thoughts that the heiress's bodyguard would disobey and try to break into us. Today, Raya got up earlier than the others and was in a good mood. I was the one who had to be woken up for breakfast. I ate my breakfast rather leisurely, thinking about what I should do with the problems of the north. It won't be difficult to kill a weakened spirit, but it would be better if Mar took care of it. Perhaps he could absorb some of her spirit essence for himself. But he would have to make sure that Rose's curse did not touch him. It will be more difficult to clear it from the curse, but it acts differently on spirits than on people. Thinking about this, I looked at Esther, who was looking thoughtfully at her plate. "Have you figured out how to buy time?" I asked her. "There is one way that would have been a guarantee of security for the North if I had taken on the role of a hostage. The only advantage in it for me was that the Emperor would subdue the North in a gentle way, removing or persuading the dissenters, and not bringing his legions and guards of noble families to our lands to suppress the rebels, while destroying many lives." I shared what I knew about the Emperor's plans. "Esther, would you sit in the castle as a hostage? I don't think the northern clans would allow such a thing," I said, grinning. "No. The proposal was announced to me personally, and only Alicia and her family know about it. I was supposed to enroll in the Metropolitan Academy, where I would fall in love with the heir of the family needed by the Emperor, most likely from the immensely loyal Twile family, after marrying whom my newly made husband would gradually take away my power over the North." Esther replied to me, and then added her own version of the plan. "But we can do it our way. I will enter the academy, but together with my chosen one, to whom I will be engaged. It is unlikely that this will bother the Emperor much. Rather, he will consider it a straw that he will break when necessary. But it will give us time to heal the mother and prepare." "I let a fox into the house," Raya said with displeasure, hiding her face in her hands, guessing who the guest would ask to become the chosen one. "You are the red fox? She is more like a fox with her white fur," I commented on the girl's statement. "I, the chosen one of the heiress of a great family, should be from the nobility, and I am an ordinary resident of the free city of Castrum, not even a subject of the Empire. It is still possible to create a new family with the approval and support of other noble families, although such a thing is rare now. You just need to come up with a good reason. If you were a bastard, it would be easier," Esther said thoughtfully, and Raya giggled at her last words. Oh, the girl does not know who she has chosen as her chosen one. Kai is the bastard of the Ulver Count family from the Kingdom of Arun, while officially recognized as the heir of the Ardern barony. "But do you know what the most interesting thing is?" Raya asked, looking expectantly at the surprised Esther, and when she shook her head, decided to finish her off. "He is the son of Layla Twile, which means that he has the blood of the very family that they wanted to connect you with. Anyway, everything has become simpler and more complicated at the same time," the daughter of the Ice Skull family said ruefully. "I was already thinking of going to the academy to get to know my enemies better, so I don't mind if you use me as a shield and stall for time in this way. Anyone can enter the academy if they sign a contract to serve with the Empire or pay an impressive tuition fee, but making me your chosen one, even if you can find a reason to let me create a family in the northern lands, will raise a lot of questions and may jeopardize your plans." I shared my opinion. "You can join the family in the Republic of Divar," said Mia, who was listening attentively to us. "They call it home there. And why would any noble house accept me?" "Or are you talking about Darren's house?" I asked questions to understand what Mia meant. "You will marry the daughter of one of the old houses that are in decline, but remain on the list of noble houses. You will become its head. You will put its coats of arms on your clothes. And now you are already a worthy candidate for Esther. It will also explain your close ties with the Republic." Mia told me the details. Obtaining a family in the North or founding a new one in the Republic will raise more suspicions and questions. There was silence at the table. It seemed that everyone was thinking about something different. Only Raya looked at Mia suspiciously and frowned more and more every minute. "And is it so easy to find a daughter of a noble house who will agree to this?" I asked, doubting the offer. In your case, you don't need to look. I am ready to marry you to help you fulfill your plans. The traitor, Raya shouted, throwing a fork at Mia, which caused her to stop. I don't understand your anger. We had an agreement to keep Alyssa away from him, and I'm following it. I just don't understand why you were so worried about her. Kai is clearly indifferent to her, Mia said in a calm tone, looking at the enraged Raya. You're using unfair advantages to get his attention, and you're aiming for the first place. You're in the way, I said in a dissatisfied tone and enveloped the girls in a fog. Having surrounded Mia and Raya with fog depriving them of sound and sight, I looked at Esther, who stared back at me. You didn't kill them, did you? What is it? She asked, meeting my gaze full of fear. No, it's just that their quarrels make it difficult to think. How suitable is the option proposed by Mia? I asked a question. I was thinking what to do with the girls and their incomprehensible games. If you were from the family of the North as I planned, then the Emperor would immediately understand why you are at the Academy. And if we act out our infatuation, then your belonging to the Republic can free the hands of the younger generation. They won't let some upstart get the attention of the heiress of the North. Esther answered me in detail. No problem. Think about other possible options. Do you want to go back to your companions? If possible, it will calm them down. Good. Let's go to the city so you can calm them down. Thanks. Deciding that enough time had passed, I dispelled the fog. Raya calmed down and stared at the point in front of her in frustration. Mia, in turn, looked guiltily at Raya. It seems that the house proposal has only just occurred to her now. Esther and I are going to the city. You will have time to discuss your arrangements and plans that you have come up with regarding me, I said, getting up from the table. The heiress of the Escalt family hurriedly followed me. Are we going to fight? Mia asked, remembering how Raya reacted to the betrayal. No. He will agree to this for the sake of plans, not because he accepted you, the redhead replied. I still have time to get closer to him. I don't understand why you're angry. I didn't try to take him away, I just offered him a suitable option, and if you're so worried, you can consider yourself the first. Or did you decide that since he's not interested in Alyssa, we can forget about our agreement? You are becoming too much in his life, while I am receding into the background. Now you also want to become his wife, bypassing me. How do you think I should have reacted? Looking into the eyes of her reacted. Looking into the eyes of her rival friend, Raya asked. I'm just a loyal companion who will watch my back. I understand that this is due to the fact that in the beginning, I took on this role and did not show interest in more. And now it is more difficult for me to change this attitude towards myself. So if I have such an opportunity, then I will take it. Don't think that I'm trying to take it away or change my attitude towards you. Besides, polygamy is not prohibited in the Republic. You can marry him on the same day as me. Mia tried to convince her friend that her attitude and plans had not changed, and remembering something, added, It will be even easier to rebuild my house this way. It won't work, Raya said softly. He won't have children in this world. Why? Mia asked in surprise, to which Raya silently looked away. After dropping Esther off with her companions who were in the trading house of the Ceres family, I went to the store. Still, I just ran away from home, not wanting to get involved in the girls' arguments. Fleur's assistant was standing behind the counter. Hi Ross, do you have any donuts? I greeted the guy. Hello Mr. Kai. Of course, would you like tea or herbal tea? A couple with tea? Thank you. Thank you. Leaving him a gold piece, I sprawled on the couch, waiting for my sweets. Ross brought my order about 10 minutes later and left me alone to think about tea and sweets. So I sat until the evening, ordering a snack a couple more times. Fleur, who brought me the order, gave me an excited look and wanted to say something, to which I shook my head, indicating that everything was fine. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening and the shop was not supposed to work. In order not to disturb the guys with the cleaning, I said goodbye to them and headed for the carriage. Sitting in the driver's seat, I wondered if it was worth going somewhere or heading home. Having come up with nothing, I headed to the manor. Upon entering the house, I met Ibo, who was clearly waiting for me at the entrance. Can you smell me without a contract? I asked, sitting down in front of her to stroke her. She sprawled on the floor, revealing her secret belly to me. Having fulfilled her duty as a supportive pet, Ibo got up on her paws and made a circle of wipes around me, headed to the kitchen. I decided that the best way to clear my head of unnecessary thoughts would be a workout and headed to the gym. Mia entered the hall about 30 minutes later. Maybe more. I didn't really keep track of time during the exercises with the training sword. Putting the piece of iron on the counter, I stood in front of the girl. "Do you want to chat or fight?" I asked her, not understanding from the strange look in her eyes what she wanted. "I want to know your attitude towards me and whether I have a chance to change it." Apparently tired of the uncertainty, Mia decided to talk directly. "You are a capable girl, and I am ready to entrust you with some of my secrets, killing my enemies in my back." I gave her an honest answer. "You looked at me differently in the first months after my arrival," she said, reminding me of the side effect of healing in the church. "You didn't think I was a man worthy of attention either. So we both changed our attitude towards each other. Raya managed to get a seat next to you. Why am I worse?" she asked defiantly, clearly not going to put up with my attitude towards her as a friend. "Good. If you can win, I'll answer all your questions," I said, activating the mana in my eyes. "I don't have a chance if you're serious," she replied, but channeled mana, preparing to give her all. I activated the artifact barriers in the hall. I hope they will withstand our obviously non-training battle. As soon as I did this, I immediately had to dodge a kick covered with lightning that aimed at my ear, at the same time creating a veil around myself. He broke the distance with a gate, which he used in conjunction with space control to not just make jerks, but teleport. This was the only way I could dodge Mia's blows under reinforcement, and she had already turned it on, because, having barely avoided 2 new kicks, I had to block a blow to the body with my hands from her hand, covered with lightning on top of the armor for reinforcement. Well, the veil broke apart, fortunately blocking the main force of the blow, and I only retreated a couple of steps to regain my balance. The girl seemed determined to achieve victory at any cost, because I felt her kick fall on my shoulder, which was going to pin me to the floor of the hall. I barely walked away from this fate, but my shoulder, which was damaged by the impact and the elements of the girl, rewarded me with a wave of pain. And you decide, she did not let me finish, shutting me up with a new series of blows. I dodged the first 2 and tried to break the distance, but she immediately appeared next to me, and the kick that I missed knocked the air out of my lungs, throwing me against the barrier. And the lightning that penetrated my body rewarded me with a cutaway. Indescribable sensations of muscles contracting at will. Although the clothes had protective threads, they could not protect against the elements of lightning, which could find small gaps in the protection and penetrate through them. It hurts. I don't want to hurt her in return, but she won't calm down, I thought, pouring dark mana into my eyes. This will enhance my magical vision. I used a technique that allows me to see her punches in time. I won't last long without eye damage, but it's enough to knock her out. The goddess of lightning. That was the first thought that flashed through my mind when I looked at the girl. Her previously gathered hair had loosened under the influence of magic and was unnaturally floating in the air, and her body was covered with lightning on top of her armor, which was eagerly waiting for her to bring them down on her enemy. She wasn't going to give me time to catch my breath. Okay, stop playing by her rules. I'm still not a melee fighter, but a sorcerer. The chain. I used a spell, activating it with my voice, so that she would be distracted by it. The chain shackled her right leg, thereby knocking her off the pace. She lost just a second to break the spell that was interfering with her. I took advantage of this and created a dozen dark daggers that attacked her from several sides. Her armor withstood this attack without any problems, and, having freed herself, she was already lifting her leg to strike. Thanks to the mana in my eyes, I foresaw this attack and created a hemisphere in the path of the blow to delay it. The second hemisphere appeared in front of me, hiding it from Maya. Smashing my protection spell with a blow, she jumped back, believing that the attack would be from behind the second hemisphere. I don't know if she ducked on instinct or felt that I was behind her, but from the swing of the dark sword that I created in my hand, she dodged and tried to cut me down, during which she turned around. But I had already moved, once again being behind her back, and slightly broke the distance in order to have time to create a spell. Lightning bolt. I said the distracting spell again, creating it from white mana. At the moment when a bolt of sparkling white lightning struck her armor, I managed to notice her surprise. Still, I didn't use zippers with her. At the same moment, a pair of dark spears crashed down on her, boring into her armor, almost destroying it. The girl was already at the limit, and would soon collapse, as would her armor, at which point, the acceleration would end. "No!" she roared, pouring the remnants of mana into her body and causing a burst of lightning that spread like a wave from her. Destroying my spears, she herself was already rushing at me. "Oblis Slough Gids," I said, activating a spell for which I had already filled my channels and body with the right amount of mana. A suit of dark mana armor formed around my body, hiding me behind it. A technique similar to her lightning-covered armor appeared in front of Mia. She was repeating elements of one of the armors that I had worn for a long time in my true body in the Elder Worlds: knee-high gauntlet boots, metal thigh pads, a cuirass with a high collar that protects the most vulnerable places, a cloak with a hood woven from fog, which serves to protect the back and head, a mask with horns growing from the forehead and a bared mouth, hiding the face and serving to intimidate enemies. Mia crashed into my armor in the hope that she could pierce it, but her lightning only swept through the element of the cuirass, without causing much harm to it, while I, taking advantage of her hesitation from the failure of the attack, grabbed her by the neck with a clawed gauntlet, lifting her above me. The glove covered in black flames was thinning her armor, and I'm more than sure that in a few seconds it will collapse, and she will have to face the harmful effects of my mana on her body. So he did what stupid villains usually do, throwing her away from him into the barrier. Her armor shattered when she hit the hall's defenses, and after spending all her mana, she also lost acceleration. She tried to get up by force of will, leaning on her hands and not taking her eyes off me. I walked slowly towards her without dispelling my battle armor spell. As soon as I got closer, she still got to her feet, standing in a stance. "I won't give up." She spoke confidently, apparently with the last of her strength, because she leaned forward and began to fall. Having dispelled his spell, he caught her, picked her up and carried the girl upstairs. "Still, you'll have to dot the I when you wake up, even though there is no such letter in your alphabet," I said. I don't know if she heard me, or if she was already dreaming, but she smiled contentedly. After putting Mia on the bed in her bedroom, I took off my ruined shirt, hung it on the back of the chair that stood opposite the bed near the entrance, and sat down in it. After examining my shoulder and chest and making sure that the wounds were not particularly serious, and I could wait until morning, I sprawled in an armchair, looking at the girl. I wanted to spend the night in silence, and since Mia is asleep, and Raya will not come here because of the girl's agreement on personal territory, which I guessed, no one will stop me from spending this night thinking about what to do next. My attention was attracted by the sound of the door opening leading to my bedroom with Raya, and the sound of bare feet approaching here. The door opened a crack, and the red fox, who was always extremely unhappy when she was overplayed, still looked inside but did not dare to take a step. But Aibo, who slipped into the room through the slightly open door, confidently walked around the room, after which she jumped on my lap and settled comfortably on them, purred, asking for affection. "You're going there too?" "Coo," the displeased girl said softly, addressing the cat. "Has something happened?" I asked, although I knew perfectly well why she had stopped by. "No. Would you rather sleep in a soft bed with me?" she asked in a flirtatious tone, but when she noticed that I only shook my head negatively, she exhaled heavily and closed the door. "You will need to work on the fine strands of channels that go to the skin. The veil breaks through too easily. So far, I will be able to strengthen it due to large amounts of mana, which I am able to maintain, and for this I need to increase the number of channels." Closing my eyes, I decided to rest and leave my thoughts and problems for later. Let tomorrow's me clean up. The 18th day of the second month of falling leaves in 949. When I woke up, I didn't find Aibo on my lap and looked around. He met Mia's eyes as she sat on the bed. The cat was found on her lap. "Well, yes. Since the caresses are over here, you can change your location." "Good morning," I said. Is it a good morning?" The girl chuckled with annoyance. You lost? Of course, but you forced me to use a couple. So I think we can talk openly about what's bothering you, I said. Why won't you let me get closer to you? You had a partner, didn't you? I asked, even though I knew she would misunderstand. Yes. Is that why you're here? Because I'm not innocent? She asked with some bewilderment. The girl's depression was clearly read in her voice. Apparently she decided that she had no chance. No. Did you love him? No, she said with obvious relief. But when she noticed my grin, she frowned. Did you love anyone? Have you experienced this bouquet of uncontrollable emotions that makes you act in defiance of logic? I asked an important question for me, looking into her eyes. She wanted to answer something, but stopped in thought, plunged into memories, and realizing why I was asking this, she answered quietly. No. No. How the smell of coffee excites my sense of smell, and its taste envelops my receptors, bringing pleasure. In the same way, other people's feelings and emotions stimulate and multiply my own, intoxicate, and drive me crazy, allowing me to. I fell silent from the idea that came to mind. I expanded my space by touching Mia with it. She felt it, but did not defend herself or resist, just looked at me in surprise. I'll let you feel at least a little bit, so that you understand why I'm so hungry for someone else's sincere emotions. I'll start with what I experienced in the first years of my life in this world. She is connected with the girl who gave me life and surrounded me with maternal love and care, I said, closing my eyes and awakening memories of Lillian's first look, which was filled with boundless adoration for her son. I used white mana, filling my space with her presence and trying to convey through her the feeling that causes a mother's love for her child, as I was drowning in her warmth and tenderness. Then I started mixing the white mana with the black one that my source gave me, making it burn and raise the temperature, trying to convey the emotions that Rhea's burning love gives, which sometimes goes beyond boundaries. The heat from kisses and the body of a girl who loves and ignites the fire of desire in my chest. I said in a slightly hoarse voice from the memories of the night with the girl. It's time to move on to the last one. He removed the white mana, which prevented the dark one from taking control of the space. I added more black mana, raising the temperature to scorching and causing the space to literally crack from the pressure of my mana. My anger, the memories of who dared to offend my dearest mother. The anger that burns inside me, demanding revenge. That he wants to hear the screams of those who dared to harm their loved ones and must suffer forever. I growled in a voice full of rage, after which I dispelled all my mana and returned the control of space to its usual boundaries near me. That's who I am. Who wants to drown in other people's emotions, stimulating his own? This is the only way I can live, not exist. Such is the immortal who bears the name Kyrian. It seems that I was able to convey at least some of the emotions that I feel through mana control. Mia was sitting with her eyes downcast, but her eyes were wet with tears. Ibo was looking at her excitedly. You saw me as a worthy partner. And yesterday, after your words about the house, I guessed what you need a partner for. But I'm afraid I'm completely useless to you in this regard. Therefore, you'd better think about it again and decide what you want from your life, I said calmly and took my ruined shirt and left her room. Inside, a cocktail of emotions was still raging, which I arranged for myself with memories, and deciding that hot water in the company of ducks was the best way to recover, I headed to the annex. When I got to the pool and undressed, I entered the water and leaned my back against the wall of the pool, relaxed. Oh yes, ducks, I said, activating the levitation construct on the wooden ducks, and they flew out of their hiding place and landed on the water. There was Ethery in my room with Rhea, who kept me company in the upstairs bathroom. There were also Mia and Damien's ducks, which they gave me last birthday, as well as the great dragon Mardos, who was twice as big as the others, and showed his superiority over the rest with his whole appearance. Am I afraid of loneliness, or do I have bad taste? I thought about the reasons for collecting ducks and then closed my eyes, calming my mind and emotions. No one interfered with my peace of mind. Finally deciding it was time to get busy, I got dressed and left the bathhouse. When I went up to the second floor to get a new shirt, I still did not meet the girls. Did you decide to hide from me? Well, they also need to take a break from me. After going downstairs, I put on my jacket and left the house. I can get Mar through the seal, but I'll have to find Damien myself. I need to sit with them and discuss the case that I want to assign them. Still, it's better for me not to go north for now, and Mar may be able to absorb some of the powers of the guardian spirit of the great ice cult family. Fortunately, the carriage was in place, so the girls were at home. After checking the storage in the drives that powered the carriage's constructs and making sure that there was enough mana in them, I got into the driver's seat and drove to Damien's house. On the way, I asked Mar if he was free, and having received an affirmative answer, invited him to the Forgotten Kingdom for an important conversation. I found the Eternal Wanderer at home and waited until he and Irene, who asked to come with us, got ready, took them to a restaurant that has become our frequent gathering place over the years. Over time, I found out that it belongs to one of Damien's friends, that I was in his squad when I was young, and with age, having lost my shape and accumulated too many wounds, I bought and set up a restaurant for my friends. Leaving the carriage near the entrance, we went inside and took a table. One of the waitresses took our order for food and drinks. Mar seemed to be getting ready for the meeting as soon as I contacted him, since he managed to take a seat at the table before the order arrived. I was in no hurry to bring up the topic of conversation for which I had gathered my friends. They, in turn, didn't mind chatting about everyday topics and enjoying a drink. When we finished eating and discussed the little things of life, I used a silent spell and talked about what I wanted to entrust to them. I need Mar and Damien to go north, I said, watching the reaction of my comrades. Won't you go yourself? The spirit asked. No, I have plans to explore the Deadlands, but I share your concern that Death Valley Rose has begun to retreat too quickly to the capital of the Old Kingdom. Perhaps the source from which she drew mana for him has weakened, or worse, her condition, which we already know nothing about, has begun to deteriorate. Because of this, there was a danger that detachments or even armies of the Dragon Emperor could pass through the Deadlands. Increasingly, there are clashes with residents of the East, who began to approach the castrum. I shared the problems that bothered me, and the solution of which I was going to look for on Mar's tips. And what are we going to do in the north? Damien asked, who didn't understand how he could help there. Mar will kill the spirit of the north and try to absorb some of her power, and you will try to prevent Rose's curse from passing through the brand to him. I announced the reason for choosing their candidates. Are you so sure we're going to get to him at all? The Wanderer asked doubtfully. The heiress of the Iskalt family will personally take you to him, I replied, which surprised my friends. I can't even imagine what you offered her for that, Damien said. There is no spirit in her priorities of life. Perhaps she even blames the guardian spirit for the state of the north and her mother's illness. So it's going to be almost an easy walk. But still, in case of problems, I will send one of the Ajax squads with you. As soon as he arrives at Castrum, I'll talk to him. What are the chances that the heiress decides to betray us and frame us? Mar asked. I think he didn't fully believe in her agreement. Minimal. She is now the proud bearer of my brand, I replied with a grin. Oh well, then it really will be a walk for a treat for me. The spirit nodded contentedly, sipping beer from his mug. I'm not sure I can handle Rose's curse with a brand, the Wanderer said, frowning. You will absorb the mana Rose, which is responsible for the curse. With your brand, it will not hurt you. Even if it spreads to you, you will have purification artifacts with you to remove the curse from the matriarch. I tried to convince Damien that he could handle it. Then why the stigma? If there are purification artifacts, he asked. The curse torments the essence of the spirit, feeding on mana from it, which is why it is able to hold on for so long. It is very difficult to overcome it. The spirit of the north could not cope with it, and is now just living out its life. When passing to a human, the curse torments only the flesh and mana without touching the soul. Because of this, it can be cleaned with stronger mana, after which the wounds can be healed. Actually, the mana of another immortal or guardian will cope with this without any problems. Mar spoke in detail about the nuances of the curse's effect on the spirit. For me, absorbing the essence of a strong old spirit is a quick way to restore my own, so I don't mind taking a chance. I'll try to prepare a defense for you, but I don't know how well it will work. In case Damien fails to absorb Mana Rose, which is responsible for the effect of the curse, then do not take any chances and just end the life of the spirit of the North. The death of one of the ancient spirits and the transition of the North to our side will be a good advancement of our plans, I said, taking a sip of ale. So we need to prepare for the road, Mar said, looking at the bottom of his mug. And I'll have to shoulder all the council's business on my frail shoulders, said Irene, who had been listening to our conversation in silence. I think Damien will bring you a couple of beautiful jewelry from the North, which I will complement with whatever properties you want, I said with a smile, finishing my drink. You know how to persuade, Irene said, smiling sweetly. Yeah, at my expense, Damien added, grinning. You will grumble and leave the eye to gather dust in my workshop. Shopping center, you're always blackmailing me. We sat in the restaurant for a while longer, after which I took my friends home and headed back to my estate. No one is waiting, no one is meeting, I muttered to myself and threw my jacket on a hanger and headed for the basement. Still, there is still too much to do and prepare, and I'm spending less and less time on artifacts. He stopped at the far wall of the basement and activated a hidden construct on it, which opened a secret door. Of course it's of little use, and my project of a teleportation circle and a gate that occupies the entire room is unlikely to be used by anyone, but there must be a secret room in the basement. I used to arrange a similar thing for myself in the Baron's castle to link my plates with teleportation circles. Here I am preparing a full-fledged gate that can work without my control, connecting a network of teleports that will be activated and controlled using runes and an activator, which I want to place in rings with spatial storage, which I am going to make for my family and friends. But for now it's all about materials and time, and also that there is only this room and the chest. There is also a ready-made pair of communication artifacts that use the magic of space to transmit images and sound. But I will be able to test the range and stability of its operation only when one of the artifacts is taken to Darren. I still haven't come up with a name for the artifact that replaced the teleportation plates. A small metal chest, inside of which there is a teleportation circle, which is powered by a pair of artifacts made by me storage devices with a large capacity. Well, part of the power goes to the protection construct that is made on the walls of the chest, so that it cannot be opened without my knowledge. I think we should give it to Esther, let her take it north. I might even be able to transfer to him from my basement. If it doesn't work out, you'll have to come up with an even more massive and advanced version. Okay, there are no ideas, so you will be an access point. I don't know what to call you anyway, I said, deciding to give at least some name to the chest. After going to get an engraver, I put its name on the lid of the chest. Admiring his work, he carried the trunk closer to the exit from the basement, so as not to forget to give it to Esther. Sitting down at my desk, I wondered if I wanted to spend the night at work or go look for the warmth of paradise. Having decided nothing, he left the engraver on the table and went upstairs. I wondered if the girls had been kidnapped, but the scan went through the house and touched two girls who were in their rooms. It seems that both of them were awake and felt my attention. Well, they're home and they're fine, I said to myself and headed for the kitchen. Having made myself a cappuccino, I decided to enjoy it outside. Going outside, he went to one of the shops that were located on the sides of the house. I didn't ask for them, but one of the builders said they wouldn't get in the way, and if I wanted to sit and look at the stars, they would be useful. He must be a damn visionary, because I was going to sit on it and look at the stars. Sitting down on a bench, I took a sip of coffee and stared at the sky, looking at the constellations. Once upon a time, a similar sky prompted me to decide what name to give my domain. I heard footsteps approaching me from the direction of the house. Apparently, they were interested in where I went after I touched them with a scan. I did not look down at them, continuing to look at the sky and trying to remember the starry sky of the world that I could call home. Does it exist now? Suddenly, a couple of warm hugs pulled me out of my thoughts. The girls hugged me from both sides. I take it you didn't give up? I asked, lowering my gaze to the cup of coffee in my hand. I will give up when I realize that I am not able to give you love and emotions, Mia whispered, snuggling closer to me. Well, I'll help her understand how wonderful this feeling can be, Raya added. Will your jealousy allow you to do this? I grinned. I'll make an exception for Mia, Raya said softly. The 21st day of the second month of falling leaves in 949. I've spent the last couple of days creating artifacts to heal the matriarch of the great Iskald family, and a few toys for guys, in case of problems. The reserves of rare materials have run out, and it is impossible to make artifacts worthy of my friends from what could be quickly obtained in the castrum. Only for sale, to make money on local wanderers or trading houses that resell them to the Empire. I took a piece of paper out of my desk drawer and put on it the materials I needed, which I ordered through Darren. It is a pity that delivery from the Republic takes too much time. And not all necessary ores and alloys are mined on their territory. So it's time to either restore your cooperation with the Saris family, or look for new intermediaries. Yawning, I climbed out of the basement and was brutally attacked by Mia's hugs. It seems that he and Raya have tried different ways to make us closer. I don't know if my storm of emotions therapy helped, or if Raya told her something, but the progress in a couple of days was impressive. Mia tried to get genuine pleasure from my hugs. Well, yes, usually our intimacy was reduced to an exchange of blows, and instead of hugs there were hard grabs of a girl. Deciding to test her reaction, he put his hand on her thigh. Mia, sensing this, looked up at me and smiled and pulled away. This is the next stage. Do not let go of your hands. Shaking her finger at me, she said. At that moment she looked more like Raya, who most likely was the reason for this answer. But it was clear from her smile and playful look that she herself liked this game. Okay, I'll take advantage of your helplessness after sparring, I said with a sly grin and headed for the kitchen. Mia headed the same way and quickened her pace to overtake me. She realized that I wanted coffee and decided to make it herself. She didn't like it when I did it myself. She thought I was depriving her of the opportunity to take care of me. Ajax is due to arrive today. A message came from him from Gorder yesterday, Mia said while we were having coffee. So it's time to talk to Esther and discuss our plans, gathering all the participants. Was there no response from Darren? I asked her and added for clarification regarding my request to use Ajax's squad for an operation in the north. Birds, even specially bred to deliver messages, do not fly so fast. But didn't you work on an artifact to communicate with the Master in the Republic? What is it? She asked. Yes, but Ajax will most likely go north, and I can't entrust the communication artifacts to someone else. There is too much knowledge in them that is not available to the inhabitants of this world. Therefore, the birds will have to suffer further, carrying my encrypted messages to Darren. I finished my coffee and got up from the table, and went to wake Raya. When I entered our bedroom with her, I looked around, because there was no girl in the bed. But when I heard the sound of water in the bathroom, I looked in there. Raya lay down in the bathroom, enjoying the hot water. I see you don't need to be woken up. Mia and I will probably go to the city. Are you staying, or are you busy in Castrum? I asked, looking at the girl who sat up, noticing my gaze. With you? But you're wrong. I didn't wake up. I need to be woken up, she said with her eyes closed, and her fingers slid over her body, attracting my attention. If you insist. After taking a bath, we went downstairs. Mia was waiting for us in the hall by the fireplace, and judging by the look she gave us, she didn't like that we stayed upstairs. But, my student, it's time for you to learn feminine wiles if you want to beat me sometimes in our battle for his free time, Raya said, smiling contentedly. Sometimes, no matter how much you have to ask me to give in to you. Sometimes, no matter how much you have to ask me to give in to you. I will definitely have more time with Kai and more chances too, Mia replied to her, breaking into a sly smile and winking at me. Ho ho, you're learning fast, but whether you can surpass your teacher, only time will tell. Coming up to me and resting her head on my shoulder, Raya said, I hope you don't overdo it, girls. I took Mia and Raya to the store, deciding to leave the carriage there. I thought about the fact that the trading house can be watched, and they can also keep an eye on me. But this is usually life-threatening, as the estate and the shop are monitored by members of the squad that arrived with Mia more than 2 years ago, and if someone curious appears, they will grab him to chat. At the moment, they had only 5 scouts from the loot, who were spotted on the way to the city. And then problems with the nomads began in the south, and the great family of the south became too busy, leaving their revenge for later. Or they've learned their lesson and sent better spies into the city. In any case, it is worth drawing less attention to our union, so the chance that our plans will be thwarted ahead of time will decrease. Therefore, I left the shop through the exit in the kitchen. After wandering around the city for a while, he hired a cab and asked to be taken to the street next to the trading house of the Saris family. I walked to the building I needed and went inside and approached the employee who met visitors at the counter. "Good afternoon. How can I help you?" a middle-aged man asked, examining me carefully. "I'm looking for a couple of beautiful flowers of the north that should be staying with you," I said, which confused my interlocutor. "I'm afraid I don't understand," he said, frowning. "Well, you can tell someone who understands. I'll wait," I said, sitting down on a chair near the entrance. The employee still decided that I didn't look like an idiot and left my place for a while, hiding behind the door that was behind him. Another employee came out, judging by the gray head and wrinkles on his face, much older and occupying a more important post in the trading house, because he immediately approached me and invited me to visit the meeting room with important guests. I readily agreed, asking them to bring me tea while I was waiting for important guests. He nodded at me with a knowing smile. Girls are always kept waiting, especially if they are two daughters of noble families who were not warned about the visit in advance, and they did not have time to put themselves in order. The tea was delicious, and the donuts from Raya's shop were even tastier, and so I wasn't really worried about the time I was wasting here. It seems that the locals liked the idea of my chanterelle, and they are willing to buy her sweets and pastries for themselves. He suffered for good reason, creating the necessary artifact aggregates for her, and searching for the best ingredients with her. The girls did not come alone. They were accompanied by the hot-tempered Burnt, and a smiling guy who looked like Alyssa. The girls were clearly unhappy with the fact that they were not allowed to go alone. However, I wasn't going to talk about anything secret here. I just wanted to talk to Esther and invite her to discuss plans at my house. He met Burnt's gaze, and grinning, decided to destroy the standing silence. "Shall we exchange a couple of blows in greeting?" "I will refuse," he answered quickly, glancing sideways at Esther. "It seems that he got a lot of trouble for his behavior in the store." "Well, that's fine," I said sadly, and took a bite of the donut and took a sip of tea. Judging by the fact that they looked at me with curiosity and expectation, these representatives of the nobility did not bother with my behavior. "This is my brother Axel," Alyssa said, pointing at the guy who came with them. "Glad to meet you. I am Kai, a humble acquaintance of these girls." I introduced myself, indicating a bow with my head. "It's nice to finally meet a young man of your talents." Unfortunately, my sister did not want to tell me the details, so I only know that you helped her and our family, he said with a sly smile, hinting that he guessed where and how I had helped them. "Of course, you shouldn't torment Alyssa with a crowd. I've already regretted saving her life. And if it wasn't for Esther's offer, I'd cut all the strings while you're in town," I said in an indifferent voice, looking into Axel's eyes, which seemed to have decided to test me. "I let you come with us because I trust you as much as I trust Alyssa." "Don't make me regret it." The heiress of the Iskalt family spoke up, deciding not to test my patience and bring me up to date on why there are extra eyes and ears. "I'm sorry," he said. Apparently tired of standing at the entrance, they finally decided to sit down at the table. Burnt only stayed standing. I activated a silence spell so that we couldn't be overheard. "Do you like staying in Castrum?" I asked, starting the conversation. "An interesting city. But, unfortunately, thoughts of my mother's suffering do not give me peace of mind, and I am thinking about how to help her faster," Esther replied, deciding to get straight to business. "You still haven't agreed to my terms." I reminded her that although I had branded and discussed the version of the plan with the Academy, she still did not give me her consent. "That's right. Unfortunately, I couldn't come up with another plan that could buy us time. If you agree to it, then I will accept your terms." "But surely you don't want me to do it here?" "What is it?" she asked, realizing that I didn't want the others to know about our arrangements, at least not until I got the life of the spirit of the North. "Yes. I'm just going to discuss the solution to your problems with my friends at the manor tonight. So I hope you can be there," I said, watching Alyssa's brother frown. Burnt was calm about the fact that his client was going to stay with me again. "Well, yes, if I didn't do anything to her after the meeting in the store, then now she is clearly in no danger." "I was hoping you'd let me in on your plans, Mistress Esther," Axel said, realizing that he would not find out the details. The girl stared at me, waiting for my permission, which clearly surprised the guy. "Leave it until tonight. Since you need so many people who know your secrets, the four of you will come to my estate. Let's arrange a kind of dinner party, and this will be the beginning of our games of Shurimura, I said, getting up. Shurimuri? Esther asked uncomprehendingly. I'm talking about our game of lovers, I clarified, realizing that I had used a phrase unknown in this world. I get it. Then we'll pretend to be very happy about the invitation and blab about it. I was pleased with Esther's quick wit. See you tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I said solemnly, making a bow, which caused an ambiguous reaction from them. Bye-bye, waving goodbye to them. I left the room first, and then the trading house. You didn't have to hide when you came here, but who knew that we would have to change our plans? You always have to play games to avoid attracting unnecessary attention ahead of time. I hired a cab and drove to Damien's house, inviting him and Irene to come to my place for dinner in the evening, and preferably more formally. I gave everything to Mar through the seal. Mother and Xander should not be involved in this. Let the Templar still think only about protecting his family and the city. I'll have to buy groceries and beg Raya not to leave me in this situation and cook dinner for a bunch of people. Should I persuade Fleur to help? Immersed in these thoughts, I drove to the store. My girls were distracting Fleur from her work again, chatting with her at one of the tables. When they saw me, they smiled at me, and I waved to them and went to Ross, who was carrying all the burdens. Hello, the main pillar that keeps this shop from falling apart, I said, smiling. You're joking, Mr. Kai, he said, but judging by the pleased smile, he liked it. Can you keep an eye on the store until it closes? Because I have some things to do, and I want to ask Fleur to help with them. Of course, don't worry, he spoke confidently. Thanks, I'm counting on you. After talking with Ross, I approached the girls and told them about the new plans and problems. At first, Rhea was very unhappy with my improvisation, but when I convinced her that she would have 2 assistants in the person of Mia and me, and I would also enlist Fleur's help, she accepted the news. She sent Mia and me shopping, and she stayed to make blanks in the store. Well, we managed to cook dinner. Ajax, who was waiting for me near the estate after unloading my materials, agreed to stay for dinner and listen to what I needed him for. However, he didn't have any formal clothes. But okay. In general, the reason why I decided to arrange all this was not only to start posing as a representative of the nobility from the Republic, but also to test myself as far as I could cope with etiquette. You never know where you will have to go with Esther to maintain the legend. I didn't have any servants at the manor, but I think we can do without that. Still, I won't have many guests. Mar arrived first in Ophelia's company. He immediately asked if he could take her with him. I did not refuse. Well, it was easy to meet the spirit with his companion. Damien and Irene were not particularly demanding either. Mia and Raya, who were dressed in evening dresses, helped me to meet the guests. And if I expected this from the redhead, it was the first time I saw Mia in a dress. A black off-the-shoulder dress with a plunging neckline accentuated her feminine figure, which was usually hidden behind protective clothing. Noticing how I was looking at her with interest, the girls smiled coquettishly. And here are the main guests of this whole masquerade. Burnt, who was dressed in a tailcoat, was Esther's companion, and led her by the arm to the entrance, followed by Axel and Alyssa. You look great, Mrs. Esther. I greeted my guest, who decided to please my Republican soul with an open-back dress, the design of which was clearly not from this world. I'm glad you like it, Mr. Kai. The girl answered the greeting with a smile, and after we exchanged a couple of polite phrases, followed Raya into the house with her companion. Next up were the brother and sister, who donned more modest outfits made in the Empire. I greeted them politely, and since they were the last guests of the evening, I entered the house in their company. We were already more open in the house. Nevertheless, the performance was played on the street for the cabmen, who were hired in the city at my request. Unless the Northerners came in a carriage of the Ceres family, but perhaps their coachman is from the locals. I think they will spread small rumors about such an unusual event. That will be enough for us to start. We spent quite a lot of time at the festive table and did not touch on the main topic of our meeting. Ajax was sitting at the table with Fleur, who didn't mind his company. He even participated in a small talk. Because of this, I whispered to Mia about his origin, to which she, after giving him a fleeting glance, advised me to ask him. Okay, apparently, Darren recruited orphans who were left without relatives due to the intrigues and squabbles of the Republican nobility. Well, it's time to gather at another table and discuss the topic on which we have gathered today in such an unusual way. We entered the meeting room with a narrower circle of people. Alyssa chose to leave everything to her brother. since he is so eager to find out my secrets. Or she thought that I no longer believed in her ability to keep her word. However, this is her choice. Raya and Flora stayed with her, as well as Ophelia and Irene, who became friends. Burnt, though he entered the conference room, remained at the door. I took the seat opposite them. Mar and Damien sat on my right, and Maya and Ajax sat on my left. Oh, they settled down as separate factions, I said, grinning, but only Mar appreciated my joke. The Wanderers, the Republic, and the North, he said. You, as the central element, need to fall apart in the center of the table. I'll probably refuse. Since we are conspirators here, and not to know, I suggest that we do not waste time on etiquette, I said, remembering that everyone at the table was watching him, and I even believed for a while that this was just a social dinner. Axel and I don't mind. Southerners, and especially the great Fiam family, often call Northerners barbarians because of their attitude to etiquette. Esther said, it's a good thing that we didn't let them capture Castrum then. I declare the first council of the rebels of the Free North open, I said solemnly, getting up from my chair. My speech did not cause much reaction, but after Mia clapped and her mana spilled over the office, and a threatening smile appeared on her face, everyone else clapped. Oh, Mia, you spoil me. The girl looked at me, and her smile changed to a gentle one. Mia clearly liked that I appreciated her support. As I sat back down in my chair, I wondered where it would be better to start. Perhaps we should first find out what Esther told her companions? So, daughter of the Iskald family, what did you tell Axel and your bodyguard? I asked. They know what price you asked for your help, Esther replied, exchanging glances with Axel. The guardian spirit is already waiting for death in case of success of the Emperor's plans, as well as the destruction of many clans of the North that will not want to recognize his full power. So your terms are more attractive to the Sarah's family. Alessia's brother outlined his position. Good. Today we will discuss the first part. My friends will go north, I said, pointing at Mar and Damien. They will execute the spirit and help with the matriarch's healing. There are a couple of things about this that bother me. Won't someone stop them from doing it? And what are the chances that the matriarch of the Great Iskald family will not try to take revenge on us? They will not interfere. The guards who guard the spirit are loyal to the head of the family, whose role I am currently playing. I'm not so sure about my mother, but she had a lot in common with the spirit. But the heads of our family put reason above feelings, and I will be able to convince her that this is a necessary sacrifice for the preservation of the North and the salvation of our faithful people. Esther answered me after a moment's thought. I will trust you in this matter. We won't need any help with the killing of the spirit, just to make sure that no one interferes. As for healing, my companions will have artifacts and instructions on how best to heal from the curse and then cleanse the body. I understand, Esther replied quickly. I suppose the girl wanted to show that she had no doubt that I would fulfill my part of the contract. Good. In case of problems, I will give you a bracelet with the same properties as the ring, but with a large supply of mana. You can use it immediately upon arrival to facilitate subsequent healing. I decided to reward her trust. Besides, I already made the bracelet so that the matriarch's condition would not worsen if there were problems with killing the spirit. Thanks, the daughter of the Iskald family said, and a smile blossomed on her serious face. Ajax, I want your squad to go north separately from Mar and Damien in order to help them, or Esther, in case of problems that may arise. Although I haven't received confirmation from your superiors, I don't think they will refuse me. I moved on to the details of the plan, starting with the Republic squad. The Master is unlikely to refuse. Besides, your plans are clearly in his area of interest, so I will prepare a detachment for an operation in the north, he answered without hesitation. Great! The second lineup will be Mar and Damien. It would be nice if you could take a couple of people from your squads with you, I said, looking at them. Don't you want to draw attention to a large squad? Damien asked. I don't want to attract attention at all, so with separation there will be more chances that your trips will not be linked together. You and Mar will go first along the road that leads directly to the border with the Kingdom of Arun, and Esther will go a little later along the path that passes near the city of Gorder. Ajax will go last. His squad is able to move much faster, so it will catch up with you closer to the city, which is called the Heart of the North, I said, remembering the name of this city, The impregnable Addervine. Surely the guardian spirit must be somewhere nearby. Yes, his abode is under the city. Esther confirmed my guess. Do you have any objections? Additions? No one answered. Well, then the general meeting is over. I will discuss the details of the task for everyone personally. I'll start with Esther. Catching my hint, everyone left the hall, leaving us alone with the daughter of the great Iskald family. I won't torture you. Why did I strain myself? I said, looking at her. Maybe you didn't like that I told Rod Saris everything, she honestly admitted. You need support, and I understand that. I want to tell you about one possibility of your brand. If you channel your mana into it and think of me with some emotion or desire, I can feel it. I'm not sure that this will work from the north now, but our connection has not strengthened yet. But in the nearest lands or in the city, you can let me know in this way if you want to meet or if you have problems. I told one of the bonuses of my brand and immediately received a feeling of gratitude from Esther, and then anxiety. You're learning fast. It will be useful for us at the academy, the girl said, already thinking about how it could be used. That's right. If you constantly feed the brand with your mana, linking it with mine embedded there, the connection will begin to grow stronger. When the connection becomes stronger, I will tell you about other possibilities of the brand. I decided to give her an incentive to strengthen the stigma that I put on her. Have you decided to take advantage of Mia's offer and enter her house through marriage? Esther asked a question that interested her. Yes, I think this option is best suited at the initial stage. If the family is granted to me in the north, then it will become clear to everyone why I was pushed into the academy, I replied, telling the reasons for choosing this option. We need to have time to sort out the problems before entering the academy at the beginning of the year. Exams are held at the end of the first month of a blossoming life. Will you have time, or should I look for a reason to delay my admission? I'll be in time. If there are problems, I'll warn you in advance. Basically, I said everything I wanted to say. Before you leave the manor, I will give you the chest that you have to deliver to Ethervin for me, and the bracelet for your mother, I said, and went to the exit, opened the door and held it so that Esther could get out. He asked me to wait while I went to the basement to get the necessary things. The bracelet was already ready, as was the access point. My eye caught on one of the crafts that I was making for sale. Okay, I made a deal with myself. Esther is important. We need to take care of her protection. Returning to them, he gave Burnt the chest. Mar, who was standing in their company, saw the name. Access point. I think I can guess what it is, he said mysteriously. Yes, can you guess where the stove that I entrusted to you is? I said sarcastically, whereupon the spirit looked away and began to try to whistle, pretending that he did not know anything about any plates. The chest is important to me, so don't lose it. And this is for the matriarch, I explained, holding out a bracelet with a purification construct, the crystals of which were filled with the white mana of the guardian, and Esther gratefully accepted it. The second bracelet had already surprised her, because I hadn't said anything about it before. A trinket that I was making for sale. When activated, it creates a barrier with a radius of 5 meters from its carrier. The mana in it is mine, so you just use the activator. Pointing to the activation symbol, I explained. It will help in case you need protection. But it's disposable. Thanks. Esther thanked me again, holding her gaze on me and thinking about something for a couple of seconds. Well, as a hospitable host, I will escort you to the carriage, I said. After seeing the guests off, I returned to the house and went down to the basement, where Mar and Damien were already waiting for me. I also invited Ajax with me, passing by the hall with a fireplace. So, what have I prepared for you? I thought about it. Then I remembered the small version of the communication artifact and took them out of the locker and handed them each one. Here are the artifacts to keep you in touch. Did you manage to improve the distance? Mar, with whom we checked their work, asked. No, not in such a compact version. There's enough for the city and the surrounding territories. You don't need any more for now, I said, and then showed Ajax and Damien how to use it. Similar to walkie-talkies from Techno Worlds, boxes with symbols on the front side are connected to the same symbol on another artifact, establishing a connection through spatial magic. Since these 3 walkie-talkies were interconnected, They only had a couple of characters. When you click on the symbol, the same one lit up on the second one and began to pour mana until the symbol was pressed to establish a connection. Yes, it's not the best option, but it will work for the first time. Ajax and Damien went to the basement to test them, while I handed over the artifacts prepared for him to the spirit. And finally, an improved version of your storage ring. Handing him a spatial ring with an activator like mine, I said, "Ooh, finally, a decent specimen." He said, putting on the ring and closing his eyes, began to study the size of the space. "Great, my stuff will fit. Inside, I take it, are the artifacts for the healing of Esther's mother?" "Yes. Cleansing with my mana and healing, which were filled with mana by the healers of the church. The effect should be enough to completely get rid of the curse in the body of the ice cult matriarch, and a pair of bracelets that you'll wear before you start absorbing the spirit. They have to protect you, or at least keep Rose's curse from spreading in case Damien fails." I told Mar about the artifacts that were stored inside the ring. "Understood. But I believe in him. He will definitely do it." At that moment Damien and Ajax returned, judging by the fact that they loaded me with questions about when they would be able to get such things for their use. They appreciated the convenience of instant communication in full. "You can keep these for yourself to communicate with each other, but try not to use them openly. Still, I'm not going to release information about them to the world yet," I warned my friends. Remembering that Ajax had asked me to create additional protection for the squad, I went to get a small chest that was stored in the basement. "Here it is. There are protection rings for the squad." He handed him a small chest with a dozen rings with a hemisphere, to which he received a satisfied smile and a nod of gratitude. "Well, it remains to implant Damien's eye. I have already prepared the potions, and since we have Ophelia here, we can do it today or reschedule it for tomorrow." "Today?" The Wanderer hastily said that he had clearly been wanting to try out the miracle eye that I promised him for a long time. I didn't even doubt it. "Keep your treasure. We will perform the operation in one of the bedrooms," I said, handing the case with the eye to Damien and taking the bag with potions and a scalpel that I had prepared in advance. I headed to the second floor. While waiting for the patient, I laid out vials of potions and several instruments similar to surgical ones, but I still have to remove some of the tissues to connect the threads connecting the body to the eye. Soon the patient appeared in the company of Irene and Ophelia. Damien sat down in front of me, and Ophelia seemed nervous, not understanding what she would have to do. "That's it," I said, gathering my thoughts. "We have painkillers and sleeping potions. Which one will you choose?" "Or both. Painkillers. I'd rather stay conscious," he replied, and took the proffered bottle, drank it to the bottom. "While we're waiting, I'll tell you and Ophelia what we have to do. It's been a long time, so I'll have to cut off the healed tissue to open access to the parts of the artifact that will be connected to your body. That's why we need painkillers, and then a healer to heal it all. Well, a potion that slows down blood circulation so that you don't suddenly start gushing blood. I told you about what we will do to implant the eye. The second part is the connection of the eye filaments with your channels in the body. You and I have already checked their presence, so it will not be difficult to create a connection between them and the threads. Then you will get used to the eye yourself, using mana and strengthening the connections so that they become one with the channels. After waiting some more time for the potion to take effect, Damien lay down on the bed so that the left eye socket, which was now empty, was closer to the edge of the bed. Irene, sitting on the bed to the right of the Wanderer, took his hand for support. "Ophelia, I'll tell you when the wounds need to be healed, but for now, calm down. Such operations and wounds can be handled without healing, so do not be so nervous." "Irene's. I decided to calm the healer before starting the operation. She nodded at me, and I exhaled and picked up the scalpel and started on the bloodiest part. Fortunately, fine motor skills and the burning of fine lines help well if precise operations need to be performed. The first part went without problems, as did the installation of the artifact eye, which consisted of two parts: an external static body that would occupy part of the eye socket, and the eye itself, consisting of a red stone, which was shaped by grinding into an eye that would move inside this body. Dozens of thin threads ran from the eye through the body. Their implantation took the most time, but fortunately, everything went without problems. I asked Ophelia to heal everything carefully, without fanaticism, so that the body would not try to restore unnecessary details. After making sure that everything was in order, he began the second part of the operation. With the help of white mana, he began to create connections for channels with the threads of the artifact eye. He connected them, gradually helping the Eternal Wanderer to get used to the possibilities of the new eye. Finally done with everything, I exhaled wearily. Not my favorite part. I prefer to work only with artifacts, but unfortunately, it is the connection of artifacts with body channels that allows us to make